Chapter 591 Xiaoli breaks through. Yincheng. The bright light faded away. Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao stepped out of the space gate. Is this your home? Zhang Lao glanced around. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded. There are 3 Yincheng coordinates on the magic book, which are his home, the office of Qinxi Group and Zaya Junction Base. This time, Zaya Junction Base is naturally not considered, and the office is located on the top floor of Qinxi Group. If they suddenly appear there, it will inevitably cause suspicion and speculation among the employees, and there is a risk of exposing the ability of the magic book. So he chose his home as the place of return, which is also a safer and more hidden approach. Today is a working day, and there is no one at home. Xiao Yao made a pot of tea for Zhang Lao, and the two sat on the sofa to rest for a while. At the same time, he began to count the supplies he brought back from the Vulcan tribe this time. First of all, there were piles of animal skins and bones. After he brought various styles of clothing. No one in the Vulcan tribe was willing to wear the stuffy and earthy animal skin coats anymore. Even ordinary people without ability would go to the back mountain to dig a few pieces of fire stones to exchange for money, and then buy a few suitable clothes. Now, if anyone still wears an animal skin coat in the tribe, he will definitely be ridiculed and despised by others. Therefore, the animal skins obtained by the warriors from hunting every day almost became waste, and had no other use except for paving the floor. However, in Longhua, animal skins were still valuable goods, especially in winter. Various animal skin coats and gloves were everywhere in the streets and alleys of Longhua, and almost became the must-buy New Year goods for people during the New Year. Especially children. They especially liked to compete to see whose animal skin coat was more majestic and domineering. The same was true for animal bones. Before, the Vulcan tribe used animal bones as weapons after grinding them. But since he had brought enough alloy weapons, these animal bones were completely eliminated like animal skins. But animal bones are more widely used in Dragon Country than animal skins. They can be used to extract bone marrow and make soup to strengthen the body of ordinary people. And they can also be ground into bone powder for use in pharmaceuticals, weapons manufacturing, and other fields. It can be said that the price of these animal skins and bones is almost the same as the total value of the materials he brought last time. However, compared with the other treasures he brought back, these animal skins and bones are naturally not worth mentioning. This time he brought back more than 40,000 3 berries, which can be made into more than 10,000 3-god potions, if it is based on the average price of the last auction. The total value of these more than 10,000 potions can at least exceed 100 billion. 100 billion? Pure cash. There are only a few companies in the whole Dragon Country that can have such a huge cash reserve. Not to mention that this money is pure profit. Almost no cost involved. In addition to the 3 berries, he also brought back nearly 500,000 fire stones. If he thought that each one would be 10,000, that would be nearly 5 billion. Although it is not as good as the 3 gods potion, it is much easier to obtain fire stones than 3 berries. When the population of the tribe increases in the future, this number will definitely grow explosively. However, the fire stone guns cannot be exposed at present, so these fire stones can only be temporarily stored in the beast control space. Finally, there is the priceless Thunder Jade Bed. Speaking of the Thunder Jade Bed, Xiao Yao suddenly had the urge to see his father as soon as possible. He wanted to see if the Overlord, Thunder-Winged Blue-Eyed Tiger, could be promoted to Platinum Level 2 after devouring the Diamond Level 5 Crazy Thunder-Winged Tiger, and whether the Storm Spirit can also achieve a breakthrough after absorbing the energy of the Thunder Jade Bed. Teacher, I want to go to my father's place. Xiao Yao poured tea for Mr. Zhang and said, Go ahead. Mr. Zhang smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Xiao Yao was thinking. Well, teacher, I go first. Xiao Yao is back. Hi. Xiao Yao. Long time no see. Wow. Xiao Yao. You look handsome again recently. When they arrived at the law enforcement team office building, the law enforcement team members immediately surrounded Xiao Yao enthusiastically as soon as they saw him. Xiao Yao did not go directly to his father's office, but sat down and chatted with them for a while. The Yincheng law enforcement team played a crucial role in his growth. During his Iron and Bronze periods, each team leader gave him unreserved guidance and training, laying a solid foundation for him. At the same time, in law enforcement and case handling, he also cultivated his cautious and meticulous work style. It can be said that this is his second home in Yincheng. Okay. Everyone. Xiao Yao must be here to see Captain Xiao. Let's stop here for now, said team leader Guijian. That's right. Xiao Yao. Go do your work first. Go ahead. Let's not delay Xiao Yao work. Okay. Xiao Yao stood up and said with a smile. Then I go first. We talk later when we have time. He waved to everyone and walked towards his father's office. Squeak, the door opened. Xiao Li sat on a chair and looked at Xiao Yao, who came in. Smiled. Are you done? Yeah. Xiao Yao sat opposite his father and said with a smile. Everything went well, and I brought a big gift for Dad. Oh. Xiao Li raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with interest, what big gift? He knew that. Not only was his son's strength far beyond his own, but his family background was unimaginably rich. What he called a big gift must be something extraordinary. It's not convenient to talk about it here. Xiao Yao stood up and said, we need to change the environment. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding environment changed rapidly. And the next moment, the two of them came to an unfamiliar space. While Xiao Li looked around in surprise and asked, what skill is this that Yumi copied? He knew that Yumi had a perverted ability that could copy any skill. But this skill that could take people to an unfamiliar space was the first time he had seen it. This move comes from the teacher's void ephemera, called the alien space. Xiao Yao explained. Alternate space. Xiao Li couldn't help but praise. This skill is really useful. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed. The alien space can not only pull the enemy in, avoid accidentally hurting friendly forces, or reducing enemy support, but also be used as a secret communication location. There is no possibility of leaking information here. Come on. Xiao Li's expression became excited and curious. Let me see what this gift is. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Dad, you summon the Overlord and the Storm Spirit first. This gift is actually prepared for them. Good. Roar. The thunder-winged green-eyed tiger suddenly appeared, with wings several dozen meters long spread, with lightning flashing in its green eyes, opening its mouth wide, and letting out a tiger roar that shook people's hearts. Shua the Storm Spirit floated in the air, with a whirlwind lingering around it, with a thunder and lightning crown on its head, and its handsome face was full of pride. Overlord Xiao Feng, long time no see. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Roar the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger looked at Xiao Yao, with a touch of intimacy in its eyes, and the Storm Spirit nodded gently, no longer as indifferent and unfamiliar as when they first met. Seeing that both of them had appeared, Xiao Yao did not hesitate and took out the first gift. This is for the Overlord. A huge tiger corpse fell heavily to the ground. Its limbs and tail disconnected from the body. Its back exposed cold white bones. And there were several hideous blood holes on its head. And yellow and white objects could be seen faintly. This is... Feeling the remaining power of the tiger corpse in front of him, Xiao Li opened his eyes slightly and said in shock, what level of monster is this? Even the residual power, after death, can make him feel an unmatched sense of powerlessness. He can't imagine how terrifying this tiger was when it was alive. Xiao Yao raised his lips and smiled. Diamond 5. Thunder-winged tiger. Diamond 5. Xiao Li's heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. Could it be that Xiao Yao can now kill Diamond 5 monsters? Will he be promoted to master level soon? Cough cough. Xiao Yao coughed twice and explained, Dad. This thunder-winged tiger was killed by the teacher. I am just a Platinum 3 rookie now. I told you so. Xiao Li's expression relaxed. No matter how evil his son was, it was impossible for him to kill a Diamond 5 player not long after breaking through Platinum. It turned out that he was still Platinum 3. Platinum 3? Platinum 3? You are already Platinum 3? Xiao Li's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, how long has it been? How did he reach Platinum 3 all of a sudden? Diamond 3. Isn't it just a piece of cake? Xiao Yao smiled, and then talked about how he got the 1,000 poison fruit, and how Tuki took the 1,000 poison fruit to advance to Platinum 3. After listening to this, Xiao Li had only one thought in his mind. That is, it is so lucky to have such a great teacher. Of course, Tuki is also very powerful. He can resist the 1,000 poison fruit at the Platinum level, and use it for himself. This simply subverts the cognition of the summoner world. Dad, let's get back to the topic. Xiao Yao glanced at the Tyrant King who was drooling at the thunder-winged tiger next to him, and said, this tiger corpse will be left to Tyrant King. They have the same attributes. If Tyrant King can digest these blood and flesh essences, he will be promoted to the next level for sure. Okay. Then I borrow your help. You're welcome. Xiao Li touched the head of Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger, and began to look forward to it. Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger, and Storm Elf have both reached the edge of Platinum 2. With this Diamond 5 Thunder attribute Tiger Corpse, Overlord even has a certain chance of being promoted to Platinum 3. Roar! Roar! Overlord has begun to suppress his hunger and impulse after receiving the information from Xiaoli, and he keeps roaring in his throat. Overlord, don't worry. I have another gift for you and Xiaofeng. Another one? Xiaoli was shocked, hearing Xiao Yao tone. It seemed that the second gift was suitable for both Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger and Storm Elf. Buzz! In the space, a brilliant purple light suddenly burst out. Xiaoli's eyes went blank. And then, he saw the huge lightning crystal. Sizzle! Sizzle! Lighting flashed on the surface of the crystal, and the strong magnetic field filled the entire space. The Storm Elf, who was originally looking around idly, suddenly changed his expression, and flew to the lightning crystal stone. His 2 little feet touched the surface of the crystal stone, and madly absorbed the lightning energy that kept pouring in. You reacted really quickly. Xiao Yao smiled, and then looked at Xiaoli. Dad, this is the second gift I prepared for you. And it is also the lightning jade bed found in the nest of the crazy thunder flying tiger. It can automatically absorb the free lightning elements in the outside world, and transmit the internal energy to the creatures in contact. The teacher said that with it, any lightning elemental war beast can easily be promoted to diamond level. Diamond level at this moment. Xiaoli was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He really couldn't imagine that his son gave him such a great gift. Diamond level? This has always been his goal. Since he was promoted to platinum level, he believed that he would definitely reach diamond level in his lifetime. It's just that this time may be longer. Maybe 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 years. But with this Thunder Jade bed, diamond level, it seems to be within reach. Roar, seeing that the storm spirit was already enjoying itself. The Thunderwing Jade-Eyed Tiger could no longer suppress its inner impulse. And with a roar, it bit off a large piece of flesh and blood, and began to chew it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The storm spirit was enjoying the baptism of lightning and thunder, and the Thunderwing Jade-Eyed Tiger was also greedily tearing off pieces of flesh and blood. Strong electric currents were flowing from both of them at the same time, and their momentum was rising steadily, like a volcano about to erupt. And it was about to reach its peak. Seeing this scene, Xiaoli and Xiao Yao immediately retreated dozens of meters. Boom! Thunder roared. The storm spirit and Thunderwing Jade-Eyed Tiger's bodies shook at the same time. Purple lightning exploded, almost rendering the entire space into a purple kingdom. Platinum level 2. Xiaoli muttered to himself. He raised his hands. The violent electric current exploded in his palms, gradually gathered into 2 lightning boxing gloves. As the lightning power in the body grew rapidly, the lightning boxing gloves became more and more dazzling. Roar! The hearty tiger roar resounded throughout the space. The Thunderwing Jade-Eyed Tiger and Storm Spirit gathered the energy in their bodies, and quickly flew back to Xiaoli. Congratulations, Dad. Xiao Yao smiled. Xiaoli took back the lightning, lowered his hand, and showed a look of emotion on his face. I didn't expect it to be so easy to break through. He originally thought that it would take at least a year for one of the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger and the Storm Elf to break through Platinum level 2. After all, resources are limited, and he can only focus on supporting one. But now, not only did both of them break through Platinum level 2 at the same time, but the Diamond level that seemed to be a lifetime away seemed to be just around the corner. Sure enough, with such a monstrous son, life is much simpler. Dad, just keep these 2 things. Xiao Yao glanced at it. There was still more than half of the body of the crazy thunder flying tiger, and the energy in the Thunder Jade bed was not consumed much. Perhaps it won't be long before Overlord and Xiaofeng can both be promoted to Platinum level 3. Okay. Xiaoli put the 2 objects back into the beast control space, and at the same time he began to think in his heart. Crazy Thunder Flying Tiger will soon be swallowed by Overlord, which is not difficult to say. However, the Thunder Jade bed is too precious, and it must not be known to anyone. But, Xiaoli remembered what Xiao Yao said, that the Thunder Jade bed can automatically absorb external thunder elements. But the thunder elements in the beast control space are very thin. If you want to recharge, you must find a hidden and safe place. It seems that it is time to buy a single-family villa, Xiaoli thought secretly. Chapter 592, A Level Forbidden Land. The Battlefield of the Dead. After helping his father break through, Xiao Yao also returned to the morning group and began to digest the various materials obtained this time. All the animal skins and bones were given to Qinjiang as the purchase fund for the second batch of materials, and more than 40,003 berries were given to Jiang Yinchi Morning Laboratory, which is expected to complete the production of more than 10,000 three-god potions within half a month. This time, he fulfilled his previous promise to all executives. After the production of this batch of three-god potions is completed, not only will each executive get 10 three-god potions for free, but each middle-level manager will also get 3. In addition, Qinci Group will open a channel for the purchase of Sanshin medicine in the internal mall, with 10 bottles on the shelves every month, and a unit price of 1 million. As soon as this decision was made, it immediately caused a huge sensation within the group. Now everyone in Qinci Group knows the efficacy of Sanshin medicine. And who doesn't want to buy a Sanshin medicine for themselves or their families? However, the last batch of Sanshin medicines were all auctioned by the chairman, and it is said that they were sold at a sky-high price of more than 20 billion. And the average price of each bottle was nearly 10 million. The price of tens of millions completely dispelled the idea of most employees. Even if Qinci Group paid a high salary, they could not afford a medicine that cost 10 million yuan per bottle. However, who could have thought that the chairman's return this time would bring such a big surprise to everyone? In addition to the executives, the middle-level managers were definitely the happiest. Everyone got the Sanshin medicine worth nearly 30 million yuan for free, which they could take for themselves, their wives, their children, or their parents. Ordinary employees were also very excited, although it was very difficult to buy the products. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Some employees had even made up their minds. If they could get the products, they would sell them immediately. It would be easy to make a few million. For a while, all employees of Qinci Group burst into amazing enthusiasm for work. There was no need for leaders to urge them. Everyone volunteered to work 996. This performance also shocked and deeply envied other companies in the industry. Damn, why don't I have such motivated employees? Capitalists think this way. Most bosses will try every means to make employees work more, but are unwilling to pay corresponding rewards. Successful companies will make employees willingly work overtime, such as Qinci Group, or a certain company that was second to none in the country in the previous life. Just when Xiao Yao was busy preparing for the second auction, Mr. Zhang interrupted his next plan. Teacher, are you going to the ancient capital? Yeah. Mr. Zhang nodded. Every year, Kyoto University sends people to support the ancient capital. This time, it's my turn and the other 5 teachers' turn. The ancient capital, that's close to the A-level forbidden area. The battlefield of the dead. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. I remember that Grandmaster Xue Nan was stationed there. There are a total of 7 A-level forbidden areas in Dragon Country, namely the Red Cloud Gobi, the Battlefield of the Dead, the Endless Forest, the Dark Forest, the Death Desert, the Yama Ghost Domain, and the Nether Dead Sea. Each A-level forbidden area represents the existence of at least one master-level monster. And the Nether Dead Sea has a king-level monster, the Demon Shark King. So the only king of Dragon Country, Wu Yunjing, guards here. The other 6 A-level forbidden areas are guarded by 4 masters. Fortunately, the 4 masters have at least 8 master-level war beasts in total, which can barely take care of them. The undead battlefield is the most dangerous of the 7 A-level forbidden areas, so the veteran master Xue Nan is in charge of it. I'm going to take you with me on this operation, Zhang Lao said slowly, although I may have to be dispatched alone to deal with those diamond-level undead. Your current strength is enough to protect yourself in the tide of undead. Xiao Yao once showed him a very shameless self-protection tactic, which is that once he encounters an unstoppable enemy, he will immediately use the alien space, and then use the magic book in the alien space to travel to other places. If the enemy cannot kill him instantly, or has the space-blocking skill, then this tactic will definitely ensure his safe escape. No problem. Xiao Yao agreed immediately. He also wanted to see what the undead battlefield, known as the A-level forbidden area, was like. Teacher, I want to bring Xiao Xiao and the other 4 with me this time, Xiao Yao said. His teammates were all gold-level summoners, and there was not much that Jingda could teach them. It would be a waste of time to stay in school. This time, the undead tide was obviously a good time to level up. Maybe after this, everyone could upgrade 2 or 3 levels. Of course, this was also his own goal. Them? Mr. Zhang thought about it carefully. He knew that several of Xiao Yao's teammates had been promoted to the gold level, and their combat effectiveness was quite good. They were also considered the backbone of the undead battlefield. In addition, Xiao Yao's escape tactics could protect him and himself, as well as others. Thinking this way, it would be fine to take them with him. Okay, then let's ask them to come along. Thank you. Teacher, Xiao Yao said happily. Xiao Yao, I want to remind you something. Zhang Lao said with a little seriousness, although you are quite strong now, and you have the means to protect yourself. But, don't underestimate the undead. These undead are fearless, and there are so many of them. Once you are trapped in the army of undead, even a diamond-level summoner will have a hard time escaping. Zhang Lao's tone became a little heavy again, especially in the past 20 years. The tide of undead has erupted more and more frequently. And every time we lose a lot of excellent summoners. So when I'm not around, you must be careful and protect yourself and the other children. I understand. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Undead are not like the monsters in the beast tide. They are not afraid. Nor do they feel pain. Even if half of their bodies are cut off, they will still crawl to you and attack you. The threat is far greater than that of monsters. So once the tide of undead breaks out, there is only one solution, that is to kill them all. Teacher, then I will make arrangements here first, and we will go back to school together later. Okay. Undead battlefield. Woohoo. In the private room, Liu stood up suddenly and shouted, finally I can hug the thigh, take off. Kill. Kill. Kill, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. Su Xingliang waved his hands excitedly. When do we set off? Bai Lingxiao opened his eyes slightly, and asked impatiently. Tao Yao also nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, looking at Xiao Yao with her big watery eyes, looking forward to it. You? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Are you really not afraid? That's an A-level forbidden area. What's there to be afraid of? You be there to hold up the sky even if it collapses. Liu said casually. Anyway, my life is in your hands. You decide whether I live or die. Yeah. The other three nodded in agreement. They believed that since Xiao Yao took the initiative to take everyone to the battlefield of the undead, it meant that he had the confidence to protect everyone. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. Thank you, Xiao Yao said helplessly. Although he was very touched by his teammates' unconditional trust, he had to admit that it was also a huge pressure. This time, he really had to prepare well. By the way, how is the Vulcan tribe now? Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. When the Vulcan tribe was mentioned, his teammates asked one after another. Is Hill okay now? How many people are there in the tribe now? Although they had left the Vulcan tribe for more than 2 months, everyone would still recall that interesting time from time to time. There, they personally participated in the development and construction of the Fire God tribe, introduced water sources to the tribe, planned houses, led hunting, and resisted foreign enemies. They watched the Fire God tribe gradually get better, and in the process, they were respected and loved by all the tribesmen. This experience was extremely precious to everyone, and they all hoped that the Fire God tribe would get better and better. That's something to talk about. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and then introduced the current situation of the Fire God tribe to everyone. The population of the Fire God tribe now exceeds 25,000, and the number of warriors exceeds 10,000. He implemented 3 major reforms. From then on, the tribesmen could spend money to buy goods from the Dragon Kingdom, and no one would wear animal fur coats anymore. A new general was added to the tribe, but he was just a talkative teenager who could make people's heads explode. He talked for a long time, and mentioned many people that everyone was familiar with. But when he talked about Alan, his expression suddenly became strange and helpless. After listening to this, Su Xingliang couldn't help but sigh. It has really changed a lot. Xiao Yao mentioned the special forces just now, and some of them were his former hunting team members. Hearing that these team members who fought side by side were living better and better, he was very pleased. Hearing you say that, I suddenly want to go back and take a look. Bai Lingxiao crossed his hands and supported his chin, and his eyes were full of longing. See what their lives are like now. I take you back with me next time I have a chance. Xiao Yao said with a smile. I go too. Su Xingliang raised his hand. I go too. Together. Together. Haha, then I take you back with me next time. Okay, everyone hurry up and get ready, we leave tomorrow. Let's go! The next day, ancient capital. It's delicious. Liu slurped up all the cold noodles in the bowl, and said happily, Sesame sauce cold noodles, my love. Xiao Yao took a big bite of the crispy and crunchy Rigiamo, and said vaguely, This Rigiamo is not bad. Have a drink of soda. By Lingxiao put a bottle of orange-flavored soda to Xiao Yao's mouth, and said with a smile, "You eat so fast. You scared the boss." The owner of the snack bar next to him laughed dryly. "You are summoners, right? There are many summoners who come to my place. But there are not many who can eat as much as you do." The 3 men and 2 women in front of him don't look very old. But their stomachs are like bottomless pits. They can eat as much as they are given. It's really scary. "Boss, does this mean your food is delicious?" Xiao Yao finished the bingfang in one breath, patted his stomach, and said, "I'm almost 60% full. Ready to go to the next one." 60% full. The boss's mouth twitched fiercely. This kid ate the most just now, eating almost 10 people's meal. But he was still 60% full. "Are you a monster wrapped in human skin? My son's fiery pig is not as good as you." After paying the bill and walking out of the snack bar, Xiao Yao opened the mobile guide, searched the map location, and said, "Let's go to this one next. Try the local specialty hulu chicken." They arrived in the ancient capital early this morning. Mr. Zhang and other teachers, who were traveling with them, had already gone to the military base first, waiting for Master Shui to meet and arrange in person. And they could wait until tomorrow to report, so they spent the whole day in various famous food streets, internet celebrity restaurants, tasting local specialties. I have to say, the food in the ancient capital is really worth a thumbs up. Liangpi, rijiamo, meatball soup, saucy noodles, mutton soup with steamed bun, hulutu. These are all very distinctive local snacks. The price is not high, but the taste is really good. Although it is close to the A-level forbidden area, I feel that the people of the ancient capital don't seem to be nervous. Looking at the crowded scene in Huimin Street, Su Xingliang couldn't help but sigh. After all, Master Shui is here in person, Xiao Yao said while drinking ice sour plum juice, where there is a master in charge. There has never been a city fall. That's true. Su Xingliang agreed, just like Kyoto is next to Qixia. But with Master Yi in charge, everyone is really not afraid. Xiao Yao, when you reach the Grandmaster level, which forbidden area do you want to be in charge of? Well, Xiao Yao thought for a moment. It seems that any one of them will do. Anyway, I have the magic book, and it only takes a few seconds to go anywhere. Oh, that's right. Su Xingliang slapped his forehead. I forgot about it. I think, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Yama Ghost Realm or the Death Desert. Xiao Yao threw the bottle in his hand into the trash can. The 4 Grandmasters and the King of Martial Arts have been guarding the other 5 forbidden areas for many years, and they are already very familiar with the local conditions and will not easily adjust. Among the 4 great masters, Master Xuaneng guards the battlefield of the dead, Master Yisun guards the Qixia Gobi, Master Sherpijuan guards the dark forest, Master Mo Baiyu guards the endless forest, and the King of Martial Arts Wu Yunjing guards the most dangerous netherworld Dead Sea. The remaining Yama Ghost Domain and Death Desert are temporarily guarded by Master-level war beasts, so once he breaks through the Master level, he will most likely be sent to these 2 forbidden areas, Death Desert and Yama Ghost Domain. Su Xingliang smacked his lips. Listening to the name, it feels more dangerous than the other forbidden areas, or else let's go to the Death Desert. Yama Ghost Domain sounds scary. You're wrong about that. Xiao Yao laughed. It's because these 2 places are less threatening. That's why there's no master guarding them personally. Oh, that's right. Su Xingliang said awkwardly. I've eaten too much. I feel like my brain is a little slow. Haha. We're just getting started. Let's go. How can we come here without eating a gourd chicken? Xiao Yao glanced at the sign above his head. Yes. This is it. Well, okay. Let me try it again. Chapter 593 Registration Troubles. There is a small town between the ancient capital and the military base, called Qinyang City. It was originally a small village, but because it is close to the military base, soldiers and summoners come here to spend money, so Qinyang Village has gradually developed into Qinyang City, which is no less prosperous than the main city of the ancient capital. And with Master Shui moving into Qinyang City, the name of the military base was officially changed to Qinyang Military Base. So where should we report? Li Yu looked around. Curiously, Xiao Yao glanced at the message sent by Zhang Lao. Let's go. First go to the service hall set up by the army, and report there, and we will be assigned to the Special Operations Team of the Army. Qinyang Military Base and Xiajunshan Military Base are very different. Xiajunshan Military Base encounters beast-tide attacks very rarely. Basically only once every few years. So once a beast-tide breaks out, The main combat force is the soldiers in the base and the army summoners. And civilian summoners basically will not participate. The situation at the Chinong military base is completely different. Due to the increasing frequency of the outbreak of the Tide of the Undead, the soldiers and summoners in the military base alone are no longer able to cope with it, so it is necessary to unite the civilian summoners. Each outbreak of the Tide of the Undead has precursors. Once these precursors are detected, the army will issue a conscription order to the outside world, inviting civilian summoners to participate in the defense of the city. Of course, defending the city is naturally rewarded. Once the summoner can complete the task with the army, he will receive a corresponding cash reward based on his military exploits, and can also accumulate military industry points. Military points are like the mission points of Kyoto University. They can be exchanged for money directly, or for various treasures in the military treasury. However, the various treasures in the military treasury are not only cheap, but many of them are rare treasures that the outside world cannot touch. Therefore, almost no one will choose to exchange for money, but gradually accumulate military points to exchange for their favorite things. Because of the existence of the military point system, a large number of summoners in Chinong City have been stationed here in recent years, waiting for the army to recruit them at any time. There are a lot of people in the military office hall. The call for conscription has been issued, and those summoners who have been waiting for a long time rushed in here and signed up for this city defense mission. For them, even though the Tide of the Undead is very dangerous, many summoners die here every year, but as long as Master Shui is here, at least they don't have to worry about the risk of the city being destroyed and people being killed. As for life or death, it depends on personal ability. Those who are willing to take the initiative to participate in the city defense either have confidence in their own strength or have participated in many missions and have mastered certain life-saving skills. Most of them come from grassroots backgrounds. Unlike children of big families or students of top universities who have access to many resources. For them, lacking resources and talent, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to climb up. Therefore, this is the place where they can turn things around. As long as they accumulate enough military industrial points, they will have the opportunity to become the strong people they once looked up to. Wow! There are so many people. As soon as they stepped into the service hall, Xiao Yao and his friends couldn't help but exclaim. The service hall is not small, nearly 2,000 square meters, with dozens of windows, but despite this, the hall is still crowded with people, and there are long queues in front of each window. Hey, a few kids! A low voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw a burly man with a scar on his forehead, looking at them seriously. Have you guys graduated from college? The scarred man frowned. These young people look so immature. Just like the little kids who just entered college, barging in without knowing anything. Just graduated? Just graduated. Xiao Yao heard that Scarface asked this out of kindness, so he lied about everyone's age. Just graduated. Scarface's expression eased a little, but he still warned, little ghosts, this is not a place to play house. People like you who have just stepped out of school, I'm afraid you haven't even seen blood a few times, let alone facing those terrifying undead. Go back. Don't waste your life here. I won't leave. Before Xiao Yao could speak, Liu raised his neck and said in a sonorous voice, for the sake of the country, life and death are of no concern. As a summoner of the Dragon Country, it is my mission to defend my country. I will never retreat in the face of danger. His voice was loud, and many people around him turned their heads to look at him. Well said. You are worthy of being a young man of the Dragon Country. Young man? Your words really make my blood boil. Haha, what an ambitious young man. Everyone looked at Liu with admiration. This young man in front of them might not be strong, but the passion in his chest made people feel excited and admired, as if they saw the ignorant and fearless self when they were young. This kid Scarface was slightly moved. Although he did not agree with this impulsive choice, he was still quite moved by the young man's passion. When he got older, he was surrounded by those who were greedy and despicable. It has been a long time since I saw such a pure person. Little ghosts, protect yourselves. Scarface's voice became gentler. I hope I can see you guys in Chinong City after the defense of the city is over. After that, he waved his hand and strode away. Young people cannot be persuaded. Only after experiencing hardships and setbacks will they really change their minds. I just hope these little ghosts can come back alive. After Scarface left, there were still many people in the hall secretly watching them. Xiao Yao secretly poked Liu soft flesh, whispering, You kid! When did your thinking become so high? in his impression. Although Liu is not a coward. But to say that he can sacrifice his life for the country and is fearless. That is still a bit overestimating him. Did this kid go through some changes recently? Liu's passionate expression suddenly collapsed. And he snickered like a cunning mouse. It's all acting. Isn't it? Liang words reminded me before. Sooner or later you will be promoted to Grandmaster. Then it's not too much for me to be a Grandmaster. When these people see it, damn, it turns out that I have met Master Li a long time ago, and he said these words, which moved us so much. By then, won't the tall and majestic patriotic image of Master Li be attached? Everyone. It turns out that Master Li, you are far-sighted, and you set up the person many years in advance. Awesome, really awesome. I knew it. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. Sure enough, this is the Liu he knows. When it comes to being cunning, no one can be better than him. Okay, we don't have to queue up to sign up. Xiao Yao looked around, and found that there were still many people secretly watching him, so he said helplessly, I can only ask the teacher for help. Before leaving, he changed his face as usual, so no one has been able to recognize him so far. However, if you want to sign up for the city defense mission, you need to register your real name, do facial recognition, and then a special person will review and test you. Of course, the test process is very simple, which is to determine the strength based on the number of war beasts. He originally thought that there would not be many people in the hall, and even if he appeared in his true appearance, it would not cause too much commotion. But who would have thought that there would be so many people here? And Liu did this, which made his plan completely unworkable. Let's go. Let's see if the teacher can arrange it. Ding in the room. Mr. Zhang suddenly received a text message. He turned on his phone. And at this time, the teacher sitting next to him glanced at it, and said with a smile, It's from Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Is he the child who is known as the first genius of Longhua? A deep voice came from the side. An old man in a black robe, with a domineering look between his eyebrows, sat in the main seat and asked with interest. Yes, it's him. Old Zhang nodded, with unconcealed pride in his eyes. Master Shui. Xiao Yao is Master Zhang's last disciple, and he came with him this time. Another younger teacher smiled, and facing Master Shui, his tone and demeanor were quite relaxed, as if they had a special relationship. In fact, this was related to Master Shui's background. Among the 4 great masters, 2 of them came from Kyoto University, one of whom was Master Yi Sun, and the other was Master Shui Nan. It is precisely because of this relationship that Kyoto University will send many diamond-level masters to strongly support Master Shui. In return, Master Shui will also appropriately lean towards Kyoto University in the allocation of university resources. Therefore, when the teachers of Kyoto University face Master Shui, they will feel like meeting an old senior. And naturally they will not be too nervous. Oh, then I must meet this first genius of Dragon Country. Master Shui looked at Zhang Lao. Daoxian, after the tide of the dead is over, bring this child here for me to see. I heard that he has reached the platinum level. He is less than 20 years old, and is at the platinum level. Even I am ashamed of myself. No problem, said Mr. Zhang with a smile. Xiao Yao also admires Master Shui's style very much. It's just right to bring him here for you to give him some advice. Mr. Zhang, does Xiao Yao want to see you for something? Asked the teacher next to him. Yes, there is something, Mr. Zhang said a little embarrassedly. Xiao Yao has been somewhat famous in the past 2 years. Many people know him. So I encountered some troubles when registering. Hey, it's just a small matter. Grandmaster Shui waved his hand and said, I arrange it. You don't have to worry about it. Then thank you. Boss, 5 more summoners have come into our company. In the barracks, a soldier in military uniform ran to Wu Wei excitedly and shouted excitedly. 5 summoners? Wu Wei's eyes lit up, and he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said, Come on. Let me see how strong these newcomers are. Wu Wei opened the back-end system and glanced at it expectantly. But when he saw the information above, he immediately cursed, Damn! Are all the people in the Internal Affairs Department pigs? The name is unknown. The gender is unknown. And it only says 1 platinum and 4 gold. Boss, am I seeing it right? It says that their identities are students at Kyoto University. Hack your Internal Affairs Department. Wu Wei was so angry that his face turned red. And he roared, I'm going to sue you to death. Damn it, can Kyoto University students be gold or even platinum? Are you all fucking pig brains? Fuck, I want to see which son of a bitch opened the back door, allowing a few scammers to sneak in and join my team. Let's go and report them to the military court. Wu Wei was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up and walked out angrily. In the room, more than a dozen other team members followed Wu Wei in anger and demanded an explanation from the Internal Affairs Department. You know, the next thing they have to face is the tide of the undead. If they are not careful, they will never come back. And at this time, the Internal Affairs Department actually assigned them such unreliable teammates. What is the difference between this and intentional murder? Damn it, they must be reported to death, even if it means reporting to the commander of the army or even to Master Shui. These people walked straight to the door. Before they took a few steps, there was a knock on the door. Dang dang dang. Excuse me. Is this the 7th Company? I'm here to report. Swish. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Boss, it must be them. The team member next to him pointed at the door and said indignantly, Damn, you really dare to come here. Wu Wei clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth, Brothers, beat them up for me later, and then take them to the military court. I want them to identify the pigs in the Internal Affairs Department on the spot. Yes. Everyone rubbed their hands and smiled cruelly. Bang! Wu Wei opened the door violently and said angrily, You guys, His voice suddenly broke, as if someone was choking him. Damn. I didn't see it wrong. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao said politely, The following people are my teammates. I came to report to Captain Wu Wei of the 7th Company. Xiao Yao. For a moment, everyone in the room was stunned, speechless in shock. Xiao Yao, the first genius of Longwu, was standing in front of me. And he was going to join our 7th Company? Am I dreaming? Hello. Wu Wei came back to his senses, his face suddenly changed, extending his hand enthusiastically. I am Wu Wei from the 7th Company, Xiao Yao. I have long heard of your name. Xiao Yao held Wu Wei's hand and said politely, Captain Wu Wei, we will be your team members in the future. Please take care of us. Sure. Wu Wei turned around and shouted, You guys are so tactless. Why don't you move some stools over here? I do it. A group of people volunteered and quickly ran to the side and moved 7 or 8 stools. Everyone, please take a seat. After Xiao Yao and his friends sat down, Wu Wei hesitated for a moment and asked, I'd like to ask, according to our backstage display, your strength is 1 platinum. For gold? Is this information true? To be honest, even though Xiao Yao was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe that this Dragon Country's first genius was already platinum level. The young men behind them were obviously college students who had not graduated yet, and they were all gold level. This was too outrageous. When did Dragon Country have so many super talents? Don't worry, Captain Wu. This is our real combat power. Xiao Yao nodded, and then explained, It was by chance that we broke through to the current level. By chance. Wu Wei's mouth twitched fiercely. You might as well not explain it. There is another question. It seems that your names are not displayed in our back end. I'm really sorry about this. Xiao Yao said apologetically. There was some trouble during the registration process, so we didn't go through the formal registration channel. Then who are you guys? Master Shui assigned us here. Shui. Master Shui. Suddenly, everyone in the room looked at Wu Wei in unison, with extremely strange eyes. What did the boss curse just now? Those who open the back door are sons of bitches. Shui. Master Shui. Wu Wei had a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He really thinks highly of our company. Chapter 594 Inner City Labyrinth. This is the inner wall. Wu Wei led Xiao Yao and others to stand on the top of the wall, looking into the distance. When they saw the scene in front of them, several people opened their mouths wide and exclaimed, Wow! Qinyang military base is divided into 2 lines of defense, the outer wall and the inner wall. The outer wall is the first line of defense against the undead. The wall is made of reinforced concrete, and a layer of molten steel is poured on the whole, finally forming this steel barrier. The outer wall is endless, you can't see the end at a glance, and it is hundreds of meters high, like a mountain standing between the battlefield of the undead and the city, keeping many undead out. The inner wall is the second and last line of defense. Behind the inner wall is the military camp and the entire Qinyang city. The inner wall is slightly lower than the outer wall, but it is more solid. The dark and thick wall gives people an unparalleled sense of security. The inner wall and the outer wall are 7-8 kilometers apart. The winding and twisted metal plates divide this space into small pieces of strange shapes, forming a huge maze. Looking down from above, it feels dizzy. Wu Wei pointed to the left and said, "Do you see that snake-like space? That is the plot where our 7th company is ordered to guard. Plot A07. Everyone looked in the direction of Wu Wei's finger, and soon found plot A07. As Wu Wei described, plot A07 was like a twisted long snake, extending from the outer wall to the inner wall. Crooked, thin and long. But in fact, the area of the entire plot is at least as large as dozens of football fields. Captain Wu, how many summoners do we have in the 7th company?" Xiao Yao asked curiously. Wu Wei responded, "There are 173 military summoners in the 7th company. Before defending the city each time, we will get support from civilian summoners. The number can be expanded to about 250. 250 people guarding such a large area." Xiao Yao sighed. "It's really not difficult." "It's not particularly difficult." Wu Wei pointed to the direction of the outer wall and said, "Do you see the black gate at the bottom of the outer wall?" Everyone looked ahead. They saw that there were indeed dark black gates under the outer wall, but these gates were almost integrated with the outer wall, and they could not be found without careful observation. Each gate leads to a different plot of land. Wu Wei explained, "When the undead cross the firing line and rush to the bottom of the outer wall, we will open these gates to allow some of the undead to enter the inner city maze and relieve the pressure on the outer wall. After entering the inner city maze, the undead will be divided into hundreds of parts, and then it will be the time for each of our companies to perform. But the people operating the gates will control the number of undead that enter according to the battle situation, and let them in waves. So there is no need to worry too much." Wu Wei believed that although Xiao Yao and these young people were very strong, they were too young after all, and had not experienced many battles. Their psychological quality was definitely not as stable as those old hands. Therefore, he had to do more psychological work on these young people before the battle to prevent them from making mistakes due to tension, fear, and fear on the battlefield. "This is the first time I've seen this kind of design," Li Yu said with interest. "Captain Wu, who designed this model?" "I don't know." Captain Wu shook his head. "But the inner city maze is indeed an excellent terrain to restrain the undead. The undead don't have much brains. As long as the gate is opened, they will definitely rush in without hesitation. And the most terrifying thing about the undead is their number. They attack from all directions, making it difficult to look ahead and behind. But once they enter the inner city maze, the winding and narrow terrain will limit their frontal number, which can greatly relieve the pressure on the summoner." Xiao Yao nodded and praised, "What a genius design. Captain Wu, excuse me, your strength should be platinum level, right?" Xiao Yao asked. "Yes." Wu Wei nodded. "Platinum level 2 summoner. Then how many platinum level summoners are there in the entire Qingyang base?" "I forgot the exact number." Wu Wei thought for a while and said, "Anyway, we have a total of 270 companies, and each company captain is a platinum level summoner. In addition, we have a mobile team. They will support each company at any time, and there are also many platinum level summoners in it. I estimate there should be about 300 people." 300 people? Xiao Yao couldn't help but exclaim. "They are indeed the guards of the A-level forbidden area. You know, in many small cities in Dragon Country, there is not even a single platinum level person. But here there are 300 platinum level people at the same time. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, Dragon Country has a population of more than 1 billion, and the awakening rate is 10%, which means there are more than 100 million summoners. Even if it is very difficult to reach the platinum level, the population base is there, and many platinum level summoners will be born every year. Those who can become platinum level summoners are all gifted. Who doesn't want to move up? Therefore, many platinum level masters will not choose small cities with scarce resources, but will come to big cities or places with rich resources to fight for further progress. The A-level forbidden area is obviously a good place. Although the A-level forbidden area is dangerous, the internal resources are extremely rich. Many rare treasures are born in the A-level forbidden area. In addition, there are masters in the A-level forbidden area, which at least guarantees that everyone has a way out. Therefore, many strong people like to gather near the A-level forbidden area, whether they take the hunting team route or join the army. The purpose is to obtain more resources. Therefore, 300 platinum summoners are not exaggerated. If civilian summoners are added, It is possible that the number will reach 500. This is the general situation of our base. Wu Wei said. The tide of the undead should break out in the next 2 days. So everyone should temporarily live in the barracks and be on standby at any time. But I have arranged rooms for you. 3 men in 1 room, 2 women in 1 room. Qinong military base often recruits civilian summoners, so many buildings are built in the barracks, especially for receiving these foreign aids. Thank you, Captain Wu. Wu Wei brought 5 people to the guest house. The environment here is good, the rooms are clean and tidy, and equipped with bathrooms. The first floor is the canteen, with a wide variety of dishes. Basically there is everything you want to eat. The environment is really good. The 2 girls nodded. They thought the guest house in the military camp would be simple. But it was so good. Almost the same as a 3-star hotel. After all summoners are here to help. So it can't be too cold. Wu Wei laughed and said, Everyone, go to bed early and gather at my place at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, if an alarm sounds, please come as soon as possible. Understood. Chapter 595 The Tide of the Dead erupts. At night, in the early morning, the military camp was completely silent. Not even the sound of cicadas could be heard. Several teams patrolled the military camp with flashlights, and beams of nightlight shot down from high above, leaving almost no corner untouched. At this moment, a piercing sound cut through the sky, completely breaking the silence. This sound was like the whistle of a giant oil tanker, so piercing that it could penetrate the eardrums, and instantly waking everyone up. Xiao Yao sat up suddenly, and seeing Liu sitting up as well. Su Xingliang said solemnly, The tide of the dead is coming. Quick! Quick! Assemble! Company 5. Come to me! Company 11. Quick! Don't waste time. Hurry up. Assemble. More than 200 companies quickly assembled at designated locations. And Xiao Yao and his companions also stood in the team of Company 7, waiting for the next instruction. Report to the captain, all members of the 7th company have assembled, please give instructions. The deputy captain ran to the front of the line and reported loudly to Wu Wei. Okay. Wu Wei nodded solemnly, then looked at everyone, seriously said, Everyone, the tide of the undead has erupted, and now it's time for us to defend our country. Before the battle begins, I would like to ask you one more question. Does anyone want to quit? After a few seconds, seeing no one answered, Wu Wei said again, It's not too late to quit now. Once we enter the battle, whoever dares to disobey orders, or deserts the battlefield. His eyes glared. And he said sternly, I will punish you by military law. A few seconds later, seeing that everyone was holding their heads high and showing no fear, Wu Wei nodded gently and said, Let's not waste any more time. Let's go! Rumble on the inner wall. More than 200 gates opened, and each company passed through the gates, entered their own plots, and rushed to the outer wall. While moving, Xiao Yao paid special attention to the terrain of the A07 plot. Looking down from the inner wall, the A07 plot was very narrow and long, and he found that the narrowest width was close to 100 meters, and the widest was hundreds of meters. It was obviously impossible to achieve the goal of one man blocking the way for 10,000 men as he imagined. The straight line distance between the outer wall and the inner wall is 7 to 8 kilometers. If you add the winding road, the total distance is close to 10 kilometers. Fortunately, everyone is a summoner, and the distance of 10 kilometers is not a big deal. In less than 10 minutes, the large group stood under the outer wall. At this time, hundreds of rope ladders suddenly fell from the top of the outer wall. The 7th company immediately divided into several groups and climbed up quickly along the rope ladders. We're here. Xiao Yao pressed the top of the wall, turned over and jumped, and stood steadily on the outer wall. Then he ran forward a few steps to make room for the people behind him. Wow, this space is so big! A surprised voice came from behind. Su Xingliang quickly ran to Xiao Yao's side and exclaimed, Compared with this, the Zaya Junction base is just like a toy. The thickness of the outer wall is more than 100 meters, and the ground is also paved with steel plates, which make a banging sound when stepped on. Many summoners have summoned war beasts to stand on the edge of the wall, and those huge war beasts standing on the top of the wall also look inconspicuous. 7th Company, assemble. Wu Wei voice sounded in front. Xiao Yao and the others quickly ran forward and returned to the team. Everyone, the tide of the undead is coming soon. We are not the main force in the first wave, but those war beasts with long-range attack capabilities can also take action at this time to reduce the pressure on the first line of defense as much as possible. But everyone should also save their strength appropriately. After all, the inner city maze is our main battlefield. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Okay, everyone stand in a row, and find your own time to attack. Yes. Caw caw caw. Soon, a hair-raising sound rang out from the horizon, and under the illumination of the exterior wall headlights, everyone could clearly see the scene ahead. The white ocean appeared first, and the skeleton soldiers walked unsteadily in the front, skeleton sword soldiers, skeleton spearmen, skeleton archers. In the dark night, the densely packed ghost fire eyes connected into one, which made people feel cold at the sight of them. After the skeleton soldiers, there are various low-end undead soldiers, such as corpses, zombies, ghosts, wandering souls. After that, there are gradually stronger undead individuals, such as skeleton demons, corpse wizards, death knights, heme demons, corpse generals, ghost wolves, etc. The tide of the undead is finally here. Just as the undead slowly move forward, there was a sudden sound on the outer wall. Rows of holes suddenly appeared on the wall, and thick gun barrels stretched out from the holes, with angles falling. The artillerymen hid in the wall, and boxes of shells were neatly placed at their feet. All artillery, get ready. The commander-in-chief's voice came from the headset. The artillery adjusted the angle of the gun barrel for the last time, held their breath, and looked forward sharply. Fire! Boom boom boom! The shells that covered the sky and the sun fell into the army of undead. In an instant, the night was illuminated by the fire. Countless undead were blown to pieces, especially the skeletons in the front row. The casualties were very heavy. Bone powder flew all over the sky, and the whole battlefield was suddenly filled with a layer of white mist. Second wave. Fire! Boom boom boom! Another large group of shells crashed down. The earth shook violently, and countless undead died in the baptism of fire. However, under such a fierce fire attack, the undead army did not retreat at all, and the blank areas that were blown out were immediately filled by the undead in the rear. The undead army continued to move towards the outer wall with slow and firm steps. On the city wall, the firelight was reflected in everyone's eyes. Seeing the undead army gradually approaching, everyone's heart gradually lifted. It's a pity that the machine gun is useless against the undead, Xiao Yao secretly regretted. When facing a general beast tide, they would basically bombard with artillery shells first to disperse the monster formation, and then use machine guns to shoot when the monsters enter a certain distance. In most cases, there are many more monsters killed by machine guns than by artillery shells. But facing the undead, machine guns are basically useless. After all, the undead have no sense of pain, and even if they are shot, they will continue to move forward without slowing down, unless their bodies are completely destroyed. But this is too difficult. So the Qinong military base directly abandoned the machine guns and chose to use a large number of artillery shells to bomb the undead army. Of course, the effect was also very significant. 7th Company, all summoners are ready. Wu Wei shouted loudly. Listen to my orders. Everyone attack freely. Yes. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. When the front row of the undead army stepped into the 3-kilometer range of the outer wall, Wu Wei shouted, Everyone, start. Boom boom boom. The sky was full of fireballs, thunder and lightning, and meteorites smashed into the undead army, blowing countless undead to pieces. Let's get to work. Xiao Yao waved his hand, summoning Mortung and Twitch. Shua Yumi flew out of Xiao Yao body, quickly drilled into Mortung body, and then Mortung swung his arm blade, rushing towards the army of undead at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Ho! Ho! A sinister laugh immediately attracted the attention of many people. Twitch stood on the wall, holding his crossbow horizontally, and his mouth curled up in an exaggerated arc. Chapter 596. Brilliant Brilliance. Cry! Ah! A large group of flying war beasts suddenly flew out from the city wall, thunderbirds, blue-feathered eagles, cursed crows, flame griffins. The beasts that covered the sky flew towards the army of the undead, and launched amazing energy attacks one after another. The violent tornado swept towards the undead, with sharp wind blades mixed in it, cutting them into broken bones and debris, and falling to the ground with a crackling sound. The blazing rain of fire fell from the sky, drawing brilliant flames in the sky, taking away hundreds of undead lives when it landed. Boom boom boom. Dozens of lightning flashed, precisely hitting the high-level undead in the back, blasting them alive. Thousands of flying war beasts came out together. The damage caused was no less than a wave of artillery bombardment. Even their attacks were more accurate, killing many high-level undead. Mo Tung, it's our turn. Yumi's childish voice sounded in Mo Tang's mind. Mo Tung nodded gently, extended his arm blades to both sides, adjusted his body shape, and quickly dived down. The final chapter of the magic book has begun. Yumi shouted excitedly. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst out from Mortung's body. A golden shockwave several tens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long shot out from under Mortung, instantly crushing all the undead in front of him. Mortung quickly moved his body sideways, and at the same time, another series of similar shock waves were shot out, in which mysterious runes and magic formulas could be faintly seen. After the 7 shock waves ended, a huge vacuum zone appeared in the undead army, and the wreckage was all over the ground. No undead could stand up alive. Whose war beast is this? It's so brave. For a moment, countless people on the city wall were attracted by this gorgeous and dazzling attack, and asked the owner of the war beast, "Is this the war beast of Xiaoyao?" At the highest command, Master Shui listened to the introduction of the teacher from Jingda, and a trace of surprise and appreciation flashed in his eyes. The platinum-level war beast has such terrifying lethality, and he is worthy of being a genius summoner who can be called a demon. Tuki, why don't you take action? Xiaoyao touched Tuki's head and said. Tuki slightly raised the angle of his crossbow, after locking his mind on the target, grinned and sneered. Let's begin. Bang! A thick black arrow flew straight into the sky. When it flew hundreds of meters high, the black arrow suddenly split into hundreds of small arrows, with the arrows pointing downwards, aiming in different directions, and then suddenly shot down. Poison split arrow. The black arrow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it hit hundreds of undead. This arrow, Tuki's plan was not small, directly passed over the cannon fodder army in front, and basically hit high-level undead, such as corpse generals, corpse witches, ghost wolves, corrupted corpse giants. Their strength was at least above the silver level, and there were many gold-level undead among them. The black arrow shot into their bodies, turning into black poisonous water, and instantly corroded the bodies of the undead into puddles of mud. The undead generally have a high resistance to poison, and ordinary toxins can't hurt them at all. Not to mention that many undead carry extremely terrifying corpse poison. However, Tuki's poisonous arrows contain the toxins of the 1,000 poison fruit, which is difficult to resist even for diamond-level undead. Not to mention these undead, who are not even platinum level. Sizzle. Sizzle. In just a few seconds, these undead were corroded into puddles of black water, emitting white smoke, and dyeing the ground black. What a terrible poison! On the city wall, many people noticed the result of this wave of poison arrows, and their expressions were slightly moved. The number of undead killed by the poison arrows was not that many. Only a few hundred. Many platinum-level war beasts could do the same. But the terrifying thing was that these poison arrows could actually corrode the undead into a pool of black water, which showed how exaggerated its toxicity was. Whose war beast was this? Everyone turned their heads and looked around, and soon found the little mouse standing on the wall, shooting black arrows crazily. Hey, why does this little mouse look so familiar? Many people narrowed their eyes and began to try to recall. Oh, I remember, that's the plague demon rat, the war beast of Xiaoyao, the first genius of Dragon Country. A man suddenly shouted. Xiaoyao. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Rat, using a crossbow, he's the only one who meets this characteristic. They stuck their heads out of the wall, stretched their necks and tilted their heads to look, and they saw the tall and handsome figure behind Tuki. It's really Xiaoyao. A little surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. The first genius of Dragon Country would actually come to such a dangerous undead scene. Isn't he afraid of any accidents? He seems to have reached the platinum level. A man shouted in disbelief, which immediately shocked everyone. Platinum level? This kid is less than 20 years old now. How could he be platinum level? But when they saw the plague demon rat kill the platinum level corpse general with one arrow, they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. The evilness of this first genius of Dragon Country is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Platinum level under 20 years old. A company captain said with a wry smile, "It feels like we are not the same species at all." He himself is also platinum level, and was once called a genius, but compared with Xiaoyao, it's even worse than a chicken compared to a phoenix, which is really too discouraging. Mo Tung, rise a little, I want to try my new big move. Yumi's voice sounded in Mo Tang's mind again. Mo Tung nodded gently, and his arm blade cut off the heads of 2 rotten corpses, and black air burst out from under him, and he instantly soared into the air. Huh? Suddenly, they were 100 meters high. Mo Tung looked down. There were low-level soldiers such as rotten corpses, ghosts, wandering spirits, and high-level undead such as death knights, 8-armed corpse generals, howling banshees, skeleton trolls, like a vast ocean with no end in sight. And spiritual undead such as ghosts, wandering spirits, howling banshees. Ordinary physical attacks could not hurt them at all. Only magic and spiritual attacks could completely kill them. They were very difficult to deal with. It started. Yumi rolled excitedly inside Mo Tung body and shouted, "Look at my special move. Thousand Thunders." As soon as the words fell, Mo Tung body suddenly burst into a brilliant purple light. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed from time to time. The terrifying momentum accumulated in the clouds, as if it would explode in the next second. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, with a thunderous roar, thousands of lightning bolts fell from the dark clouds, and instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Bang, 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 bang. The lightning seemed to be equipped with a targeting system, hitting the undead with incredible precision. Each lightning bolt could split the undead into charcoal, or directly turn them into ashes. This move, Thousand Thunders, which was copied from the Diamond 5 level Thunder Winged Tiger, also bloomed with amazing power in Yumi's hands. After one strike, thousands of undead were instantly destroyed. At this time, a green light suddenly flashed on Mordekaiser's body. Yumi, Platinum Level 2. Chapter 597, Undead Counterattack. Since Yumi arrived, she has basically not missed any battles, so she has accumulated experience very quickly, leading Shiuka and Mordekaiser, becoming the 3rd war beast to be promoted to Platinum Level 2. Wow, ha ha ha. Yumi put her hands on her waist in the space inside her body, and shouted happily, I've upgraded. Mordekaiser, my mana is full, let's continue. Go. 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 Okay. Mordekaiser made a low and hoarse sound in his abdomen, and a gleam of light flashed in his deep black pupils. As the object possessed by Yumi's experience of killing monsters with skills will also be shared by him. And with a wave of Grim Reaper, a wave of Thousand Thunders, the experience he shared was much faster than killing the undead one by one. The more experience points from this kind of free girl, the better. Just when Mortung was about to dive down and cooperate with Yumi to use the second Grim Reaper, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded from behind the undead army. A ferocious giant bone dragon flew from afar. Its blue eyes flashed with cruelty and violence. Its bones twisted and twisted, making crisp sounds. Gagaga. A large group of dark disaster crows attacked together, filled with the smell of disaster. Corrupted Winged King, Dead Griffin, Red Banshee, Headless Sky Rider. The undead leader could no longer tolerate the reckless bombing of humans, so he finally sent out his flying combat force, and made humans pay the price. It's going to be difficult. Xiao Yao glanced at the flying undead troops. The lowest level was gold, and there were quite a few platinum ones. Although their number was far less than that of the ground undead army, there were at least several thousand of them, which was equivalent to the number of flying war beasts on the human side. In this case, humans would no longer have the advantage in the air, and could only enter the stage of bayonet fighting. However, he then found that he seemed to have underestimated the preparations of the Qingyang military base. All flying war beasts withdraw immediately. A loud voice came from the base. All of a sudden, all summoners issued orders, letting the war beasts return quickly. Mo Tung flew back to Xiao Yao. At this time, many people found out that the war beast that had attacked brilliantly and impressively just now was actually Xiao Yao. How many secrets does this super genius have that are unknown to the public? Just when all the war beasts returned, a series of explosion-like roars suddenly sounded from the back. Boom, 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 boom. Missiles flew over the heads of the crowd, shooting at the flying undead at a speed of more than Mach 10. Because the speed was too close, before the undead could react, the missiles hit them hard. Boom, boom, boom. Flames exploded, blowing like fireworks, and undead were blown into pieces, corpses, and fell from the sky with a crackling sound. Even if some undead could withstand the missile attacks, their bodies were already broken, and they no longer had the strength to fight. This is... Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He realized that he had just forgotten Dragon Country's most famous air defense system, the Sky Eye. In every military base near the wilderness in Dragon Country, there is a Sky Eye missile defense system. This system can accurately lock all flying targets close to the base. Once the target is determined to be an enemy, It will immediately send out a tracking missile. Even a platinum-level monster will find it difficult to escape the missile tracking. However, there are not many missiles equipped in small military bases. For example, the Zaya Junction military base has only 10 tracking missiles. But it is more than enough to deal with flying monsters in the barren plains. As the front line against the battlefield of the undead, the Qinong military base naturally had the most complete sky system, and the number of missiles was extremely sufficient. After a wave of missiles, there were only a few undead left in the sky. Except for a few undead whose bodies could be transformed into virtual bodies. The bodies of the rest of the undead were blown to pieces even if they were not dead. The undead are still so brainless. Beside Master Shui, a senior general laughed and said, "They have been bombed so many times by our Sky Eye. But they still dare to send out flying troops. Don't underestimate them." Master Shui said in a deep voice, "The wisdom of the undead leaders is not inferior to that of humans. But in recent decades, they seem to be more and more eager for human cities. Even if it costs a huge price, they will try to break through our defenses." Master Shui, is there any reason for this? Old Zhang frowned and asked. It's hard to say. Master Shui shook his head. I have sent people to investigate for so many years, but there is still no clue. Is that so? Zhang Lao frowned even more deeply, as if he had thought of something. Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from the back of the undead army. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from the night. It was a monster shaped like a giant turtle. It seemed to be carrying a stone mountain on its back. Dense lines were engraved on it. Its face was only half exposed. One of its scarlet eyes exuded a terrifying murderous intent. Boom! 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 Every step the giant turtle took, the earth would tremble. Dozens of undead died under its feet. Behind it, more and more undeads with terrifying auras came out, making everyone nervous. Master level and diamond level undeads have appeared. Grandmaster Shui said calmly, "Everyone. It's up to you now." After that, he looked at a man with white hair on his right, who looked middle-aged. Qingzi, you will deal with the master-level giant mountain blood corpse monster. Xiao Qingzi stood up and said calmly, Qingzi, obey. Then let's get started. As soon as Grandmaster Shui finished speaking, Xiao Qingzi and many diamond-level masters soared into the air and headed towards the powerful enemy ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire continued. Almost all of the skeleton army died under the artillery fire. Stepping on the cold bones, the undead army gradually approached the outer wall and began to launch a counterattack. Ah! The howling banshee raised her neck and let out a sharp and piercing howl, and the invisible mental shock raged forward, penetrating the wall and drilling into the ears of the soldiers. Puff, puff, puff. Ordinary soldiers simply cannot withstand this violent mental shock. Their brain nerves are instantly destroyed. Blood keeps bursting out of their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Boom! A bolt of lightning strikes the howling banshee, blasting her to ashes. But even so, it cannot save the lives of the soldiers. On the city wall, the war beasts launch a full-scale attack, constantly blocking the advance of the undead and protecting the soldiers inside the wall. But unfortunately, the number of undead is too large. Gradually, the undead army still sticks to the edge of the outer wall, killing many soldiers and madly hitting the outer wall. Boom! 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 The chaotic and disorderly noises made people's heads swell. The undead naturally could not break through this steel fortress. They would even be beaten to a pulp and lose their lives. But this was the purpose of the undead: to make the corpses pile up higher and higher, and finally level with the top of the city, paving a road to heaven for the undead army. However, humans naturally knew this. Our battle is about to begin. Wu Wei took a deep breath and shouted, "Seventh Company, prepare for battle." Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Yao glanced at the distance. Mr. Zhang was fighting a Diamond 4 level corpse beast, and his several Diamond level beasts also found their respective opponents. Next, it's time to fight. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Chapter 598. You have to pay the price. On the outer wall, hundreds of black gates made loud noises at the same time, and then, the gates lifted up little by little, making a tingling friction sound. Ah! Roar! Roar! Under the outer wall, many undead saw the scene. They had a faint light in their eyes. They lowered their bodies, and could not wait to pass through the gates, and poured into the inner city maze. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. When the number of undead pouring in was around 5,000, the soldier controlling the gates suddenly pulled down the control handle, and the next second, the heavy gates fell to the ground with a bang, directly crushing the undead under the gates into pieces, and at the same time completely blocking the undead army from entering. The undead have entered, everyone get ready. Wu Wei looked at the corner ahead, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly. Captain Wu, I will launch the first wave of attack. Xiao Yao suddenly said. They are now at the first corner of plot A07, 200 meters wide, about 500 meters deep. This terrain can greatly limit the number of undead in front, so they are ready to ambush here and give the undead a head-on blow. Okay. Then I leave it to you. Wu Wei agreed without hesitation. After watching Twitch and Morton's performance just now, he realized that the combat power of this dragon country's first genius had surpassed his own, and it was natural for him to take the lead. Ding ding ding, the sound of the undead colliding with the metal wall came to his ears, and everyone immediately raised their minds and focused their attention on Xiao Yao. Xiao Ku, Laonyo, it's your turn. A white light flashed, and Warwick and Alistar, who had been ready, suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Awu! Moo! As soon as the two brothers appeared, they let out a hearty roar. Warwick, who had transformed into a werewolf, slightly arched his back. His claws naturally fell on both sides of his body. His golden eyes shone with fire, revealing a bloodthirsty and brutal look. And the old bull had also entered the violent bull demon state, and activated the giant diamond spirit body, which was more than 15 meters tall, and as high as 4 or 5 stories, standing on the strongest side of the team like a city wall, giving people a strong sense of security. This is Angry Blood Wolf and Purple Prison Demon Bull? Surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. They all knew about Xiao Yao War Beasts. Even if some people hadn't watched the National League, after the Dragon Country's #1 talent joined the team, they couldn't help but check his War Beast information. In the online video, Xiao Yao Angry Blood Wolf was pure black, but now it is black and white, with some golden hair. And the Purple Prison Demon Bull has changed even more, directly from purple to red, and its size has almost doubled. Both have changed a lot. The footsteps nearby were getting louder and louder. Finally, the first undead appeared at the corner. It was a golden level leopard with half of its face made of bones, and the other half made of flesh and blood. Red and white tendons were attached to its bones. Although it had become an undead, its agility as a leopard had not changed. So it was the first to arrive. Behind it, skeletons, corpses, demons, and many other undead rushed over quickly. The unpleasant stench made everyone frown. Swoosh! A black arrow accurately hit the poisonous eye of the poisonous leopard. In an instant, the black arrow turned into poisonous water, frantically corroding its flesh and bones. In less than 2 seconds, the gold-level poisonous leopard turned into a pool of black water and was trampled under the feet of other undead. Almost done. A space barrier appeared in front of the large army, blocking all the attacking bone arrows and poisonous water. Xiao Yao looked at the more and more undead in the corner passage, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Ku ah. A desolate and arrogant wolf howl sounded. Warwick raised his head, and a brilliant golden flame suddenly burst out from his body, sweeping forward like a wave. For a moment, all the undead in the passage were submerged by the flame, and their soul power was like a candle flame blown by the wind, which was extinguished in an instant. Hundreds of undead fell to the ground one after another, and the bodies piled up on each other, forming a natural roadblock, hindering the undead behind from continuing to move forward. This scene also shocked everyone. Is this the strength of the Angry Blood Wolf? Wu Wei's eyes fluctuated. He had never thought that the Angry Blood Wolf, which was once proficient in close combat, actually possessed such a terrifying soul range damage skill. With one move, it killed hundreds of undead. This killing power was really amazing. So strong. Wow. This thigh is too thick. The rest of the people were overjoyed. With the great god Xiao Yao, perhaps this mission would be much easier than imagined. Next, as long as the undead appeared from the corner, they would be attacked head-on. Many people even began to cross their arms, and looked at the battlefield in front of them with ease, feeling that they could take it easy. However, the undead are not so easy to deal with. Crack, crack, crack. Rotten heads suddenly appeared on the metal wall. Corrupted corpses, corpse demons, and other undead stepped on their companions' bodies, flipped over the metal wall, and rushed towards the crowd from all directions. Retreat! Wu Wei made a prompt decision, and immediately ordered everyone to retreat, and get ready at the second strategic point. Bang! 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 Fireballs, lightning, poison arrows. The sky was full of attacks bombarding the undead, covering everyone's retreat. Soon, everyone came to the second battlefield. This is a nearly square space with a wide view. A good place for a head-on decisive battle. Although the previous battle was relatively easy, the killing efficiency was still too low. Everyone's task was to relieve the pressure on the outer wall, not just to save their own lives. And now this terrain is the place where the remaining thousands of undead will fall. Crack, crack, crack. Dense undead appeared from the intersection in front. As if they were word, they did not rush directly to humans, but waited until the undead in the rear arrived, regrouped into a large army, and then rushed over. Let's start. More than 200 summoners arranged the war beasts into several rows. The strong ones stood in front, and the weaker ones stood in front of the summoners to prevent the undead from breaking through the defense line and threatening the summoners' lives. Go! Wu Wei gave an order, and his platinum-level war beasts, the Thunder Lion and the Redstone Giant, rushed towards the undead army first. Xiao Yao glanced at several teammates. There was no worry in everyone's expression, but only expectation for the performance of the war beasts. Let's get started. He smiled slightly, and then Xiao Ku, Lao Niu, and Mo Tung rushed forward. Wu Xiaoku was the fastest, and rushed into the army of undead in the blink of an eye. The golden holy flame burst out, turning the surrounding 50 meters into a blazing fire area. The holy flame was originally formed by the highly condensed holy light, and it was the nemesis of all dark creatures. The undead could not resist the burning of the holy flame. Almost in an instant, all the undead in the flame area turned into ashes without making any sound. Next, Xiaoku slightly restrained the holy flame, and just wrapped his whole body. Then, like a killing god, he rushed through the army of undead, as if he was in an uninhabited place. Any undead that was even slightly touched by the holy flame would be covered with holy flame in a short time, and eventually turned into a pile of ashes. The old cow roared, and his body suddenly accelerated, like a truck directly drilling into the center of the undead army. Then, he raised his right foot and stepped heavily. Bang! The ground cracked, and the red flame surged up. The powerful shockwave shook all the undead within 100 meters to more than 10 meters. The hellfire had climbed on these undead at some point, and burned them all into ashes in the air, and fell to the ground one after another. Earth-shattering hellfire, although not as strong as holy flame in defeating the undead, it has the ability to burn souls, and can be called the natural enemy of the undead. Roar! Roar! The undead rushed towards the old bull fearlessly. Bone spears, corpse claws, poisonous water, banshee howls, all attacking the old bull all at once. However, the old bull was like a towering mountain, and was not shaken by these attacks. He was at platinum level 2, and with the bonus of the violent bull demonization and the Vajra giant spirit body, even the platinum level 5 attack could not shake his body, and the mere attack of the undead could not even tickle him. Boom boom boom, the old bull took a big step. His huge feet crushed countless undead into broken bones and debris. The red hellfire surged, reaping the lives of the undead wantonly. Swish swish swish, Morton placed his arm blade at his side, and rushed into the army of undead. When he passed by, all the undead would be cut in two. Unlike the previous slaughter of the beasts this time, Morton attached his mental power to the arm blade. While cutting the body, the powerful mental power would also cut off the soul of the undead. His speed was extremely fast. Many undead only saw a black shadow flash by, and the next moment, the fire of their souls was completely extinguished. Let's move too. Li Yu rubbed his hands, looking at Tao Yao Yao. Yao Yao, try our special move? Yes. Tao Yao Yao nodded heavily, expectation flashing in her eyes. Buzz the clockwork spirit raised her right hand. A huge metal ball flew out from behind her, attached to Zack. Command Defense Oriana commands the puppet to attach to the hero, adding a layer of shield to them. Enemies that the puppet passes by will receive 75% damage from the shield. Bang! Zack pressed his hands on the ground. His body arched. His arms stretched continuously. His dim eyes aimed at the target. And then, he kicked the ground with his legs, like a cannonball, and soared into the sky with the puppet, and slammed heavily into the army of undead. Bang! Zack fell to the ground. His body turned into a round pancake, and he crushed the two corpses under him to death. At the same time, the undead within 10 meters around were also blown several meters high by the shock. Elastic slingshot. Let's start. Seeing that Zack had entered deep into the enemy's camp, Li Yu and Tao Yao Yao opened their eyes wide and stared at the front. But behind Zack, the puppet suddenly turned slightly, and circles of shock waves spread out in all directions, instantly smashing more than a dozen skeletons. Command noise. Oriana commanded the puppet to release an electric pulse, causing magic damage to the surrounding enemies. The pulse also left an energy field, reducing the enemy's speed and increasing the speed of friendly forces. Paw. Zack curled up, turned into a huge green ball, then jumped up and bounced 4 times in a row among the army of undead, crushing more than a dozen undead with each landing. Dynamic pinball. After the last landing, Zack regained his true form, and just as the undead pounced on him, the puppet behind him suddenly cracked. 4 small metal balls suddenly appeared, surrounding the puppet in the center, and spinning at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Under the high-speed rotation of the metal ball, the undead within 100 meters around Zack suddenly lost their balance. When the metal ball returned to the puppet, hundreds of undead also flew towards Zack. Bang! The metal balls returned at the same time, and a strong shock wave suddenly erupted in the puppet. The fragile undead were blown into pieces, and those with stronger physiques were also seriously injured by this blow. Command Shockwave. Oriana commanded the puppet to release a shock wave after a short delay, causing magic damage to the surrounding enemy forces, and knocking them away and sucking them towards the puppet. Oriana's big move directly killed hundreds of undead, and the remaining 200 undead also crowded around Zack like a pile of monks. Next, it was Zack's time to perform. Zack's body sank, and suddenly turned into a huge pool of green mud, sticking tightly to the ground. Then, the green mud tightened, like a big piece of cloth, wrapping all the undead in it, rolling into a green ball, and flew up into the sky with a snap, flying back to the direction of humans. Bang! The green ball fell, and Zack turned back into his true form. At this time, the undead that he had wrapped in his body all turned into waste and fell to the ground. This is your combo. Interesting. Xiao Yao looked at Liu and Tao Yao with a smile in his eyes. Zack and Oriana just had a perfect cooperation. First, Zack entered the field with the puppet, and the puppet released the W skill, causing damage to the surrounding enemies. Then Zack used dynamic pinball, spinning and jumping in the army of undead. After landing, the puppet used the ultimate move, sucking all the undead in a large range to Zack, and crushing the weak undead with shock waves. Finally, Zack used the skill evolved from the gold level to finish the job. Zack's new skill is similar to the old one, except now, the effect is a little different, and it has a very interesting and appropriate name, called You Can't Eat It. You can't eat it. Zack crushes himself, is immune to any control, and causes a high deceleration to the enemy standing on him. Then, Zack will suck the enemy into his body, move the enemy to the target location, and deal strong corrosive damage to it. When landing, it will cause damage to nearby enemies and slow them down. The names of both versions of the ultimate move are called dynamic pinball, so this time, the system gave the old version of the ultimate move a vivid name. You will have to bear the consequences, which is very consistent with the effect of this skill. Putting all the monsters in the body is not a matter of carrying them around. Right? Liu smiled proudly. This is a combo that we have tried several times, and it is very powerful. This combo is slightly less effective against a more scattered group of beasts, but facing a crowded army of undead, this combo is simply too useful. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded, and then set his eyes on the front. The other war beasts also performed quite well. Chapter 599 Void/Blood Hunting Claw. Dong dong dong. Sean held a huge axe in his hand, and took a big step and rushed directly into the army of undead. As he swung his arm, a circular blood-colored energy swept out, and instantly split more than a dozen corpses around him into 2. Bloodlight Battle Axe. Sean activated blood magic, condensed it on the battle axe, and the attack power increased, and each attack had an armor-breaking effect. Hiss hiss hiss. Although the upper and lower bodies were separated, the corpses did not die immediately. They supported their upper bodies with their hands, revealing their teeth full of yellow pus, and crawled towards Sean. However, Sean ignored them. He used the soul furnace to condense a layer of gray shield on his body, resisting the bone spears, poison arrows, and other long-range attacks from all directions. Then his body shook, and a magnificent bloodlight burst out. Bang bang bang. Dozens of undead surrounding Sean were instantly shaken away, and more than half of the undead bodies were shattered in the air. and the soul fire was completely extinguished. Soul Furnace passive. When Shaun kills a unit, he will gain 4 health points. Active. Shaun activates the shield to resist external attacks. The shield strength is related to the maximum health. After a few seconds, if the shield still exists, Shaun can detonate the shield to cause damage to surrounding enemies. Blood. Feeling the slightly increased upper limit of life, Shaun's red eyes flickered, and the power of blood magic flowed in the furnace of his abdomen, and his desire to kill became stronger. With a swish, he chopped off the head of the corpse general. Shaun held the giant axe tightly and marched into the depths of the undead army. Paw! 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 In the army of undead, dozens of thick tree whips tied the undead tightly. As the tree whips suddenly exerted force, one after another, the undead were crushed into pieces of bones and meat paste. Who? Mackay stood in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, his body was even bigger than the old cow that entered the giant body of the diamond spirit. He was more than 20 meters tall. The trunk was so thick that even 10 people could not hug it. His roots and the branches split into dozens of thick branches, which stretched out like octopus tentacles, tightly entangling many undead. Ancient of War. Mackay enters the Ancient of War state, and his strength and defense are increased by 100%. Mackay, who enters the Ancient of War state, not only has his strength and defense greatly increased, but also his offensive means are much more flexible than before. And he suddenly changes from short-handed melee to a tentacle monster like control core. Look! Kha'Zix and Rengar, the Grudge brothers, are madly attacking under Mackay's crotch. A purple shadow emerges from the shadows, accompanied by a gorgeous and strange purple light. A gold level 3/8 arm corpse demon is just tied up by a branch and is about to struggle hard. But the next second, a tilted black line appears on his head, and then half of his head slowly slides down along the black line. Looking closely, the incision is as smooth as a mirror. Kha'Zix vibrated his wings, turned his head to look to the side, and happened to see Rengar also killed a gold-level corpse wizard with the help of Mackay. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding, and their eyes were full of provocation. Humph. Kha'Zix's eyes flashed, and immediately activated his new skill. Void Slash. Swish. 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 Purple shadows flashed continuously in the dark night, and each time they appeared, an undead was split in two. And Kha'Zix's attack was much more accurate than Shaun's. He could always hit the location of the undead soul fire, killing with every move, and no one survived under his arm blade. Void Slash. Kha'Zix uses continuous void flashes to surprise no more than 10 enemies, increasing attack power by 50%. If there are less than 10 targets, enemies attack multiple times will take an additional 20% damage. Void Slash is a new skill Kha'Zix gains after he is promoted to gold level. It can be used as a range damage skill, or it can perform multiple attacks on a single enemy, with extremely strong lethality. With one Void Slash, 6 gold level end. For silver level undead died under the arm blade. Kha'Zix turned his head again, and looked to the side. When he saw that Rengar had only killed one silver level skeleton, a faint sneer appeared in his eyes. You fucking bastard. Rengar was enraged by Casca's mocking eyes, and a trace of blood quickly appeared in his single eye. If he were in the jungle, he would be confident that his killing efficiency would definitely be higher than that purple skin monster, but now there was nothing but steel and concrete around him, and not even a blade of grass could be seen, so how could he perform? No, I can't beat you in quantity, but I must beat you in quality. Rengar glanced around, and immediately found a suitable target. The gold level 5 Abomination Giant. Gold level 5 Abomination Giant, more than 3 meters tall, gray skin, muscles all over the body like meatballs, bulging, with several sutures all over the body, and the abdomen is wide open, so you can see disgusting intestines. The Abomination Giant is being entangled by Mackay's branches. Although he can easily break free from the branches, more than a dozen branches are like flexible snakes, entwining his hands, feet, neck, making it difficult to look around, so he can only stand there, angrily pulling away the branches. It's you? Rengar's mind moved, and he tore open the approaching corpse with one claw. As he approached, his body entered stealth mode. Hunting rhythm. Rengar gained 60% movement speed and true vision of the nearest enemy hero, for a period of time. After the first 2 seconds, Rengar enters camouflage mode, and can leap to an enemy even when not in the brush. Leaping to the nearest enemy will cause 0.5 additional physical damage, and reduce the target's armor by 24%, for 4 seconds. Thump. Thump. Rengar did not approach the abomination giant directly, but climbed onto Makai's branch. Looking down, his right claw glowed with blood. Unfortunately, no one could notice it in the invisible state. Finally, when the abomination giant shook off the branch and roared angrily, Rengar kicked his legs and appeared behind the abomination giant like a ghost. His body was visible, and his blood-colored claws tore the back of his head fiercely. Blood Claw. Rengar condenses blood-colored claws, causing 250% critical damage to the first enemy hit, and causing it to bleed for a period of time. Sizzle. The skin on the back of the head exploded, yellow and white sprayed all over the ground. The abomination giant let out an angry roar, although he felt little pain, but the burst of brain matter made him feel very weak, and his combat power dropped sharply. Die! Rengar's eyes flashed red, and both claws reached back to the back of his head again, using his accumulated full-star Q skill cruel and ruthless. Puff! The huge head exploded. Rengar pushed lightly, and pushed the headless abomination to the ground. A trace of strength rose in his body. Rengar looked at Kha'Zix, and a smile of victory appeared on his lips. More courage in the fight within an hour. For every enemy killed by Rengar, his attack power, defense power, speed and maximum health will increase by 1%, with an upper limit of 100%. After killing more than a dozen undead, Rengar's fighting power became stronger and stronger. He believed that in this competition, he would be the final winner. However, Kha'Zix had the same idea. Puff! The gold level 3 gargoyle was killed with one strike. Kha'Zix floated in the air, looking down at Rengar, and a faint purple light flashed on his arm blade. Void Devour. Whenever Kha'Zix kills an enemy of a higher level than him, he will increase his attack power slightly. Kha'Zix, who has a strong single target killing power, can easily kill enemies 2 levels higher than him since his debut. Void Devour has been triggered hundreds of times, and the accumulated attack power has reached a considerable level. He believed that, as the battle continued, he would be stronger than the big white dog. Zack and Orianna were the first combat group. Makai, Kha'Zix and Rengar were the second combat group. Xiao, relying on his undead body, rushed into the army of undead alone. The remaining Kog'Maw, Skarner and Ahri formed the third combat group. Kaka Skarner rushed forward like a purple crystal chariot, but he did not rush into the center of the army like Makai and Xiao, but stopped at the edge of the army of undead. Ding ding ding, the hard shell resisted all kinds of attacks from the front. Snaka stomped his feet fiercely. A small crystal spire slowly emerged from his side, radiating over 100 meters around. Movement speed, attack speed suddenly increased by 30%. Skarner waved his scorpion claws, sweeping away all the undead that rushed towards him. At the same time, the scorpion claws opened and closed, clipped a gold-level corpse into 2 parts. Snap! The corpse separated its body, but he used both hands to crawl towards Skarner, and kept roaring. However, before he had crawled a few steps, he heard a rustling sound from under him. He looked down, and saw that blue-purple crystals had grown from the broken parts of his body. The crystals quickly spread to his upper body like a virus. At the same time, he felt his body gradually stiffen, and he felt like he was out of control. Crystal Poison. Each attack of Skarner will be accompanied by Crystal Poison, which can paralyze the enemy's nerves, reduce the enemy's speed, and crystallize the enemy's body. At this time, a ball of white energy attacked from the side, and blew up the corpse general's head with a bang. Ahri jumped from behind onto Skarner's back, 9 tails swaying in the wind, and her charming and seductive temperament was perfectly reflected in her. She raised her hands, and her red dress fluttered, and a powerful energy burst out from her body, and violently impacted the surroundings. Energy Tide. Ahri releases magic shocks to the surroundings, causing high spell damage to the enemy. Bang bang bang. Within a radius of 20 meters, all the undead were blown away. The weak skeletons and corpses were directly submerged by the energy, and turned into a mass of broken bones and rotten flesh. The remaining undead were also seriously injured, and hideous cracks appeared on their bodies. At this time, Kog'Maw's attack also arrived. Puff puff puff. Groups of green corrosive liquid spurted out from Kog'Maw's mouthparts, and shot at the heads of the undead with incredible precision, making a large penetrating hole. He had already activated the W skill Biochemical Barrage, which greatly increased the attack distance. This allowed him to kill the undead with extremely high efficiency without having to get close to the battlefield. He just needed to stand in front of the crowd. Biochemical Barrage. In the next period of time, Kog'Maw's normal attack greatly increases the attack range and causes additional magic damage of 5% of the target's maximum health. Gold level Kog'Maw, with the attack speed bonus of the Q skill, can already do 3 sprays per second, in addition to the maximum health damage bonus of Biochemical Barrage, and the additional damage to the remaining health of the ultimate skill Living Cannon. He has become an extremely strong harvester of remaining health, in addition to helping Ari and Skarner relieve pressure. Kog'Maw will occasionally kill other remaining health undead, and snatch the heads of other war beasts. Of course, other beasts do not have a killing mechanism. They will not be angry about Cog's stealing heads behavior. Instead, they are somewhat grateful for Cog's friendly assistance. Very efficient. Xiao Yao stared at the battlefield ahead, and saw the rising experience points of many beasts. He nodded with satisfaction. After returning from the Vulcan tribe, he was entangled in some trivial matters, which slowed down the growth of the beasts. However, several friends devoted themselves to the beasts. In addition to daily classes, they often took on some field missions. In more than 2 months, all the Alliance beasts were upgraded to gold level 2, and the experience points of Shaun, Kha'Zix, and Rengar were very close to gold level 3. After the battle today, they will definitely be able to successfully break through. If the threat of the undead was not so great, there were soldiers dying all the time. He even hoped that the tide of the undead would last longer, so that he and his friends might be able to break through to the next level here. Boom boom boom, the sky-high energy fell from the sky, madly harvesting the lives of the undead. The 7th Company has more than 200 summoners. In addition to Xiao Yao and Wu Wei, there are nearly 100 gold-level summoners, more than 100 silver-level summoners. As for the weaker summoners, they cannot join this battle. Facing the army of thousands of undead, the summoners were not afraid at all. Under their command, hundreds of war beasts formed small formations and cooperated with each other, like rotating gears drilling into the army of undead, completing the killing with extremely high efficiency. In addition, the 7th Company also set up a special support team to pay attention to the battlefield situation at all times. Once a war beast was in danger or injured, the support team would quickly go out to help the war beast escape and treat it. And Tuki was the most powerful person in the support team. As a shooter, Tucci could provide support in the first place, and his battlefield vision was extremely wide, so he could find danger in time. In just over 10 minutes, he saved more than 50 war beasts, which made the summoners of these war beasts very grateful. In this way, with the combined efforts of many war beasts, the first batch of undead in Plot A07 was completely wiped out. Do you feel quite relaxed? Liu looked at the corpses of the undead covering the ground, and smiled with a slight smile on his face. Don't let your guard down, Wu Wei said seriously. This is just the first batch, the vanguard of the undead. There will be a second batch, a third batch, and even more undead. Their strength will become stronger and stronger. Don't let your guard down. Understood. Liu realized his problem, and straightened his face immediately. Squeaky. Squeaky. At this time, a scalp-numbing friction sound came from the direction of the outer wall, and the heavy gate slowly lifted up. The second wave of undead is coming. Chapter 600 Sneak Attack Mutation. Squeak. The gate was lifted, and thousands of undead fish rushed in again. They smelled the scent of humans in front of them, and cruelty and greed appeared in their eyes, and they roared and ran forward. The second wave of undead is coming. Wu Wei shouted loudly. According to the previous plan, retreat. Everyone followed Wu Wei, retreating to the third strategic point. Same as before, the third strategic point was a corner. As soon as the undead appeared, they were greeted by a baptism of energy. After leaving hundreds of their companions behind, the undead finally came to their senses. They climbed up the metal wall with various means, then jumped down like dumplings, and attacked humans from all directions. Retreat. Wu Wei gave the order, and led everyone to the fourth strategic point. The fourth strategic point was the same as the second strategic point, an open area, but the depth here was long and the width was narrow, which limited the number of undead in front to a certain extent, and also changed the tactical arrangement of the 7th Company. Here, the 7th Company adopted a step battle formation, with the strongest beasts placed in the front row, such as Xiao Yao and Wu Wei platinum-level beasts, and many top gold-level beasts, which bore the strongest impact of the first wave. Then, the remaining gold-level beasts were placed in the second echelon to relieve the pressure in the front row and kill the stronger undead. The third echelon consisted of beasts below the gold level, responsible for killing those who slipped through the net. They are coming, Hearing the roars and footsteps coming closer and closer, Wu Wei raised his right hand, signaling the team members to get ready. Soon, a dense mass of undead appeared from the corner, gathering into a group, rushing towards everyone like a black tide. Go! Wu Wei waved his hand, and the war beasts followed the agreed formation and went forward calmly. The war beasts in the first echelon were arranged in a V shape, with Xiao Ku, Lao Niu, Mo Tong and Wu Wei, 2 platinum-level war beasts at the arrow point, and the other top gold-level war beasts were located on the 2 wings, always keeping a distance of 50 meters from the second echelon. The distance between the second echelon and the third echelon is about 70 meters. They will try to filter out the gold-level undead and leave the small fish below the silver level to the third echelon. The 3 rows are like a sieve, leaving the big and difficult ones to the first layer and the small and easy ones to the bottom layer. In addition, the team still retains the support team, standing in front of the summoner, providing protection and treatment at any time. And Twitch and Yumi are among them. Bang! Finally, the undead army and the war beast army collided fiercely. In an instant, bones and limbs flew everywhere, like a storm hitting the shore. The war beasts in the front row steadily blocked the impact of the undead army, like a reef standing still. At the same time, a large wave of undead crossed the first line of defense, broke into the inner layer, and fought with the second and third echelon beasts. The entire battlefield instantly showed a hot and anxious situation. Not bad. Xiao Yao glanced around. Although the strength of this batch of undead was stronger than the previous batch, and there were even several platinum-level undead among them, the advantage of the entire battle was still in the hands of the beasts. As soon as the platinum-level undead appeared, they were directly targeted by Xiao Ke, Tuqi, Lao Niu and Mo Tong. Their strength was average, and the most powerful one was just a platinum level 3 undead knight. It was killed by the 4 beasts almost at the first encounter. Afterwards, Xiao Ke, Morton, Lao Niu completely freed up their hands and killed the remaining undead in large numbers, while Twitch and Yumi still served as members of the support team, taking the responsibility of protecting and healing their teammates. In comparison, the battles at the gold level were more intense. The fearless and painless undead brought great trouble to many war beasts, but fortunately, the war beasts had always maintained a stable formation, cooperated with each other, and supported each other. Although some were injured, there were still no deaths. According to the current progress, it won't be long before all these undead will be killed. Xiao Yao, this mission went so smoothly, thanks to you. Wu Wei looked at the good situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He had performed many city defense missions, but none of them was as smooth as today. The powerful undead didn't even need him to take action, and would be easily killed by Xiao Yao war beasts. In addition, at this stage of the normal battle, it is inevitable that the war beasts will die, which will not only cause heavy damage to the summoner, but also affect the team's formation and overall morale. This time, with the support of the plague demon rat and the cat, several fatal crises were resolved in time. It can be said that Xiao Yao has replaced him and become the absolute core of the 7th company. He is worthy of being the first genius of Dragon Country. Wu Wei sighed secretly. He has been promoted to platinum level for many years, but he still has only 2 platinum level war beasts. On the other hand, Xiao Yao, a genius boy who is less than 20 years old, already has 5 platinum level war beasts. And if he picks one out alone, his combat power will surpass his own war beast. This kind of talent, I can't even envy him enough. This is what I should do. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, very modestly. Although he is not the captain, but as a member of the 7th company, he believes that he has the obligation to lead all the team members back safely, and he believes that he has the ability to do so. At this time, a piece of information in his eyes was noticed by him. He frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the shadow of a stitched giant. Want to launch a sneak attack? Xiao Yao smiled coldly. He turned his head, whispered a few words in Wu Wei's ear. Wu Wei's face changed slightly, and hurriedly said, "Then I leave it to you." "Don't worry." Xiao Yao showed a confident expression. Boom 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 in the night battlefield, Xiao Ke and Lao Niu were undoubtedly the most shining ones. The 2 brothers, one gold and one red, bathed in the firelight, burned countless undead into ashes. On the other side, Tuqi killing efficiency was not weak at all. The passive of absolute poison split arrow allowed him to hit 5 enemies with each shot. In addition, he had a fast shooting speed and strong poison. Although he also took care of the support mission, hundreds of undead died under his arrows. Suddenly, Tuki received the order from Xiao Yao and looked in the direction indicated, and soon found the huge stitch giant. Bang, the trigger was pulled, and a poisonous arrow was fired instantly, and in the blink of an eye it sank into the stitch giant's forehead. The terrifying poison raged in the stitch giant's body, and in less than 2 seconds, it corroded its body completely, turning it into a pool of black water. ZZZ under the illumination of the headlights. The shadow of the stitch giant quickly faded. Just as the shadow was about to disappear, 3 black shadows jumped out of the shadow and flashed to Xiao Yao at almost ghostly speed. Behind Wu Wei, several daggers stabbed at the heads and backs of the two at the same time. Be careful. This sudden change scared everyone on the side, and their faces turned pale instantly. However, at this moment, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up a little. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 601 Soul Crystal. Swish. 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 Several black daggers fiercely stabbed at the back of Xiao Yao and Wu Wei heads, hearts. Instantly, everyone's heart suddenly stopped, looking at the two with horror, screaming, "Be careful!" The shadow attacked very quickly and silently, seeing that the dagger was less than half a meter away from the two. It could be stabbed in a microsecond, but at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Puff, puff, puff. The dagger stabbed forward, but it got stuck in the air without any sign, as if it was stuck in the beach. It was extremely difficult to move forward a little. Humph. At this time, a cold snort sounded, and the next moment, several purple lightning bolts struck down, precisely landing on the black shadows. Bang, 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 the 3 black shadows trembled violently. Dense black gas escaped, accompanied by a trace of lightning flashing across their bodies. This is the Shadow Assassin. The crowd saw the true face of the black shadow, and a look of shock instantly appeared on their faces. The Shadow Assassin can hide in the shadow and attack the target anytime and anywhere, with fast speed and strong concealment, can be called the ace killer in the dark. If we rank the undead that summoners least want to encounter, the Shadow Assassin is definitely at the top. Other undead, no matter how strong they are, at least they are dealt with by war beasts, which is a real men's battle, and they rarely steal the house. And the Shadow Assassin's favorite thing to do is to assassinate the summoner directly. Every time the undead attack the city, a group of summoners will die at the hands of the Shadow Assassin, and their first assassination target is often the strongest summoner in the team. Once they succeed, the whole company will collapse. Fortunately, there were not many Shadow Assassins, otherwise it would really cause great trouble to the military. However, this time, their company encountered 3 Shadow Assassins at once. This luck was bad even if they didn't buy lottery tickets. Boom, 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 3 more purple thunders fell. The Shadow Assassins on both sides were blasted to pieces, dispersed into black gas that filled the air, and the Shadow Assassin in the middle was obviously still struggling, trembling as he prepared to re-enter the shadow escape state. But the next second, a big hand burning with golden flames fiercely pinched its neck. Platinum level 1 Shadow Assassin. Xiao Yao murmured, raising the Shadow Assassin with one hand, and a golden light flashed in his eyes, and the holy flame erupted more violently, burning the Shadow Assassin to the ground and causing him to scream sharply and shrilly. Just now, he scanned the battlefield and accidentally found 3 Shadow Assassins hiding under the shadow of the Stitch Giant, 2 gold level 5, and 1 platinum level 1. So he immediately reminded Wu Wei, and ordered Yumi to be ready at all times. Based on the habits of the Shadow Assassins, he guessed that he and Wu Wei were most likely the first targets. As expected, after Tucci killed the Stitch Giant, 3 Shadow Assassins jumped out of Shadow Escape and flashed behind him and Wu Wei, preparing to give them a fatal blow. However, they were only Platinum 1 and Gold 5, and could not pierce the space barrier set by Yumi. After being promoted to Platinum 2, Yumi lightning was not something they could withstand. The 2 lightning strikes directly blew up the Gold 5 Shadow Assassin, and the Platinum 1 Shadow Assassin had lost the power to resist, and was burned to death by the holy flame. So, the system is the real father. Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. If the system hadn't discovered the Shadow Assassins in advance, I'm afraid they would really cause me a lot of trouble. Platinum level Shadow Assassins. Hearing Xiao Yao murmur, Wu Wei's eyes flashed with fear. Fortunately, Xiao Yao discovered it in time. If it weren't for him, I would probably not be able to escape the attack of the Shadow Assassin. By then, not to mention my own death, the entire 7th team would also collapse because of this. Xiao Yao, this time it's really thanks to you. Looking at the Shadow Assassin completely submerged by the golden flame, Wu Wei's throat moved, and he was deeply grateful. It's a small matter. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and then set his eyes on the battlefield ahead. Warwick, I'm finally going to upgrade. With a proud wolf howl resounded through the battlefield. A golden flame tornado exploded. Warwick was in the center of the tornado. His eyes were shining with golden light. He raised his head, like a god of war, emitting a strong, domineering, sharp momentum. After many battles, Warwick finally broke through to Platinum Level 2. After the promotion, Warwick's attacks became more fierce. Holy flames lingered all over his body. Even if he slightly touched the bodies of the undead, he would burn them to ashes in an instant. Facing dark creatures like the undead, the lethality of the holy flames was brought to the extreme. Whether it was Lao hellfire or Tucci's poison, they were not as direct as the holy flames. Boom! At this moment, a ray of blood shone in the night sky. Following Warwick, Sean also made a breakthrough. Blood. Sean clenched his axe, his eyes flashed with blood. The power of blood magic in the furnace in his abdomen became stronger. A wisp of red mist floated out, moistening his gray skin, making it tougher. What an exaggerated amount of blood! Xiao Yao glanced at Sean Panel, and his mouth twitched slightly. Sean, who was at level 3 gold, had a blood volume that was no less than some platinum monsters. In addition, Sean had the undead blood battle body, which could absorb blood from the surroundings to heal his own injuries, and could make his opponent vomit blood. Even Lao Yo, whose blood volume at level gold was not as good as Sean. Of course, the old cow's characteristic is toughness. Although his health is not as good as Xiao's, his defense is much higher than Xiao's. Both of them are tanks, but their characteristics are completely different. He believes that Xiao, who has infinitely growing health, will one day become the nightmare of all enemies. Boom boom boom! After all the platinum level undead were killed, the outcome of the battlefield was no longer in doubt. After more than 10 minutes, the second batch of undead were also wiped out, and Kha'Zix and Rengar, the Grudge brothers, also broke through to Gold 3 at the same time before the end of the battle. The creaking, tingling friction sound rang out again, and the third group of undead came in. The battle to defend the city lasted for several hours, until the sky turned pale. The warm sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the earth, and the undead army began to slowly retreat. It's finally over. When the horn at the end of the battle sounded on the outer wall, everyone in the 7th Company seemed to have their spines pulled out in an instant, and sat on the ground with a snap, gasping for breath. The battle lasted for several hours. Even the war beasts were exhausted. In the end, the summoners had to join the battle, forming the 4th line of defense to kill the weaker undead. After several waves of battles, many people were so tired that they couldn't even lift their hands. They didn't mind the dirt on the ground, and just lay down, closing their eyes to feel the warmth of the sun. It's over. Wu Wei leaned on the war beast, panting slightly, and glanced at Xiao Yao, who was calm and composed, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. We are both platinum summoners. Why are you so impressive? He just saw with his own eyes that Xiao Yao killed a platinum level corpse general with his own ability without merging with any war beasts. A platinum level summoner can kill platinum level undead without merging with war beasts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, but this seemed reasonable to the first genius of Dragon Country. In the end, Xiao Yao almost killed nearly half of the undead with his own strength, and his several war beasts, relieving the huge pressure for others. Of course, if it weren't for Xiao Yao, the 7th Company would have faced only 7 or 8 waves of undead. However, with Xiao Yao, their killing efficiency far exceeded that of other teams, which forced them to face a full 17 waves of undead, with a number close to 100,000. 100,000 undead. Wu Wei felt like he was dreaming when he thought of this number. If nothing unexpected happened, their 7th Company would definitely be the team that killed the most undead. The most important thing was that no one died in the entire battle, which was simply a miracle. In addition to Wu Wei, many people looked at Xiao Yao, their eyes full of respect, awe and gratitude. They knew that if Xiao Yao was not in this battle, someone would have died tragically at the hands of the undead. Even if they survived, they would have lost at least 1 or 2 war beasts. Now, everyone and all the war beasts were safe and sound, and the 7th team also killed a large number of undead, which meant that they would earn unprecedented military points, enough to exchange for the treasures they had longed for. The first genius of Dragon Country is really so terrifying. I don't know how the battle between the big guys went. Su Xingliang drank a large bottle of water, wiped the water stains on his mouth, said, "The situation is good, no one is injured," Xiao Yao said easily. As soon as the battle was over, he let Mo Tung rush into the sky, looking at the battle outside the outer wall. The first thing that came into view was the giant turtle as big as a mountain. After several hours of fighting, the giant turtle was covered with wounds, and most of the turtle shell on its back was cut off. The opponent of the giant turtle was a white-haired man, whose momentum was as sharp as a sword, and every punch could leave a bloody hole in the giant turtle. The white-haired man was assisted by a giant hawk. The two of them worked together to beat the giant turtle back step by step. If the undead army had not retreated in a hurry, and the white-haired man seemed to have some concerns, and did not pursue it in depth, perhaps after fighting for a while, there would be a chance to kill the giant turtle. On the other side, the diamond-level battle was also quite smooth. There were not many diamond-level undead army, only a dozen more than diamond-level war beasts, but each diamond-level war beast was killed in a bloody battle, and its combat power was much stronger than the undead of the same level, and it was better at team combat. Therefore, the diamond-level battle was not only not at a disadvantage, but also killed more than 20 undead. If the undead had not retreated quickly, I am afraid that not even the last one would have been able to escape. Diamond level? I am almost there too. Xiao Yao glanced at the system panel, and his mouth curled up slightly. After a battle, Yumi and Xiaoke were both promoted to Platinum 2, and Lao Niu was only one step away from Platinum 3. Twitch's experience value was close to 3/4, and he would soon be promoted to Platinum 4. Only Mordekaiser's progress was a little slower. After all, he lacked means of mass destruction, and he was promoted to Platinum late, so he was still 20% away from Platinum 2. However, according to past experience, since the tide of the undead has erupted, it will not stop at this round. In the next few days, they will definitely face the second, third, or even more rounds of undead attacks. By then, the war beasts will definitely be able to go further. Captain Wu, what should we do next? Li Yu turned to look at Wu Wei. Wu Wei smiled. Everyone can go back and rest next. Our army will arrange people to clean up the battlefield. Although the value of the corpse of the undead is not as good as that of the monster. After all, a mosquito leg is still meat, and some materials can still be recycled. Moreover, after the death of the undead, a very precious treasure will be born on the battlefield. That is, the soul crystal. The core power that supports the undead to fight comes from the soul power in their bodies. The more powerful the undead, the stronger the soul power will be. After the death of the undead, the dissipated soul power will have a certain probability of condensing into soul crystals. Soul crystals can be directly swallowed by war beasts, or made into soul potions for summoners to use to improve their mental power. Mental power determines the level of energy control. Even pure physical war beasts need mental power to control the conduction of power. Therefore, soul crystals are treasures that all summoners want to get. Whenever they appear in the military treasury, they will be exchanged out in an instant. What a pity. Wu Wei sighed in his heart. In recent years, the precipitation rate of soul crystals has been getting lower and lower. I'd better exchange other treasures for my military points this time. His platinum level war beasts are the Thunder Lion and the Redstone Giant, which do not require much mental strength. So he prefers to use military points to exchange for some thunder or earth treasures. Everyone. Wu Wei clapped his hands and said with a smile, our mission is completed. Next, everyone can rest for half a day, but must return to the barracks before 7 o'clock in the evening, since the undead may come back at any time. The summoner's mission is not over yet. Fortunately, the undead attacked the city at night, so there is still time for everyone to rest during the day. He knew very well that, after a bloody battle, many people needed to relieve stress through various means, such as sleeping for half a day, having a big meal, or having an in-depth conversation with a young lady. Therefore, he needed to give everyone some time to relax, including himself. Ahem. Let's chat with that young woman from last time. Her voice is quite nice. Let's go back. Let's go back. As soon as they heard that they could disperse, many people stood up and hurriedly ran towards the inner wall. Let's go back too. Xiao Yao took several war beasts back to the beast control space and smiled to his teammates. My stomach is growling. Let's go eat quickly after we go back. I need to take a shower first. Bai Lingxiao looked at the stained combat uniform and said with disgust, we have to throw this clothes away as soon as possible. It's so disgusting. Yeah. Tao Yaoyao nodded in agreement. She was wearing a black combat uniform today. The slightly tight material highlighted her proud figure, but after the battle, the black combat uniform was covered with white, yellow unknown substances, which looked extremely disgusting. Haha, then let's go back quickly. Chapter 602 Gift of Treasure. Master Shui, this is today's battle report, please take a look. A senior officer handed Master Shui several pages of documents, and then stood by respectfully waiting. Master Shui opened the documents, and carefully browsed through them page by page. The bright red numbers were particularly eye-catching, which represented the number of casualties in each company. However, Master Shui's eyes were without a trace of ripples, like a pool of stagnant water, so calm that it was chilling. But when he saw the last page, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared. The 7th company, no one was killed or injured. The officer on the side quickly added, Master Shui, according to the feedback from our observers, it was because of Xiao Yao that the 7th company was able to achieve no casualties, and they defeated a total of 17 waves of undead, with a total kill count of 95,000, creating the best record in the history of the Qingyang military base. Master Shui put down the file, and said, let me see his battle video. Yes. The officer quickly ordered his men to bring a tablet, quickly find the battle video of the 7th company, and present it to Master Shui. The arrogant and domineering golden wolf. The immovable giant bull. The magic rat that never misses its target. The ghostly and sharp black shadow. And the cute and cheerful cat. Master Shui's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that Xiao Yao actually had 5 platinum-level war beasts. And the strength of each war beast was so amazing that he had already shown signs of being invincible below diamond. And when he saw that Xiao Yao could kill the platinum-level undead with his personal ability without entering the war beast fusion, he was moved even with his qi cultivation skills. As expected, he is the most evil genius in Dragon Country. Master Shui handed the tablet to the officer, and his eyes flashed with emotion. He had also heard from others how evil this first genius of Dragon Country was. He was a platinum-level player under 20 years old, which was definitely the first in the entire world history. However, seeing is believing. When he witnessed Xiao Yao battle process with his own eyes, he had to praise him in his heart. The talent of this super genius was much more terrifying than everyone imagined. The 5th Grandmaster of Dragon Country. It should be a done deal. Grandmaster Shui thought for a while, and then said, pick 2 A-level soul crystals from my inner storehouse, and give them to Xiao Yao as a reward for this battle. A-level soul crystals. The officer's face changed. He didn't expect that Grandmaster Shui would actually reward 2 A-level soul crystals. Soul crystals are divided into 3 levels. A-level, B-level, and C-level, among which C-level is the lowest and A-level is the strongest. In the current situation where soul crystals are becoming increasingly scarce, Grandmaster Shui actually took out 2 A-level soul crystals from his inner storehouse as a reward, which really made him envious. However, he was envious, but he was not jealous. After all, he knew very well that any platinum-level summoner could not do better than Xiao Yao. Besides, Xiao Yao is the first genius of Dragon Country, and it is reasonable to give him some preferential treatment. Even if the news is released, no one will be dissatisfied. Go out. Master Shui waved his hand. When the officer walked out of the room, he tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes deep, and sighed, Xiao Yao, grow up quickly. We old guys can't hold on any longer. When Xiao Yao, Li Yu, and Su Xingliang returned to their residence, they found a soldier in military uniform standing at the door of their house, holding a jade box in his hands. Hello. You are? The soldier stepped forward. One hand held the jade box. The other hand made a standard salute. Facing Xiao Yao, 127th Company Soldier Woodway. Salute you. Hello. Hello. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, what are you doing? The soldier held the jade box with both hands, and handed it to Xiao Yao's chest. This is what the commander asked me to give to you. Please keep it. Xiao Yao took the jade box, and asked with some doubts, excuse me, which commander gave it to me? And what is inside it? The soldier shook his head and said, you will know when you open the box. After that, he saluted Xiao Yao again, and then turned and left with a very straight step. Hey, this is strange. Xiao Yao shrugged. He was not worried that there would be anything dangerous inside. After all, this was under the eyes of Master Shui, and no one dared to challenge the authority of the master. But he was really curious about the source of this item. Who could have sent it? walking into the house. Su Xingliang and Liu couldn't wait to close the door, and asked curiously, "Quick! Quick! Let's see what it is." Xiao Yao sat on the bedside, gently pulled open the jade buckle, and slowly lifted the top cover. The first thing that caught his eye was a piece of white paper with a few lines of words written on it. He picked up the white paper, and underneath were 2 fist-sized gray crystals, which contained a magical power, and even a light touch gave people a kind of joy from the soul. "What is this?" None of the 3 recognized the gray crystals, and their expressions were a little puzzled. But when Xiao Yao glanced at the handwriting on the white paper, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. It turned out that this was the soul crystal, and it was an A-grade soul crystal. He had heard that there was a special product in the undead battlefield, called soul crystal, which could improve the spiritual power of war beasts or summoners. But he didn't know that soul crystals were divided into different grades. The 2 soul crystals in front of him were the highest quality, purest A-grade goods, and they were specially selected by Grandmaster Xue from the inner storehouse as a reward for his battle. Soul crystal? Su Xingliang and Liu also saw the handwriting on the white paper, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this?" Xiao Yao explained the use of the soul crystal, which immediately made the 2 of them envious. "Which war beast are you going to use it for?" Su Xingliang asked. Xiao Yao touched his chin and thought about it. Soul crystals can improve mental power, so the best users are undoubtedly Yumi or Mo Tang. The higher the mental power, the stronger the magic power Yumi can use. As Mortung is a nightmare spirit, the usefulness of soul crystals to him is self-evident. "Who should I give it to? Or one for each?" After some hesitation, Xiao Yao finally decided to give both soul crystals to Mortung. After all, soul crystals have the most direct effect on Mortung. In addition, Mortung's current level is relatively low. After taking soul crystals, his level may be able to catch up with other friends. That's it. Xiao Yao wiped his hand and put the 2 soul crystals into the beast control space. At the same time, Mo Tang in the beast control space received the order and placed his 2 arm blades on the soul crystals. His eyes gradually brightened, and he greedily absorbed the soul power in it. A few minutes later, Mo Tang's body shook, and a faint black mist floated out of his body, and the 2 soul crystals disappeared completely. Platinum level 2, 47%. Xiao Yao's eyes showed a touch of surprise. The 2 soul crystals directly increased Mo Tang's experience by more than 60%. It was so cool. If I could get a few more, Xiao Yao thought greedily. But what he didn't know was that the Qingyang military base had not received A-level soul crystals for more than 10 years. Even in Master Xue inner warehouse, there were only a few A-level goods left. Chapter 603, Rapid Advancement. In 10 days, the army of undead invaded 4 times in total. The land in front of the outer wall had been cut down by 3 meters by artillery fire and energy. The entire Qingyang military base was filled with smoke and a foul smell, which made people nauseous. In this extremely difficult environment, all the soldiers and summoners fought to the death, successfully repelled the undead, and protected Qingyang city and thousands of people. According to the military's post-war statistics, nearly 100 million undead were killed in this battle, and there were quite a few platinum and diamonds, which was indeed a great victory. However, many brave soldiers died in this battle, and many summoners also lost their war beasts and even their lives. Therefore, after the battle, the atmosphere on the scene was very heavy. Most people did not see the joy of victory on their faces. Some were just numb to the battle and sad for their dead comrades. "It's finally over." Liu fell to the ground with a snap. There was a piece of mincemeat next to his head. However, he didn't care at all. He just gasped for breath. His chest kept rising and falling, and his muscles were sore that he couldn't muster any energy. No, I really can't take it anymore." Su Xingliang lay beside Liu, one foot on his leg. His lips were a little pale. Finally I can rest." Xiao Yao also sat down. His body completely relaxed, took out a bottle of energy drink and gulped it down. After 10 days and 4 battles, even with his physique and willpower, he felt extremely tired and wanted to return to the barracks immediately to sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. But, finally we repelled the undead. He wiped his sweat and smiled. Just now, the command center notified the whole army through the loudspeaker that the undead army had retreated to the depths of the undead battlefield. In other words, there was no need to worry about the danger of the undead attacking the city in the short term. The mission of defending the city was successfully completed. Xiaoyao at this time. A large group of summoners came to Xiaoyao and said with gratitude, "Thank you for your care these days. If it weren't for you, we might have died several times." After the first battle, they heard that only the 7th Company had no casualties in the entire army. After the 4 major battles, the 7th Company still maintained a record of 0 casualties, which was definitely a miracle. Everyone knew that the creator of this miracle was Xiaoyao, the young man known as the first genius of Dragon Country. Xiaoyao smiled slightly. "We are teammates. I will not let my teammates die in front of me." Hearing these sincere words, everyone's heart was warmed, and a warm current surged in their chests. Once a teammate of the first genius of Dragon Country. Perhaps this is my greatest achievement in my life. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Everyone Wu Wei clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your perseverance these days. This time, our 7th Company was able to exceed the task, which is inseparable from everyone's dedication. It will take a few days to count the military-industrial points. Recently, you can relax in Qinong City or the ancient capital. I believe that in a few days, we will all get a big surprise." This time, the 7th Company not only maintained a record of 0 casualties, but also topped the list of undead kills, creating the best company record in the history of Qinong military base. After this battle, in addition to obtaining a large number of military-industrial points, his own military rank will definitely rise by 1 level. Thinking of this, his mouth was a little bit unable to close. "Let's go back." Xiaoyao patted his friend's shoulder, and everyone dragged their tired bodies towards the military camp together, but when they walked downstairs of the guest house, and were about to part, several people looked at each other, and their faces were filled with excited and happy smiles at the same time. This battle, they gained too much. For waves of undead, the total number exceeded 400,000, which is a number that sounds extremely terrifying. However, among these 400,000 undead, more than half of them died at the hands of the Alliance heroes, bringing them a huge amount of experience points. Nowadays, the highest level is undoubtedly Twitch, who has reached Platinum 5, followed by Kay and Cullen, both of whom have reached Platinum 4. Mordekaiser and Yumi are slightly behind, but they are only 1 step away from Platinum 4. In addition, the gold level war beasts have also made significant progress. Shaun, Kha'Zix, and Rengar belong to the first echelon and have broken through to gold 5, while the rest of the war beasts have reached gold 4, without a single one left behind. At the same time, Shadow Cat, Flying Feather Blue Luan, Gargoyle and other war beasts are also growing rapidly in the bloody battle. Currently, they have reached about silver level 4. The combat power should not be underestimated. If there are 2 more waves of undead, everyone will definitely be able to break through to the next level. But now is just right. After 10 days of intense fighting, the whole army is exhausted. If there are 2 more waves, many people may collapse mentally, and the number of casualties will increase greatly. In addition, if they break through at the same time, it would be too shocking and would definitely arouse suspicion from the outside world. So the current situation is just right. After everyone digests this harvest, it won't be too late to find an opportunity to break through. Also, Xiaoyao glanced at the few dark magic powers, curled his lips and said, "I have to find trouble with the Shadow Society. Before his friends break through Platinum, he has to find a way to gather at least 400 points of dark magic power, so that everyone can get a new Alliance hero. Shadow Society, where should I go to find you?" After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Xiaoyao closed his eyes and began to think. The first thing, he thought it was sting enforcement, such as finding an opportunity to place an order for the Shadow Society to assassinate someone. And then, he would wait for the opportunity. For the authorities, sting enforcement is not very useful. After all, members of the Shadow Society would suddenly die during interrogation. And those high-level Shadow Society assassins are very cautious, and will never fall into traps. Therefore, the authorities do not need to waste manpower and material resources to focus on those low-level assassins, who will not speak at all. But for him, killing members of the Shadow Society and obtaining the power of the Dark Demon are the main goals. As for whether he can pry open the mouth of the Shadow Society, that is not something he can worry about now. But he will not forget that the Blackwood City tragedy and the Shaojun Mountain Beast Tide were caused by the Shadow Society, which led to the fragmentation of millions of families. Even other beast tides in Dragon Country are inseparable from it. The Shadow Society is not only a killer organization, but also a terrifying black hand that tries to destroy humanity. He swears that one day, He will uproot this organization to pay tribute to the souls of those innocent people in heaven. Then let's decide it. Xiao Yao touched the stubble on his chin, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. First, take some small shrimps to start with, to help me gather enough dark magic power. When I am strong, I will turn around and deal with them. Shadow Society. You just be my leak field. Chapter 604, Strange Feeling. After the war, Qinong City seemed particularly lively. The streets and alleys were full of laughter, bars, nightclubs were packed, various restaurants were also crowded with diners. The atmosphere of the whole city was more lively than the new year. After sleeping for a whole day, Xiao Yao and his friends also joined the celebration team. They explored the various delicacies of Qinong City during the day, and had a good drink with the teammates of the 7th Company at night. They had a lot of fun, and the pressure accumulated in the past few days was completely released. However, military-industrial point statistics is a very complicated and tedious job, which cannot be done in a short time. So Xiao Yao and his party will travel back and forth between the ancient capital and Qinong City, to see the terracotta warriors, the ancient city walls, taste the food, or find a training ground to get familiar with the strength after the advancement. The days are happy and fulfilling. Sure enough, I think even if they reach the platinum level, it will be difficult to tell the winner between the two. Looking at Kha'Zix and Rengar, who were both injured in the middle of the training ground, Liu shook his head helplessly. These two brothers, who have had grudges against each other, have been competing with each other since they appeared. They must compete to see who kills more enemies in every battle, and they also strive to defeat each other during training. However, until now, the strength of the two is still equal, and the winner has never been decided. Xiao Yao looked ahead with a smile. Kha'Zix and Rengar were mortal enemies in the background of the alliance. Rengar's eye was blinded by Kha'Zix. However, in this world, both of them have lost most of their memories, and the grudges have been wiped out, but the incompatibility in their bones has remained. In fact, this is quite good. Appropriate competition can keep the beasts motivated. Otherwise, they would not be the first to be promoted to gold level 5 with Xiaon. But in terms of who is stronger in the later stage, Xiao Yao still prefers Kha'Zix. After all, Kha'Zix belongs to the Void species and can evolve infinitely, and his skill Void Devour is the best embodiment of this. Void Devour. Whenever Kha'Zix kills an enemy with a higher level than him, his attack power will be increased slightly. The later the game is, the more terrifying Kha'Zix's attack power will be. This genetic advantage is unmatched by Rengar. Of course, Rengar's main battlefield is in the jungle. In addition to his passive skill Tigger, fighting harder allows him to increase his combat power by continuously killing enemies, which can reach up to 100%. Therefore, Rengar's skill advantage cannot be brought into play in a one-on-one duel. He is more suitable for hunting in the jungle, and becomes the most terrifying nightmare of his prey. Okay, the internal duel is officially over. I declare that Kha'Zix and Rengar are tied for first place. Now we can call it a day and eat. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and laughed. In a one-on-one duel, assassins and warriors are definitely stronger. Although Xiaon is also at level 5 gold. He is an immortal god of war on the battlefield. But in the ring, he is a living target and can't hit the agile Kha'Zix and Rengar at all. So he can only be ranked second. The third place is Mikai in the form of the Ancient of War. He has strong power, many controls, and various attack methods. In addition, the strong defense brought by Vortex of Vengeance makes him sit on the third place throne without any dispute. As for those after the fourth place, they were not ranked again. Everyone's strength was similar, each had their own advantages, and it was hard to tell who was better. Yumi, give them some treatment, Xiao Yao said, stroking Yumi's little head. Okay. Yumi jumped out of Xiao Yao's arms, standing on the magic book, stretching her snow-white little paws forward. 2 green lights shot out from her palms, and quickly fell on Kha'Zix and Rengar. The Wood Elf's replica skill Rejuvenation. The green fluorescence entered the body, the wounds on Kha'Zix and Rengar healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their strength recovered quickly. Seeing this, the two brothers stood up at the same time, arm blades, claws facing each other, baring their teeth, seemingly ready to fight for victory. At this moment, the old bull who was acting as the referee took a step forward. The ground trembled slightly, and the heavy pressure instantly covered the entire ring. Kha'Zix and Rengar quickly put down their weapons, glanced at the old bull timidly, then shrank their necks and carefully returned to their respective masters. Haha, everyone saw these two warmongers showing this expression, and couldn't help laughing. What are they laughing at? Isn't it normal to admit defeat when you can't win? Kha'Zix and Rengar secretly curled their lips. And then, they looked at each other in tacit understanding. And then, purple monster. Big white dog. Humph. The two turned their heads away in disdain, and secretly complained. Call it a day, and eat. Everyone took the war beasts back to the beast control space, and walked out of the training ground with smiles on their faces. Which restaurant should we eat at today? Bai Ling Xiao hugged Xiao Yao's arm, with a little expectation in his eyes. I check it out. Xiao Yao opened his phone, looked at the food in Qinyang City that he had collected before, and nodded. It's this restaurant's turn, Yunhualu, which has just opened not long ago, but the word-of-mouth reviews are pretty good. Let's go. I'm starving. Li Yu rubbed his stomach. Impatient. Since the war beast quickly advanced, he felt that his appetite increased a lot. Twice as much as before. Let's go. Everyone walked together, talking and laughing, and occasionally greeted acquaintances they met on the road. Send this batch of goods to the warehouse immediately. Okay. Mr. Wang. We will send someone to deliver the goods now. Also, I want to give away 20% of the quantity next. Can it be delivered tomorrow? It's definitely no problem. Mr. Wang, don't you still believe in our strength? Okay. That's it. I wait for you in the warehouse. Xiao Yao slowed down his pace, and frowned slightly, when he heard the conversation not far away. What's the matter? Bai Lin Xiao was holding Xiao Yao's hand, and saw that he looked wrong. So he asked. Xiao Yao didn't say anything, but turned his head, and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, there were two middle-aged men standing next to several large trucks. One of them had a tall figure and a rather ordinary appearance, while the other man looked like a standard businessman. Not tall, with a slightly protruding belly, and a mercenary smile on his face. Something is wrong. Xiao Yao turned his head back. His eyes were blank, and his brows furrowed even deeper. There was nothing wrong with the conversation between the two of them, but he felt a strange feeling that made him feel very uncomfortable from the ordinary-looking man. He had never felt this feeling from anyone before. What was going on? Who was this man? Xiao Yao lowered his head. His thoughts were in a mess, and he didn't hear the people around him calling him at all. Xiao Yao. Ah! Xiao Yao raised his head. His eyes slightly opened. What's wrong? Bai Ling Xiao looked worried and asked, What happened to you just now? Yeah. Nothing. Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, waved his hand, said in a relaxed tone, It's okay, let's go eat first. He didn't understand what happened just now. Maybe it was just an illusion, he thought secretly. Chapter 605 Tracking. After sitting down and ordering the dishes, everyone chatted casually, but everyone noticed that Xiao Yao was not in a good mood. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he looked very worried. What are you thinking about? Bai Ling Xiao poked Xiao Yao's arm and asked in a low voice. At this time, the others also turned to look at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao thought about it, and finally told everyone about his experience just now. We passed by several large trucks just now, and there was a man next to them, who gave me an inexplicable feeling of disgust. Bai Ling Xiao frowned and asked, Have you seen him before? Xiao Yao shook his head. It's hard to say, I probably haven't seen him before. He was not sure after all. The man's appearance was too ordinary, even if he had seen him. He couldn't remember it at all. What's going on? Everyone's face changed slightly. It's actually quite normal for one person to have a natural aversion to another person. Some people just don't get along with each other by nature, and they can fight as soon as they meet. But if this happened to Xiao Yao, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple. With Xiao Yao's current strength and status, how could he feel disgusted with a passerby? There must be some reason. No. I'm still worried. Xiao Yao stood up and said seriously, You eat first. I want to find that person. He couldn't feel at ease without figuring out this matter. Go. Be careful. Everyone supported Xiao Yao's decision. Everyone stood up and watched Xiao Yao leave the restaurant, out of caution. Before leaving the restaurant, Xiao Yao went to the bathroom to change his clothes and changed his face to an ordinary one. Of course, it wasn't Louis Koo. His nose twitched. He ran quickly along the smell he had just memorized. But not long after running, he suddenly stopped, took out his cell phone, and sent a text message to Mr. Zhang. This way it's foolproof. Although he was confident in his own abilities, it was always good to have a hand in everything. With Mr. Zhang around, he would feel more confident. Papa, his speed was extremely fast, like the wind and lightning, and when he passed by passers-by, the cold wind that blew over could almost blow people down, and by the way, it could also attract a sentenced psycho. However, there were a large number of summoners gathered in Qingyang City, and everyone was not surprised by this phenomenon. They just thought that some summoner wanted to practice his leg strength. Half an hour later, Xiao Yao came to a location near the outskirts of Qingyang City. There was a warehouse 1 kilometer ahead. The transporters were unloading goods into the warehouse. He had good eyesight, and could see that it was a large batch of frozen meat. Move quickly. The short and fat businessman waved the acceptance form, and shouted loudly, while the ordinary-looking Mr. Wang stood beside him with a calm face. 10 minutes later, several trucks of frozen meat were loaded into the warehouse. The short and fat man smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, why don't you check the acceptance form?" "No need." Mr. Wang waved his hand and said, "After so many cooperations, I believe in the reputation of your company. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Wang." The short and fat man smiled and said, "I am not bragging. Our company is well known in the industry. Some companies will sell ordinary or low-end animal meat as high-end products. But this will never happen in our company. Gold-grade animal meat is gold-grade, and it will never be inferior. Please rest assured about this." "Okay. I got it." Mr. Wang waved his hand and said, "Remember my request. Add 20% more tomorrow." "No problem. I promise to deliver it to you." The short and fat man smiled brightly. "Brothers, let's go back." Several large trucks drove away, and Mr. Wang also walked into the warehouse, and closed the door of the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of frozen meat, Jiang Chun's calm face collapsed instantly, and he sighed, "Damn it. It will take another half a day to collect it. I am a platinum-level killer, and I am doing the same job as the pork seller. You damn wildfire beast. You're like a pig. You eat so much every day. How come you don't die? Oh, I have to do this job tomorrow. It's so annoying." He cursed while carrying the frozen meat into his beast control space. His original name was Jiang Chen, and he was a platinum-level assassin of the Shadow Society. He was doing a good job as an assassin, but he was sent to Qingyang City by the organization a few years ago to carry out a secret mission. He originally thought that the secret mission would be to collect intelligence or assassinate a big shot, but he never thought that his secret mission would be to act as a breeder and feed a huge beast. "Damn it, I am the ace killer of the Shadow Society. I have never failed since my debut, and they actually sent me to be a breeder. I can only accept it obediently. There is no other way. The Shadow Society's methods of punishing subordinates are really horrible, and he doesn't want to experience it once." So, he began his life as a breeder under the alias Mr. Wang, and he had to purchase large quantities of frozen animal meat every once in a while, and out of caution, he would change the warehouse location and supplier from time to time. The mission was completed smoothly. By the way, he could also get kickbacks from suppliers and enjoy some health care. His life was quite comfortable. But his dragon-slaying skills were gradually being abandoned, which made him feel very depressed. Eat. 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 You have to eat so much and still want to have extra meals. I eat you to death? Pooh. Jiang Chen spit on the beast's meat and snorted coldly. Try Uncle Jiang's saliva. It will replenish your water so that you won't die of heat in the underground. Ugh. Pooh. Pooh. He spat out 18 times like a machine gun, until his mouth was dry. And then he wiped his mouth, feeling very proud. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his butt, as if he was pricked by a needle. Before he could react, his eyes suddenly went black, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Swish. Swish. The next moment, two figures appeared beside Jiang Chen. Who is he? Zhang Lao turned his head and looked at Xiao Yao. Don't know him? Xiao Yao shook his head, and he thought carefully, confirming that he had never seen the person in front of him before. Then why did you go to him? Xiao Yao explained the reason. Mr. Zhang immediately showed a vigilant look. This man must be extraordinary to make Xiao Yao feel disgusted. Xiao Yao squatted down, feeling that the man had been completely poisoned by Tuki, nodded and said, Okay, next I will let Mo Teng check his identity. Platinum-level killer, wildfire beast. Humph, behind this man, there must be a big secret. But, when he thought about the man spitting like a child just now, his mouth twitched slightly. Platinum-level killer, is he so cheap? Old Du is calm and steady. That's the style of an ace killer. You are a fake killer. Right? Xiao Yao shook his head, watching Mo Teng enter the man's mind, but the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 606, Amazing Discovery. That is, through Mo-Tang's perspective, Xiao Yao could see that. In this man's mind, there was an extremely dark mark, that was the eye of a monster, evil and violent, and chilling. The Shadow Society. Xiao Yao's hand was flaming with fire, and he wiped it on the man's head, and a big bald head immediately appeared, with a monster's eye tattooed on his scalp. The Shadow Society. At this time, John Lao's expression also changed suddenly. It turned out to be the Shadow Society. Xiao Yao and John Lao's faces turned very ugly. If this person was just an ordinary killer, even if he was a platinum-level killer, it would not be a big deal. However, the Shadow Society was involved in this matter, then the meaning was completely different. Platinum-level killer, wildfire monster, Qingyang military base, undead battlefield. All these factors combined, the two looked at each other, their eyes were full of caution and worry. The Shadow Society, what exactly do they want to do? Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, and many questions came to his mind. Why do the people of the Shadow Society give me such a feeling? Is this related to the power of the Dark Demon? Is there any unknown connection between me and the Shadow Society? Xiao Yao. Since this matter involves the Shadow Society, it is not something we can handle privately. I must report it to Master Shui. John Lao said seriously. Qingyang City is one of the most important military bases of Dragon Country, and it is adjacent to the A-level Forbidden Land undead battlefield. If there is any problem here, it will be a disaster for Dragon Country. Although they couldn't pry the secret out of the Shadow Society, they had to at least investigate the whole city to find out what conspiracy the Shadow Society was plotting. They had to nip the danger in the bud. And there was the wildfire beast. Old John frowned. The Shadow Society actually sent a platinum-level killer to feed the wildfire beast. This showed that the beast must be much stronger than the platinum level, at least the diamond level, and was hiding near Qingyang City. A hidden diamond-level beast was too threatening, and it had to be found. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Let's kill this guy. A cold light flashed in John Lao's eyes. Since the people of the Shadow Society won't speak, it's better for them to die early. Xiao Yao took the initiative to say, Teacher, I'd do it. He was worried about the lack of dark magic power a few days ago, but he didn't expect the Shadow Society to deliver it directly to his door. A platinum-level killer can at least bring a few hundred points of dark magic power, enough to draw heroes for his friends, and by the way, he can also prepare a good hero for his father in advance. Okay. Old John nodded. Huh? The golden holy flame burned in his right hand. Xiao Yao raised his hand, and was about to hit Jiangchen. However, the message that suddenly flashed in his eyes made him pause. Dark Demon Power +1 Dark Demon Power +1 Dark Demon Power +1. What's going on? Xiao Yao was shocked. The person was not dead. Why would the Dark Demon Power continue to increase? Just then, Mo-Tang sent a message, which made him suddenly look shocked and ecstatic. My God! Mo-Tang told him that it could actually decompose the monster mark that devoured the man's mind. And it also wrapped the mark with its mental power, while simultaneously exploring the man's memory. That is to say, Xiao Yao slowly put down his right hand, golden flames jumped in his eyes, flashing with ecstasy. The Shadow Club's unsolvable advantage was actually broken by me. Xiao Yao, what's wrong with you? Old John noticed Xiao Yao's actions, and was a little confused. Teacher. Xiao Yao licked the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of excitement. I found that Mo-Tang can explore his memory. What? Zhang Lao's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed Xiao Yao's arm, and said excitedly, Are you sure? Mo-Tang can really explore the memory of the members of the Shadow Society? Although he knew that Xiao Yao would never joke about this matter, but this discovery was so amazing that he had to treat it with caution. Exploring the memory of the members of the Shadow Society, this is something that even the 4 great masters, and even the king of martial arts, cannot do. The Shadow Society has been causing trouble for many years. The senior officials of Dragon Country are not fools. They can naturally find that some disasters are closely related to the Shadow Society. However, the Shadow Society's confidentiality measures are too strong. Even if the Grandmaster and the King take action, they cannot stop their members from self-destructing. Therefore, even if the Shadow Society has become a major concern of Dragon Country, it has never been able to completely eradicate it. But if what Xiao Yao said is true, it means that they can follow the clues, find the core members of the Shadow Society, and completely destroy this evil organization. No mistake. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Mo-Tang has obtained a lot of information, Perhaps there are important clues about the Shadow Society. Good. Good. Great. Zhang Lao face flushed, patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, and laughed. Let Mo Tung work harder and try to find the Shadow Society's lair in one fell swoop. Yeah. Just when Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao were extremely excited, Jiang Chen's head suddenly exploded. Bang. Red and yellow splashed all over the ground. The black fog filled the air, and Mo Tung regrouped his body. His black face was expressionless, but his pale eyes flashed with an indescribable meaning. At this moment, the smiles of the master and disciple also instantly withdrew. 1 minute ago, in the secret room, the man in black robe was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, his body shook and his face became extremely ugly. Who is it? Who is breaking my dark demon seal? He could feel that the dark demon seal he had planted suddenly became hidden, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog, isolating his spiritual connection. Moreover, the energy of the dark demon seal is constantly dissipating, and it will disappear completely soon. Once the dark demon seal disappears, it means that he will lose control over the members of the Shadow Society. And at that time, the secrets of the Shadow Society will be exposed. Humph. I want to see who you are? The black-robed man closed his eyes, and his mental power rushed into the main seal of the dark demon seal frantically, projecting it thousands of miles away. I found you. The projected dark demon seal was already incomplete, and as far as the eye could see, there was a deep black fog, which contained a strong corrosive force and was constantly destroying and absorbing the energy of the dark demon seal. What is this? The mental power was stretched out from the broken dark demon seal, but it was swallowed up by the black fog in an instant. His mental power was naturally extremely powerful, but the mental power that the dark demon seal could carry was very limited, and after crossing thousands of miles, the loss was huge, making it no match for the black fog at all. In that case, bang. The mental power instantly detonated the broken dark demon seal. The black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, and said in a low voice, Go check for me, who has just died in the Shadow Society. Yes. A cold voice came from the air. Humph. The black-robed man stood up, and a cold and murderous look appeared on his face hidden in the darkness. No matter who it is, I will definitely find you. You must die. Chapter 607 Shadow Society Conspiracy. Dead. Looking at the headless body on the ground, Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao, after being stunned, could not help but show regretful expressions. It seems that the Shadow Society is more difficult to deal with than imagined. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly. But although the man is dead, he still gained something. The power of the dark demon increased by more than 300 points, and the total reached more than 600, which is enough for a short time. In addition, during the period of time just now, Mo Tung obtained a lot of information from the man's memory. Maybe there is information about the leader or base camp of the Shadow Society. The most important thing is that he has become the radar of the Shadow Society, and can sense the existence of the surrounding Shadow Society members. Moreover, Mo Tung can block and devour the Dark Mark, and obtain effective information from its memory at the same time. Today's failure is mainly because Mo Tung and the man are both platinum level, and it is difficult to form a crushing mental force. So it is impossible to explore all memories in a short time. But once Mo Tung breaks through to a higher level, he can complete brainwashing in an instant and devour the entire mark. At that time, the Shadow Society will be completely exposed to the Dragon Kingdom. But a huge amount of information came. Xiao Yao closed his eyes, absorbed and digested it with all his strength. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and said in a heavy tone, Teacher, I finally know why the tide of the dead has erupted so frequently in recent years. Hearing this, Zhang Lao was shocked, and then gritted his teeth. Is it related to the Shadow Society? Yes. Xiao Yao clenched his fists, his face full of murderous intent. It was the Shadow Society who did it. And the reduction of soul crystals is also related to this matter. Asshole. Old Zhang was furious, his hair and beard standing on end. In order to resist the tide of the undead, how many warriors, summoners, and families in Long would die every year? And the culprit of all this is actually the Shadow Society. A group of shady bastards. His name is Jiang Chen. Xiao Yao glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, suppressed his anger, and explained to old Zhang, a platinum-level killer of the Shadow Society, sent to Qinyang City by the Shadow Society 3 years ago to carry out a secret mission. And this secret mission is to feed the wildfire beast regularly. After saying that, Xiao Yao took a deep breath and said, Master level. Wildfire giant beast. What? John Lao was shocked. Master level. The Shadow Club can actually control the master level combat power. The high-level officials of Longwa have a consensus on the Shadow Club, judging from the various performances of the Shadow Club. Although they are tight inside and have superb control methods, their top combat power is not too strong, and the highest does not exceed the diamond level. However, Xiao Yao discovery completely overturned their previous conclusions. Being able to control the master-level wildfire beast shows that the Shadow Society is far more than what they show. Where is the wildfire beast? Old Zhang asked hurriedly. A master-level wildfire beast, which is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb, can destroy the entire Qingyang city in an instant. Xiao Yao pointed to the bottom of his feet. It's right below. Although he had a premonition in his heart, but when he heard Xiao Yao answer, Old Zhang's face still turned slightly pale. The entire Qingyang city is located right above the wildfire beast. A picture suddenly appeared in his mind. One day, the wildfire giant beast suddenly attacked, causing the death of hundreds of thousands of people in Qingyang city. And the military base was severely damaged, even if Qingyang city had Master Shui in charge. If the wildfire giant beast was determined to destroy the military base, then even if it was killed, it would not be able to stop the subsequent tide of the undead. By then, Qingyang city, the ancient capital, and even the entire northwest region would be devastated. Thinking of this, Zhang Lao shuddered and shuddered. Jiangchen has a platinum-level desert tyrant, which can easily drill into the ground. This is why the Shadow Society sent him here. Xiao Yao continued. In fact, he didn't know what the real purpose of the Shadow Society was, but he was sure that the abnormality of the tide of the undead must be related to the underground. Do you know the exact location of the wildfire beast? Asked Zhang Lao. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. Zhang Lao squatted down, threw Jiangchen body into the beast control space, and said very seriously, Let's go. Come with me to see Master Shui. Okay. Zhang Lao grabbed Xiao Yao's arm and instantly disappeared into the void. In the room, several senior officers stood respectfully in front of Master Shui, reporting their work one by one. Master Shui, the military work points have been counted, and they can be officially issued next. Master Shui nodded and said lightly, Okay, go and arrange it. Yes. One of the officers straightened his body and slowly left the room. At this moment, the space suddenly fluctuated. Several officers had impressive strength. Their faces changed, and they immediately became alert. Don't be nervous. As soon as Grandmaster Shui finished speaking, two figures, one old and one young, appeared in the room. Old Zhang and Xiao Yao. The officers all knew the two. One was a top diamond-level expert who killed many diamond-level undead in this battle. The other was the first genius of Dragon Country, who also shined in this battle and created a record that could be called a miracle. Everyone relaxed, but there was a little confusion on their faces. Why did Old Zhang and Xiao Yao suddenly appear in the conference room? This is a military stronghold. It is not appropriate for them to show up like this. Daoxian Master Shui smiled. I told you to bring Xiao Yao to me after the battle, but I didn't expect you to do it this way. Master Shui Zhang glanced at the officers around him. His eyes flickered, and then apologized. Sorry. I am presumptuous. It's okay. It's just right for me to meet our Dragon Country's #1 genius today. Master Shui smiled slightly, and then waved his hand and said, You guys go out first. Yes. Several officers bowed respectfully, and then slowly left the room. As soon as the door was closed, Master Shui casually set up a barrier, and then said with a smile, Daoxian, tell me, what is the matter that makes you so anxious to find me? He has known Zhang Daoxian for many years, and knows that he will not easily do such a thing just now. There must be a reason. Master Shui, I am sorry to come to you in this way, but the situation is urgent and concerns the safety of the entire Qingyang city. I can only act rashly. Old Zhang clasped his fists and apologized. Is it about the safety of Qingyang city? Master Shui frowned slightly, sat up a little straight, and said in a deep voice, Tell me, what's going on? Xiao Yao. Old Zhang looked at Xiao Yao. You come to explain to Master Shui? Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. He had had close contact with Master Yi several times, so facing Master Shui, he would not be too nervous. In a calm tone, he told the whole process of how he felt abnormal, tracked Jiangchen, and used time to learn about the conspiracy of the Shadow Society from Jiangchen mind. After listening to Xiao Yao's story, the room fell into silence. Master Shui half closed his eyes, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. The Shadow Society. Chapter 608 Blood Spirit Pearl. In the room, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The Grandmaster was furious, like the might of heaven, making people feel breathless. But soon, Grandmaster Shui restrained the murderous intent in his eyes, and said calmly, "Where is the assassin of the Shadow Society?" "Here." Old Zhang took out the headless corpse, and the dark red blood dripped on the floor, filling the room with a faint smell of blood. Grandmaster Shui glanced at the corpse, and then set his eyes on Xiao Yao. "Can detect members of the Shadow Society, and can break the control of the Shadow Society. Xiao Yao, what is the connection between you and the Shadow Society?" Under the gaze of Master Shui, Xiao Yao felt his body sink, as if a mountain was pressing on him. Fortunately, he had been mentally prepared. He knew very well that, once he told the whole story, it would definitely arouse suspicion between himself and the Shadow Society. To be honest, he also wanted to know why the Shadow Society had the power of the Dark Devil. Why didn't he have this special feeling before? But now he can sense the nearby members of the Shadow Society? Why can Tun devour the terrifying mark? Originally, he wanted to hide the special connection between himself and the Shadow Society. But now that it concerns the safety of Qinong City, he has to tell it. "Do you know the location of the wildfire beast?" Grandmaster Shui asked. Although Xiao Yao obviously has a secret, now is not the time to dwell on it. The most urgent task is to get rid of the wildfire beast as soon as possible. As for Xiao Yao, he had read Xiao Yao detailed information. He had a clean family background, superior talent but not arrogant, saved Yanqing from danger several times, and had a heart to serve his country. If what he said was true, and he successfully resolved this shocking conspiracy, then it was enough to prove that he was not a member of the Shadow Society, but had a special connection with the Shadow Society. And this connection, sooner or later, will be figured out. "I know." Xiao Yao nodded. "Then lead the way." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yao felt his body suddenly lose weight, and his eyes blurred. When he came to his senses again, he found himself 100 meters above Qinong City, with a cold wind blowing all around. He turned around and saw Master Shui standing beside him with his hands behind his back. "Where is the wildfire beast?" Master Shui said calmly. Xiao Yao looked at the ground. His eyes went blank, and after identifying the direction, he pointed to a tall black building and said, "It's roughly there." Grandmaster Shui looked in the direction and snorted coldly. "Shadow Society. How dare you?" The building Xiao Yao pointed at was the branch of the Summoner Association in Qinong City, and the surrounding area was full of government buildings, military offices, and various important agencies. If this place was destroyed, the command network of the entire Qinong City would be completely paralyzed. "Let's go!" Grandmaster Shui grabbed Xiao Yao's shoulders, and in a flash, he drilled into the ground. The soil and rocks in front were pushed to both sides, and the surroundings were pitch black. Only the sound of soil and rocks moving could be heard. Xiao Yao looked down and saw that he and Master Shui were protected by a dim yellow cover. The cover was round on the top and pointed on the bottom, like a large round nail, and was constantly chiseling into the ground at a very fast speed. He secretly glanced at Master Shui's expressionless face, and then asked Yumi to quietly record this skill. As the cover continued to fall, Xiao Yao could clearly feel the temperature around him rising rapidly. Obviously, he found the right place. When the cover completely penetrated the underground rock layer, a red world appeared in front of the two. "Oh my god!" Xiao Yao opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of shock. In the huge underground cave, the fiery red magma flowed slowly, and bubbles occasionally emerged, bursting with a pop. The hot magma spread out, as gorgeous as fireworks, and full of extreme danger. On the lava wall, there were long chains of blue-black runes, which were strange and evil, and people dared not look directly at them. At the intersection of the runes, there was a fist-sized blood-red sphere, which slowly rotated, and the color was as red as blood, exuding an intoxicating soul temptation. "Blood Spirit Orb." A cold voice came from his ear. Xiao Yao turned his head and saw Master Shui staring coldly at the blood-red ball, with anger in his eyes. "Master Shui, what is the Blood Spirit Orb?" Xiao Yao asked curiously. He had seen this blood bead in Jiangchen memory, But even Jiang Chen didn't know the purpose of this bead. He just guessed that the duty of the wildfire beast was probably to protect this blood bead. The blood spirit orb is a very rare treasure. It can absorb the power of the soul. After accumulating to a certain level, it can feed back to the user. Grandmaster Shui said in a deep voice, however. The blood spirit pearl has a strong attraction to soul creatures. Now I finally understand why the tide of the undead has erupted so frequently in recent years, and why the soul crystals are becoming less and less. He looked at the complicated blue-black runes around him and sneered, the Shadow Society. What a good trick. He recognized the rune formation in front of him. The soul absorption formation, which is an extremely complex high-level rune formation that can absorb the power of the soul and transmit it to the soul collection container. The Shadow Society actually set up a soul-absorbing formation right under his nose, continuously absorbing the soul power of the undead, and finally passing it into the blood spirit pearl. Just looking at the color of the blood spirit pearl, you can tell that more than half of the soul power has been absorbed by the blood spirit pearl over the years, and the undead lord must have sensed the existence of the blood spirit pearl, which is why he frequently invaded the human world. What a great Shadow Society, who actually dared to use me and the undead lord as knives, to nourish the blood spirit pearl for you. Master Shui's eyes were filled with coldness. In recent years, the major forbidden areas of Dragon Country have become increasingly turbulent, so the changes in the tide of the undead did not make him think too much. However, now it seems that the turmoil in other forbidden areas may also be related to the Shadow Society. Shadow Society. You are looking for death. But Master Shui looked at Xiaoyao, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You can't guess that decades of planning will be wasted in one day. He is now finally sure that Xiaoyao and the Shadow Society are definitely not in the same group. I'm afraid that after today, Xiaoyao will be the first person on the Shadow Society's must-kill list. No. I must protect this child. The task of destroying the Shadow Society still depends on him. Master Shui stretched out his hand, and a strong wind blew forward, which immediately rolled up the blood spirit bead and returned it to his hand. Shadow Society. I will accept the blood spirit bead with pleasure. He put the blood spirit bead back into the beast control space, then glanced at the magma, patted Xiaoyao's shoulder and said, You hide aside first. Huh? The yellow cover wrapped around Xiaoyao's body and flew quickly towards the lava wall behind. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the calm magma, and countless magma burst out. Roar! Amid the earth-shaking roar, a huge creature that looked like a mountain of meat rose from the magma, biting towards Master Shui with its ferocious mouth. A master-level wildfire beast appeared. Chapter 609 The Grandmaster's Power. Roar! The bloody mouth opened. 2 rows of ferocious teeth bit towards Grandmaster Shui fiercely, accompanied by pillars of magma rising into the sky, forming a fire net, blocking all directions of Grandmaster Shui. In an instant, the entire underground cave was almost filled with magma. The scorching temperature caused the space to distort. The escaping magma shot on the cover, making a sizzling sound, and watching the cover sway slightly, a wisp of white smoke rose. Xiaoyao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the front, for fear that the cover would be pierced by the magma. Although he is strong now, and has mastered the power of fire, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not be injured by the burning of magma. Moreover, inside the yellow cover, he can't even use the space flash, and can only stay inside honestly. Fortunately, the yellow cover is really powerful. Although it shakes slightly, it still blocks all the magma steadily. Grandmaster is still powerful. Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and turned his eyes to the center of the battlefield. There is no need to think about the outcome of this battle. After all, the wildfire beast is only a master level, and it is impossible to pose any threat to Grandmaster Shui. What he was concerned about was how powerful the Grandmaster would be when he attacked. Facing the attack of the wildfire beast, Grandmaster Shui just smiled calmly, and with a thought, he easily flashed to a safe place. Bang! All the lava pillars fell into the air, and collided with each other in midair, and then the rain of fire exploded in all directions, smashing deep pits on the stone wall. The wildfire beast flapped its wings. It was huge, like a meat mountain, with red scales all over its body, and a long tail drooped naturally. It looked at Grandmaster Shui with wide eyes, and let out a roar that shook the earth. Roar! Bang! 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 One after another, huge rocks shook off the stone wall, and fell into the magma with a loud bang, splashing up terrifying waves. Xiaoyao covered his ears tightly, looked forward, and the information of the Wildfire Beast appeared in his eyes. Monster name Wildfire Beast Monster Level Master Level 2 Monster Skills Giant Force, Flame Whip Tail, Fire Roar Cannon, Resist Fire Ring, Pillar of Flame, Flash Charge, Lava Rain of Fire. Master Level 2, it's a bit strong. Xiao Yao subconsciously leaned back, without blinking, watching the upcoming battle of the strong with full concentration. Boom! The red ball of light condensed in the mouth of the Wildfire Beast, and then burst out, forming a thick pillar of flame in the air, and blasted towards Master Shui. Playing with fire in front of me? Master Shui raised a disdainful smile, raised his right hand, and the magma under him instantly pulled up, condensing into a wall of lava, and collided heavily with the pillar of flame. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound. The pillar of flame seemed to hit an indestructible mountain, exploding section by section, and scattering into gorgeous sparks. At this time, Master Shui narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. You are just a master-level beast, so I will play with you till now. Bang! In an instant, all the flowing magma rose up, like a volcanic eruption, forming a red sky, instantly submerging the body of the Wildfire Beast. Ah! In the magma, the Wildfire Beast let out a cry of pain. The magma, that was originally as comfortable as bath water, was now so hot that it was unbearable, burning his scales black, and even showing signs of softening. Roar! With a roar, a fiery red halo emerged from the Wildfire Beast, forming a resistant stance, pushing all the magma away. At this moment, a slight sound suddenly came from above his head, and the Wildfire Beast looked up, only to see a figure suddenly flying out of the magma, and stepping heavily on his left eye with one foot. Bang! The Wildfire Beast fell into the magma like a cannonball, and immediately brought up a tsunami of lava. Master Shui stood proudly in the air, raising his left hand in the air, and the Wildfire Beast actually emerged from the magma again, with a hollow left eye, with magma seeping into it, and a weak aura, and the other eye was full of fear. Health 45%. Xiao Yao could not help but sigh inwardly, as he saw the state of the Wildfire Beast. A master is a master. One kick could seriously injure a master-level Wildfire Beast. If it were not for the small environment here, and the presence of a weakling like himself, I am afraid the Wildfire Beast would not be able to block even one move. It's over. Grandmaster Shui's understated voice sounded in the cave. The next second, a blue-red fire lotus flew out of the magma, and landed lightly on the top of the Wildfire Beast's head. Under Xiao Yao's shocked eyes, the Wildfire Beast's head disappeared as fast as quicksand, and the flame stopped abruptly when they eroded its neck. Damn it, Buddha's wrathful lotus, is that you? Master Shui waved his hand, and the huge body of the Wildfire Beast was put into his beast control space. The corpse of the master-level monster is also a good trophy for him. But the most precious thing is undoubtedly the blood spirit bead that has accumulated soul power for many years. Shadow Club, I will gladly accept the blood spirit bead. Master Shui's eyes flashed with a cold light. I have kept a record of these years. Wait, none of you can escape. Huh? The wind blew up, and Xiao Yao returned to Master Shui. Xiao Yao, you have done a great deed this time. Master Shui patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, and said gently, for solving such a big hidden danger. I want to thank you on behalf of hundreds of thousands of people in Qingyang City, and all the soldiers. The blood spirit pearl was taken away by him, which means that the tide of the undead will return to normal, and the pressure on the Qingyang military base will be reduced. There will no longer be a large number of soldiers and summoners dying every year. Xiao Yao was very excited to be patted on the shoulder by the master he had admired since childhood, and said with a smile, I also discovered it by chance. And it's mainly because Master Shui is so powerful that you easily killed the Wildfire Beast. Grandmaster Shui laughed, child. If it weren't for you, I might not have found this place for a long time. You are the first hero. Xiao Yao scratched his head and smiled modestly. But your contribution cannot be announced to the public for the time being. Grandmaster Shui's face slightly straightened. The Shadow Society will soon find out the situation here. Many years of planning will be destroyed in an instant. I believe they will definitely go crazy. At this point, Grandmaster Shui's mouth curled up. I hope the Shadow Society will take the initiative to retaliate against me. But I don't think they have the courage. But you are different. Now it seems that the Shadow Club has the top combat power of the master level. Although you have Zhang Daoxian protection, it is still far from enough to deal with the master level. But don't worry. Although I can't reward you openly, I will definitely reward you privately. Xiao Yao smiled excitedly. Thank you, Master Shui. The reward given to him by the master. You have to look forward to it. Go back. Master Shui grabbed Xiao Yao's shoulders. The yellow cover reappeared and rushed to the surface. But before leaving, Master Shui waved his hand, and the entire underground cave collapsed, and at the same time destroyed the soul absorption formation. Swish in the secret room. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his blood-red eyes were full of rage. Who is it? I'm going to kill you! Chapter 610 Summit Meeting Sea God's Mysterious Realm. After returning to Qinyang City, Xiao Yao quietly returned to the hotel. Except for Elder Zhang and Grandmaster Shui, no one knew that the Shadow Society's decades of layout was destroyed by him in one day. From then on, the tide of the dead will stabilize, and will never erupt frequently again. However, he was not going to reveal this matter to a few friends for the time being. After all, it involved the horrible organization of the Shadow Society, and some things were better known by as few people as possible. In the conference room, Master Shui sat on a chair. After thinking for a moment, he took out a black box. There were 5 dots on the black box. As he pressed the button, the first dot lit up red. After a moment, the second, the third, and the fourth dots also lit up one after another. After a few minutes, the 5th dot was also lit up. Zzz. The top of the black box suddenly glowed with white light, and a virtual round table was projected in the air. Master Shui projection appeared first, followed by the second, the third, and even the last projection, which all appeared beside the round table. If any Dragon Country people were present at this moment, they would definitely recognize these 5 people. The slightly old-looking one with a domineering look between his eyebrows is Grandmaster Xuanan. The tall and burly one with a bloody aura is Grandmaster Sherpajuan, who was born in a military family. The one dressed in white and elegant is Grandmaster Mobayu. The elegant and handsome one with a smile on his face is Grandmaster Yisun, the youngest of the 4 great masters. The masters have different temperaments, but when the last one appears, even the 4 great masters pale in comparison. He was a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance, with some white hair on his temples. But when he appeared, even through the projection, he gave people a feeling as heavy as a towering mountain, as deep as the boundless sea, with broad shoulders, as if he could carry the whole world. He was the only king of Dragon Country, Wu Yunjing, the king of martial arts. Mr. Shui, what is the matter with calling us here? Yisun said with a smile. His tone was quite intimate. He and Xuanan graduated from Kyoto University together, and when he was rising, Xuanan took great care of him. So he always regarded Xuanan as a close elder brother, and they had a very deep personal relationship. At this time, the other grandmasters and the king of martial arts also turned to look at Xuanan. Xuanan didn't waste any words, and directly told everyone present what had just happened. After listening, everyone had different expressions. Humph. The Shadow Society. Grandmaster Sure snorted coldly. His voice was iron-blooded and sonorous, like the sound of metal and stone clashing. A bunch of stinky bugs who don't want to see the light. Isn't Xiao Yao able to detect memories? I think we should catch a member of the Shadow Society right now. Find out the Shadow Society's nest and core members, and kill them all. Grandmaster Shui shook his head. No. Xiao Yao's strength is not enough. He can only brainwash platinum level at most, and he is very unstable. Platinum level killers will not know too many core secrets of the Shadow Society. My idea is to wait until this child reaches diamond level, set up a trap to catch a diamond level killer, and then destroy the entire Shadow Society. With the talent Xiao Yao has shown so far, this time will not be too long. 2 years will be enough. 2 years to promote to diamond level? Mo Bayu said with interest. I remember this kid is only 20 years old. He was promoted to diamond level at the age of 22. Is his talent so terrifying? Very terrifying, Master Shui said. To be honest, 2 years is still the longest period I estimated. During this period, I saw him grow rapidly with my own eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that this kid is getting stronger all the time. If the resources and the timing are right, maybe he can be promoted to diamond level in 1 year. 1 year? Hearing this time, everyone present was moved. Over the years, they have seen too many talented people, some of whom are even more talented than they were when they were young. However, compared with Xiao Yao, these geniuses seem to become mediocre in an instant. His talent has broken the cognition of the summoner world for hundreds of years. No one could imagine that someone could be promoted to diamond level at the age of 20. After hearing what you said, I am very interested in this child. Imobayu shook the folding fan in his hand, and said with a smile, why don't you let him come to the Endless Forest? I will give him opportunities and resources to see if he can be promoted to diamond level within a year. Let's talk about this later. Grandmaster Shui waved his hand. I mainly want to remind you this time that since the changes in the undead battlefield are related to the Shadow Society, other forbidden areas should also be supervised more strictly to see if anyone is doing something behind the scenes. Yes, several Grandmasters nodded. As for the Shadow Society, Grandmaster Shui's eyes flashed with coldness. Let them jump around for a while. Sooner or later we will come to deal with them. The Shadow Society. Just a bug. Imobayu smiled contemptuously. Although the Shadow Society has made so many small moves, it has indeed brought a lot of trouble to Dragon Country. But in the eyes of the Grandmaster, they are just a group of small characters who can't be on the stage. Even if they have master-level combat power now. What does it matter? In front of the Grandmaster, they can be suppressed with a flip of the hand. And the threat to Dragon Country is far less than those monsters in the A-level forbidden area. Moreover, now that they have Xiaoyao, the key figure in solving the Shadow Society, the Shadow Society has become a grasshopper in autumn. And it is only a matter of time to eradicate it. King Wu. What do you think? Xuanan looked at King Wu Yunjing. Wu Yunjing pondered for a moment and said, I remember that Xiaoyao has a few talented children around him. His voice was low and mellow, just like his temperament, giving people a strong sense of security. That's right. Xuanan nodded, with a strange look on his face. 4 people. All of them are gold level under 20 years old. And they are also the best in the gold level. Oh, do all the geniuses in Dragon Country like to hang out together? Imobayu raised his eyebrows. I have heard about their situation. King Wu said slowly. The mysterious realm of the sea god is about to open. This year, each family will send 1 person, plus these 5. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. The mysterious realm of the sea god opens every 5 years. Dragon Country has a total of 10 places. Generally, 1 person is sent from each of the 4 great master families, and the King Wu family, and then the remaining 5 are selected from the public. And these 10 places are not given casually. Only extremely talented people can enter the sea god's secret realm. Even if they are from the 5 major families. They must be guaranteed to be the top talents. Otherwise they will waste the opportunity to enter the sea god's secret realm. Xiaoyao and the people around him naturally meet this condition. Okay. Today's meeting ends here. King Wu glanced at everyone. Several major forbidden areas must be carefully checked. And these little ghosts should not be allowed to disturb the stability of the country. Yes. Facing King Wu, the 4 great masters showed full respect. See, King Wu's projection disappeared. And the other masters also went offline one after another after looking at each other. Chapter 611. Surprises continue. 1 day later, military points were officially issued. As expected, Xiaoyao and his companions received a lot of military points, which could be exchanged for many precious treasures. Xiaoyao browsed through the treasure list, and finally chose a Mingli shield ring. The Mingli shield ring is similar to the flame necklace he used before, and can generate a Mingli large shield, which is strong enough to withstand diamond-level attacks. However, the Mingli shield ring does not have a maximum number of uses like the flame necklace. It can automatically absorb the free dark elements in the air, slowly replenish energy, and can be activated 3 times in a short period of time, which is considered a very precious treasure. The other friends also exchanged a lot of treasures. But they seem to have agreed that the treasures exchanged were for non-alliance war beasts. For example, Liang Yang exchanged more than a dozen dark gems for Pidden. Bai Lei Xiao exchanged red flame fruit for Fei Yuqingwan, and exchanged wind spirit flower for rainbow horn deer. Li Yu exchanged several B-level soul crystals for Meiming beast, and exchanged stone setting potion for gargoyle, while Tao Yaoyao exchanged oak heart for wood elf, and holy light fruit for Tiani unicorn. Alliance war beasts can quickly upgrade by killing enemies, while these ordinary war beasts can only become stronger step by step through resources, fighting and training. So when there is a chance to obtain precious resources, they are more willing to cultivate these companions who have accompanied them from weakness to grow up, and try not to let anyone fall behind. Xiaoyao. Come! In the office, Master Shui waved to Xiaoyao, indicating that he should sit opposite him. Master Shui. Xiaoyao bowed respectfully, then sat upright on the chair, with a little expectation in his heart. As he expected, Master Shue's first sentence was, I called you here today mainly to give you the reward I promised you before. And to tell you a good news. In addition to the reward. Is there any other good news? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. And he straightened his body again. Let's talk about the reward first. Master Shui turned his wrist. And a long jade box appeared in his palm. This is the first reward. 5 A-level soul crystals. Grandmaster Shui pushed the jade box in front of Xiao Yao. And said with a smile, there are only these 5 A-level soul crystals left in the entire Qinyang military base. This time, I will give them all to you. Thank you. Grandmaster Shui. Xiao Yao opened the jade box with joy. The 5 gray soul crystals seemed to be shining, giving off the smell of experience points. 5 A-level soul crystals are enough for Mo Tang to reach platinum level 5. In addition to the soul crystals, there is another reward for you. There is another one? Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with surprise. As expected of a master level boss, he is really extraordinary. Master Shui smiled, and another light red bead appeared in his palm. Is this the blood spirit bead? Xiao Yao's eyes widened. He naturally recognized the bead in front of him. Although the color was much darker than before, the soul power faintly emanating from it was unique. Well, this is the blood spirit bead, but the soul power inside has been absorbed by my war beast. Grandmaster Shui said openly. It is true that Xiao Yao discovered the blood spirit pearl, but if he had not killed the wildfire beast, the blood spirit pearl would have continued to steal the soul power, becoming the biggest hidden danger to Qinyang City. After obtaining the blood spirit pearl, one of his master-level spiritual war beasts absorbed all the soul power in it, and eventually rose 2 levels, and is now close to the Grandmaster level. The stronger he is, the more stable Qinyang City will be, and even the entire Dragon Country will benefit from it. So in this matter, he was completely at peace with himself, and there was no way he felt sorry for Xiao Yao. But after consuming all the soul power in it, the blood spirit pearl was no longer of much use to him. He couldn't be like the Shadow Society, sucking away half of the soul power after the war, so that the results of the whole army's desperate struggle would become the fruits of his victory alone. He would never do such a thing. So he simply gave the blood spirit pearl to Xiao Yao, hoping that it would become an accelerator for his growth. Are you giving this to me too? Xiao Yao licked his lips, looking forward to it, but also a little bit unbelieving. Such a treasure, just gave it to me like this? This is the blood spirit pearl, which can be called a reduced version of the system. Although it cannot directly increase experience points like the system, it can continuously absorb soul energy and feed back to enhance the war beast's mental power. And mental power is also an important factor in determining the strength of the war beast. If I get the blood spirit pearl, it will be equivalent to loading 1.5 systems. Killing monsters can not only increase experience points, but also absorb soul energy, which will be absorbed by the war beast after accumulating to a certain level. Wow! It's so cool! I give it to you! Grandmaster Shui smiled. I hope you can use it well. If a summoner with a weak will gets the blood spirit pearl, he may kill innocent people to accelerate his growth. However, he is very confident in Xiao Yao's character and personality. This young man who is growing very fast will definitely not be led astray by the blood spirit pearl. Thank you, Grandmaster Shui. Xiao Yao excitedly took the blood spirit pearl in his hand. And suddenly an impulse rose in his heart. How about killing a few undeads later? But soon, he suppressed this impulse. Before he fully grows up, it is better to use the blood spirit pearl secretly, so as not to attract the covetousness of others. What's more, the Shadow Society must be looking for the culprit who destroyed the layout of Qinyang City like a mad dog, so he should keep a low profile. The last reward? There is still a reward. Xiao Yao was shocked. My God, Master Shui is too generous, rewards one after another, I just want to say. Don't stop. Grandmaster Shui said with a smile. You have Zhang Daoxian protection. And you have a close relationship with Kyoto University. Logically speaking, most problems should not be difficult for you. However, if you encounter something that is really difficult to solve, just tell me. My face is still very useful. What did I hear? Xiao Yao's eyes widened, and a sense of ecstasy surged in his heart. Grandmaster Shui meant that he would take the initiative to protect me? Could it be that from today on, my biggest backer is the Grandmaster? Damn. This is my biggest gain. Looking at Xiao Yao's shocked and excited expression, Grandmaster Shui smiled slightly and gently stroked his beard. Xiao Yao resolved the huge crisis of Qinyang City, and also upgraded his war beast by 2 levels. This achievement deserves his great praise. Moreover, with Xiao Yao's talent, Becoming a Grandmaster is just a matter of time. He is very happy to escort this genius. Another important point is that Xiaoyao also graduated from Kyoto University, and he is naturally closer to him. If Xiaoyao becomes a Grandmaster, then there will be 3 Kyoto party members among the 5 Grandmasters, namely him, Yi Sun, and Xiaoyao. Grandmasters are also human beings, and naturally there are problems of competition. Among the 4 great Grandmasters, he is closer to Yi Sun. Although Mo Baiyu and Sherpa Yuan have quite different personalities, they have formed a faction because of him and Yi Sun. On many major issues, their 2 factions often disagree. But once Xiaoyao becomes the 5th Grandmaster, the Kyoto party will have a greater say. So investing in Xiaoyao in advance, just like his investment in Yi Sun in advance, is a low-risk and high-return thing. Thank you, Grandmaster Shui. This is the best good news I have heard today. Xiaoyao, the good news I am talking about is not this. Ah, is there any other good news? Xiaoyao covered his chest. No, there are too many surprises today, and his little heart can't bear it. Chapter 612 Demonic Shark King Mermaid King. Master Shui, the good news you mentioned, what do you mean? Xiaoyao opened his eyes slightly, looking at Master Shui expectantly. Master Shui smiled and said, have you heard of the mysterious realm of the sea god? The mysterious realm of the sea god? Xiaoyao shook his head. No. Master Shui smiled slightly and asked another question. Xiaoyao, how much do you know about the Nether Dead Sea? Xiaoyao thought without hesitation. The Nether Dead Sea, the most terrifying A-level forbidden area in Dragon Country, guarded by King Wu himself, to fight against the king-level monster Demonic Shark King. That's right. Master Shui nodded. But do you know that? There is another king in the Netherworld Dead Sea? There are other kings? Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. How come I haven't heard of this news from my teacher? Master Shui said seriously. In addition to the Demon Shark King, there is another king-level Mermaid King in the Netherworld Dead Sea. Mermaid King. Xiaoyao frowned slightly, looking at it this way. King Wu actually has to deal with 2 kings at the same time. This pressure is too great. Noticing the change in Xiaoyao's expression, Grandmaster Shui smiled and said, don't worry. The Mermaid King is our Dragon Country's ally. Ally? Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Humans can actually form an alliance with monsters? Are you surprised? Grandmaster Shui smiled and said, in fact, no matter what race it is, as long as there are common interests, we can form an alliance. It is true that the Mermaid King is what we call a monster, but her wisdom is not inferior to any wise man. And in the fight against the Demon Shark King, we and the Mermaid King have the same demands, so we can naturally become allies. Is the Demon Shark King so powerful? Xiaoyao couldn't help asking. It takes the combination of King Wu and the Mermaid King to fight him. Grandmaster Shui's face darkened slightly, and he nodded, very strong. Although King Wu is a summoner and has 2 king-level war beasts, even so, he and the Mermaid King can only guarantee that they will not lose to the Demon Shark King. It is impossible to win the battle. The Demon Shark King is cruel and domineering by nature. Almost the entire sea area is his territory. The mermaids are unwilling to be persecuted by him, so they move to the Nether Dead Sea and join forces with our Dragon Country to fight against the Demon Shark King. Of course, there are pros and cons. Our Dragon Country has gained a powerful ally, but at the same time, we have completely offended the Demon Shark Emperor, which has led to long-term unrest in the Nether Dead Sea. But without the Mermaid Emperor, King Wu alone cannot resist the Demon Shark Emperor. If the Demon Shark Emperor invades our Dragon Country's border, the entire coastal area will fall into chaos. Xiaoyao hit the nail on the head. So I think this alliance is very necessary. Grandmaster Shui nodded with satisfaction. Yes, your analysis is correct. After forming an alliance with the Mermaid Emperor, the Mermaid Clan has become a barrier between our Dragon Country and the Demon Shark Emperor, which has greatly alleviated our border pressure. At the same time, it has also brought us a new opportunity, which is the mysterious sea god realm I mentioned. The key to the mysterious sea god realm is in the hands of the Mermaid King. It is opened once every 5 years. There are 50 places in total. 20 for the Demon Shark King, 20 for the Mermaid Clan, and 10 for our Dragon Country. 20 more for the Demon Shark King. Xiaoyao smacked his lips. A little depressed? This is already the best result. Grandmaster Shui shook his head. If the requirements of the Demon Shark King are not met, The Mermaid Clan and Dragon Country will surely bear his crazy attacks. Let's get back to the point. The mysterious realm of the sea god is the best secret realm I know so far. Bar none. The secret realm contains countless treasures and resources. As long as you can return safely from the mysterious realm of the sea god, anyone can improve their strength in a short period of time. However, the conditions for entering the mysterious realm of the sea god are very harsh. Although there is no racial restriction, the age requirements for each race are very strict. For the human race, only young people under 30 years old are eligible to enter. Before each opening of the mysterious sea god realm, the 4 great masters and the Wu Wang family will each send 1 person, and the remaining 5 will be selected from the public. Generally, they will be the top talents from important agencies such as the law enforcement team, the military, and the Summoner Association. We will first select 20 people, and then let them compete, and finally select the best 5. Master Shui Xiaoyao eyes lit up. You mean, this time, I was directly selected as one of the 5 people? Grandmaster Shui smiled and said, That's right. In addition, it's not just you, your 4 teammates are also valued by the King of Martial Arts and selected into the final list. What? Xiaoyao eyes lit up, and he almost stood up with excitement. He really didn't expect that. The 5 of them would be valued by the King of Martial Arts, and even directly determined as the final candidates. Now, wouldn't their team take off again? Don't be happy so early. Grandmaster Shui poured cold water on him. Although the 5 of you were personally decided by the King of Martial Arts, it doesn't mean that other organizations will accept it willingly. In order to get a place in the mysterious realm of the sea god, the law enforcement team, the military and other organizations began to vigorously cultivate internal talents a few years ago. And the appearance of you guys has directly made their years of hard work go to waste. What do you think? How will these organizations, or those geniuses, react? At worst, we can just fight. Xiaoyao said nonchalantly. Fists are the hard truth. Anyone who doesn't accept it can come to me. Not to mention those under 30. Even if they are under 40. He doesn't think anyone can challenge him. Grandmaster Shui smiled and said, Of course you are not worried. But what about your teammates? As far as I know, although there are no platinum level players under 30 in this generation, there are a lot of gold level 5 geniuses. After the news is released, the 4 of them will inevitably be challenged. I have confidence in them. Xiaoyao said confidently. Below the platinum level, my teammates are invincible. Nowadays, the lowest level of the Alliance War Beasts is gold level 4, and the highest is gold level 5. Those below the platinum level can definitely kill. Although the levels of non-Alliance War Beasts such as Pai Dan and Xiao Kaihong are a bit low. If a 4v4 fight really breaks out, they will not be used at all. It is enough for the Alliance War Beasts to exert their strength. Haha. You are quite confident in them. Grandmaster Shui said with a smile. Then let them accept the challenge. Although the King of Wu has already made the decision. If they lose to other geniuses, they will lose their places. Even the King of Wu will not say much about this matter. Understood? Xiaoyao nodded. Only by defeating all challengers can these organizations and geniuses be convinced. And he is very confident that Xiao Xiao, Liang, Li Yu, and Yao Yao will not let him down. I have told you everything I should say. Grandmaster Shui smiled. Go ahead. Tell your teammates about this news. And let them prepare well. Thank you. Grandmaster Shui. Xiaoyao bowed to Grandmaster Shui, and then ran back to the hotel impatiently. Friends, the great opportunity is here. Chapter 613 Draw a card again. New hero. Fuck, the mysterious realm of the sea god. Li Yu excitedly grabbed Xiaoyao's arm. When will it open? Hurry up. I can't wait. Wow, I didn't expect King Wu to know us. Su Xingliang opened his mouth wide, showing a silly smile. Hee, it's really incredible. I feel like this life is worth it. Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yaoyao excitedly held hands, and their pretty faces flushed. Comrades, don't be too happy too soon. Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, and repeated what Master Shui said to everyone. If we are defeated, the place in the mysterious sea god realm will be handed over to others. Xiaoyao's words were like pouring cold water on everyone, allowing them to calm down a little. There shouldn't be any platinum masters under 30 years old. Right? Li Yu looked at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao shrugged and said, Anyway, Master Shui said there are none. But as for whether there are hidden geniuses, no one can say for sure. He had analyzed it carefully. The champion of the National League was already the strongest talent of the year. about 22 years old. And silver level 5. Talented people can be promoted to gold level within a year. But it is extremely difficult to be promoted to platinum level 5 in the remaining 7 years. For normal talents, platinum level is not so easy to cross. So Liang and his opponents will basically not exceed platinum. But he said that just now, in order to give some pressure, so that everyone can devote themselves to the preparation process. If Grandmaster Shui says there is none, then there is none. Liu Xiong was full of confidence. Below the platinum level, we brothers are not afraid of anyone. Let them come. At this time, Tao Yaoyao whispered, I think we should prepare well. Among the 4 people, she was the only one who did not have a gold level 5 war beast. And the Skywing Unicorn and Wood Elf were mainly auxiliary. So she was very unsure. Bai Lingxiao saw Yaoyao thoughts, took her arm and said, I think Yaoyao is right. Since our opponents are all gold level 5 genius summoners, it is very likely that their 4 war beasts are all gold level. If we fight a 4v4 team battle, we may not be able to win. That makes sense. Su Xingliang nodded in agreement. In the past few days, we still need to train more and focus on team battles. If it is a ring battle mode, everyone is confident that the war beast can complete 1 against 4, or at worst 2 against 4. But if it is a team battle mode, the shortcomings of the war beasts such as Pai Dan and Xiao Kaihong will be magnified. Once the opponent eliminates a war beast first, it will form a situation of many against few. The situation will not be so stable. Let's go to the training ground now, and use the treasures we exchanged. Bai Lingxiao was full of energy. She originally wanted to wait until she returned to school to use the treasure she exchanged for on the war beasts, but now it seems that time waits for no one, and the sooner you become stronger, the better. Let's go. Let's go! Several people couldn't wait to walk out of the room and head to the training ground. Xiao Yao shouted at everyone's backs, go early and come back early, we will go back to school tomorrow. Got it! Everyone waved without looking back, and ran away from Xiao Yao's sight. The sense of urgency is coming. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, then lay on the bed, and turned his attention to the system panel. After killing Jiang Chen, the power of the Dark Demon increased a lot, and now it is more than 500 points, and can draw 5 hero cards. Some war beasts have reached the gold level 5, and it's time to prepare in advance. Let's get started. His consciousness sank into a bright starry sky, and the deck kept cutting cards. This time, Xiao Yao shouted calmly, Stop! 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 All 5 cards were turned over. When Xiao Yao saw the 5 new heroes, a strange look appeared on his face. What a coincidence! These 5 cards are Nami, the Tide Caller Fizz, the Tide Sprite Pike, the Bloodhaven Phantom Nautilus, the Deep Sea Titan and Malphite, the Lava Behemoth. Except for Malphite, the other 4 are heroes related to water. Could it be that this is also a sign? After regaining consciousness, Xiao Yao opened his eyes, touched his chin, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. No need to think too much. Nami, Fizz, Pike and Titan will definitely be divided among the 4 teammates, and the Lava Behemoth will be given to his father. As for how to divide these 4 heroes, he thought for a moment, and finally made a decision. Nami is a hero who is more of a support hero in the league, although he doesn't know what will happen when she comes to this world. As a female hero, she must not be given to the wretched man Xianyu, so she should be given to the pure Yao Yao. Fizz, an AP assassin hero, he was going to give to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao now had Ari, Xiao, long-range mages and melee tanks. What he lacked was an assassin position warrior, and Fizz was definitely one of the most terrifying assassins in the league. As for Pike and Titan, 1 assassin and 1 tank. It didn't matter how they were divided. After all, Liang had Kha'Zix and Makai, and Liu had Rengar and Zac. Both tanks and assassins were there, so he didn't think much about these 2 heroes, and finally gave Pike to Liang and Titan to Liu. And now, all 4 heroes were distributed. I feel like this is a good sign. Xiao Yao sat up suddenly, tilted his head and thought, could it be that my diamond level hero is also related to water? But it seems that there are no other water heroes? No. It seems that there is another one. Xiao Yao's eyes showed a trace of fear. Tam? How could I forget him? Damn. If it is really Tam. I don't want this system. When he thought that he might inherit Tam's Q skill Tongue Whip, or W skill Swallowing, He couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, I don't want to become a long-tongued man or a big-bellied man. Tam, back off. Back off. Back off. Just when Xiao Yao was falling into fear of Tam, Jinyang City also welcomed an uninvited guest. Underground cave. A man in a black robe stood on the protruding stone wall, looking at the completely collapsed cave and the edge of the stone in front of him, and the faintly exposed blue-black runes. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and the voice squeezed out from his teeth. No matter who it is, I will kill you. Oh, is that so? At this moment, a majestic and overbearing voice suddenly sounded in the air. Master Shui suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed man, with his mouth curled up, and said calmly, I want to see how you are going to kill me. Shuinan, the black-robed man's voice suddenly became calm and cold. Did you find out? Master Shui snorted coldly. Do you think this was done in secret? As expected of a master. I admit that I underestimated you before. Facing Master Shui, there was no trace of fear or worry in the black-robed man's tone. Master Shui frowned slightly and stretched out his big hand, and a light blue-wind hand instantly grasped the black-robed man's body. Want to catch me? Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed wildly and said viciously, Shui Nan, let's wait and see. Bang! His body exploded instantly, but there was no blood or flesh, only extremely thick black fog. Dark clone? Master Shui snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Dark Shadow Society, you won't be able to jump around for much longer. Chapter 6:14 Reactions from all parties. Xiao Yao and others followed their teacher back to Kyoto University the next day. As soon as they returned to school, Liang, Xiao Xiao, and others began to prepare for the battle. They spent the whole day in the training hall, studying tactics, practicing against each other, which made Xiao Yao a loner all of a sudden. However, Xiao Yao was not idle. On the one hand, he contacted Lao Du, obtained important information in the recent period, and on the other hand, he discussed with Master Lu, decided to speed up the mass production of Huamingshi firearms. Before long, he will be able to advance to the diamond level. With the support of Grandmaster Shui, he can be said to have the initial ability to protect the Firestone firearms. Therefore, he is not going to hide it anymore, but to show it openly, and to provide a set of epic-making weapons to the Dragon Country, which has been increasingly turbulent in recent years. While they were busy with their own affairs, the law enforcement team, the army, the Summoner Association, and other organizations, as well as the top families, also received the bad news that the list of the Sea Gods Mystery Realm was confirmed in advance. In the training ground of the Kyoto military base, more than a dozen war beasts were fighting fiercely, lightning and flames were flying, shallow pits were punched into the special metal floor, the war beasts roared in pain, excitement. The atmosphere in the whole venue was very warm. Dongzi, you are going to lose to me today. Okay? A burly, dark-skinned young man with a buzz cut laughed. The battle is not over yet, you are in a hurry. Beside him, a thin, short man curled his lips and said, in the room, besides the two of them, there were two other people, a man and a woman. The man was over 2 meters tall, with muscular body, prominent pectoralis major, and his green short-sleeved shirt was bulging. The woman was also tall, about 1.8 meters tall, with wheat-colored skin, deep facial features, and long legs wrapped in hot pants, which were round and straight. She looked full of energy. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the door of the training room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in, with a gloomy face and frowned eyebrows. Stop for a moment. All of you. Hearing this, the four of them quickly asked the war beast to stop, then ran to the side of the man in military uniform, standing in a row with their heads held high. I have bad news for you. Chu Liliang said gloomily, slowly. The remaining 5 places for the mysterious Sea God realm have been confirmed. You don't need to prepare. What? Miao Tongjun, the big-breasted brother, glared, and his pectoralis major muscles bulged up. Uncle Chu, why is this happening? Who broke the rules? That's right. Miao Wenjia said angrily. We have been preparing for such a long time. Why are we not even allowed to participate in this election? I don't accept it. That's right. Sir, I don't accept it. Hong Yong raised his head, and a hint of anger flushed on his dark face. Lu Weidong hurriedly followed. Me too. Disobedient? Chu Liliang glanced at them coldly. This is decided by King Wu himself. What's the use of disobeying? Wu. King Wu. Several people's faces froze, and they were speechless. Especially Miao Tongjun and Miao Wenjia, who were the children of top military leaders, and whose family backgrounds were second only to the four great masters and the Wu Wang family. When they heard that the quota was taken away for no reason, they were furious and wanted to inform the family immediately to seek justice for them. But who would have thought that the Wu Wang himself made the decision? So what was there to seek? But they were still very dissatisfied. Miao Wenjia pouted and said, "Uncle Chu, even if it was decided by the king of Wu himself, at least let us know who these places are given to." "That's right," Lu Weidong said quickly. Chu Liliang said indifferently, "The first person is Xiao Yao." "Xiao Yao? The first genius of Dragon Country?" Miao Wenjia's eyes widened slightly. "Yes." Chu Liliang nodded. "He is already platinum level, and is the strongest one among those who went to the mysterious realm of the sea god this time. Damn, he's too abnormal." Hong Yong smacked his lips. "I remember Xiao Yao seemed to be less than 20 years old. Fuck, is he a human being?" "Okay, I give up on this one. Next one," Miao Tongjun said simply. "Platinum level, can't afford to offend." "Uncle Chu, next one, Miao Wenjia urged. Chu Liliang said slowly, "The remaining 4 people are all Xiao Yao college classmates and teammates, namely by Li Xiao, Su Xingliang, Li Yu Tao Yao Yao. College classmates and teammates. In other words, they are all a group of 20-year-old brats." Miao Tongjun suddenly became like an angry bear. "I don't accept these 4. "That's right." "Why?" Miao Wenjia looked indignant. "I recognize Xiao Yao. His talent and strength are indeed far above ours. But why do these people have the right? Just because they are Xiao Yao teammates? Even if Xiao Yao is a genius, he has a good chance of becoming the 5th master in the future. But we can't break the rules for him. Can a 20-year-old kid survive in the mysterious land of the sea god?" "Yeah, I think so too." Lu Weidong nodded, like a chicken grumbling. Chu Liliang said calmly, "As far as I know, the 4 of them are gold-level summoners." "Gold summoner?" Everyone was stunned, showing shock and surprise. "Gold level at around 20 years old. This talent seems a bit exaggerated. Being able to advance to gold level at the age of 22, before graduating from the senior year, is already a rare super genius. The National League has been held for so many sessions, and there have not been a few gold level champions. And these people were promoted to gold at the age of 20. Their talent is only 1 level lower than Xiao Yao. Could it be that Dragon Country has 4 more Grandmaster level seeds? Moreover, these geniuses are all Xiao Yao friends. It's too coincidental." Miao Wenjia frowned, but still said unconvinced, "Even if they have good talent, the selection of the god of the sea god realm emphasizes strength. If they are not strong enough, it will be difficult for them to come back alive even if they enter the god of the sea god realm. That is, can a rookie of gold level 1 or 2 compete with the subordinates of the Demon Shark King? It's good enough that we are not eaten." Miao Tongjun reacted and said loudly, "Uncle Chu, we don't recognize these people." "Uncle Chu, what do other organizations think?" Miao Wenjia suddenly asked. "You know, in addition to their military, the law enforcement team, the Summoner Association, the major important agencies, and the top summoner families, are also selecting talents early to prepare for the 5 places in the god realm of the sea god. And now these few people have intervened and squeezed everyone out. The military is not convinced. How can other organizations be convinced?" Chu Liliang said calmly, "Everyone feels the same way. I have reported this matter to the top management. I hope to win a fair chance for everyone to compete. Humph. If there is, I will definitely teach those little brats a lesson." Miao Tongjun hammered his chest, making a banging sound. "If they are defeated by me, I wonder if they still have the face to enter the mysterious realm of the sea god. Okay, I came here today to inform you guys. Get ready." Chu Liliang left a word and walked out of the training room. After he left, several people looked at each other, and their faces showed cruelty. You just wait to be beaten. At the same time, this scene was also staged in various organizations. For a while, undercurrents surged, and all the spearheads were pointed at by Li Xiao and the other 4. Chapter 615 Accepting the Challenge. Kyoto University President's Office. After Master Yi hung up the phone, turned to Principal Ouyang, and said with a smile, "Hey, the second-in-command of the law enforcement team called." Principal Ouyang smiled and shook his head. It seems that everyone is very dissatisfied. Master Yi sipped his tea slowly. Everyone has been preparing for such a long time, they will definitely not be convinced if they don't fight for it. I heard from Master Shui that Xiao Yao trusts several of his teammates very much. How about this, you call these kids over, and ask them what they think. Okay. Principal Ouyang nodded, then his mental power swept across the entire campus, and his lips moved a few times. In the training ground, Xiao Yao was watching the team's internal training. Suddenly, Principal Ouyang's voice came to his ears. Xiao Yao, call the 4 people around you. Come to my place to meet Master Yi. Clap. 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 Xiao Yao stood up, clapped his hands, and said to his friends, everyone stop. Suddenly, everyone froze, and ordered the war beast to stop what he was doing. Principal Ouyang just informed me that the 5 of us should go to the principal's office together. We should talk about the mysterious sea god realm. Xiao Yao smiled. In addition, Master Yi is also there. What? Everyone was shocked. And then overjoyed. We can actually see Master Yi up close? Damn! Everyone was like a little fan who was about to meet their idol. And they were both excited and nervous. What should I do? Would it be too rude for me to meet Master Yi like this? Su Xingliang looked down at his soaked clothes and said nervously, Ah, me too. Tao Yaoyao looked at Xiao Yao, tugged at her clothes, and stamped her feet anxiously. It's okay. The principal and Master Yi won't mind. Xiao Yao said nonchalantly. No. Everyone said in unison. Xiao Yao choked, smiled awkwardly. Then you guys go change clothes first? Hurry up. Su Xingliang urged. We can't let Master Yi and the principal wait for us. Several people quickly ran to the locker room, wiped the sweat off their face, changed into clean clothes, and then went to the principal's office together. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Yao led everyone in, closed the door carefully, stood in front of Principal Ouyang and Master Yi, and bowed respectfully. Principal Master Yi. Hello. Master Yi smiled. His elegant and easygoing temperament instantly made the little friend's face excited. Among the 4 great masters, Master Yi Sun Yi has always been the most popular. In addition to the fact that he is the youngest, Master Yi's personal charm is the reason why he is the most popular. Compared with Master Shui domineering, Master Shi's iron-blooded, Master Mo's chic but flamboyant, Master Yi's elegance can be said to be popular with both young and old, and suitable for both men and women. And Master Yi Fan Club is also the fan club with the largest number of people in the entire Dragon Country. Even if the number of fans of several top stars is added together, it cannot catch up with it. You guys, don't get so excited. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, I asked you to come here because I want to ask for your opinions on one thing. Several people looked at each other, and guessed what Principal Ouyang was going to say. It seems that you all know what's going on. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, Then I just say it directly. Although King Wu personally made the decision to give you the remaining 5 places in the mysterious realm of the sea god. This has also caused opinions from many organizations such as the military and the law enforcement team, and they have expressed their dissatisfaction to Master Yi. Needless to say, the weight of these organizations, their opinions cannot be ignored even by Master Yi. So what I mean is, if you are confident in your own strength, then just accept the challenge openly, defeat all challengers, and make them shut up. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, No problem, I am willing to accept all challenges. Principal Ouyang twitched his mouth. Shut up. Only a fool would challenge you. Principal Ouyang looked at Bai Lingxiao and others. What about you guys? At this time, Bai Lingxiao stood up and said frankly, Principal Ouyang, Master Yi, in the past few days, the 4 of us have hardly stepped out of the door of the training room in order to meet all challenges. Looking at the clear, firm, and confident eyes of the 4 people, Principal Ouyang could not help but nodded with satisfaction. Good. You are worthy of being my Peking University students. To be honest, the 4 of them could have refused. After all, this was decided by King Wu himself, and they had to accept it honestly even if they were not convinced. But the 4 of them chose to face the challenge head-on, accepting the challenge of geniuses, who were 8 or 9 years older than them. This courage and will really impressed him. These kids, they are not simple. Master Yi Principal Ouyang turned to look at Master Yi. Master Yi smiled. His voice was like a breeze, giving people a warm and intimate feeling. Okay. Since everyone has accepted the challenge, I will arrange an internal defense match next. If you succeed in defending the ring, you will keep the ticket to the god of the sea god realm. But if you are defeated, this ticket will be given to someone else. But I promise you, if you fail to defend the ring, I will give you a suitable compensation. Master Yi knew that these children had the right to refuse. But since they chose to face the challenge and resolve the dissatisfaction of the major organizations, as the promoter of the matter, he would reward these children for their courage and compensate them for the loss of the opportunity to enter the mysterious sea god realm. Thank you, Master Yi. Everyone bowed slightly, but their eyes were full of confidence. After a few days of training and running in, everyone is quite confident in their own strength. Geniuses from all walks of life, just come on. Okay, then you guys go back first and prepare well, Principal Ouyang said with a smile. Everyone bowed again and slowly left the room. Military base squeaked. The door of the training room opened. Miao Tongjun, Miao Wenjia, and the other four quickly surrounded them and asked anxiously, "How is it? Did they agree?" Chu Liliang smiled. Agreed. 3 days later, Master Yi will arrange an internal defense match, and the champion will be qualified to enter the mysterious sea god realm. Great. Miao Wenjia clenched his fist excitedly. This is fair. Everyone speaks based on their strength. Miao Tongjun snorted, and his expression eased a little. It seems that these people are quite courageous. Not bad. I will save their face. Hong Yong chuckled. Brother Jun. Wenjia. Now we are competitors again. Miao Tongjun glanced at him and said, Don't worry. As a comrade, I will save your face. Lu Weidong nodded. Me too. Is that all you can say? Everyone rolled their eyes. At the same time, the news of the defense battle was also known by other organizations, and many geniuses were ready to teach the four relatives a lesson. Chapter 6:16 The war begins. A few days later, candidates from the Kyoto Secret Base Law Enforcement Team, the military, the Summoner Association, and other organizations have already arrived. There are 25 people in total, all of whom are gold level 5 summoners under the age of 30. 5 huge arenas stand in the center of the training ground, and everyone gathers around, discussing. I have checked the information of these people. The one named Su Xingliang is Xiao Yao's best friend. The two grew up together, but they are from ordinary families and lack family resources, so his strength should be the weakest. Bai Li Xiao and Tao Yao are the children of teachers at Beijing University. There are diamond-level masters in their families. Their background should not be underestimated. The last one, Li Yu, is the descendant of the creation king Li Chu. I personally think that he should be the strongest among the four. TSK. How strong can a 20-year-old kid be? I've decided to beat this kid. The descendant of the creation king was beaten up by me. It's quite exciting to think about it. Ha ha. More than 20 people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the next defense battle. But no one took Su Xingliang and the other 4 seriously. In their opinion, these people just took advantage of Xiao Yao, even if they were lucky enough to break through to gold. Their strength was not worth mentioning compared to these gold-level veterans. The focus of their discussion was on the candidates of other organizations, who were their biggest competitors. Damn it. Why haven't they come yet? How dare these guys make us wait so long? A man with a scar on the corner of his eye cursed. What's the hurry? A man in white clothes with a calm temperament said calmly. There are still 10 minutes to go. Wait. They will show up soon. These little brats dare to act arrogantly. Damn it. Wait, and see how I will teach them a lesson later. The scarred man squeezed his joints until they made a crackling sound, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, the door of the training room slowly opened. Everyone paused and turned their heads to look over. A tall, handsome boy walked in first, with a calm face. When he saw everyone in the room, he smiled faintly. This smile seemed so friendly to everyone. There was no way. Everyone recognized him. Xiao Yao, the first genius of Dragon Country. A platinum-level summoner. How could such a monster provoke mortals like us? He must have greeted us in a friendly manner. The next one is behind Xiao Yao, followed by 2 men and 2 women. Now everyone is excited. That's right. This is our target. Xiao Yao, go play. On Xiao Yao left, the boy with a short stature and a round face is Su Xingliang. He looks like an honest kid. Forget it. Be gentle later. The one next to him is Li Yu. Right? Damn it. He dares to smile at us. This is a provocation. Damn it. I will beat you to death. Wow, the 2 girls behind are prettier than in the photo. The one on the left is Bai Ling Xiao, Xiao Yao girlfriend. Be gentle with this one, so as not to offend Xiao Yao or make things difficult for me when I enter the Sea God realm in the future. The one on the right is Tao Yao, with a baby face and huge. Ahem, don't worry, brother won't bully you. All in all, I'd better pick Li Yu, who has a face that deserves a beating, and happens to be a descendant of Li Chu, so I start with you. Li Yu doesn't know yet that he has become the target of challenge for nearly half of the people, and he whispered to everyone, I think the first person to be challenged must be Liang Liang. What do you think? You think I'm easy to bully? Su Xingliang curled his lips. You are all diamonds. The King family. And I am just an ordinary person. I deserve to be looked down upon. Ahem. But your strength is the strongest among the four of us. Li Yu put his arm around Su Xingliang's shoulders and said with a smile, play well in the first battle and make a wonderful start. Su Xingliang shrugged. But his eyes were full of confidence. With Kazakhs, Makai and Kog'Maw, he can win this battle with his eyes closed. What kind of commander is needed? Just do it. Xiaoyao brought his friends to the side of the ring. Under the gaze of the crowd, several people looked calm, without the panic and tension that everyone expected. For a moment, the room suddenly became quiet, and only a few people could be heard whispering. At this moment, there was another chaotic sound of footsteps outside the door. The door was pushed open. When they saw the people coming, everyone stood up straight and looked serious. The leader was the elegant and calm Master Yi. Around him, there were many top bosses such as Ouyang Xian, the president of Kyoto University, the law enforcement team, the military, and the Summoner Association. Many of them were people that ordinary people could only see on TV. Master Yi, everyone is here. A middle-aged man said to Master Yi. Xiaoyao recognized this man, the third in command of the law enforcement team, Situ Jian. Then let's get started, Qin Xiaolong. You will be the referee this time. Master Yi said calmly. Yes. Qin Xiaolong nodded, with a helpless smile in his heart. He was a Diamond 4 summoner, and the top military boss actually had to be the referee for this group of children. But there was nothing he could do, because his strength was the weakest among them. Ahem. Qin Xiaolong took a few steps forward, cleared his throat, and said seriously, I won't say much about the form of this defense battle. I would like to remind everyone that each person has only 2 challenge opportunities at most. Choose your opponent well, and don't regret it. After that, he glanced at Miao Tongjun and Miao Wenjia. The Sea God Realm qualification competition in previous years was also a big platform for each organization to show its strength and compete with each other. Who will win in the end also reflects the talent reserve of the organization. This time, the military has high hopes for the Miao brothers and sisters, hoping that at least one of them can stand to the end. Xiaoyao, Bai Lingxiao, Li Yu, Tao Yiyao, Su Xingliang. The 5 of you choose a ring each, Qin Xiaolong said, although everyone knows that no fool would challenge Xiaoyao. In order to show fairness, Xiaoyao also wants to participate in this battle to defend the ring. Come on. Xiaoyao patted his friend on the shoulder, and stood on the middle ring with a smile. Seeing his smile, everyone hummed inwardly, so cool. The other friends each chose a stage, took a deep breath, and waited for the upcoming challenge. Okay. This defense battle officially begins. Since he was the referee, Qin Xiaolong also followed the referee's process and read out the announcement in a formal manner. Who is going to challenge first? Li Yu turned his head and looked at Su Xingliang, and made a cheering gesture. I do it. I do it. Don't rush, let me go first. Many big guys including Master Yi were present, who wouldn't want to show off their strength. One by one, they raised their arms, and shouted with red faces. It's you, you're the first one. Qin Xiaolong pointed at a bearded man. Who are you going to challenge? I'm challenging him. The bearded man pointed at Li Yu. Challenge Li Yu? Su Xingliang was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Yu, with a playful look in his eyes, as if saying, you're always picking on the weak, it looks like you can't do it. Li Yu rolled his eyes in frustration, and clenched his fists. Big bearded man, you just wait. Chapter 617. Instant kill, another instant kill. Bang. The bearded man jumped heavily onto the stage, looking at Li Yu, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Summoner Association, Karonglong. Hey, I'm talking to this uncle. Li Yu said lazily. The Sea God Realm has an age limit of 30 years old. Looking at your face, it feels like you're older than my dad. I'm only 29. Karonglong's forehead was throbbing with veins. You look mature. Don't you understand? Li Yu laughed. Then you're a little too mature. Ha ha, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Even several big shots were amused by Li Yu. You fucking. Karonglong gritted his teeth, and secretly swore in his heart. Boy, you are so arrogant. Just wait and see how I will beat you to death. Ahem. Qin Xiaolong smiled and coughed twice, and said, Okay, both sides will decide the form of the game first, ring battle or team battle. I can do either. Li Yu shrugged indifferently. Uncle, it's up to you. Keronglong said decisively, ring battle. Since Li Yu handed the decision to him, he would definitely choose the 1v1 ring battle that could better reflect the strength of the war beast. Boy, watch me kill you with 4 explosions in a row. Okay. Both sides retreat and prepare. Li Yu and Keronglong retreated to a distance of 100 meters, waiting for the referee to give orders. Summon the war beast. Swish. A green mantis appeared in front of Keronglong, with an unusually wide blade, like a guillotine, and a bloodthirsty killing color flashing in his pupils, and a cold aura bursting out. Gold level 5 jade-eyed blade mantis. On the other side, a white-haired lion beast appeared in front of Li Yu, with long hair braided into a braid, one eye covered by a black eye patch, sharp fingertips, holding a strange weapon in his left hand, and 2 slender sharp thorns extending from the back of his right hand, domineering and arrogant, like the king of the jungle looking down on the world. The one Li Yu sent out was naturally his strongest war beast, the proud hunter Rengar. Ho Rengar saw the appearance of his opponent and immediately became excited. Mantis, I'm fighting a mantis. Is this his war beast? When the audience saw Rengar's appearance, they couldn't help but secretly marvel. This look is really cool. Both sides get ready. Qin Xiaolong raised his right hand. Begin. Shua. The green-eyed blade mantis followed Keronglong's instructions, and instantly burst out at the fastest speed, and with a flap of its wings, it flew to Rengar's head almost like a flash, and the blade arm surrounded by green energy slashed down fiercely, making a sharp sound of breaking the wind. Go to hell. Keronglong's eyes were vicious. You little brat, there's no point in being sharp-tongued. Strength is king. Today I teach you a lesson, let you see what a top gold level summoner is. It's over. Everyone in the audience thought. Although they didn't know Keronglong's full strength, he was a top talent selected by the Summoner Association after all. It's not easy to deal with a young man in his 20s. Especially in the ring battle mode, it can magnify the strength gap between war beasts, and strong explosive war beasts, like the green-eyed blade mantis, are fully capable of killing the enemy with one move. Just when everyone thought that the jade-eyed blade mantis was sure to win, the situation that happened next slapped them in the face. Ding! A clashing sound that made the eardrum swell. The strange weapon blocked all the blade arms. The jade-eyed blade mantis pressed down with all her might, her body trembling constantly. But the arm blade was stuck in place without moving, without any progress. Rengar raised the weapon with one hand, and the other hand fell to his side. He looked at the jade-eyed blade mantis with his one eye, revealing a hint of disdain. That's it? You deserve to be called a mantis? Bang! Rengar pushed his opponent away fiercely, twisted his feet, jumped behind the jade-eyed blade mantis like a ghost, and tore it with his right arm's sharp claws. Swish! The emerald shell was as fragile as paper, and was instantly torn apart by the sharp claws. The red and green blood burst out like a fountain. The momentum was immediately weakened, and it staggered twice, and then fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked at the injury on the back of the jade-eyed blade mantis in horror. The huge wound was extremely hideous, and it almost cut half of the body in half. The internal organs were clearly visible, and the blood kept flowing out, and gathered into a pool of blood on the floor. How is this possible? Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. One move killed the gold level 5 jade-eyed blade mantis. Could he also be platinum level? TSK. Li Yu looked at the miserable state of jade-eyed blade mantis, and his mouth curled up. He also raised his eyebrows at Keronglong. It was a pity that Keronglong had already been stunned. He stared at jade-eyed blade mantis, and kept saying, This is impossible, this is impossible. Alas, giving a blind man a wink, Li Yu curled his lips, looking at the domineering back of Rengar, and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Gold level 5 Rengar, his strength is comparable to platinum level 1, 2 monsters. When in Qinong City, there were several platinum level undead killed by Rengar. A mere gold level 5 fragile mantis can be easily killed without any skills. Not all mantises are called Kazakhs. Swish! At this time, a holy white light fell on the jade-eyed blade mantis, the wound healed quickly, and the blood regenerated rapidly. The jade-eyed blade mantis slowly climbed up, looking at Rengar with fear in her eyes. In the first round, Li Yu won, Qin Xiaolong announced loudly. But from his eyes, one could clearly see astonishment. confusion and solemnity. This time, it was a bit bad. Prepare the second war beast. Qin Xiaolong looked at Karonglong. Yes. Karonglong gritted his teeth. Put the jade-eyed mantis back into the beast control space. And summon the second war beast at the same time. Boom. A 3-meter-tall ice stone giant. Ice blew all over, exuding a hint of coldness. Gold level 4 ice giant. Karonglong admitted that he and everyone else had underestimated Liu. This kid's war beast was ridiculously strong. He himself was considered a veteran in the gold level. He had encountered all kinds of gold level opponents. The jade-eyed blade mantis could not say that the gold level was invincible, but at least it was the top level, and could even fight against the platinum level 1 monsters. But just now, the jade-eyed blade mantis was killed by the white-haired lion in one move, and it looked effortless. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying the strength of this white-haired lion was. Now, he had completely given up the idea of defeating Liu, and only hoped that the ice giant could hold on for a while longer and not be beaten too badly. However, he was quite confident in the ice giant's defense, and at least he could block a few moves. Begin! As soon as Qin Xiaolong finished speaking, the ice giant immediately used his skills, condensed a pair of ice arm armor on his arms, and then took a defensive posture, motionless. At this time, Rengar started. His speed was like lightning, and he covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant, and silently, with a strong blood light on his weapon. And when he got close, he suddenly chopped it down. Blood hunting claw plus cruelty puff. The blood-colored weapon slashed through the ice armor, cutting it off as easily as a knife cutting tofu. Then, Rengar slid down and cut off the calf on the same side of the ice giant. Boom, the huge body shook, and then fell to the ground with a bang. This, Karonglong stared blankly ahead, his lips trembling, and the whole person exuded a gray and desperate aura, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. Second round, Liu wins. When the referee announced the result, it immediately caused an uproar. Chapter 618 Su Xingliang goes to the battle. How is this possible? Everyone in the audience opened their mouths wide, and their eyes were full of horror. The ice stone giant was also killed in one move? What kind of monster is this? Miao Tongjun opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes no longer had the previous contempt and arrogance, but only incredible shock and a little bit of relief. Fortunately, he was not the first to challenge, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Gulp Miao Wenjiao swallowed his saliva. Looking at the severed calves and arms of the ice stone giant, he felt a chill on his back. Even the ice stone giant, which is famous for its defense, was easily chopped into pieces. Then his own war beast. No. No, this guy is too scary. We must stay away from him. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? I fought with Karonglong before. That ice stone giant can even withstand a few platinum level attacks, but is this the foundation of the king's family? It's really scary. After watching the two battles just now, almost everyone completely gave up the idea of challenging Liu. There was no way. They didn't think their war beasts were much stronger than the jade-eyed blade mantis and the ice giant. If it had been them just now, the ending might have been even worse. From this point of view, everyone looked at Su Xingliang, by Li Xiao Tao Yao Yao. Liu was from a royal family, with family resources to support him, so his strength was understandable. But these people couldn't be so perverted. Especially this kid. They looked at Su Xingliang, who was from an ordinary family, and looked so honest. Who else should we choose if not you? Who makes an honest person easy to bully? After the ice giant was treated, Qin Xiaolong looked at Karonglong. Get ready for the third round. Karonglong took back the ice giant in a daze, and then summoned the third war beast. Gold level 3 fire elf. The ending was naturally as expected. After the referee announced the start, Rengar accelerated and rushed in front of the fire elf. Although the fire elf also used flames to lift himself into the air to distance himself, Rengar's jumping ability was very exaggerated. He bent his knees and kicked them into the sky. The sharp claws easily penetrated the fire shield and knocked the fire elf to the ground. As for the fourth war beast, needless to say, the gold level 2 sandstorm worm was cut into 2 pieces by Rengar in an instant. At this point, the first challenge officially ended. Karonglong walked off the stage with a gloomy face. But to his relief, no one around laughed at him. Instead, they patted his shoulders and gave him understanding and encouragement. It seems that I didn't lose too badly. Karonglong smiled bitterly and comforted himself in his heart. Okay. Next. Who is ready to challenge on stage? Me. Me. I do it. Some people raised their hands. But this time the number of people who raised their hands was obviously much less than last time, only 7 or 8 people. It's not hard to guess the mentality of the others. Let others go up and test the waters first, observe the situation carefully, and finally pick the weakest champion to challenge. Then you. Qin Xiaolong pointed at a man with a scar on the corner of his eye and said, "Who do you want to challenge?" "I challenge." The scarred-eyed man looked at Su Xingliang, Bai Lishao, and Tao Yaoao, and finally locked his eyes on Su Xingliang. "I challenge Su Xingliang." As a man in his 30s, he really couldn't bring himself to challenge 2 young girls. In addition, after analysis, Su Xingliang's strength should be the weakest. So he finally chose to challenge Su Xingliang. "Okay, let's go on stage." The scarred-eyed man jumped onto the stage, clasped his fists and introduced himself. "Law enforcement team. Jing Conwen." "Big brother, you don't look like a literary scholar," Su Xingliang secretly complained, then clasped his fists and said, "Kyoto University." Su Xingliang. Both sides decide the competition format. Su Xingliang casually said, "I can do either." "Wow. So confident." The audience murmured in their hearts. Liu was born in a royal family. It would be fine if he was a little confident. But Su Xingliang, a child from an ordinary family, was so casual. Could it be? "I choose team battle," Jing Conwen said directly. In his opinion, group battle is the safest form of competition, and it is also the form that can best play to his age advantage. Like Koronglong, he has 4 gold-level war beasts, and at Su Xingliang's age, no matter how evil he is, it is impossible for him to train all 4 war beasts to the gold level. As long as there is a war beast that is not gold, it can be used as a breakthrough point, and eliminated first, and then form a situation of more people fighting fewer people. This is also the most stable way. Okay. Both sides retreat. Su Xingliang and Jing Conwen retreated to a distance of 100 meters, and then summoned their respective war beasts. Cry. Hiss. Roar. The roars of the war beasts resounded throughout the training ground. Jing Sungwen's war beasts were Gold Level 5 Golden Feather Eagle, Gold Level 4 Pure White War Lion, Gold Level 3 Ghost, and Gold Level 3 Jade Horn Snake. Compared to the roars on the opposite side, Su Xingliang's side seemed particularly quiet. Makai stood in the front. His eyes were green. His mouth was slightly open. And the shadow cat Pai Dan hid in Makai's shadow and yawned by the way. The cold killer Kazakh stood beside Makai, and his blade arm was faintly glowing with purple light, while the big-mouthed Kog'Maw stared straight at the jade horn snake, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. "This snake should be delicious. Leave the white lion to me." Kaziz secretly communicated with Su Xingliang. "But you have to get rid of that guy in the sky first." "Okay." Something is not right. When the 4 beasts appeared, the audience suddenly felt a pressure coming, especially the purple mantis, which was like a cold killing machine, which was creepy. This kid wouldn't be stronger than Liu? For some reason, many people suddenly had such a thought in their minds, and it lingered for a long time. Miao Wenjia tugged at Miao Tongjun's clothes, whispering, "Brother, how is it?" Miao Tongjun has had extraordinary perception since he was a child. He can detect dangers in advance and guess the strength of unknown war beasts and monsters. She wanted to see what her brother thought of Su Xingliang war beasts. "It's terrible," Miao Tongjun muttered to himself. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was terribly gloomy. "I only have one feeling." "What?" Miao Wenjia suddenly had a bad feeling. Miao Tongjun took a deep breath and said, "That's death." "Death?" Miao Wenjia's body stiffened and slowly turned his head to look at the stage. "No way." "Liang." Liu suddenly shouted to Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang turned his head, and his eyes slightly opened. "Quick battle. Quick decision." Liu smiled. "Let those who despise you see your true strength." "Okay." Su Xingliang smiled and lightly hit his chest twice, and his eyes suddenly became serious. "Quick battle. Quick decision." Jing Conwen frowned, and an inexplicable sense of tension surged in his heart. Seeing that both sides were ready, Qin Xiaolong raised his right hand. "Start." Chapter 619 Overwhelmingly Powerful. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Jing Sungwen's war beasts immediately launched an attack. Cry! The golden-feathered eagle flapped its wings, and quickly rushed into the sky. One after another, the illusory golden wings fell like a rain of arrows. At the same time, the ghost activated the skill Fear Scream. The piercing sound resounded throughout the training ground, and the violent mental power covered the entire arena in front. Boom! Facing the attack, Mackay instantly entered the state of the ancient tree of war. The huge body was like a mountain, blocking all the golden feather arrows. A circle of green magic vortex quietly emerged, enveloping Paidan, Kog'Maw, Kha'Zix, greatly weakening the damage of Fear Scream. Vengeance Vortex. Mackay surrounds himself with a magic vortex, protecting himself and his teammates by 25% of damage, lasting for a certain period of time. After Mackay ends this effect, he releases the energy absorbed by the vortex, and causes damage to the enemies in the vortex. At this moment, Kha'Zix, who was hiding behind Mackay, also disappeared in front of everyone. Invisible? Everyone in the audience was shocked. The original explosive power of mantis-like war beasts is extremely strong. If the invisibility skill is added, the lethality is simply unimaginable. And because the purple mantis hid behind the big tree, Jing Conwen didn't seem to notice his invisibility. Jing Conwen. It's dangerous. What a strong defense. Jing Conwen frowned. Mackay's defense was far beyond his expectations. The full-strength attack of the Golden Eagle didn't leave even a small wound on the opponent. This kind of defense is simply not something a gold-level war beast can have. It's a bit bad. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the sky. Everyone looked up, and their pupils shrank suddenly. The purple mantis was seen floating in the air, its blade arm drooping, blood dripping from its blade, looking coldly and indifferently at the ground, like an emotionless killing machine. The golden-winged eagle was falling rapidly. Its wings had been separated from its body. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Blood gushed to the ground, and the eagle's eyes were full of pain and fear. Bang! The golden-winged eagle fell heavily to the ground. And then, its separated wings also fell to the ground one after another. Cluck! The golden-winged eagle struggled painfully. But it was a pity that without wings, it was like a human without hands. And it could not even turn over, and could only wail. Everyone was horrified. One move, and another. What kind of monster is this? If Rengar gave people the feeling of a domineering and arrogant warrior, any enemy would be chopped to pieces by him. Then Kha'Zix was a cold and cruel shadow killer, with invisibility and super explosive power, so that no one could resist his deadly assassination. Next. It's your turn. Kha'Zix stared at the pure white war lion on the ground, his eyes cold. Let me see how powerful you. A white-haired lion. Don't let me down. On the ground, the pure white war lion suddenly shuddered. He raised his head, and saw a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. He shouted frantically in his heart, "Don't come over here." Tut-tut! 2 Kog'Maw stood behind Mackay, spewing corrosive liquid from his mouth, 3 times a second, falling on the jade horn snake like raindrops. How could the gold level 3 jade horn snake withstand such an attack? Although it raised a white jade shield to block its head, it was no match for Kog'Maw, who activated his W skill biochemical barrage. In less than 2 seconds, the white jade shield was completely shattered, and the corrosive liquid rained down on it. Hiss! 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 The jade horn snake rolled on the ground in pain. The smooth and hard snake scales had been corroded and full of pits, and the flesh and blood rolled out, making it look bloody and miserable. Was it this time? A holy light emerged from the pure white war lion, and fell on the jade horn snake, which immediately stopped the bleeding, and the snake's scales began to recover slowly. Holy light healing the pure white war lion is not only the melee fighter in the team, but also plays a supporting role, helping teammates recover from injuries. However, the injury of the jade horn snake is not a big deal. The injury of the golden wing eagle is too serious. Both wings were cut off. Its holy light healing cannot regenerate the broken limbs. It can only help the golden wing eagle stop bleeding in time, and relieve some of the pain. But just as the holy light fell on the jade horn snake, a purple figure suddenly appeared above the pure white war lion. Xiao Bai. Holy light shield. The master's voice sounded in the pure white war lion's mind. Jing Conwen had been prepared. After the golden feathered eagle was defeated, he knew very well that the next target of the purple mantis must be the pure white war lion. Therefore, he had already focused his attention on the pure white war lion. As soon as Kha'Zix showed up, he immediately gave the order. However, after seeing Kha'Zix's terrifying might, he no longer had much confidence in the holy light shield, and just hoped that the war beasts could hold on for a while longer, or at least not be defeated too badly. But the white gold light shield suddenly rose, trying to block Kha'Zix from outside, but the next moment, A pair of blade arms with strange purple light slashed at the light shield, like a hot knife cutting oil, breaking the light shield in an instant, slashing heavily on the back of the pure white war lion. Cue's skilled taste of fear puff. Blood splattered. The pure white war lion screamed, and fell to the ground with a bang. Looking closely at its back, the cold white bones were broken into 2 pieces. It was obvious that its spine had been broken, making it unable to control its body. Paw! Kha'Zix stood on its back, the tip of his arm blade pressed against the back of his head. The cold and sharp breath immediately made the pure white war lion shudder, and his eyes were full of fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Kha'Zix shook his head, then looked at Rengar next to Liu, and said, "This white-haired lion is far worse than you." Rengar also started to brag. That green mantis just now was far inferior to you. Sure enough. Only you are qualified to be my nemesis. The same thought came to the minds of the two. In just a few seconds, Jing Sungwon's 2 war beasts completely lost their combat effectiveness. This scene simply stunned everyone, and they were shocked and speechless. Ah! The ghost screamed, and a mental thorn suddenly pierced the nearby Kha'Zix, trying to help the pure white war lion escape. The mental attack came almost instantly, and it was difficult to dodge, so Kha'Zix could only bear this mental thorn, and his head hurt, and it felt like it was about to split. Ho! Kha'Zix growled in his throat, and blood quickly appeared in his eyes. The attack of the ghost completely angered him. Boom! The cold murderous aura enveloped the ghost, making it feel like it was falling into an ice cave. And the illusory spirit trembled slightly. Bang! Just as Kha'Zix was about to deliver a fatal blow, a green cannon fell from the sky and landed accurately on the ghost, causing him to scream miserably. Kha'Zix turned his head, and saw Kog'Maw raising his head at him, as if to say, "Brother, I've avenged you." Looking at his little brother, who was also a Voidborn, Kha'Zix nodded slightly, then glanced at the ghost. "Forget it, I let you go today." Bang bang bang. Kog'Maw's normal attacks completely defeated the Jade Horn Serpent. So far, Jing Sungwon's 4 war beasts were all eliminated. As for Su Xingliang, he only used 2.5 combat forces at most. Kha'Zix, Kog'Maw and Makai, who acted as a meat shield. Shadowcat was just a supporting role throughout the whole process, standing under Makai's shadow as a cheerleader. When they realized this, the whole audience was silent. Chapter 620. Ari male fans. Is it over? Is this a minute in total? 1 minute? I think it's only half a minute. I think it's 20 seconds. 20 seconds? You only lasted 20 seconds? Hey, you guys are wrong. Jing Conwen was full of black lines. I'm not a 20-second guy. It was obviously 23 seconds. With Karunglung's Pearl Jade before, he didn't feel as heavy as he imagined. At the moment when the golden feathered eagle was cut down, he was mentally prepared for failure. The gap between his strength and his opponent was too big. So big that he had no regrets at all that I can kill back. Too strong. Jing Conwen shook his head helplessly. He was completely defeated by only 2.5 war beasts. This strength was far beyond the normal strength range of a gold-level summoner. No matter who went up just now, the result would not have changed. Anyway, no one could beat him. So I had nothing to lose. Jing Conwen took back the restored war beast and walked off the stage calmly. Next, who is ready to challenge the third one? Qin Xiaolong looked down at the stage and sighed in his heart. The king of martial arts is the king of martial arts. His vision is beyond our reach. We actually questioned the king of martial arts' decision. It's really ridiculous. At this time, the faces of many big men around Master Yi also changed slightly. Li Yu and Su Xingliang had already shown their almost overwhelming fighting power. How could the remaining Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yaoyao be inferior to them? Could it be that the whole army will be wiped out this time? Well done. Different from the other big guys, Principal Ouyang mouth corners could hardly close. What top genius below gold, wasn't it completely crushed by my 2 sophomores? My Peking University is invincible. Who will be the third one? Everyone in the audience looked at each other, and no one raised their hands. The performance of Li Yu and Su Xingliang completely frightened them. One easily defeated 4 in a row in the ring battle, and the other one in 20 seconds in the team battle. No matter who goes up, they will die. What about the other 2 girls? Looking at the calm and indifferent faces of Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yaoyao, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. These 2, wouldn't they be so cruel? No one is going to the stage. Qin Xiaolong glanced at the 4 military seeds, and said lightly, if no one goes to the stage, it will be considered a successful defense, and the 5 people on the stage will be qualified to enter the god realm of the sea god, which cannot be changed. After hearing this, some people immediately raise their hands again. Be cautious. But giving up without a challenge is absolutely unacceptable. Miao Wenjia, you're the one for this match, Qin Xiaolong said. Yes. Miao Wenjia took a deep breath, then pointed at Bai Ling Xiao. I want to challenge Bai Ling Xiao. Bai Ling Xiao Tao Yao Yao. One is cool and the other is cute. But she has never been able to resist cute girls, so she finally chose Bai Ling Xiao. Let me see the strength of Xiao Yao girlfriend. Pa Miao Wenjia jumped onto the stage lightly, heroic and heroic. 5th Army, Miao Wenjia. Bai Ling Xiao nodded gently. Her voice was like pearls falling on jade plates. Kyoto University. Bai Ling Xiao. Both sides decide the format of the game. I can do either, Bai Ling Xiao said calmly. Well, this one is gone again. Now when everyone hears the word can do either, they get scared. 2 can do either. 2 big defeats. Then this can do either. It seems that the ending is doomed. Forget it. Just watch the beauty showdown. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Miao Wenjia with wheat-colored skin is energetic and wild. And Bai Ling Xiao with creamy skin is cold and lonely. It is still very pleasing to the eye to see 2 beauties, with completely different styles competing on the same stage. I choose. Miao Wenjia hesitated and said, Team fight. Team fight can expose all the strength of Bai Ling Xiao war beasts, so that Miao Tongjun can have more sufficient information to choose the final opponent. In her heart, Miao Tongjun's strength and potential are stronger than hers, so she is willing to be a paving person and strive for as many opportunities as possible for her brother. Okay. Both sides retreat. Bai Ling Xiao and Miao Wenjia retreated 100 meters away, and then summoned their respective war beasts. Miao Wenjia's 4 war beasts are Gold Level 5 Blade Thunder Beast, Gold Level 4 Cactus Beast, Gold Level 3 Water Elf, and Gold Level 2 Gale Dog. Interesting. Xiao Yao, who was standing by, glanced at the information of the 4 war beasts, and finally set his sights on the Blade Thunder Beast and the Cactus Beast. The Blade Thunder Beast is not too big, the same size as an adult lion or tiger, but his head and limbs are covered with fine scales and sharp blades. His muscles are smooth, full of explosive power, and his eyes are flashing with lightning. At first glance, he is a super explosive war beast. The Cactus Beast is even more unique. It is nearly 4 meters tall, covered with spikes, with a pair of hollow eyes and a cracked mouth on its trunk. Unfortunately, it lacks a pair of red boxing gloves and the loud skill of the spike-bumping punch. When Bai Ling Xiao war beast appeared, it immediately aroused the excitement of the men on the scene. The bright red clothes, the devilish hot body, and the ravines under the Snow White all attracted the men's attention. In addition to the beautiful and charming face and the 9 swaggering fox tails, the men in the audience had to admit that in this battle, Bai Ling Xiao and Miao Wenjia both lost. Miss Fox Girl, are you going on a date? What a highly anthropomorphic war beast. Here, a middle-aged man said in amazement. He is a senior member of the Summoners Association, who has been deeply involved in monster research for many years. However, this fox girl today is the war beast closest to human form that he has ever seen, and is very valuable for research. What kind of war beast is this? It's so beautiful. Miao Wenjia's eyes were red. She has always been very confident in her beauty, but she felt ashamed when she stood in front of Ari. She likes cute girls, and she also likes this kind of stunning beauty. There is no way. Women are just so fickle. She is a 9-tailed fox. Seeing Miao Wenjia's infatuated face, Bai Ling Xiao chuckled and said, 9-tailed fox. Ari. 9-tailed fox. I want a 9-tailed fox. 2. The men in the audience shouted wildly in their hearts, and looked at Xiao Yao with envy. Damn. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. And you have such a fox girl war beast. You must have enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives. If Xiao Yao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He and Bai Ling Xiao are innocent now. But it is even more impossible for Ari. However, when Ari reaches platinum level, she can combine her war beasts. Then maybe. Ahem. It will be 404 if we talk about it later. You too. Get ready. Seeing Miao Wenjia's crazy look, Qin Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Oh! Miao Wenjia reluctantly looked away, took a deep breath, and then looked at Bai Ling Xiao other war beasts. That big guy is from the undead clan. Right? It looks like a meat shield. It's a bit difficult to deal with. The other two war beasts seem a bit weak. It seems that they are not even at the gold level. Then use them as a breakthrough point. Miao Wenjia adjusted his state and quickly formulated a strategy. Begin. As soon as the voice fell, both sides launched attacks at the same time. Swish swish, Rainbow Horned Deer and Flying Feather Blue Luan burst out with their strongest attacks respectively. The rainbow flying blades spun out, accompanied by more than a dozen scorching fireballs. They all bombarded the water elf and the fierce wind dog, the two war beasts with the worst defense. Bai Ling Xiao's strategy was simple. As long-range attacking war beasts, the Rainbow Horned Deer and the Flying Feathered Blue Luan would just hide behind Shan and provide harassment and support. They did not need to hurt the opponent, but at least they could play a certain role in distraction. A huge wall of water curtain blocked the water elf, blocking all attacks. At the same time, the water elf raised its hand, and the water element condensed rapidly, forming a huge violent wave in the air, surging forward. Humph. Shan took a big step forward, standing in front of the beasts and bearing the impact of the violent waves. The violent waves hit Shan, making a dull bang, but Shan was motionless like a reef, expressionless, as if he had just taken a cold shower. Bang bang. At this moment, two figures shot out from the waves, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the war beasts behind Shan. It was the Blade Thunder Beast and the Gale Hound. The Blade Thunder Beast was filled with purple electric light, and the scales on its saws turned up, forming dense sharp blades, and its purple pupils stared directly at the Rainbow Horned Deer, determined to defeat the enemy with one blow. The speed of the Gale Dog was only a step slower than that of the Blade Thunder Beast. The claws glowed with green light, and the target was the Flying Feather Blue Luan. This tactic is correct. Miao Tongju nodded secretly in the audience. It was obvious that the strength of the Blue Luan and the Horned Deer was less than gold, which was a good breakthrough point in this battle. As long as they were eliminated first, then in the 4v2 situation, the advantage was obvious. But obviously, things would not go as smoothly as he imagined. Ah! Seeing the two beasts attacking, Ari, who was standing behind Shan, suddenly cried out, and her 9 long tails bloomed like fireworks. A shocking blue energy burst out from her body and rushed in all directions. Energy tide, Ari releases magic shocks around, causing high spell damage to the enemy. Bang bang. As soon as the Blade Thunder Beast and the Gale Hound passed through the water curtain, they were hit by the energy tide and flew backwards, disappearing into the storm. Snap. At the moment when the storm subsided, the Blade Thunder Beast rushed forward again, but the Gale Hound had already fallen in a corner, spitting blood from its mouth and whimpering in pain. The Gale Hound, which was only gold level 2, could not withstand Ari's full strength attack at all, and now had completely lost its combat effectiveness. Swish. The Blade Thunder Beast was extremely fast, and its entire body turned into a purple lightning. But this time it changed its target, and Ari's beautiful figure was reflected in its purple pupils. At the same time, the Water Spirit and Cactus Beast also provided long-range support. Dozens of water arrows and spikes shot towards the opposite side, some of which directly passed over Shan's head and attacked the 3 war beasts behind. Ari ignored the water arrows and spikes, let out a queen-like chuckle, put her hand on her cheek, and pink heart rays flew out from her red lips, which made the male fans in the audience excited again. It's a waste of talent to let a beast get a hot kiss from Miss Ari. Beast, let me do it. Pop. The pink heart hit the Blade Thunder Beast's forehead, and in an instant, the Blade Thunder Beast's movements suddenly paused. There was a blur in its purple pupils, and a silly smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Deception Orb and Wilderness poured down on the Blade Thunder Beast crazily, causing its body to shake violently, and its bones to make continuous crackling noises. At the same time, Shan roared, and a red light appeared on his large axe. As he swung his arm, the swirling wind formed a wind wall, blocking all the water arrows and spikes. Then, the axe chopped down on the Blade Thunder Beast. With a bang, the Blade Thunder Beast flew dozens of meters away like a golf ball hit. When it landed, there was a huge wound on its waist and abdomen. Blood flowed out of the wound, causing its eyes to dim rapidly. What a terrible power! Everyone's pupils shrank, and they were secretly shocked. The Blade Thunder Beast's defense was not weak at all, but it was hit by an axe, and became what it is now. It can be seen how terrible the power of this big guy is. However, what they didn't know was that Shan had just restrained his strength. If he burst out with all his strength, and with the blessing of the Bloodlight Battle Axe, one axe could split the Blade Thunder Beast in 2. The two war beasts were seriously injured, but there was no trace of dejection on Miao Wenjia's face. On the contrary, she still had a hint of joy in her heart. Although his defeat was inevitable, Bai Lingxiao's weakness was exposed. Compared with the two completely invincible war beasts of Li Yu and Su Xingliang, Bai Lingxiao's strength was strong. But he still had obvious shortcomings. That is, the two silver-level war beasts, the nine-tailed fox and the big undead, were naturally strong. But it was not impossible to defeat them in the ring. It all depended on how the old man formulated the tactics. Swish! The Blade Thunder beast was eliminated, and the Cactus beast took on the main task. It kicked its feet, and its speed was surprisingly fast. Its fists covered with spikes made extremely standard punches like humans, and even a boulder would be crushed by it in an instant. But unfortunately, his opponent was named Shan. The giant axe with a red glow drew a beautiful arc, cut off the arm of the Cactus beast diagonally, and cut it off easily. The Cactus beast quickly threw another punch, hitting Shan's chest hard. But there was only a dull bang, and the spike that was strong enough to penetrate the boulder broke instantly. Shan looked at it calmly, and then thrust his fist forward, easily penetrating the body of the Cactus beast. Shwa! The Cactus beast was thrown out of the ring by Shan, and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, there was only a petite water elf left on the field. I give up. Miao Wenjia raised her hand and said. All three war beasts were eliminated. There was no need to persist any longer. Besides, she had already completed the task. It was up to her brother to take over. But she didn't give up completely in her heart, because everyone had two chances to challenge. If Bai Lingxiao couldn't beat him, she might have a chance to survive with Tao Yaoyao. The game is over. Bai Lingxiao won this game. Qin Xiaolong announced loudly. It's over. The male fans reluctantly moved their eyes away from Ari, and then analyzed carefully. It's obvious that Bai Lingxiao's fighting power is quite strong, and he almost won by crushing, but compared with Su Xingliang and Li Yu, it seems that he is not completely unsolvable, and can be the final challenge object. Next, it depends on the last person Tao Yaoyao. Chapter 621 4 vs 2. Counterkilled, do you know how to play? Who is going to challenge on stage for the fourth time? Qin Xiaolong looked at the crowd below the stage. I do it. As soon as the words fell, a feminine voice suddenly sounded. A thin man, with bangs covering half of his eyes, raised his hand. His face was pale, as if he had never seen the sun all day, and his eyes were gloomy, like a poisonous snake in the shadows, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Then it's you. Who are you going to challenge? I challenge Tao Yaoyao. The Yin man smiled slightly, but his smile seemed so sinister and cunning to everyone. Go on stage. The man jumped onto the stage and said sinisterly, She family. Shi Huayin? What the hell? You said you called him Shi bad man. Li Yu on the side said in surprise, Brother, your parents named you casually. Shi Huayin said with a sullen face, My name is Shi Huayin. Oh, it's Huayin. Li Yu suddenly realized, sorry. I'm from Dongbei, and we call bad people bad in our area. Bullshit. You're from the Li family in Kyoto. Do you think I don't know? Shi Huayin knew that Li Yu wanted to make him lose his composure. He snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Tao Yaoyao's delicate face and towering chest, licked the corner of his mouth, and a trace of greed and desire appeared in his eyes. Girls with this kind of appearance and figure are his favorites. Torture is the most enjoyable. Of course, having seen the previous 3 battles, he would not underestimate Tao Yaoyao's strength. However, from the previous battle, he had seen the weaknesses of these people, and his war beast could quickly seize this weakness, create an extremely favorable combat environment, and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. He. Shi Huayin laughed sinisterly in his heart. He had already anticipated the unwilling, lonely, and aggrieved expression that would appear on that cute little face. And that expression would make him extremely happy. The obscene and greedy eyes of Shi Huayin made everyone frown slightly, and they were very unhappy in their hearts. They look bad, and their hearts are dirty, and this kind of people are the most annoying. Moreover, the reputation of the Shi family has always been bad. If the head of the Shi family was not a top master, I am afraid that Shi Huayin would not be qualified to participate in this election of the Sea God realm. In this battle, they even hope that Tao Yaoyao will win and beat up this wretched man. Both sides decide the form of the game. I choose a team battle. Shi Huayin spoke immediately, then smiled at Tao Yaoyao. I don't think you will refuse. Yaoyao, choose the ring battle. Li Yu shouted loudly, looking at Shi Huayin's frivolous eyes. Tao Yaoyao pursed her lips, and a rare firmness appeared on her face. I agree to the team battle. If you agree, you will lose. Shi Huayan smiled inwardly, licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously again, and saw the people in the audience feeling sick. As for Yao Yao's decision, her friends who are familiar with her are not surprised at all. Although Yao Yao is usually a weak and soft-spoken girl, she always listens to everyone's opinions. But in fact, she has an extraordinary persistence in some things. Facing Shi Huayan's covetousness and provocation, Yao Yao will definitely use her strength to give the other party the strongest counterattack. Okay. Both sides retreat and prepare. Tao Yaoyao and Shi Huayan retreated 100 meters, and then summoned their respective war beasts. Huh? No wonder when Xiao Yao saw the information of Shi Huayan's war beast, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he secretly thought, it seems that Yao Yao will have a little trouble this time. Shi Huayan's 4 war beasts are Gold Level 5 Dark Venomous Snake, Gold Level 3 Black Shadow Bat, Gold Level 3 Frost Spider, and Gold Level 2 Spirit Beast. In terms of the level of the war beast, Shi Huayan's strength is not as good as the previous ones. But his Linkong beast has a very unique skill, called shape-shifting. This skill is a big threat to Yao Yao now. On the opposite side, Tao Yaoyao also arranged his troops, with Skarner standing in the front, Oriana standing behind him, and the silver level 5 Tiani Unicorn and the Wood Elf at the back, providing support and treatment. Seeing that both sides were ready, Qin Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on the stage. The figures of the Skywing Unicorn and the Wood Elf blurred for a moment, and then suddenly appeared next to the Black Shadow Bat and the Frost Spider, while the Dark Viper replaced the two and appeared behind Snaka. This was the skill of the spiritual Sky Beast. Shape-shifting. This sudden change obviously caught Tao Yaoyao off guard. The Dark Viper swung its body, and its tail, which was shining with black light, was like a long whip, which hit Snaka's side heavily, and it and Oriana were whipped several meters away. At the same time, the Black Shadow Bat and the Frost Spider also attacked the Skywing Unicorn and the Wood Elf, and almost in an instant, they completely lost their combat effectiveness and were transferred to the stage for treatment by Qin Xiaolong. Ha ha! Seeing that his plan was successful, Shi Huayan could no longer suppress his pride and laughed heartily. The transformation of the spiritual Sky Beast is his commonly used core skill of the decapitation tactic. Facing opponents who are not as strong as the spiritual Sky Beast, it is simply invincible. If Tao Yaoyao War Beasts had no shortcomings and were all above Gold Level 2, then his tactics would not be so easy to succeed. However, both of her War Beasts were not Gold Level, which made them the best targets for Shadow Change. Give up. Shi Huayan looked at Skarner and Oriana, who stood up, and said with a proud smile, 4 versus 2, you are bound to lose. Tao Yaoyao ignored him, but looked at the Tiani Unicorn and Wood Elf who had recovered under the stage, and heaved a sigh of relief. Are they going to win? Looking at the encirclement gradually formed on the stage, everyone narrowed their eyes, and while they were expecting, they also felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction. I really don't want Tao Yaoyao to be defeated by such a person. Stupid people are optimistic. Miao Wenjia curled his lips lightly. What do you mean? Miao Tongjun asked in a low voice. Do you think Tao Yaoyao will not lose? Miao Wenjia said, Brother, didn't you find that, whether it is Li Yu, Su Xingliang or Bai Li Xiao, their gold-level war beasts are ridiculously strong. Just now my war beast was almost defeated by the nine-tailed fox and that big guy. Then how bad do you think Tao Yaoyao war beast will be? Also, look at the expressions of Xiao Yao, Su Xingliang and the others. Hearing this, Miao Tongjun immediately glanced at them, and was shocked. As his sister said, the expressions of the other 4 people on the stage were too calm, without a trace of nervousness. Obviously, they were quite confident in Tao Yaoyao remaining 2 war beasts. Just wait and see, this wretched man will definitely get a slap in the face. Snaka, Ali, it's up to you 2 next. Tao Yaoyao communicated in her mind. I will tear them in half, without mercy. Skarner's voice echoed in her mind. Oliana, the puppet is angry. Snap! The dark serpent sprayed a large ball of black venom. The Black Shadow Bat opened its mouth, emitting a violent and silent infrasound wave. The Frost Spider came forward with 8 spider legs, and a ball of blue glowing spider web spit out from its mouth parts, while the Spirit Beast floated in the air, providing support at any time. It lacked attack capabilities, but it was an excellent auxiliary war beast. Facing the attack, Skarner and Oriana calmly put on a shield for themselves. Crystal Scorpion Armor. Skarner releases a shield, absorbing damage not exceeding 15% of the maximum health, and increasing the movement speed for a period of time. Command Defense. Oriana commands the puppet to attach to the hero, adding a layer of shield to them, and the enemies passed by the puppet will receive 75% of the damage of the shield. The 2 layers of shield completely block all attacks, and at the same time, Skarner also releases a crystal spire next to him. Crystal Spire. Skarner erects a crystal spire next to him. When Skarner is within the range of the spire, he will gain additional movement speed bonus and attack speed bonus. Once the crystal spire is erected, the radiation range directly covers the entire arena. Under the acceleration effect of the 2 skills, Snarka rushed to the front of the dark snake, and the scorpion claws instantly doubled in size, and fiercely clamped the dark snake head. At this moment, the air in front of the dark snake suddenly twisted, and then the dark snake retreated several meters out of thin air, avoiding Snarka's giant clamp. Link on Beast Space Transfer. I am not those fools just now. I will not play head-on with you. Shi Huang's mouth curled up a sneer. With a previous experience, he naturally would not underestimate the 2 war beasts on the field. But he is Link on Beast, the master of control. As long as he plays it properly, he can completely kite the opponent to death. Let you see how powerful I am. Black Shadow, Ice King, go attack that robot. The shell of the crystal scorpion is difficult to break at first glance, so let the dark venomous snake wrap it for the time being, and wait until this robot is dealt with. In the case of 4 versus 1, he is confident that he can defeat even a platinum level. Puff. The black shadow bat shook its body, and instantly split into nearly 100 clones, screaming and rushing towards Oriana, while the frost spider rushed forward for a distance, raising and lowering its spider legs, releasing 2 icy slashes. Buzz. Facing the attack, the puppet behind Oriana suddenly turned, and then suddenly cracked, for metal balls flew out of the puppet, spinning at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. The metal balls smashed many bat clones, and kept spinning back to the puppet. When all the balls entered the puppet, a strong gravitational force burst out from the puppet, covering a distance of 100 meters. Command Shockwave. Oleana commanded the puppet, released a shockwave after a short delay, causing magic damage to the surrounding enemies, and knocking them away and sucking them towards the puppet. Bang bang bang. The bat clones in the sky turned into nothingness under the attack of the shockwave, and the real bodies of the black shadow bats and the frost spiders also flew towards the puppet under the strong gravity. Bang. A huge sound sounded, and the black shadow bats and frost spiders hit the puppet heavily. Crack. The black shadow bat's bones broke, and several clearly visible huge cracks appeared on the carapace of the frost spider. Buzz. The puppet turned again. Purple electric current flashed out, forming a circle of violent electromagnetic pulse field, making the black shadow bat and frost spider twitch continuously, and black smoke came out of their heads. Then, the puppet moved sideways half a meter, and then suddenly accelerated, and crashed heavily into the middle of the black shadow bat and frost spider. Command Attack. Oriana commanded her puppet to fire at the target area, causing magic damage to targets along the way. For each target hit, the damage is reduced by 10%, minimum 40%. Several continuous and uninterrupted attacks completely destroyed the black shadow bat and the frost spider. The 2 fell to the ground with a loud bang after a scream, twitched unconsciously, and fell into a coma. The smile on Shi Huang's face suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, and he could not believe what he saw. How could the situation on the field take a sharp turn for the worse in less than 2 seconds? He didn't even react before he saw the black shadow bat and the frost spider both eliminated. The spirit beast on the field was also stunned. It was helping the dark venomous snake to avoid the crystal scorpion just now, and its attention was not too much on this side. However, it saw that the black shadow bat and the frost spider attacked normally as usual. How could the 2 teammates disappear in the blink of an eye? This was too fast. When the crowd saw this scene, they all showed dull and amused expressions. I told you. This is the normal style. Look at his expression. Why is he not arrogant anymore? Why is he not smiling? The coverage of this gravitational magnetic field is quite large. There is almost no way to dodge it on the stage. TSK, let's continue to watch the fight. I want to see how that snake will be beaten. After killing the shadow bat and the frost spider, only the dark venomous snake, the spirit beast, and Snarka, Oriana were left on the field. In a 2v2 situation, no one thought Shi Huang could win, including Shi Huang himself. Buzz. Oriana turned her head to look at the Lincoln beast in the air. The puppet turned, and then suddenly disappeared. Not good. When the puppet disappeared, Lincoln beast was shocked and immediately used space transfer to transfer himself to another location. However, when he reappeared a few dozen meters away, a strong wind suddenly came from above his head. As soon as he raised his head, his eyes were covered by a black shadow. Bang! The spirit beast fell heavily to the ground. Its muscles and bones cracked, its eyes were tightly closed, and it fell into a deep coma. Command Flash Heavy Attack. Oriana commanded the puppet, locked a single enemy through Space Flash, causing 150% magic damage. On the other side, without the support of the spirit beast, Snaka wielded the giant pliers, and withstood the attack of the Dark Viper, and soon broke it in two. Buzz buzz. Two huge holy lights fell, and quickly healed the injuries of the Dark Viper and the spirit beast, but this also meant that Shi Huayan was officially defeated. This battle, Tao Yao won. As soon as Qin Xiaolong finished speaking, Liu could not wait to mock him, for versus 2 and being killed. How can you play? You rookie. Shi Huayan glared at Liu, his face turning pale, but under the contemptuous eyes of the crowd. He finally tucked his tail between his legs and walked off the stage in disgrace. At the end of this battle, all the players who challenged the 4 people were defeated, and the scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Chapter 622. Xiao Yao Arrogant. These battles let everyone see the powerful strength of the 4 young men on the stage. Powerful, mysterious, invincible. For a moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at each other, with helplessness and bitterness on their faces. It seems, I really can't beat them. Who else wants to continue the challenge? Qin Xiaolong's words broke the silence. After hesitating for a moment, a handsome man raised his hand. I do it. Okay, what's your challenge target? The man looked around, and finally said, I challenge Tao Yaoyao. Now Su Xingliang, Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yaoyao war beasts are all exposed to everyone, and Liu only sent out 1 war beast, but through the information collected in advance, he also has some understanding of the remaining war beasts of Liu. On the whole, Su Xingliang and Liu are in the same level. The combat power of the 2 white-haired lions and purple-skinned mantises is too terrifying, and it will be a massacre against any gold-level war beast, so these 2 people must be avoided. Although Bai Li Xiao and Tao Yaoyao were also very strong, they were still a little bit inferior to those 2. If he had to choose, he would definitely prefer these 2 girls. Anyway, everyone had 2 chances. He decided to challenge them once. Winning would be the best, but losing would not be shameful. There were many people who held the same idea. They all took Bai Li Xiao and Tao Yaoyao as their challenge targets. Although they were strong, giving up was definitely impossible. With so many big guys present, giving up the challenge would not only make him lose face, but also slap the face of the organization. After years of hard work to train a genius, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Once the news spread, he would become a joke in the circle. Next, the fierce challenge continued. Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yaoyao were challenged the most times, and there were also several very difficult battles. Fortunately, Xiao, Ari, Snarka, and Oriana were very powerful, suppressing all powerful enemies like a stabilizing force. Of course, some people did not want to pick on girls, and chose to challenge Su Xingliang or Liu. They were defeated. On the stage, Kha'Zix and Rengar were simply unstoppable killers. Both of them had the ability to be invisible, and their explosive power was extremely strong. No beast could withstand their invisible attacks. After a few hours, almost everyone had used up their challenge times, but no one succeeded. Alas, there is no way. Miao Wenjia shrugged and walked off the stage. She had just finished fighting with Tao Yaoyao, and the result was naturally a failure. Miao Tongjun patted her shoulder, his face calm. You are not as skilled as others. I have to admit defeat. He had just challenged Su Xingliang and Tao Yaoyao, and although he lost in the end, he also lasted the longest time in Su Xingliang's hands, and even almost forced Tao Yaoyao into a desperate situation. However, under the full-strength burst of Skarner and Oriana, he was finally defeated. Yes, I admit defeat. Miao Wenjia sighed. It was impossible not to have regrets after years of hard work. However, if you lose, you lose. There is nothing to complain about if you are not strong enough. Everyone felt the same way. If the list was not determined directly through selection, It would be hard to convince people even if the King of Wu made the decision himself. However, after the battle just now, the 4 people on the stage defeated all the challengers. Naturally, everyone had nothing to say. Is there anyone who continues to challenge? Qin Xiaolong looked around and asked. He remembered that there seemed to be 2 or 3 people in the audience who had not used up all the challenge opportunities. I do it. At this time, a handsome young man raised his hand. He coughed twice and said, well, I want to challenge Xiao Yao. What? Everyone stared. You challenge Xiao Yao? Brother, are you crazy? Hearing his name, Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He had been standing on the stage for so long, his feet were almost numb. I thought today would end in such a boring way, but who would have thought that someone would challenge me before leaving? Great. What a considerate comrade. At this time, even Qin Xiaolong was very surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Ji Chanfeng. Right? Are you sure you want to challenge Xiao Yao? Ji Chanfeng shrugged. Everyone. I am not a fool. I know I am not Xiao Yao's opponent. However, I am very curious about the strength of our Dragon Country's #1 genius. So I want to go on stage to see it. If I am killed within 10 seconds, please don't laugh at me. Everyone suddenly realized that Ji Chanfeng actually gave Xiao Yao a precious challenge qualification. It must be said that everyone admired this decision. At the same time, his words also aroused everyone's interest. Su Xingliang, Bai Ling Xiao, and the other 4 at the gold level are so strong, then how strong should Xiao Yao, who is at the platinum level and is known as the first genius of Dragon Country, be? 10 seconds? Maybe he will be killed in seconds at the beginning. Everyone looked at Ji Chanfeng with burning eyes as he walked onto the stage, with strong expectations in their hearts. After entering the stage, Ji Chanfeng's face straightened, and he clasped his fists and said, Law Enforcement Team, Ji Chanfeng. Kyoto University, Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao returned the favor with a fist and a slight smile. He had always had a natural liking for the law enforcement team. In addition to his father Shaoli, he also spent a crucial period of growth in the law enforcement team system. During that time, he benefited a lot from the law enforcement team system, philosophy, and case handling thinking. Later, his work style was also deeply influenced by the law enforcement team. However, liking is liking, and he was going to play tricks in this battle. So he could only say, Brother, I'm sorry. Ji Chanfeng said, I want to choose a team battle format to see all your war beasts. Is that okay? No problem. Xiao Yao said cheerfully. Then let's get started. Seeing that both parties reached a consensus, Qin Xiaolong waved his hand, signaling the 2 to step back. When they retreated to a safe distance, Ji Chanfeng took the lead in summoning his war beasts. Gold level 5 Flame Stone Demon, Gold level 4 Black Ice Bird, Gold level 3 Black Demon Ape, and Gold level 2 Green Ivy Monster. Ji Chanfeng had challenged Tao Yaoyao before, but unfortunately he failed in the end. Even Tao Yaoyao, who seemed to be the weakest, was not defeated, so he gave up the idea of challenging the other 3, and left the last chance to Xiao Yao. Seeing Ji Chanfeng war beast appear, Xiao Yao also summoned his own 5 war beasts. AO with a domineering wolf howl sounded in the room. In an instant, everyone in the audience was shocked, and their minds went blank. When they came to their senses, they saw the war beasts beside Xiao Yao at a glance. The majestic blood wolf, the burly purgatory bull, and the evil plague rat were the 3 war beasts that everyone was most familiar with. The names of the other 2 war beasts were also obtained by everyone from the Summoners Association, namely Eternal Nightmare and Magic Cat. So strong, Miao Tongjun murmured. Just a wolf howl made everyone lose their minds. If they really fought, I'm afraid no one could last a second. Is this the strength of the first genius of Dragon Country? Ji Chanfeng on the stage obviously realized this. He shook his head helplessly, and gave up completely in his heart. Forget it. It would be nice to see the war beast of the first genius of Dragon Country. Start. When the referee's voice sounded, Ji Chanfeng war beast did not move, and did not even take a basic defensive posture, choosing to completely give up. But after several seconds, there was no movement from Xiao Yao's side, which made Ji Chanfeng raise his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Xiao Yao with some doubt. Do you want me to make a move first? Xiao Yao smiled, walked forward several steps, and said, My war beast will not participate in this game. I will practice with you. What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xiao Yao actually wanted to challenge 4 gold level war beasts, with the body of a summoner. He must be crazy. If Xiao Yao could defeat a gold-level war beast, everyone would believe it. After all, his war beasts were all platinum level. After the war beasts fed back, it was normal for his combat power to reach gold. But if he defeated 4 gold-level war beasts with exquisite coordination, including the top-level gold-level 5 war beast, the fiery stone demon, and the gold-level 4 flying war beast, the black ice bird, to be honest, this was already a standard platinum-level combat power. No one believed that a platinum-level summoner could reach platinum-level combat power without combining war beasts. Even the first genius of Dragon Country would never be able to do so. Are you kidding? Ji Changfeng frowned slightly. He felt that Xiao Yao was looking down on him. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, "Of course. If you can defeat me, I will give you my qualification to the mysterious sea god realm." What? Hearing this, Ji Changfeng's eyes immediately burst into a strong light. He hurriedly said, "You said it. And everyone present can testify to it." "Of course," Xiao Yao said easily. "In fact, it would be okay to let a certain war beast take action. But after all members were upgraded, Twitch and Morton both reached Platinum level 5. Xiaoke and Lao Nil reached Platinum level 4. And Yumi also reached Platinum level 3. Through the war beast's feedback, his strength has reached a level that even he himself finds very terrifying. However, due to his busy affairs during this period, he has not had time to practice. So today is a good opportunity to get familiar with the strength after the sudden increase." Too arrogant. Everyone in the audience shook their heads, adding a new arrogance to their perception of Xiao Yao. It seems that the title of Dragon Country's #1 genius has made him lose himself. No one is optimistic about Xiao Yao, including several bigwigs present. "Oh Yang, aren't you afraid that this kid will get out of control?" Sidu Jian, the third in command of the law enforcement team, laughed. Principal Ouyang smiled faintly. "I know Xiao Yao very well. This kid never fights a battle that he is not sure of." "Oh!" Hearing this, the bosses were secretly shocked, turned their heads to look at Xiao Yao's unusually calm face, and began to wonder in their hearts. Could it be that he could really win? In midair, the black ice bird launched an attack directly, and dense ice spikes shot at Xiao Yao like arrows. At the same time, the flaming stone demon and the black demon ape rushed forward quickly, and the green vine demon raised his hands, and the thick vines rose from Xiao Yao's feet, trying to tie him up tightly. Faced with many attacks, Xiao Yao just smiled indifferently, and then, the violent red hellfire burst out from his body, and instantly burned the vines to ashes. Boom! 2 pillars of fire burst out from under his feet, like flame thrusters, causing him to soar into the sky and rush towards the black ice bird. Seeing this, the black ice bird quickly condensed a wall of ice to block Xiao Yao's way forward, and at the same time flapped its wings and retreated backwards. However, it was too late to react. Bang! Xiao Yao broke through the wall, and with a thought, his body strangely appeared behind the black ice bird. Charged the beast's mouth. Bang! The flaming right fist hit the back of the black ice bird heavily. The black ice bird wailed, and fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! The ring trembled slightly, and Xiao Yao landed steadily. He glanced at the unconscious black ice bird at his feet, and raised his mouth slightly. The first one. At this time, the scene suddenly fell into silence. No one expected that Xiao Yao could use fire to rush into the sky and kill the black ice bird with one punch. Is this power and elemental control ability really something a platinum level summoner can have? Looking at the black ice bird lying on the ground in front of him, Ji Changfeng's heart sank. But he did not give up, but ordered the other 3 beasts to continue to attack according to the tactics. Whoosh whoosh, the thick vines formed a large net, covering Xiao Yao's head. The flaming stone demon and the black demon ape burst out with amazing speed again, rushing towards him with an extremely violent momentum. "Come on!" Xiao Yao smiled proudly. The flame spread all over his body again, and with a kick of his foot, he easily passed through the vine net, and rushed towards the flaming stone demon and the black demon ape. No way, so tough! The audience gradually opened their eyes. Under the thrust of the flames, Xiao Yao accelerated and rushed to the front of the black demon ape, slumped his shoulders and pushed his hips with the standard, sticking to the mountain. The posture hit the black magic ape's chest fiercely. Bang! The black magic ape seemed to be hit by a speeding truck, and it arched its body like a shrimp, flew backwards for dozens of meters, and landed heavily on the ground. Looking carefully, its chest was charred, bloody, and its bones were faintly visible. The black magic ape lay on the ground, and blood spurted out of its mouth, mixed with some organ fragments. It was obvious that it could no longer fight. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth opened wide. They really couldn't imagine that a platinum-level summoner could actually knock away the gold level 3 black magic ape, which was known for its strength, and almost smashed its body. This is simply a humanoid beast. The second one. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Yao leaped forward again, appeared above the head of the flame stone demon like a flash, twisted his waist and abdomen, and chopped the flame stone demon's neck with his right foot burning with fire like a battle axe. Boom! The huge force made the flame stone demon kneel on the ground. The stone on his neck flew apart, and his whole head was almost blown off. Next, Xiao Yao lightly tapped the flame stone demon's shoulder, and flashed to the side of the green ivy demon like a nimble flying bird, and the flame spurted out from his palm, burning the green ivy demon and making it scream shrilly. I give up. I give up! Ji Chanfeng shouted hurriedly, looking at the seriously injured beasts. His eyes showed a deep pain. Why did I challenge him? The battle is over. Qin Xiaolong said in a deep voice. In this battle, Xiao Yao won. After the announcement, the scene was silent. Everyone opened their eyes, staring blankly at the relaxed and calm figure on the stage, as if a 10-level hurricane was blowing in their hearts. And they were shocked beyond words. Chapter 623 Dragon Country's 5 Heroes. This is too scary. Everyone's mouths opened wide, and their eyes were filled with shock. Xiao Yao actually, with the body of a summoner, easily defeated 4 gold-level war beasts, and the entire battle took less than 20 seconds. In terms of dominance, it was even more terrifying than Su Xingliang 4 war beasts combined. Is he really just a platinum-level summoner? The first genius of Dragon Country really lives up to his reputation. The big guys all sighed. They all started at diamond level, so they could clearly feel that Xiao Yao had obviously held back, if he had used all his strength. Not to mention the 4 gold-level war beasts. Even the 4 platinum level 1 monsters would not necessarily be his opponents. As a platinum level summoner, his own combat power could actually reach such a level. It was really hard to describe it as a monster. It was a blessing for our Dragon Country to have such a genius. Done. After taking back the war beast, Xiao Yao looked at the shocked faces around him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. He is usually a low-key person, not very fond of showing off in front of others, but it feels good to pretend to be a hero occasionally. Ahem. Qin Xiaolong healed the injured war beast, cleared his throat, looked at the audience and asked, "Are there any more people who want to challenge?" For a moment, no one responded from the audience. Everyone was still immersed in the shock just now, and was reluctant to come out. That's it. This challenge is officially over. The remaining 5 candidates for the God of the Sea God Realm are Xiao Yao, Su Xingliang, Li Yu, Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yao Yao. Qin Xiaolong announced loudly. He remembered that there seemed to be 2 people who had not used up their challenge opportunities, but things had come to this point. There was no point in challenging again, so let's just end it here. Disband? After hearing the word disband, everyone came back to their senses. Looking at the high-spirited boys and girls on the stage, they sighed in their hearts. Several years of hard work ended just like that. Alas, everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 2, with helplessness on their faces. Let's go! Xiao Yao waved to his friends. Under the awe, helplessness, and complicated eyes of everyone, the group walked out of the training base talking and laughing. After the competition, their record began to spread in the circle. In addition to Xiao Yao's amazing performance, Su Xingliang, Li Yu, Bai Lin Xiao, and Tao Yao Yao were also widely praised by major organizations. There was even a big boss present at the time who asserted that if the 4 of them could fully grow up, even if they could not reach the level of Grandmaster, they could at least be promoted to Master. The big boss's words also added a halo of super genius to Su Xingliang and the other 4. After that, people in the circle gave this small group of 5 people a name, Dragon Country 5 Heroes. In the next few days, several friends trained normally in school, waiting for notice at any time, while Xiao Yao took time to return to the Vulcan tribe, supplied them with a large amount of daily necessities, and also learned about the development of the tribe in the past month. At present, the population of the Vulcan tribe has officially exceeded 30,000, and the number of warriors is close to 13,000, and after training by Nie Jun and Nie Xiaoyu, a considerable number of tribesmen have mastered basic computing skills, and can assist the brothers and sisters in solving salary distribution, product pricing, revenue statistics and other tasks. Nowadays, the Vulcan tribe is developing rapidly. Under the incentive of the salary system and modern materials, every member of the tribe is working hard. There are no more idle people in the tribe. Since the opening time of the sea god's secret realm is unknown, Xiao Yao did not dare to stay too long this time. After 2 days, when the magic book had accumulated enough energy across the plane, he immediately returned to school. Just 3 days later, they received a notice that the sea god's secret realm was about to open, and the 10 people who entered the secret realm must go to the designated location as soon as possible to meet up. So Xiao Yao and his friends took the earliest flight and rushed to their destination, Haicheng. Xingyue Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Haicheng, with a total of 33 floors. The hotel is luxuriously decorated and has good service. Many tourists who come here to travel and summoners who hunt near Haicheng like to stay here. However, the top floor of Xingyue Hotel has never been open to the public. It is said that only people designated by the hotel owner can live here, otherwise even masters will not be received. The reason why the hotel can maintain such a strong confidence is because its behind-the-scenes boss is Wu Yunjing, the king of martial arts. Today, the top floor of Xingyue Hotel welcomed the first wave of guests in a few months. VIP meeting room. Pushing open the door of the meeting room, Xiao Yao and a few friends walked in. At this time, there were already 5 people sitting on the sofa in the room waiting. "You are finally here." A young man in a black training suit stood up, walked to Xiao Yao, and extended his hand to introduce himself. "Yi family. Yi Huan." "Hello, Xiao Yao." Xiao Yao shook hands and said. Yi Huan laughed. "You don't need to introduce yourself. Who in the whole Dragon Country doesn't know you? The first genius of Dragon Country?" After saying that, he looked at the friends behind Xiao Yao and said with a smile, "These are the other 4 of our Dragon Country's 5 heroes. First meeting, I am Yi Huan." "The Dragon Country's 5 heroes?" Several people looked at each other, with a question mark on their faces. "When did we make such a name?" "You don't know yet." Seeing everyone's expressions, Yi Huan smiled and said, "Some time ago, you defeated the strongest geniuses of various organizations. A certain boss spoke highly of you and said that you have the potential to be masters. Therefore, the 4 of you and Xiao Yao are collectively called the 5 heroes of Dragon Country." "Ah, so that's how it is." Everyone suddenly realized and looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. The 5 heroes of Dragon Country. What a good name. After Yi Huan, the other 4 also came over to introduce themselves. The tallest, burly, and military-like in every move is Shi Lai, a descendant of the Shi family. Xue Tianming, the descendant of Grandmaster Xue, looks mature and easygoing. Mo Shutong, a descendant of Grandmaster Mo Baiyu, looks handsome and a bit eccentric. Among the 5, the only female is from the Wu Wang family, named Wu Yubing. Facing Xiao Yao and the others, the 5 of them did not put on the arrogant attitude of the grandmasters and the king's children, but were very friendly and enthusiastic, and also told a lot of inside information about the mysterious realm of the sea god. They knew very well that once they entered the mysterious realm of the sea god, the 10 people present would become the closest comrades in arms. They would not only fight against the Demon Shark King's subordinates together, but also be wary of the Dragon Nation's allies, the Mermaid Clan, and the young men in front of them, who were known as the 5 heroes of the Dragon Nation. Except for Xiao Yao, the top platinum level master, the strength of the other 4 was not weaker than their own, and might even be stronger. Therefore, they always put on an attitude of equal communication, shared a lot of key information, and benefited Xiao Yao and the others a lot. Chapter 624 Sea God Realm, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After the discussion, Xiao Yao and the others also learned the basic operation mode of the Sea God Realm. After entering the Sea God Realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to different corners of the Sea God Realm. After that, everything depends on oneself. The Sea God Realm is full of treasures. A stone at your feet or a coral may be an extremely precious treasure, but it may also be just the most common items. Whether you can return with a full load depends on your vision. However, danger and opportunity always coexist. Many treasures are protected by powerful secret beasts. If you want to obtain treasures, you must kill those guardian beasts. The more precious the treasure is, the stronger the guardian beast will be. In addition to the guardian beasts, there are many bloodthirsty beasts in the secret realm. Their only thought is to kill. Once they meet, they will fight to the death. In addition, although it is a random transmission, At the beginning of entering the secret realm, there is a certain probability that you will encounter other creatures that enter the secret realm of the sea god. If it is the mermaid clan, it is not a big deal. After all, they are allies with the dragon kingdom. Generally, there will be no fighting. But if you encounter the subordinates of the demon shark king, then a big battle is naturally unavoidable. Moreover, the most unique feature of the mysterious sea realm is its shrinking mechanism. The scope of the secret realm will continue to shrink over time, and eventually all creatures will come to the ultimate place of the mysterious sea realm, the Evolution Palace. On the last day, the Evolution Palace will release the light of evolution to help all creatures present complete their evolution, which will not only enhance their strength, but also improve their genes and enhance their talents. As the secret realm continues to shrink, the chances of encountering the Dragon Kingdom, the Mermaid Clan, and the Demon Shark Clan will gradually increase, in order to prevent the enemy from getting the opportunity to evolve. Before entering the Evolution Palace, the three parties will engage in fierce fighting, striving to kill more enemies. After entering the Evolution Palace, no one can take action, otherwise they will be removed from the Sea God realm. After listening to the mechanism of the Sea God realm, an idea immediately popped up in Xiao Yao's mind. Isn't this an alternative version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Could it be that the creator of the Sea God realm has also played this game? So, the 10 of us must help each other. Yi Huan said seriously, our human race is the weakest, although the mermaids are also our allies. But we can't put all our hopes on others. I have a question, Su Xingliang asked curiously. If this is the mechanism, then doesn't it mean that only one party can enter the Evolution Palace every time? Either us and the mermaids, or the magic sharks. That's not the case either, Wu Yubing explained with a smile. Her voice was lazy and magnetic, just like her queen-like appearance, making people feel itchy. Under normal circumstances, we and the magic sharks will not fight to the death. After all, everyone comes to obtain resources, not to destroy each other. If the difference in strength between the two sides is not big, they will not fight easily. But if one side is alone, or has a clear advantage in strength, they will naturally seize the opportunity and kill the enemy as much as possible. Ah, I understand. Su Xingliang nodded suddenly. At this time, Liu asked, can the locator be used in the secret realm? No. Yi Huan shook his head. All electronic devices in the secret realm cannot be used. Okay. I have a question. Xiao Yao suddenly thought of something, and asked curiously, how do we solve the problem of our war beasts breathing underwater? In addition, will it affect our combat performance? Although the mysterious realm of the sea god has been opened so many times, Dragon Country must have a way to solve the problem of underwater breathing. But after all, they are not aquatic creatures. Once they enter a water-filled environment, both summoners and war beasts will definitely feel uncomfortable. Not to mention that among his war beasts, Shaoke and Lao Niu have to rely on flames to fight. After entering the sea, will the flames still burn? You don't have to worry about that. Yi Huan deliberately kept it a secret. You will know the solution soon. Seeing that Yi Huan and the other 5 looked relaxed, Xiao Yao also temporarily put aside his worries and talked about other topics. The 5 people present were indeed masters, descendants of the king's family, and had very unique insights into the many organizations in Dragon Country. And they could easily come up with all kinds of secrets. Xiao Yao and the others nodded frequently and exclaimed that it was exciting. In this way, the feelings of several people gradually deepened during the communication. Not only did they have contact information, but they also agreed that everyone must support each other in the secret realm to ensure that everyone can return safely. Suddenly, a soft sound rang out in the room. Everyone looked back and stood up instantly, bowing deeply to the person who suddenly appeared. King Wu, the person standing in front of Xiao Yao, and his group was none other than the strongest king of Dragon Country. King Wu. Wu Yuanjing. Well, everyone, get up. King Wu nodded gently, and everyone stood up straight immediately, straightening their chests, like guards of honor being reviewed. King Wu. I actually saw King Wu up close. Xiao Yao pressed his hands against the seams of his pants, and his heart was pounding. This was the first time he had seen King Wu outside a TV. Compared to the TV, King Wu's appearance had not changed at all, but the aura that was as majestic as a mountain, as deep as the sea, as if it could withstand the whole world, was something that could never be felt on TV. Do you all know each other? King Wu looked at everyone. His voice was deep and mellow, giving people a strong sense of security. We all know each other. Everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Yao glanced at his best friend Su Xingliang. As expected, Su Xingliang's face was flushed with excitement. His chest was as straight as an old hen, and he stared at Wu Wang without blinking, wishing to carve the word fan on his face. Have you guys discussed the general situation of the sea god's mysterious realm? Wu Wang tilted his head slightly and looked at Xiao Yao. I understand everything. Xiao Yao suppressed his excitement and said, Yi Huan and the others told us a lot of secrets about the sea god's mysterious realm. Well, that's good. A faint smile appeared on King Wu's face. You are all the most promising talents in the new generation of my dragon country. This time, the sea god's secret realm is both an opportunity and a crisis. I hope that after the secret realm is closed, I can see everyone standing in front of me safe and sound. After speaking, King Wu looked at Xiao Yao again. Xiao Yao, you are the strongest among the 10 people. Even if we count the mermaids and demon sharks who are about to enter the secret realm, you are definitely the top one among them. This time you have to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Try your best to protect everyone. Yes. Xiao Yao straightened his chest and said with a resolute look, I will definitely bring everyone back safely. Okay. King Wu nodded with satisfaction and then said, next, I will take everyone to meet our allies, the mermaids. Mermaids? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and a strong expectation rose in his heart. Will it be the same as the image in various animations and movies in the previous life? Chapter 625 Mermaid King's Blessing. Huh? The space changed, colorful phantoms passed by, it seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like just a moment. When everyone stood firm, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The surroundings were the endless sea, but the sea water here was as black as ink. The sea surface was calm, without a single wave. Everyone immediately realized that this was the most dangerous forbidden place in Dragon Country. The Nether Dead Sea. What shocked everyone the most was that they were standing on a huge turtle shell. At first glance, the area was comparable to that of a small island. The shell was covered with scars, as if thousands of years had passed. A long and loud roar resounded throughout the sea. Suddenly, a huge turtle head rose from the sea, with rough skin and thousands of wrinkles. It immediately raised terrifying waves, and a heavy momentum like a mountain suddenly emerged, making people pale and breathless. This is... A message flashed through Xiao Yao's eyes, and he was immediately horrified. What they were stepping on was actually a Grandmaster Level 2 Fudao Sky Turtle. The system only displayed the name and level of the Fudao Sky Turtle, while the skills were a series of question marks, which meant that he could not yet find out all the information about the Grandmaster Level Warrior. Mu the Fudao Sky Turtle roared again, retracted all its momentum, and shook its head slightly. Countless water drops fell on Xiao Yao and his companions, like a heavy rain, drenching them all. Puff! Xiao Yao wiped his face, spitting out the salty seawater on his lips. And then the holy flame emerged slightly, drying his clothes instantly. However, the others did not master such a subtle power of fire, and they were all like drowned rats, with clothes clinging to their bodies, wet hair, and looking very embarrassed. You guys, your way of greeting is still so bad. King Wu stepped lightly on the turtle shell and scolded with a smile. Moo! The Fudao Sky Turtle slowly turned its head. Its eyes slightly widened, and its tone rose, as if to say, is there? I think it's very friendly. King Wu smiled and said, Okay, let's get ready to go. Tiffany is still waiting for us. Hearing this, the Fudao Sky Turtle nodded slowly. Then, a faint light flashed in its eyes. The next second, boom, the calm sea surface suddenly collapsed, and a violent vortex formed in an instant. With a diameter of more than tens of kilometers, it rotated and howled, changing the color of the sky and the earth. Everyone was horrified, and couldn't help but step back a few steps. Their hearts seemed to stop beating in an instant. Is this the strength of a Grandmaster? Xiao Yao took a deep breath, with trembling hands, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. He had witnessed the battle between Grandmaster Shui and the Wildfire Beast before. At that time, Grandmaster Shui killed the Wildfire Beast in a few moves. The battle scene was not too intense and grand, so he did not have a clear understanding of the destructive power that a Grandmaster could cause. And today, he finally saw how spectacular and terrifying it was when a Grandmaster used all his strength. It was just like a natural disaster. As long as they wanted, they could easily destroy a city. And this is only the Grandmaster. What about the king? Xiao Yao looked at the calm and indifferent expression on King Wu's face, and suddenly a surge of infinite longing and motivation emerged in his heart. King level. One day, I will also reach this level. The vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and deeper, as if it can reach the bottom of the sea. At this time, the Fudao sky turtle suddenly moved, and its shell trembled violently, and everyone staggered a step, supporting each other to stand firm. A huge light shield suddenly appeared, covering the entire body of the Fudao sky turtle, and then, the Fudao sky turtle swam steadily to the center of the vortex, and the violent vortex that was enough to destroy everything did not affect it at all, and the light shield blocked the seawater outside, and the Fudao sky turtle was like an experienced driver with decades of driving experience, leading everyone to drive steadily and safely to the mysterious bottom of the sea. Is this the bottom of the Nether Dead Sea? Everyone stood on the turtle shell, looking around in amazement. Originally, everyone thought that the bottom of the Nether Dead Sea would be a dark world, but this place is completely different from what they imagined. The colorful coral reefs exude charming colors, the crystal clear pearls illuminate the entire bottom of the sea, and the agile fish swim continuously. The most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the magnificent underwater palace in front of them, which exudes bright and magnificent light. Several huge underwater creatures stand in front of the palace like guards. Beside them, hundreds of mermaid guards hold weapons, hold their heads high, and look at them with burning eyes. Oh, mermaids! Xiao Yao's eyes widened slightly. Mermaids are very similar to the images in movies and animations. The upper part is a human body, the males are handsome, the females are charming, and the lower part is a beautiful blue fishtail covered with scales, flashing with fluorescent dots. Mermaids have superior looks, both males and females, and their looks are above 85 points, but when they stand next to the queen who wears a crown and is noble and gorgeous, they are almost eclipsed in an instant. The queen has blue hair as soft and delicate as silk, skin is white, sea blue eyes seem to contain the tranquility of the deep sea, 2 shells cannot cover her round breasts, and her golden fish tail is particularly conspicuous among the blue, making her more noble. She is the mermaid Queen Tiffany. Queen Tiffany entered the light shield with several mermaid guards, opened her hands, and gently hugged King Wu, smiling kindly. "Welcome back, my friend," King Wu said gently. "Tiffany." "Long time no see." Queen Tiffany smiled slightly, then glanced at the people behind King Wu. And when she glanced at Xiao Yao, a trace of fluctuation flashed in her pupils. "Can you understand what the Mermaid King is saying?" Li Yu leaned close to Xiao Yao's ear and asked in a low voice. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. "How can I understand? I'm not Hill or Nya Jun." Although the Mermaid King's voice is pleasant to the ears, he couldn't understand what he said at all. This is the language of the mermaids. Right? Tiffany, the people behind me are the candidates to enter the mysterious realm of the sea god this time. Queen Tiffany smiled gently, looked at everyone, and said with a touch of admiration, "Wu, the geniuses of your dragon country are getting stronger and stronger. I really envy them." King Wu smiled. He naturally knew who Queen Tiffany was referring to. "Tiffany, I will let them get ready next," King Wu said. Queen Tiffany smiled and nodded. King Wu looked at everyone and said, "Everyone summon all the war beasts." Yes. Everyone summoned the war beasts immediately. Swish, when the war beasts appeared, Xiao Yao could clearly see Xiao Ke, Lao Niu, Mo Tong, and the others' bodies tensed up. Their hearts were filled with anxiety and panic. That was the fear of the king-level strongmen like King Wu and the Mermaid King. The spiritual sense is quite sharp. Queen Tiffany glanced at Xiao Ke and the others, smiled faintly, and then, under everyone's expectant, curious, surprised eyes, she raised one hand, and dozens of streams of light immediately penetrated into the bodies of everyone and the beasts. Huh? A warm current burst out from the soles of his feet, and instantly spread throughout his body. Xiao Yao lowered his head, and carefully looked at every part of his body. Although there was no change in his appearance, he clearly felt that his whole body seemed to be alive, and had an incredible ability. At this time, a message appeared on the system, which surprised him. "Blessing of the Mermaid King. You have been blessed by the Mermaid King. You will have the ability to breathe underwater and communicate with the sea creatures in the next 100 days. In addition, your body's elemental attributes have been transformed, which can be used for underwater combat." Wow, what a powerful effect! Xiao Yao was amazed that this skill almost turned a landlubber into a marine warrior. In addition to breathing underwater, he can also communicate freely with the sea creatures, and his body and elemental attributes are also transformed to adapt to underwater combat. In this way, whether it is a summoner or a war beast, there is no need to worry about not being able to survive underwater, and the problem of fighting, but how is the specific effect? He needs to test it through experiments. Puff, two small flames emerged from the fingertips. The holy flame on the left turned from gold to purple, and the hellfire on the right turned from red to blue. But he could feel that, whether it was the holy flame or the hellfire, the destructive power and its unique attributes had not changed, and the ability to burn in water had increased. Aren't these two kinds of sea-hard flames? Xiao Yao touched his chin, and his mouth curled up, feeling that he was a little closer to the Yin Emperor with the same surname. Old buddy, remove the light shield. King Wu stepped lightly on the turtle shell, and said with a smile. Mu the Fudao sky turtle roared, and the light shield was punctured like a bubble, and then quickly collapsed. Boom! At the moment the light shield disappeared, the seawater fell down with a bang, and the endless seabed pressure swept towards everyone, causing horror to appear on their faces. However, when they were completely submerged by the seawater, they found that they did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, they felt a sense of freedom and joy. Is this the blessing of the Mermaid King? Yi Huan and the other 5 people obviously knew this a long time ago. But when they really enjoyed this blessing, they could not help but feel extremely shocked by this magical power. Xiao Yao. You? Su Xingliang opened his mouth and made a sound. But halfway through his words, he suddenly covered his mouth, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. What's going on? I can actually talk in the water? Just say it, we can breathe freely underwater. Xiao Yao smiled. The voice reached Su Xingliang and other friends, making them very surprised. What's going on? And just now? Bai Lingxiao approached Xiao Yao, trying to speak, looking at the Mermaid Queen. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded. This is the skill of the Mermaid King, which allows us to breathe freely underwater, with outsiders present. He did not reveal the other 2 effects of the Mermaid King's blessing. How magical! Tao Yaoyao opened her round eyes wide, and blew a few bubbles while speaking, which made her cover her mouth a little embarrassed, and her face flushed. At this time, King Wu said, Queen Tiffany just gave you and all the war beasts a layer of blessing. In about 3 months, you and the war beasts will not only have the ability to breathe underwater, but also communicate freely with the sea people. And your body and elemental attributes have also been transformed to a certain extent, ensuring that you can fight underwater with undiminished strength. So magical. Su Xingliang, Li Yu and others immediately opened their mouths and blew bubbles. Give you 5 minutes to adapt. Let's start. As soon as the King Wu finished speaking, everyone could not wait to distance themselves and test the new mode with their war beasts. Come, let me try the effect first. Xiao Yao asked Warwick to stand about 400 meters away from him, to test his speed and explosive power first. At this time, his feet were stepping on the water, without contact with anything. Before, he could only accelerate swimming by exerting force on his arms and thighs, but now, it was completely different. Snap! With a light tap of his calf, a stream of air burst out from the bottom of his feet, and he rushed forward at a very fast speed under the push of the water flow. During the process, his body seemed to be wrapped in a thin film, which could easily drain the water, and he could hardly feel any resistance. In 1 second, he crossed a distance of 400 meters, and came in front of Warwick. This speed was already comparable to that on land. Wow, what a magical experience. Xiao Yao was amazed, and swung his fists quickly, like a pile driver, waving out countless fist shadows, startling an undercurrent. The strength is not affected either. Xiao Yao turned and swung his leg again. Without the support of the ground, he felt that his movements were more flexible, and his speed was not slow at all. Then, he raised his hands, and blue and purple flames burst out. However, these 2 flames seemed to have no temperature. They just burned quietly in his palms without causing much noise. But Xiao Yao knew that once the flames touched the enemy's body, they would burn them all to ashes as usual. It's up to you guys now. Xiao Yao turned his gaze towards the war beast. Swish. 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 Warwick rushed left and right in the water, with purple flames covering his whole body, leaving purple phantoms. On the other side, Old Bull used a move savage charge on Morton. Although his feet were not touching the ground, his explosive power was as amazing as usual. He almost approached Morton in an instant, and Morton also turned into black mist in time, avoiding Old Bull's violent attack. After that, Old Bull and Morton exchanged a few more moves, and found that their moving speed, attack speed and release force did not change much, so they stopped and swam to Xiao Yao's side. At the same time, Touch and Yumi stood aside, serving as each other's experimental subjects. Touch first shot an ordinary crossbow arrow, which glowed faintly, breaking through the underwater resistance, and shot towards Yumi at a speed no less than that on land. Yumi released a space barrier in time, blocking the poisonous arrow, and summoned a purple lightning, which instantly struck Touch. His Touch shuddered, and spit out a series of bubbles from his mouth. The energy of this lightning was very weak, and it would not cause any harm to Touch. At most it was like an ordinary person being lightly electrocuted. Well, it seems that underwater combat has little effect on the combat effectiveness of me and the war beast, and it will be fine after a period of adaptation. Until then, Xiao Yao completely put down his worries. As long as he can exert more than 90% of his strength underwater, then he will have the confidence to face all strong enemies and bring his teammates back safely. Chapter 626 Battle of the Grand Hall. 5 minutes passed. Everyone gradually adapted to the underwater mode, but after all, the time was too short. If you want to exert 100% of your strength, it will take at least some time to adapt and train. Afterwards, everyone took back the war beasts and stood neatly in front of King Wu and Queen Tiffany, waiting for the next arrangement. Wu, young heroes of Dragon Country, we have prepared the banquet. Everyone follow me. Queen Tiffany smiled slightly. This smile, like 100 flowers blooming, even the beauties by Lin Xiao, Tao Yao Yao, Wu Yubing, could not help but be overwhelmed by the queen's charm. Queen Tiffany and King Wu walked side by side, and Xiao Yao and his party followed behind them, under the respectful, curious, and inquiring eyes of many mermaid guards. They slowly entered the mermaid palace. After they left, the Fudao sky turtle hummed, and its body shrank into its shell, turning into an isolated island. Guarding the mermaid palace? The mermaid palace was luxurious and magnificent, supported by white jade pillars, and the dazzling pearls lit up the entire palace. The interior of the palace was very large, consisting of dozens of halls. Finally, everyone came to the side hall next to the main hall. At this time, there were already 20 mermaid warriors sitting in the side hall, waiting for the arrival of the Queen and King Wu. Greetings, King Wu. When everyone arrived at the side hall, the mermaid warriors stood up in unison. They had obviously learned the etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom, and greeted King Wu with a standard fist-clasping salute. Hello, everyone. King Wu nodded gently, with a gentle smile on his face. Everyone, please sit down. Tiffany arranged for the maid to let everyone sit down, while she and King Wu sat on the main seats on the left and right. In the hall, Queen Tiffany and King Wu were in the center, the mermaid warriors sat on their left, and the Dragon Kingdom youths sat on their right. The two sides were clearly divided. If you look closely, the mermaid warriors looked at the opposite side with curiosity, and also with undisguised scrutiny and hostility. They always have great respect for a strong man like the king of martial arts. But they are not so welcoming to the people brought by the king of martial arts. They know that in order to win over the dragon nation as an ally, the mermaids have to pay 10 places in the sea god's secret realm. But in addition to them, the mortal enemy, the demon shark clan, also enters the sea god's secret realm. In the secret realm, they will inevitably fight with the demon shark clan. Compared with the foreigners from the dragon nation, they would rather give these 10 places to the geniuses of their own clan who are more familiar and trusted. What are they looking at? They look very unfriendly. Li Yu frowned. Normal, Xue Tianning said slowly. Think about it. The 50 places in the mysterious sea god realm originally belonged to the mermaids. Now they have to be divided between the demon shark clan and us. It would be strange if they could be friendly. But it's easy to make them friendly. Just fight them. Beat them, and they will naturally become friendly. Xue Tianming continued. I heard from my brother that every time we meet the mermaids for the first time, both sides will fight. So be prepared. We will probably fight soon. Is that so? Li Yu's mouth curled up slowly. I just want to see the strength of the mermaids. At this time, Xiao Yao said, don't be careless. They are all platinum level. The strongest one is even platinum level 4. However, due to the presence of the two kings, he did not say the last sentence. The strength of these mermaid warriors surprised him. But it was expected after thinking about it carefully. The mysterious realm of the sea god has a strict age limit for those who enter. Humans are under 30 years old. But for the mermaids, who have a lifespan of hundreds of years, this age may be over 100 years old. Humans can only awaken at the age of 18. And even if they reach the age of 30, they only have 12 years of improvement at most. However, mermaids basically have good strength in their larval stage. So it is not surprising that top talents can reach the platinum level within this age limit. Of course, the advantage of humans is that they have a large population and grow fast. Maybe a dozen years of growth is equivalent to hundreds of years for mermaids. However, facing the current situation, humans are still at a disadvantage. But to be honest, Although in terms of level, the other teammates except himself are not as good as the opponent. But the overall strength is not worse than the opponent. First of all, in terms of the number of war beasts, they have an advantage. 4 against 1. Even if they are against the platinum level, they will not be too disadvantaged in a short time. Moreover, the biggest difference between humans and other races lies in the creation of tools. Xiao Yao knew that before setting off. Principal Ouyang gave each of the 4 friends a set of equipment, including defensive equipment such as the flame necklace, and offensive weapons such as the dissociation ring, and the strength of each of them can reach the platinum level. As for people like Yihuan, their equipment must be good, with the bonus of war beasts and equipment. In a one-on-one situation, the teammates around him are not afraid of the platinum level mermaid warriors on the opposite side. They are all platinum level. Liu's eyes flashed with caution, but there was no fear at all. When he was in Qinong City, there were many platinum level undead who died in his hands, and the undead were much more terrifying than this group of mermaids. After everyone sat down, the maids quickly brought up the wine and food. These things, Xiao Yao looked at the octopus and snail meat that were still wriggling slightly in front of him, and his mouth twitched. Are we supposed to eat them raw? Although it won't hurt my stomach, it feels weird. At this time, Queen Tiffany raised her glass and said with a smile, on behalf of the mermaids, I welcome friends from Dragon Country. Everyone stood up quickly, raised their glasses, and said in unison, Thank you, Queen, for your hospitality. After that, everyone drank it all in one gulp. It tastes good. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. The mermaid's wine was also unique. It tasted a bit like sweet wine, not too strong, suitable for his taste. After sitting down, the mermaid sent out an attendant, who explained the origin and cooking methods of each dish when serving the dishes. Everyone listened with great relish, which also kept the atmosphere on the scene from cooling down. However, after having enough wine and food, the mermaid warriors finally couldn't hold back their fighting spirit. A sturdy male mermaid stood up and respectfully said to Queen Tiffany, Queen, we would like to communicate with our friends from Dragon Country. Do you think it's possible? Queen Tiffany smiled and looked at King Wu. Wu, what do you think? King Wu nodded and said with a smile, This link is indispensable every time. Okay, let them practice. Hearing King Wu's permission, the male fishman's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he stood in the center of the hall, facing the direction of Dragon Country, and shouted, Friends of Dragon Country, who dares to fight me? Everyone looked at each other, and finally Shirlai stood up and said in a sonorous voice, I will do it. As a soldier, he would never tolerate provocation. Then let's get ready. Queen Tiffany gently pushed her hand, and the people on both sides quickly retreated with the table, leaving enough space for the two. Roar Shirlai summoned 4 war beasts, namely, the gold 5th level Ice Flame Tiger, the gold 4th level Necromancer, the gold 4th level Greenwood Ancient Tree, and the gold 3rd level Blackwater Mystic Snake. You are worthy of being the disciple of the Grandmaster. Xiao Yao nodded. Shirlai War Beast is of a very high level. Among the geniuses of the major organizations before, it is definitely ranked in the top 3. But Shirlai opponent is not weak, with the strength of Platinum level 2. Whether he can win depends on his means. Mermaid Warrior, Sayas. The male fish man held a steel fork in his hand, and said with his head held high. Shirlai said in a deep voice, Dragon Country, Shirlai. Sayas raised the steel fork and pointed it at Shirlai, without any nonsense, said directly, Shirlai, be careful. As soon as the voice fell, a blue light shot out from the top of the steel fork, pointing directly at Shirlai Heart. The mermaid clan does not attack summoners. That said, they knew very well that, as long as they forced the summoner into a dead end, then he would win the battle, so he would naturally choose the simplest and most direct tactics. Facing Sayas' direct attack, Shirlai was not angry at all, because after entering the mysterious realm of the sea god, those fierce beasts, the demon shark clan would not leave him. The summoner, alone, and only attacked the war beasts. Although Sayas was strong, he was well prepared. Buzz! A khaki light shield suddenly appeared, protecting Shirlai inside. Sayas' attack fell on the light shield, but it only caused a slight ripple, and could not shake the light shield's defense at all. Humans, you only know these little tricks. Sayas gritted his teeth, feeling angry and irritated, and full of jealousy. He had heard from his tribesmen before that every time the dragon people entered the mysterious land of the sea god, their strength was not very good, but they had a lot of treasures on them, both defensive and offensive, which really made them jealous. In fact, there were similar treasures in the mermaid treasury, but these treasures were naturally generated, and the quantity was very small, unlike the dragon people who bought them wholesale, each with 1 or 2. However, the tribesmen also told him that using these treasures would consume mental energy, and with the current strength of the dragon people, they would not be able to hold out for too long. In addition, the dragon people's war beasts are both their umbrella and their weakness. If one of them can be killed, it will definitely cause severe mental damage. Unfortunately, the dragon country and the mermaid clan are allies after all, so it is impossible to kill them. But it is still possible to beat these war beasts half to death. Then let's get rid of these war beasts first. Syaz's eyes were stern, and he swung his tail heavily, rushing to the front of the Blackwater mystic snake at a very fast speed. He could feel that this snake was the weakest and could be dealt with first. Swish! A cold light appeared on the steel fork, and it stabbed at the center of the Blackwater mystic snake eyebrows with lightning speed. But at this moment, a bone shield suddenly blocked the top of the Blackwater mystic snake head. Although the steel fork easily penetrated the bone shield, it made a crisp sound when it landed on the center of the Blackwater mystic snake eyebrows. Ding! A huge metal helmet protected the Blackwater mystic snake head, revealing only its huge mouth and eyes, and its entire body was covered with a thick layer of black steel armor, like a giant steel snake. Cold and murderous. Beast armor. Another little trick like this. Syaz gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. If he had such a set of armor, what would he be afraid of the Demon Shark clan? What a waste! To equip such a treasure to a beast, it would be better to give it to our mermaid clan. It really makes me angry. Boom! An amazing wave of water raged around, pushing away the flames of the Ice Flame Tiger, the black wave ball of the Necromancer, and the whip of the Qingmu ancient tree. Then, Syaz sprinted, came to the Necromancer, and stabbed him hard with the steel fork. I don't believe you still have armor? A cold light flashed in Syaz's eyes. Puff! Puff! The steel fork pierced through 3 bone shields in succession. The momentum slightly decreased, but it still stabbed quickly into the Necromancer's chest. But the next second, Syaz's face froze. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Necromancer was covered with armor all over his body, retreating 3 steps in a row. The dent in his chest quickly recovered, and after standing up straight, he looked like a thin dead knight. Looking straight at Syaz, the corners of his mouth under the helmet grinned, as if he was mocking. Surprised? Unexpected? As the only fragile mage in the team, Shirley couldn't possibly not equip him with a set of life-saving equipment. Roar, who following the Necromancer, the Ice Flame Tiger, and the Greenwood Tree Demon also had a thick layer of armor on their bodies. The 4 steel war beasts surrounded Syaz in the middle, like a steel cage, emitting a cold and fierce atmosphere. MP, are you still going to play? Syaz looked like he had eaten a dog's food, and shouted in anger in his heart. Damn it, Snake Tiger, it's fine if the Necromancer gets a set of armor, you even don't let the tree monster go. How afraid are you of the war beast getting hurt? For sets of beast armor, you're really rich. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched fiercely. He also has 2 sets of beast armor, namely the Swift Wolf armor and the Swift Rat armor. Xiaoke and Tuki don't use them much at ordinary times, but when they encounter strong enemies, the defense and speed bonus of the beast armor are still very important to them. But you have to know that the cost of beast armor is extremely expensive. Not only does it require the extremely rare Jinji gold, but it also requires the help of an excellent forging master to create a set of beast armor suitable for war beasts. And Shirley actually equipped all 4 war beasts with beast armor, which is really a bit crazy. You don't have it? Wu Yibing turned to look at Xiao Yao with a puzzled expression. Yes, you don't have a full set of beast armor? Yi Huan was also very puzzled. Hee hee. Xiao Yao eyelids jumped. Are all the 5 of you equipped with a full set of beast armor? Yes. Xue Tianming said, as a matter of course. Isn't this very normal? Normal. Li Yu, Su Xingliang and others beside him roared in their hearts after hearing this. Do you think everyone is a master? You are a descendant of the king's family. Well, I think Xiao Yao should be able to equip himself with beast armor. Yi Huan saw the expressions of Su Xingliang and others and explained. Yes, you are so rich, and there are ready-made forging masters in this school. It's easy to get a beast armor. Wu Yibing agreed. They knew how profitable Xiao Yao Chenxi Group was. No matter how expensive the beast armor was, Xiao Yao could definitely afford it. I have 2 sets, which are enough for now, Xiao Yao said. In addition to Xiaoku and Twitch, Lao No has the Diamond Giant Spirit body. Mortine can transform from real to virtual. And Yumi can drill into the body of teammates. None of the three really need the protection of beast armor. If the diamond level war beast is fragile, he can consider equipping the new war beast with a set of beast armor. In addition, if there is a chance, he can get a few sets for Liang Liang and their war beasts. When the time comes, he can make a project skin reappear, which feels pretty good. Just as they were discussing, the battle between Shirlai and Sai Yas was about to be decided. Chapter 627 The Battle of the Strongest Geniuses. Ding ding ding. Sai swung the steel fork, smacking it hard on the armor, making a continuous sound that made one's eardrum swell. However, his attack could not penetrate the defense of the beast armor. The Ice Flame Tiger, the Greenwood Tree Demon, the Black Water Mystic Snake rushed forward without hesitation, and engaged in close combat with Saiya's, while the Necromancer hid in the back, harassing him crazily with black wave balls. Although Saiya's was a platinum level, he could not be completely fearless of the gold level offensive. There were always times when it was difficult to take care of both ends while defending, and it didn't take long for him to bleed. If it weren't for the Ice Flame Tiger and the other beasts not being particularly suitable for underwater combat, I'm afraid the battle would have ended long ago. Damn it! Saiya's hit the Ice Flame Tiger with a fierce blow, and looked at the armor on its waist that was quickly restored. He was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. If it weren't for these armors, I could kill you in a minute. Shameless. Shameless. Shameless human. He cursed all the dirty words he knew in his heart, and swung his weapon harder and harder. However, as blood continued to flow from the wound, he could clearly feel that he was beginning to weaken. Roar the Ice Flame Tiger pounced on Saiya's back, and its sharp steel claws pierced his shoulders. Flames burst out, and Saya screamed in pain. The thick branch rolled up Saiya's, and then suddenly exerted force. Although Saiya's broke free with his tyrannical strength, the oncoming black wave ball still blew him back 7 or 8 meters, and his chest was charred. Snap! Another violent snake tail hit his back. Saya staggered. His face turned blue and red. And finally he couldn't help it, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Saya's is going to lose on the side of the mermaid warriors. Everyone's face was solemn. Saya's strength was also in the upper middle level among the 20 people. He was beaten so hard that he had almost no power to fight back. Even if someone else took over, the outcome would not change much, unless Oates took action himself. They turned their heads to look at the mermaid warrior, who was closest to the queen, the handsome and masculine, and the most burly. Oates felt the expectation and fiery gaze of his compatriots, and he nodded gently and said calmly, "Next." "I do it." Hearing his words, the mermaid warriors immediately became excited. Oates will definitely be fine if he takes action. Humph, in front of Oates, these little tricks of humans are useless. The Pampas halberd will definitely be able to pierce those hard shells easily. Saiya's, just admit defeat. Oates will help you get revenge. Saiya's, ? Are you dogs? Paw the Qingmu Tree Demon's tree whip hit Saiya's face hard. A tooth flew out of his mouth, and a red and swollen whip mark quickly appeared on his face. Roar! The Ice Flame Tiger leaped up and threw Saiya's to the ground. Then, the branches of the Greenwood Tree Demon wrapped around Saiya's legs. The Blackwater Mystic Snake opened its huge mouth. The black poisonous arrows gathered in its throat and aimed at Saiya's head. The Necromancer raised one hand, and 7 or 8 black wave balls were suspended in the sky, ready to bomb Saiya's at any time. Seeing this scene, Saiya's could only put his head on the ground helplessly, and said dejectedly, "I lost." Hearing Saiya's surrender, Shirlai ordered the war beast to let him go, and said calmly, "Thank you." "Woohoo! Shirlai." "Great!" Yi Huan shouted with a smile. Mo Shutan gave a thumbs up. "Old sure. Well done." The atmosphere on the dragon countryside was lively, and the mermaid side was not too dull. "Saiya's, come back quickly. We are anxious to see Otis on the court." "That's right. You should have listened to me just now, and just admitted defeat. That way you wouldn't be crushed by a few beasts. Saiya's, you should be glad that Melia was not there. Otherwise I would definitely break up with you." Saiya's was walking back to his seat somewhat dejectedly, but after hearing these words, his face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Damn! You bunch of dog coins. You are expecting me to lose." When Saiya sat down, Oates held the halberd at hand, stood up slowly, swam to the center of the hall, and said lightly, "Mermaid warrior Oates, Who dares to fight me? The powerful and aggressive aura raged, making everyone's heart sink. And a solemn look flashed in their eyes. This fishman is much stronger than the one just now. Sires, let me do it. Xiao Yao stood up decisively. The fishman in front of him was the strongest person he had just mentioned, with a strength of platinum level 4. In addition, this mermaid named Oates was holding a very extraordinary halberd in his hand, which was surrounded by a magical power. In front of this halberd, I am afraid that the beast armor would not be so useful. Facing such an opponent, it would be safest for him to go out in person. Xiao Yao, we are guests. Remember to give them some face. Seeing Xiao Yao volunteer, everyone felt relieved and smiled. They knew how powerful Xiao Yao was. With 5 top platinum level war beasts, let alone the opponent was just a platinum level mermaid warrior. Even if there were 10 of them, they might not be able to defeat Xiao Yao. Let you little fish see the strength of the first genius of my dragon country. Woo! He must be the most outstanding genius in your dragon country. Right? Queen Tiffany clinked glasses with King Wu, but her eyes fell on Xiao Yao. That's right. King Wu smiled faintly. This child is called Xiao Yao, and he can be said to be the first genius in the history of dragon country. Compared with you? Queen Tiffany turned to look at King Wu. King Wu shook his head. My talent is far inferior to his. You know my situation. If it weren't for that adventure, I would never have reached the king level. Yes, that adventure not only made you successful, but also brought about earth-shaking changes in my mermaid clan. Queen Tiffany sighed, and looked at King Wu with a little resentment in her eyes. Ahem. A trace of embarrassment flashed across King Wu's face. Let the past be the past. Humph. Queen Tiffany snorted, and her eyes returned to Xiao Yao. Wu, do you think this child has a chance to reach the king level? King Wu affirmed, yes, and he will definitely reach the king level. Are you so sure? The queen's eyes flashed with deep surprise. King Wu nodded gently. At this moment, the scene that had appeared in his dream several times flashed through his mind again. Then he said in a deep voice, Xiao Yao will definitely surpass me in the future and become the strongest pillar of Dragon Country. Hearing this, Queen Tiffany's eyes completely changed. Dragon Country, Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao clasped his fist to Oates, and then summoned the old cow alone. Seeing that the other side only summoned one war beast, Oates frowned slightly, and said, Where are your other war beasts? Xiao Yao patted the old cow's body, smiled lightly. To deal with you, he is enough. Arrogant! Anger flashed at Oates' eyes, and he said coldly, Human, you will pay the price for your arrogance. As soon as the voice fell, the Pampas halberd in his hand instantly burst into dazzling lightning. Chapter 628 Fragile. Small dried fish. The halberd of Pampas, this is a weapon made by Elder Pampas, the ancestor of Otis, using the sharp teeth of a master-level thunder shark. It seems a bit overkill to use it against humans. It's just right to show those humans that our mermaids also have powerful weapons. Otis, go ahead, avenge Saya's. Saya's face was dark. Shouldn't I be the one to shout this? This is easy. The dazzling electric light flashed on the halberd. Otis said coldly, Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his tail and rushed toward Xiao Yao at lightning speed. However, before he could get close, the old bull stepped heavily, and a powerful force instantly knocked Oates away. At the same time, blue flames rose from the ground, burning the gorgeous fish scales with crackling sound, leaving a series of scorch marks. In midair, Oates endured the pain and pointed the tip of the halberd at the old bull. The next moment, thunder and lightning burst out, and the dazzling light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Then there was a bang, and a thunder and lightning python flew out from the long halberd, opened its mouth wide, and rushed towards the old bull. Moo! The old cow growled, and instantly activated giant diamond body and firm will. His body quickly grew taller, growing to more than 10 meters, more than 3 meters tall. The burly Otis was like a dried fish in front of him. The lightning python bit the old cow's arm, but it seemed to bite on an indestructible piece of steel. It quickly broke from head to tail, and finally scattered into lightning and dissipated in the hall. The Pampas halberd is indeed a treasure among weapons, but its user is only a Platinum 4 level mermaid warrior, and it is impossible to exert its full power. It may pose a certain threat to the diamond level, but now the old cow is already Platinum 4. After using the diamond body and firm will, his strength and defense tripled, and all damage was reduced by 70%. Not to mention Platinum 4. Even Diamond 4. It can't cause any harm to him. Although the duration of firm will is only 7 seconds. 7 seconds is enough for Lao Nyo to kill Otis several times. Bang with a heavy step. Lao Nyo suddenly burst out with amazing speed. His whole body was covered with blue flames, like a speeding chariot of fire. And he slammed into Otis. Bang! Otis was like a football that was hit hard and hit the jade pillar of the hull. His bones kept ringing. His eyes opened. But there was no focus in his pupils. And the pampas halberd slowly slipped from his hand. Ding! The tip of the halberd touched the floor, making a crisp sound. In this silent environment, the sound was particularly harsh. Lost? Oats, you lost just like that? I must be dazzled. Come! Let me slap you. Okay. No. Shouldn't I slap you? Looking at Oats slumped on the ground with dull eyes. The mermaid warriors looked at each other. They really couldn't believe that the strongest genius of the mermaid clan, Oats, holding the pampas halberd, was defeated in just 2 moves. Am I dreaming? On the dragon countryside, Yi Huan and the other 5 also widened their eyes, and were deeply shocked. They had long known Xiao Yao's strengths. He could easily defeat 4 gold-level war beasts with his summoner's body. You could imagine how terrifying Xiao Yao war beasts must be. When they saw the scene just now, they found that they had greatly underestimated Xiao Yao. He defeated the platinum-level mermaid warrior within 2 moves. I'm afraid that even if 20 of them attacked together, they would not be a match for the Purgatory Demon Bull. The Purgatory Demon Bull was only one of Xiao Yao's 5 war beasts. If he was allowed to fire at full power, his combat power might have reached the diamond level. Diamond level? Several people looked at each other, revealing the same idea. I hold on to this big thigh. Bai Ling Xiao and others looked calm. They had seen many scenes where the old bull killed platinum-level enemies in seconds. This dried fish in front of them was not even worthy of being ranked. On the other side, Queen Tiffany could not hide her shock. Wu, I finally believe what you said just now. Looking at Xiao Yao's calm and indifferent profile, Queen Tiffany couldn't help but sigh. He is really a monster-like genius. Yes. King Wu smiled faintly. He is indeed a real little monster. But it's good this way. Queen Tiffany smiled. With him around, the Demon Shark clan will be in trouble. King Wu nodded without comment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Demon Shark King. After a long time, Otis woke up from his coma. His pupils regained focus, and he looked around in confusion. Where am I? Who are these people? But soon, the memory just now emerged in his mind. Otis looked at the pampas halberd at his feet, and wanted to reach out and grab it. But it suddenly stopped in midair, and his arms couldn't help shaking. I was defeated like this. Am I still worthy of picking up the pampas halberd? The tragic defeat just now echoed in his mind like a nightmare. Otis's face was pale, and his eyes showed pain, shame, and loneliness. This guy won't become autistic after being beaten by Xiao Yao. Looking at Otis's dejected look, Li Yu suddenly felt sorry for him. Brother, you haven't been beaten enough. It's really not shameful to lose to a monster like Xiao Yao. Maybe he is also the strongest genius of the mermaid clan. Su Xingliang guessed. Otis! Just when Otis was deeply trapped in self-denial, a majestic voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Otis slowly raised his head, looking at Queen Tiffany. His eyes still couldn't hide the loneliness. Oats will latte, have you forgotten the will latte family motto? Queen Tiffany stood up, looking down at him, and her voice pierced through the haze in his heart like a sharp sword. I haven't forgotten. Oats took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, loyalty, bravery, never give in to failure. After that, he grabbed the pampas halberd at hand, quickly stood up, with a firm face. Queen, Oats understands. Ziz is easy. The dazzling lightning flashed again on the pampas halberd. Otis looked at Xiao Yao with burning eyes, and swore in his heart, Xiao Yao, I remember your name. I swear in the name of Willot that one day I will defeat you and avenge today's shame. Good. This is the indomitable warrior of my mermaid tribe. Queen Tiffany nodded with satisfaction and said, Keep going. Our mermaid tribe will not give up because of these 2 defeats. After the queen spoke, the mermaid warriors immediately screamed excitedly, as if they had taken medicine. This time, I do it! I do it! No one can compete with me! Get out of here! You bunch of trash! I do it! Chapter 629 See God's Treasure Book. Next, the mermaid warriors and the dragon country geniuses started a fierce battle. Yi Huan, Wu Yubing, Xue Tianming and Mo Shutang, with the help of a full set of beast armor and other equipment, easily defeated their opponents. and Li Yu, Su Xingliang, Bai Li Xiao Tao Yao. And the other 4 performed just as well. Although facing the platinum-level mermaid warriors, such as Shadow Cat, Gargoyle, Fei Yuqingwan, which are still at the silver level, can no longer participate in the battle, they rely on the Alliance War Beasts, 2 versus 1 or 3 versus 1, without the protection of beast armor, they win the game with their hard power. Moreover, because they did not take advantage of their equipment too much, after the battle, many mermaid warriors also gave them a look of approval. Not one victory in 10 battles made the mermaid warriors lower their heads in shame, and dared not look at Queen Tiffany on the stage. However, Queen Tiffany did not show any dissatisfaction or anger, but gave a positive evaluation of the performance of the mermaid warriors just now, and also ordered them to help the Dragon Kingdom allies quickly familiarize themselves with the underwater combat mode in the next 2 days, and in the future. When both sides enter the mysterious realm of the sea god, they must assist each other, and fight against the Demon Shark clan together. The words of the queen made the warriors feel better. They realized that the stronger the allies of the Dragon Kingdom were, the safer the trip to the secret realm would be. At this time, their eyes no longer had the previous scrutiny and hostility when they looked at each other, but became equal, friendly, and a little bit respectful. In this way, the banquet officially ended. In the next 2 days, the mermaid warriors and the 10 people of the Dragon Kingdom conducted a 2-day hard training. The 2 sides fought many times, and the masters of the mermaid clan personally instructed them. 1-on-1, 1-on-many, many-on-many. Various combat trainings not only made Xiao Yao and his party thoroughly familiar with the underwater combat mode, but also cultivated a good tacit understanding with the mermaid warriors. If they joined forces to fight the enemy in the secret realm, the tacit understanding of cooperation would definitely surprise the Demon Shark clan. At the same time, Queen Tiffany also lent the precious sea god's treasure book to everyone. The treasure book records in detail the various treasures in the sea god's mysterious realm. After reading it, at least you will not pass by treasures without knowing it. Xiao Yao, come! I will treat you to my favorite little octopus. Sayes grabbed a lively black octopus in his hand, and shouted to Xiao Yao excitedly. Eat it yourself. Looking at the octopus struggling wildly, Xiao Yao's mouth twitched, and waved his hand to refuse. Although there are many delicious foods in the mermaid tribe, he is still not used to this way of eating raw food. Alas, I eat it myself then. Sayes shook his head with some regret, then opened his mouth wide, bit off half of the octopus, and began to chew it. Well, it tastes really good. I leave this half for you. Sayes raised the half of the octopus that was struggling more violently in his hand to Xiao Yao, his mouth bulging, and said vaguely. Xiao Yao took a half-step back with a look of disgust, and said unhappily, keep it for yourself. Sayes swallowed the octopus in his mouth, shrugged and said, then I won't leave it for you. After that, he swallowed the remaining octopus in one gulp, and said happily, it's delicious. Xiao Yao looked at him speechlessly, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Don't make that expression. Come on. I treat you to something else delicious. Sayes put his arm around Xiao Yao's shoulders, and said with a smile, as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. After several days of joint training, the mermaid warriors and the Dragon Country geniuses have forged a deep friendship. When they are resting from training, they usually summarize their combat experience and share interesting stories of the 2 races. There is constant laughter. The 2 sides have become good friends. Among all the Dragon Country youths, Xiao Yao is undoubtedly the most popular one. Not only is he incredibly strong, his personality is not as arrogant as that of a super genius, but he is very easygoing. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Xiao Yao has become the most popular person. During training, the mermaid warriors will rush to practice with him. After training, everyone will take the initiative to share the mermaid food with him. And Sayes is the most active one. Regarding Sayes' performance, the mermaid warriors can only use a new word to describe him. That is, licking a dog. But even if he is called a licking dog, Sayes doesn't care. If he doesn't lick, how can he cling to the thigh in the future? Woo woo woo. At this time, a long conch sound suddenly sounded. Xiao Yao and Sayes looked at each other, and quickly rushed to the training ground. After everyone arrived, Queen Tiffany and King Wu appeared on the platform at the same time, both with serious expressions. The mysterious realm of the sea god is about to open. Queen Tiffany's first words made everyone's heart tighten. Is it finally going to start? Everyone secretly clenched their fists, feeling nervous and expectant. But before opening, we still have to bring the Demon Shark clan with us. A hint of coldness appeared on Queen Tiffany's face. After entering the mysterious realm of the sea god, if you encounter a lone Demon Shark tribe, kill them! The stern and cold voice was like the cold wind in December, making people's backs cold. Queen Tiffany changed her usual calmness, and her eyes were full of murderous intent, showing how much she hated the Demon Shark tribe. Yes! The mermaid warriors and the dragon country youth shouted in unison, especially the mermaid warriors, who clenched their weapons one by one, and their blood and anger surged in their hearts, and their eyes also showed strong murderous intent. Let's go! Queen Tiffany waved her hand. And the next second, everyone appeared on the shell of the Negative Island Sky Turtle. Moo! The Negative Island Sky Turtle roared. And its body slowly started, like a moving island, heading for a more mysterious deep sea. After an unknown amount of time, the Negative Island Sky Turtle stopped in an empty and silent sea. Queen Tiffany looked serious, her eyes fixed on the dark space ahead, and she subconsciously touched a pink ring on her hand. This pink ring is the key to open the mysterious sea god realm. As long as the pink ring accumulates enough energy, the mysterious sea god realm can be opened anytime and anywhere. Of course, she would not open it in her own palace, but chose the Dead Sea in front of her, which was also the place she and the Demon Shark King had agreed on. Xiao Yao, you said the Demon Shark King would come in person, right? Su Xingliang stamped his feet nervously, with a faint tremor in his voice. How powerful would the King of Demon Sharks be? Xiao Yao nodded. King Wu and Queen Tiffany are here, and the Demon Shark King will definitely come. King Su Xingliang bit his lips until they turned white, but he didn't say anything else. Boom boom at this time. A series of loud noises suddenly came from the sea ahead. Everyone's eyes were stern. The Demon Shark King is coming. Chapter 630, Flying Twin Whales. Boom boom, the sea seemed to be roaring. In the dark space ahead, a powerful, fierce momentum was getting closer and closer, making people's scalps numb. A moment later, under the dim light, an extremely huge shadow slowly appeared from the front. It was an extremely terrifying giant shark, with an endless body, with extremely black skin, and exposed shark teeth. Even the smallest one was taller and thicker than a century-old tree, with bloodshot eyes, and a fierce and violent momentum burst out, making everyone's face pale in an instant. Humph! Queen Tiffany snorted coldly, and pressed her powerful momentum towards the opposite side. Then, there was a bang, and the sea suddenly exploded with rolling waves, and a violent tornado formed in an instant, and the entire sea was turned upside down. Ha ha ha, Tiffany, after so many years, your strength has finally improved a little. A deep and hoarse laugh sounded in the sea, and a thick black gas suddenly filled the giant shark's body. After a while, a 10-meter tall, burly, humanoid man appeared in front of everyone. His skin was dark blue, his chin was slightly pointed, his nose was like a sawtooth, and his 2 rows of sharp teeth flashed with cold light, and his whole body exuded a domineering, arrogant, bloodthirsty momentum. When he saw the man's appearance, Xiao Yao screamed in his heart. Is it you, Fishman Aaron? Of course. The man in front of him is much more powerful than Fishman Aaron. He is the king of many seas. Demon Shark King. Tiffany. Wu Yunjing. Demon Shark King grinned, revealing a creepy smile. Long time no see, my friends. Queen Tiffany and King Wu did not reply, but just looked at him coldly, secretly accumulating strength. Ha ha ha. You two are still so cold. The Demon Shark King laughed loudly, not caring about the reactions of the two. Then he clenched his fists, shaking his head, and said, to be honest, this body structure is really rubbish, and it can't bring out the advantages of our sea race at all. Tiffany, your mermaid race is declining because it is too similar to humans. Queen Tiffany said coldly. Kato, when you begged for mercy for my father, you didn't say that. The Demon Shark King smiled. Yes, at that time I did think that the mermaid race was the most perfect sea race, but... Old mermaid, didn't I kill him? Ha ha ha. The Demon Shark King laughed wildly. His laughter was hoarse and harsh, making Queen Tiffany and many mermaid warriors furious, and their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Tiffany. King Wu held down Tiffany's slightly trembling shoulders, shook his head, and whispered, calm down. Humph. Queen Tiffany stared coldly at the Demon Shark King, and after taking a deep breath, her eyes gradually calmed down. Kato. King Wu looked at the Demon Shark King, and said calmly, let's not waste our time. Summon your people. Wu Yunjing. You are still not as interesting as Tiffany. The Demon Shark King smiled. glanced at the mermaid warriors and the people of Dragon Country, and then waved his hand. And a huge black hole suddenly appeared. Roar! A tiger shark emerged from the black hole first. He looked like a replica of the demon shark king, but his body was dozens of times smaller. But even so, he was still a huge beast. Then, the second and third tiger sharks appeared one after another. But after the 10th one, the species became diverse, including the drowning siren, the mirage shell monster, the mysterious turtle, the fearful electric eel. All of them were above the platinum level. However, the one that impressed Xiao Yao the most was the last one to appear. The flying twin whale. Flying twin whales. Twin whale. Xiao Yao frowned slightly. And for some reason, when he saw this flying twin whale, he suddenly felt a faint sense of threat in his heart. But in fact, the strength of this twin whale is not strong. Platinum level 3. Not enough for Lao Niu to fight alone. But this inexplicable sense of threat made him alert immediately. If there is a chance in the secret realm, I must kill it as soon as possible, Xiao Yao decided secretly. Tiffany, my tribesmen are all here. The demon shark king looked at Queen Tiffany, revealing 2 rows of creepy teeth. We can open the secret realm of the sea god. You don't need to say it. Queen Tiffany frowned slightly. She turned around, looked at the mermaid warriors behind her, and the people of Dragon Country, and reminded them again, protect yourself. After that, she looked at Xiao Yao deeply again. Although she didn't say a word, Xiao Yao understood what the queen meant to protect everyone. Xiao Yao nodded slightly. Let's start. King Wu gently patted Queen Tiffany's shoulder. The queen rubbed the pink ring on her finger, then pointed the ring at a blank area and injected energy suddenly. Boom! A brilliant light suddenly burst out from the pink ring. Instantly, the sea water stirred, and a space gate slowly appeared, from the size of a fist, gradually expanding to a shape of several 100 meters square. Let's go! Oates took the lead, holding the Pampas halberd and rushed into the space gate first. After that, the mermaid warriors followed closely, and Xiao Yao and his party also rushed into the space gate in the second wave after they all entered. Go! The demon shark king waved his hand, and soon, the 20 demon shark subordinates also rushed into the space gate. When all the people entered, Queen Tiffany withdrew her energy. The pink ring dimmed, and the space gate closed. Tiffany, Wu Yunjing, you just wait here. Demon Shark King showed a ferocious smile. I have other things to do. See you in a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the deep sea and disappeared in front of King Wu and Queen Tiffany. What is Kaido doing? Queen Tiffany frowned. According to Kaido's character in the past, he would definitely try to provoke them after the space gate was closed, and try to fight to test their strength. But this time, Kaido actually left just like that. This abnormality made her a little uneasy, and she felt that Kaido seemed to be plotting something. In the gloomy deep sea, tens of thousands of tiger sharks were floating quietly. At this moment, the Demon Shark King suddenly appeared, making the tiger sharks immediately excited. My king, can we enter the mysterious realm of the sea god? We can't wait any longer. The tiger sharks roared in a chaotic and excited manner in the deep sea. The Demon Shark King pressed his hand, and then looked at the lonely flying twin whale in the corner. How are you preparing? The sky-flying twin whales replied tremblingly. It has already begun, but it will take some time to break the secret realm barrier. The Demon Shark King said coldly, if the twin gate cannot be used before the evolution hall is opened, then there is no need for you 2 brothers to exist. Yes, I can definitely do it. The sky-flying twin whale said tremblingly. Tiffany, Wu Yunjing. Looking at the tens of thousands of tiger sharks in front of him, the Demon Shark King raised a bloodthirsty smile. Your genius will stay in the sea god's secret realm forever. Ha ha! Chapter 631 Physical Orb. Opening his eyes, a colorful coral forest came into view, with stars shining on the corals, giving this space a dreamy color. Mysterious sea god realm, I'm here. Xiao Yao raised the corners of his mouth, and quickly summoned all the war beasts. Awu! Moo! Aho! As soon as the war beasts appeared, they immediately let out excited howls. Finally they can fight without restraint. Wow, what a beautiful place. Yumi stepped on the magic book, and his little tail swung, and his round eyes opened wide. Xiaoku, can you smell the prey? Xiao Yao turned to look at Warwick. Although he had the blessing of the Mermaid King, his combat capability was not weakened too much. But his sense of smell was greatly suppressed by the seawater. Currently, he could only smell the smell within a radius of 1 kilometer. which was not very useful. Although Xiao's sense of smell was also suppressed. His range was at least 10 times that of his own. As long as he could smell the breath of a living creature, it would be either a violent and bloodthirsty beast, or a secret realm guardian beast guarding the treasure. He would be happy to meet either one. Of course, it would be even better if we could meet the Demon Shark clan. I try. Warwick's voice was hoarse. His nostrils moved slightly, and he inhaled a large amount of seawater. The salty and fishy seawater was mixed with various smells. After carefully feeling it, he shook his head slightly. No. Xiao Yao shrugged. Then we can only walk randomly. He looked around, and finally pointed to the direction where the corals were gradually dense. This direction. Let's go! Buzz the flying twin whale opened his eyes, and immediately activated the skill twin gate. The mighty force of space gathered in his body, and a door was about to open in his body. However, the space barrier of the secret realm suppressed the space door tightly, making it unable to open. At this time, the flying twin whale rolled up a huge sky-breaking bead from under his tongue and swallowed it into his stomach. The sky-breaking bead rolled down from the stomach wall and finally adhered to the space door, gradually eliminating the suppression of the space barrier. Afterwards, the flying twin whale looked around carefully, trying to avoid all dangers as much as possible. It knew in its heart that its biggest task in this trip to the secret realm was to survive and successfully open the twin door. If the twin gates fail to open, or if they open too late, missing the light of evolution, then their entire tribe will be slaughtered by the Demon Shark King. At the same time, the mermaid warriors, the dragon country geniuses, and the Demon Shark tribe also began to take action. The battle for the mysterious realm of the sea god officially began. Finally found you after walking aimlessly for more than 2 hours and killing 3 beasts that were seeking their own death. Xiao Yao finally saw the first treasure. It was a pearl the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a bright white light. And next to the pearl was a platinum-level electric jellyfish guarding it. The jellyfish was like an old hen, wrapping the pearl with its entire body. But it seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not notice Xiao Yao approaching. TSK. No sense of crisis at all. Xiao Yao smiled. Perhaps it was because the mysterious sea god realm was only open once every few years, which made the monsters here particularly relax their vigilance. He stood within 1 kilometer, but the platinum-level electric jellyfish still did not notice him. But this is also good. Let it go peacefully in its sleep. Swoosh! A poisonous arrow pierced the lightning jellyfish accurately. Almost instantly, the health value of the lightning jellyfish dropped to 0. Huh? A gust of air gushed out from under his feet. Xiao Yao quickly came to the side of the lightning jellyfish and threw it into the beast control space. He picked up the pearl and held it in his palm. This should be the physical strength pearl mentioned in the sea god's treasure book. Xiao Yao could feel that when he held the pearl tightly, a stream of heat flowed from the pearl into his body, which immediately shook his body and filled his whole body with strength. The physical strength orb is a rare treasure recorded in the sea god's treasure book. It can help the user quickly recover physical strength. And when the energy is exhausted, it will slowly accumulate energy, so that it can be used unlimited times. Of course, the sea god's treasure book also said that as the strength increases, the effect of the physical strength orb on the user will gradually decrease. When the user's strength exceeds the diamond level, that is, the master level, the effect of the physical strength orb will be minimal. But I'm still a long way from the master level, so it's just right to use it now. It's rare for him to encounter a battle that can exhaust his physical strength, but if this happens, the physical strength orb will become a big killer in his hand. The mysterious sea god realm is really full of treasures. Xiao Yao put the physical strength orb back into the beast control space, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it were in the outside world, the guardian beast of a treasure like the physical strength orb would at least start at diamond, but it's not like here. The guardian beast is just a rubbish platinum level 4 electric jellyfish. Of course, for him, the platinum 4 level lightning jellyfish is rubbish, but for other dragon country summoners, merman warriors, and the demon shark clan, this lightning jellyfish is not so easy to deal with. Not bad, a good start. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. He suddenly had a premonition that, after this secret realm is over, he will definitely return with a full load. Perhaps the flag was set too early. For the next half day, he didn't even encounter a shadow. Even the brainless beasts didn't come to him, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Xiao Yao was so angry that he broke a coral, threw it far away, but still felt unsatisfied. He kicked it again, and directly kicked the entire coral reef into pieces. If I make a flag again, I will be a dog. He pouted and said depressedly, Master, don't be angry. Yumi jumped lightly from the magic book, jumped onto Xiao Yao's shoulder, and scratched his neck with her white little claws, and comforted him. We will meet other monsters soon. Oh, okay. Xiao Yao raised his hand, twitched Yumi's chin, and his mood really improved. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why many men like to have daughters, because daughters are really caring, and will take the initiative to comfort you when you are in a bad mood, unlike the other four brothers. Looking at Xiao Ku, Lao Nyo touch, and Mo Tung expressionless faces, Xiao Yao couldn't help but complain. In the future, I must have 3 daughters, and let the sun eat shit. An enemy is coming. Suddenly, Xiao Ku's eyes flashed with a purple light, and he said in a hoarse voice, Finally coming. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He rubbed Yumi's little head hard, and said happily, Yumi, you will be my little lucky star from now on. Hee. Yumi's round eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and then turned into a stream of light, and merged into his body. Not long after, a huge monster appeared in front of him. Chapter 632 Diamond Level Deep Sea Squid. The huge black shadow gradually revealed its shape. It was a giant squid over 30 meters tall. Its body was pitch black. It had more than a dozen thick and long tentacles. The surging magic power was ready to burst out, making people feel palpitations. Monster named Deep Sea Squid. Monster level Diamond Level 2 Monster skills: Corrosive Ink, Giant Force, Strangulation, Deep Sea Whirlpool, Water Film covering the body, Deep Sea Prison, Water Prison 1000 kills. Such a strong magic power. Xiao Yao frowned slightly. This deep sea squid has a lot of magic power in its body. Even the once Diamond 5 level Thunder Wing Tiger is far inferior to it. Magic power is like an ammunition depot. Whether it is a summoner, a war beast, or a monster, they all need to rely on magic power to activate their skills. The stronger the magic power, the more powerful the skills will be. So, judging from the magic power contained in this deep sea squid, once it fully activates its skills, its lethality can even be comparable to that of a Diamond 5 level monster. Meeting such a strong enemy right at the start is a little troublesome. Xiao Yao muttered to himself. But it was just a little trouble. The deep sea squid's skills were powerful, but it did not mean that his physical strength and mental strength could reach the level of Diamond 5. With the super defense of Lao Nyo, Tuki 1000 poisons, and the tacit cooperation of the beasts, he was confident that he could kill him. Xiao Ku. Xiao Yao looked at Warwick. A Wu Warwick roared, turned into a stream of light, and drilled into his body. In an instant, thick wolf hair sprouted from his skin. Sharp claws grew from his fingers. His palms turned up. His body grew to nearly 3 meters high, and his pupils turned purple gold. Bang! Purple holy flames burned on his body. Facing such a powerful enemy, he was ready to go all out. Soon, the deep sea squid approached him. Its soft tentacles gently swayed, and its black and white eyes were filled with curiosity and hostility. It's actually a guardian beast? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. From the previous few battles, he summed up some experience. The momentum of the fierce beasts is crazy and violent. They will pounce on people like mad dogs almost immediately when they see people. And this deep sea squid obviously still has reason, which means it is very likely to be a guardian beast. If it is a guardian beast, it means there must be a treasure more precious than the physical strength orb nearby. I'm sorry. With a flash of purple light in his eyes, Xiao Yao raised his hand and directly launched a lightning strike at the deep sea squid. Boom! The violent lightning struck the deep sea squid, but was blocked by the water film flowing on its skin. In an instant, the deep sea squid became angry, and the curiosity in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by a strong anger and murderous intent. Moo! At the same time that Xiao Yao launched the attack, the old cow quickly entered the state of the giant diamond spirit, and activated the Hellfire Demon Soul. The giant beast more than 10 meters high and the flame phantom tens of meters high blocked the deep sea squid like a mountain. The mighty Hellfire gathered in his right fist. Old Bull swung his fist heavily, synchronized with the Hellfire Demon Soul, and swung out 2 Hellfire fists. One large and one small. Boom! The blue flame fist dragged a long column of fire, and hit the body of the deep sea squid almost in a breath. Bang! A violent wave appeared on the water film, and the deep sea squid screamed in pain, and its body retreated more than 10 meters. Although the covering water film helped it resist the impact and burning of the fire fist, The additional 10% maximum health damage of the Hellfire Fist still caused its health to drop by 20%. Ah! Ah! The deep-sea squid screamed. And in an instant, violent magic power surged. And thousands of water arrows condensed on its head. Then thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, shooting forward with overwhelming force. At the same time, for huge water walls completely blocked the old cow. And all of Xiaoyao and Mo Tung retreat routes were blocked. They could only face water prison 1,000 kills. As for Tuki, at the moment the battle started, he used invisibility to hide in a safe corner, facing the attack of thousands of arrows. Xiaoyao and Mo Tung didn't think twice and hid directly behind the old cow. The old cow's broad body was like a giant shield, giving people an infinite sense of security. Nothing can repel me. Old Bull made a deep and powerful sound from his throat. His body trembled slightly, and Firm Will was activated. Puff 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 puff, the water arrows that were powerful enough to penetrate rocks and break steel hit Old Bull, but it was still difficult for him to retreat even half a step, and could only cause a series of dull sounds. The defense was originally far superior to that of the same level, and with the blessing of the 3 skills of Violent Bull Demon, Giant Diamond Body, and Firm Will, even if the deep-sea squid had a skill lethality comparable to that of Diamond 5, it was not enough to cause any damage to Old Bull in a short period of time. Seeing that the giant bull was motionless, without even a single wound on its body, the deep-sea squid could not help but panic a little, and a slight retreat appeared in its eyes. Let's begin. Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with purple light, and the deep-sea squid used all its skills, and then it was time for him to fight back. Bang! 2 thick water columns suddenly burst out from under the old bull's feet, pushing him to rush towards the deep-sea squid at an extremely fast speed. While charged, the deep-sea squid was unable to react in time, and was directly hit by the old bull, and its huge body flew backwards. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind it, and swung his right fist. Purple flames condensed into a huge wolf head, with sharp wolf teeth, biting the back of the deep-sea squid's head fiercely. The palm of his left hand burst into a dazzling purple light, hot and sharp, attacking the same position with the wolf head, successfully penetrating the water film, and blasting a huge wound on the back of the deep-sea squid's head. Charged beast mouth plus holy flame aurora cut at the same time. The arrogant wolf howl drilled into the deep-sea squid's mind, causing fear to appear in its eyes. Shwa! Mortung flew out from behind the old cow. In an instant, his body became illusory. Under the push of a powerful force, he penetrated into the deep-sea squid like a sharp arrow. His 2 arm blades crossed and slashed, using the power of the sharp blades to slash the gods, causing severe damage to the soul of the deep-sea squid. Nightmare soul-piercing kill Mortung turned into a mental shock wave, causing high mental damage to the enemy. Mortung could not be selected during this process. Moreover, if the enemy was mentally damaged, fear, shock, confusion, he would suffer double damage. Under the fear effect of Ancestor's Howl, Nightmare soul-piercing kill caused double damage, causing the deep-sea squid's soul to be torn apart, and it couldn't help but scream. Ah! At this moment, a black poisonous arrow shot out from the shadows, and shot into the deep-sea squid's eyes. The huge eyes were like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, and it exploded instantly, causing the deep-sea squid to scream even more sharply. Xiaoyao, Laonyo, and Mo Tung quickly retreated, and Xiaoku also flew out of his body, watching the deep-sea squid struggle violently quietly. Not long after, the poison of the 1,000 poison fruit completely destroyed the body of the deep-sea squid, and its health value quickly dropped to 0. Done! Xiaoyao snapped his fingers silently, and his mouth slightly raised. The Diamond 2 deep-sea squid was easily dealt with by him, which shows that now that he has fully opened up his firepower, he can already gain a foothold in the diamond level. As for the limit, it can only be verified by fighting. Chapter 633 Sea Demon Flower. Throw the body of the deep-sea squid into the beast control space. Next, it's time to find the treasure it guards. Xiaoku. Xiaoyao looked at Warwick. Warwick nodded, his nose twitched, and soon swam quickly in the direction the deep-sea squid came from. 10 minutes later, Warwick stopped, raised his head, and looked up at a huge coral reef in front of him. Wow, what a high coral reef! Xiaoyao raised his head, his eyes slightly widened. The coral reef in front of him was hundreds of meters high, just like a real mountain. The coral reef was full of wormholes, but he could not even sense the breath of a creature. He thought that it was scared away or wiped out by the deep-sea squid. A strong magical fluctuation permeated the top of the coral reef. If nothing unexpected happened, the treasure guarded by the deep-sea squid would be on it. Hee hee. Let me see what a big treasure you are. Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with anticipation. His knees were slightly bent. And then he kicked hard. And his hands swiped downwards. Under the buoyancy of the seawater, the whole person quickly rose into the air like a rocket. He stood steadily on the top of the coral reef. The first thing that caught his eye was two gorgeous blue flowers. The surging magic power was about to burst out. As if people were in the ocean of magic. This is... Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. Sea Demon Flower. Sea Demon Flower is a magical flower recorded in the Sea God's treasure book. After taking it for the first time, it can greatly increase the magic power. It can basically double the growth below the diamond level. However, the subsequent use will not be as good as the first time. But the growth is still very considerable. In addition to the two blooming sea monster flowers, there are 7 flower buds, and a sea monster flower with only the pistil left. No wonder the magic power of the deep-sea squid is so amazing. It turns out that it is guarding 10 sea monster flowers. Xiao Yao smacked his lips, and could not help but marvel at the richness of the sea monster secret realm again. He turned his head to look at the sea monster flower with only the pistil left. This one should have been taken by the deep-sea squid not long ago, and it has not had time to digest the magic power in it. So there are only 2 intact sea monster flowers left. It's a good deal for me. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Yumi, who was lying on the magic book, sticking out her tongue, and looking eager. He couldn't help but laugh. Hey, the one on the left is for you. Eat it. Thank you, Master. Yumi jumped up excitedly, driving the magic book, and rushed to the side of the sea demon flower. Her snow-white claws danced out phantoms, and she tore off petals and stuffed them into her mouth. The little guy's mouth was bulging, and his chubby face looked even more adorable, which made Xiao Yao couldn't help but rub it. Yumi whimpered indistinctly, chewed hard with her little teeth, and then swallowed all the petals in one breath, like swallowing a whole apple. Accompanied by a gurgling sound, Yumi's body immediately burst out with amazing magic fluctuations. Xiao Yao stepped back a few steps, watching the changes in Yumi's body, while focusing part of his attention on Yumi's system panel. In just a few seconds, Yumi's experience bar broke through Platinum Level 4, and quickly moved towards Platinum Level 5. The surging magic power beat around like waves, making this cute little cat become majestic. After a while, the tide of magic power subsided. Feeling the total amount of magic power in his body almost double, Yumi excitedly rolled on the magic book. Wow! I have become so powerful! Master, do you feel it? Xiao Yao smiled. I feel it. Yumi didn't need to tell him. Just by looking at the total amount of magic power that skyrocketed after the war beast fed back, he could guess how terrifying the growth of Yumi's magic power was. Now, even if the total amount of magic power of him and the other 4 war beasts is added together, it is not even half of Yumi. Of course, the 4 brothers of Xiaoke are AD warriors, shooters, and are not very dependent on magic, while Yumi is a pure mage, and magic is her ammunition depot. So the more abundant the better. A sea demon flower greatly increased Yumi's experience points, and she is now infinitely close to Platinum Level 5. She can basically upgrade after killing a few more diamond level monsters. There is one left. Let me eat it. Xiao Yao rubbed his hands and walked towards the last sea demon flower step by step. Since he knew that the sea devil flower could nearly double his magic power, he would naturally choose to let Yumi take it first. After the war beast feeds back, his own magic power will increase greatly, and then he will take the last sea devil flower for super doubling. Puff, puff, puff. He plucked the petals one by one and stuffed them into his mouth. The petals of the sea devil flower have a minty fragrance. Chew them, and the sweet juice overflows. The taste is better than the drink, and it is endless. Gulp. After swallowing the sea devil flower, the chaotic magic power in his body immediately began to boil, like boiling water, emitting hot and manic energy. Xiao Yao closed his eyes, and carefully felt the rapidly growing chaotic magic power in his body. As the magic power continued to flow through his meridians, it also strengthened his meridian toughness. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. Sure enough, the magic power doubled. The doubling of magic power means that his skills have become more powerful, and his combat endurance has become more amazing. In addition to the physical strength orb he got earlier, it can be said that in just half a day, His combat power has increased by no less than 20%. The sea god's secret realm is indeed my treasure land. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and said quickly, "Pooh! Take back what you just said. And don't set a flag again." After taking the last sea demon flower, there were only 7 flower buds and 3 lonely stamens in front of him. The sea demon flower would not have any effect if it was not mature. So these flower buds would be left to the destined people in the future. Rumble. At this time, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and a blue light shield rose from the ground, covering the entire secret realm like a pot lid. For a moment, everyone in the mysterious sea god realm noticed this amazing change. At the same time, a thought came into Xiao Yao's mind, telling him to move in a certain direction, where the evolution hall was located. Is the mysterious sea god realm starting to shrink? Xiao Yao murmured, and then his eyes became sharp. The shrinking of the mysterious sea god realm meant that the decisive battle between them and the demon shark clan was getting closer and closer. However, with his strength, even if 20 demon sharks were added together, they were far from his opponent. So he hoped to meet them earlier. The demon shark clan does not have the space to control beasts like humans. After killing them, the treasures that cannot be consumed will naturally fall into his hands. Then let's get started. Xiao Yao looked into the distance, which was exactly the direction he was pointed to just now. Huh? There seems to be something? He squinted his eyes, and seemed to see a small golden dot in the distance. But the distance was too far, so he could not see it clearly. That's right. Let's go there. He kicked his legs, like an underwater speedboat, and rushed towards the target. Chapter 634 Trial Palace The Emperor Dragon Power Pill. It's quite spectacular. Looking at the magnificent palace complex under his feet, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. The little golden dot he saw just now is the palace complex consisting of 5 palaces in front of him at a close distance. Each palace has an area comparable to a large training ground, and is several hundred meters high. The 5 palaces are connected in a straight line, which is magnificent and spectacular, making people want to explore it. However, there is an invisible protective film above the palace, which cannot be entered from any direction, so in the end Xiao Yao could only honestly return to the gate of the palace complex. What does this say? Xiao Yao looked up, looking at the plaque with several golden characters, but unfortunately he didn't recognize any of them. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I don't recognize them. Let's go in and take a look. He was skilled and bold, and he swaggered towards the first palace with his war beast. If there were merman warriors present, they would definitely recognize the large characters on the plaque. Trial Palace. The first hall looked magnificent. Several thick golden and jade pillars supported the main structure of the hall, and the walls were engraved with vivid murals of sea creatures, sharks, sea whales, squids, dolphins. The most impressive one was undoubtedly the Merman King, who was at the highest point, holding a trident, and wearing a crown on his head. He had a resolute appearance, and a deep and vicissitudes of life in his eyes, as if he contained thousands of years of wisdom. Many sea creatures prostrated themselves at his feet, like the most loyal servants, with fanaticism and respect in their eyes. Could it be that the true form of the sea god is the Mermaid King? Xiao Yao touched his chin, and could not help but guess secretly. In fact, this guess is not impossible. He vaguely remembered that the image of the sea god Poseidon in his previous life was a mermaid. And from the conversation between Queen Tiffany and the Demon Shark King, the Mermaid King's original strength was greater than the Demon Shark King. But for some reason, he was eventually killed by the Demon Shark King. Considering that the key to the sea god's secret realm has always been in the hands of the mermaids, the sea god's treasure book has recorded almost all the treasures in the secret realm. Plus the above factors, he felt that his guess was very likely to be close to the truth. But whether the sea god is a mermaid is none of my business. He raised his head, looked at the open door in front of him, and smiled slightly. The most important thing is to get the treasure. Let's go! With a big step, he easily crossed the first threshold, and the other war beasts followed closely behind. Just as they all entered the palace, several gorgeous streams of light suddenly fell on him and the war beasts. This sudden change startled him, but he soon found that these streams of light did not have any effect on their bodies, but rather had a scanning meaning. Rumble. In the center of the hall, a huge stone slab suddenly sank. Then, only a few clicks were heard, and 6 mermaid warriors in golden armor slowly rose from below. 6 mermaid puppets. All of them are platinum level 5. Seeing the information displayed by the system, Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, and ordered the war beasts to get ready. Swish! All the mermaid puppets suddenly opened their eyes, with golden light shining in their eyes. Without saying a word, they rushed directly toward Xiao Yao. With just a few of you, you are still far behind. Xiao Yao smiled and stepped back half a step, with his hands on his chest, watching Xiao Ke, Lan Yo, and the three brothers Imoteng fighting 3 against 6, in less than a few seconds, dismantling the 6 mermaid puppets into a pile of parts. After the battle, the parts sank into the ground along with the stone slabs, and then, a cylindrical stone platform rose up, with a fist-sized gray crystal on it. Xiao Yao stepped forward, grabbed the crystal in his hand, and said to himself, Mermaid Essence. Mermaid Essence is a unique product of the mermaid clan. When a mermaid is about to die, they will condense their own energy into a mermaid essence, and other mermaids can quickly enhance their strength by absorbing the essence. It is the existence of mermaid essence that has enabled the mermaids to maintain their long-lasting and powerful fighting power. But this thing is useless to me. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, and put the mermaid essence into the beast control space, waiting to use it to exchange treasures with other mermaids in the future. For mermaid warriors, this thing should be quite popular. Go on. Xiao Yao passed through the first hall, and headed for the second hall. The opponent in the second hall was a Diamond 1 mermaid mage. In the mermaid tribe, most male mermaids are melee fighters, while female mermaids usually become mages. This time, the opponent was a charming female mermaid, but her dull eyes made her lose her agility, which meant that she was just a mermaid puppet. The Diamond 1 level mermaid mage, whose strength was much stronger than the 6 Platinum 5 level mermaid warriors just now, almost rushed Xiao Yao out of the hall with one hand raging tide, but the mage's weakness was also obvious, that is, she was afraid of being approached, and after Yumi possessed her, Warwick came behind the mermaid mage with a space flash, and the powerful holy flame aurora cut left a huge wound on her body, almost piercing half of her body. Lan Yo then followed up with Wild Charge plus Hellfire Fist. Morton, Yumi, and Twitch each sent out an attack, causing the mermaid mage puppet to instantly crack, and scatter into a pile of parts. For the current 5 beasts, Diamond 1 monsters are already in their hands, and pose no threat at all. The reward for the second palace is still the mermaid essence, but it is a circle larger than the previous one. The opponent of the third palace has changed to a mermaid warrior again, but its strength has been upgraded to Diamond 2. Originally, Xiao Yao wanted to repeat the routine of killing the deep-sea squid before, but unfortunately the mermaid puppet has no soul, which makes Morton's nightmare soul kill useless, and at the same time, his body is not flesh and blood, which greatly weakens Twitch's super toxicity. There is no other way, and in the end, he can only rely on the cooperation of the beasts to smash the mermaid puppet alive. The reward of the third palace is still mermaid essence, which is the size of a small ball, and contains extremely abundant energy. If it is given to Otis, and he is given enough time to absorb it, he will definitely be able to surpass Platinum 5, and directly upgrade to Diamond level. However, the 3 rewards are mermaid essence, which makes Xiao Yao a little depressed. After all, this thing is completely useless to him. He can only exchange treasures with other mermaids in the future. I hope the fourth palace can bring me a surprise. As expected, the opponent of the fourth palace was replaced by a Diamond 3 mermaid mage. This was the first time that the beasts challenged a Diamond 3 master. In addition, with the extremely limited special moves of Mordekaiser and Twitch, the battle was extremely difficult. In the end, relying on the absolute defense of Lan Yo, Xiao Ke's super self-healing, and the cooperation of other war beasts, the opponent was still worn down. After the battle, Lan Yo and Xiao Ke, who were in the front row, were exhausted and sat on the ground panting. However, the reward for this palace was not the mermaid essence, but 2 Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pills that made Xiao Yao ecstatic. The Sea God's Treasure Book recorded that the Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pill was made of the flesh and blood of a master-level angry sea dragon, and other precious treasures. It was made by the top alchemy master of the mermaid clan. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the strength of the user. Even if a platinum-level mermaid mage takes it, he can have strength that is not inferior to that of a mermaid warrior of the same level. The 2 Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pills naturally had to be given to Lan Yo and Xiao Ke, who relied most on strength. Try it. Xiao Yao placed the 2 Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pills in the palms of the 2 beasts, then stepped back half a step, watching the 2 brothers take the pills, with a strong look of expectation in his eyes. Chapter 635 True or False? Xiao Yao. Gulp. Xiao Ke and Lan Yo stood 100 meters away, then swallowed the Sea Emperor Dragon Power pill in one gulp. A dozen seconds later, the two of them suddenly erupted with extremely strong fluctuations, like a blood furnace, emitting blazing heat, explosive temperatures. The dragon blood essence fermented in their bodies, constantly tempering their meridians, flesh, bones. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Xiaoke and Lao Niu half-crouched. Their muscles swelled to the point of bursting, and their entire bodies grew larger in an instant. Ho! Warwick clenched his wolf claws. His sharp nails dug into his flesh, poking several bloody holes in his palms. However, he was completely unaware of it. The surging force rose from his feet, hammering at his bones and flesh like a sledgehammer. While it brought him pain, it also made them tougher and stronger. Fortunately, Warwick was born in pain, and his tolerance for pain had reached the pinnacle. After adapting, he gradually stood up, raised his head, and let out an unyielding howl. At the same time, Old Bull's body erupted with more intense energy fluctuations than Xiaoke. The Sea Emperor Dragon Power pill was originally made for power-type warriors. The stronger the power, the more obvious the effect after taking it. And Old Bull's power is far higher than Xiaoke. Therefore, the dragon blood tempering he is now enduring is more thorough than Xiaoke, and the pain is more intense. Moo Old Bull roared, and his body uncontrollably entered the state of the Vajra giant spirit body. The surging river of energy flowed through the wide meridians, and penetrated into the bones and flesh, destroying and repairing again and again, making Old Bull's strength grow rapidly. The strength of chi and blood can almost condense into substance. A strong sense of oppression came over him. If an ordinary person stood in front of Old Bull, the body might be blown up by the powerful chi and blood fluctuations in an instant. After a long time, the dragon blood transformation was completely completed. Xiaoke and Lao Niu were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other in tacit understanding, with strong excitement and surprise in their eyes. If the strength can be digitized, then Xiaoke's strength value has almost increased from 90 to 200. More than doubled. And Lao Niu's increase is even more exaggerated, from about 400 to 1100. In terms of strength alone, he is no less than some Diamond 2 and 3 level power beasts. If Raging Bull Demonization and Giant Diamond Body are added, he is definitely the top Diamond level existence. Of course, strength is only an important factor in determining combat effectiveness. Strong strength does not mean that the overall combat effectiveness can reach the top of Diamond. However, judging from Lao Niu's current comprehensive strength, it is no problem to at least blow up Diamond level 1 monsters. Just when the two beasts were excited, Xiao Yao was also undergoing the transformation of the war beasts feeding back. Oh my god! Xiao Yao gritted his teeth. His forehead and neck were exposed, and his body could not help but tremble. The majestic force hit his meridians like a wave. Although the war beasts feeding back was much milder than the dragon blood transformation, the two war beasts feeding back were in place at the same time, and the taste was simply too good. A few minutes later, the war beast finished feeding. Xiao Yao exhaled a breath of foul air, then clenched his fists. The strong sense of power gave him unparalleled confidence, as if he could punch a hole in the sky with one punch. Of course, he knew very well that this was just an illusion after the sudden increase in power. But, Xiao Yao looked at Warwick, and a smile appeared on his lips. Xiaoke, use all your strength. Let's fight each other. After saying that, he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. The master gave the order, and Warwick did not hold back. He clenched his wolf claws, and swung forward without reservation. Bang! Two fists, one large and one small, collided, and suddenly a wave of waves arose. Dozens of waves exploded near the fists. Xiao Yao took 3 steps back, shook his aching wrist, and his eyes were filled with intense excitement. Now his strength is only slightly weaker than Xiaoke. You should know that although Xiaoke is not a power-type war beast, even before taking the Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pill, with his Platinum Level 4 strength, his strength is also at the top level in the entire Platinum level. After taking the pill, his level rose to Platinum Level 5, and his strength doubled. Except for monsters like Lao Niu, it is almost difficult to pick a second Platinum Level war beast with stronger strength than him. But now, his strength is almost equal to Xiaoke. This is simply a human-shaped Platinum beast. At this time, his self-confidence came up. Feeling that a single punch with Xiaoke was not enough, he turned his eyes to Lao Niu, and said with a high fighting spirit, Lao Niu. Lao Niu's nasal tone rose, his eyes slanted, and his mighty blood and chi surged, as if to say, Are you serious? Ahem, I scratch your back. The powerful blood and chi fluctuations were like a basin of cold water, which instantly extinguished the heat in Xiao Yao's heart. He ran behind Lan Yo in small steps, scratched it lightly with his fingernails, and laughed dryly. Such a wide back, you definitely can't scratch it yourself normally. Damn it, what on earth was he thinking just now? He actually wanted to fight with Lan Yo. If he gets hit by this punch, he might lose half his life. Sure enough, strength can make people crazy. Back to the point, after taking 2 Sea Emperor Dragon Power pills, Xiaoke and Lan Yo both broke through to Platinum Level 5, their strength doubled, and their combat effectiveness skyrocketed, and after receiving the feedback from the War Beast, his own strength also reached an extremely exaggerated level, and now he dares to say with confidence that, even if he does not enter the state of War Beast fusion, he is confident that he can defeat more than 80% of Platinum level War Beasts. The Sea God's Mystery Realm is really awesome. He couldn't help but sigh again. In just one day, he obtained the Physical Strength Orb, the Sea Demon Flower, and the Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pill, and his overall combat power soared. This is absolutely unimaginable in the outside world. Of course, he was able to obtain these treasures, which was also inseparable from his combat power far exceeding that of his peers. If it were any summoner, the Mermaid Warrior and the Demon Shark subordinates, it would be impossible to defeat the Deep Sea Squid and directly break into the 4th palace. Then, it's time to go to the last palace. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of anticipation. Originally, he was still a little hesitant about the 5th palace. After all, defeating the guardian of the 4th palace was extremely difficult. It almost exhausted Xiaoke and Lan Yo. If it was one level higher, it would be a bit beyond his ability. But after obtaining the Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pill, Xiaoke and Lan Yo's strength improved greatly, which rekindled his confidence. The reward of the 4th palace made his combat power soar, then the reward of the 5th palace would be even more precious, and he must not let it go. After all the war beasts recovered to their best condition, Xiao Yao and them quickly ran to the 5th palace. However, the 5th palace was completely different from the first 4 palaces. Just as Xiao Yao stepped over the threshold of the 5th palace, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes. And the next second, he appeared in a gray world. A dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, making Xiao Yao unable to open his eyes. When the light faded, a tall and burly man turned around and smiled at Xiao Yao. This is, when Xiao Yao saw the man's true face, his pupils shrank suddenly. This man, whether in body shape, clothing or appearance, was exactly the same as him. Chapter 636 Mirror Battle. Is this a mirror replica? Xiao Yao frowned. He could no longer feel the connection with the war beast. Xiao Yao on the other side suddenly spoke, and his voice was exactly the same as his. You can only leave here if you defeat me. Sure enough, Xiao Yao's eyes were stern. Just as he thought, the guardian of the 5th palace was his mirror image. In that case, then come on, let me see how much strength you have compared to me. Bang! With a kick of his foot, Xiao Yao rushed to the opposite side, like a tiger descending from a mountain, with a blazing flame lingering on his right fist, and he threw a punch, like a flaming hammer, and smashed into the clone's chest. Come on! The clone screamed, and the same flames burned on his fist, and he threw a heavy punch as well, and he attacked without holding back. Bang! The 2 flaming fists collided heavily, and sparks flew everywhere, and ripples spread around. Caw! Xiao Yao and his clone took several steps back, and their arms kept making slight explosions. The strength is exactly the same as mine. Xiao Yao made a judgment in his heart. His strong self-healing ability made his bruised arm recover quickly. He moved his wrist, and his eyes became sharp. Let me see if you can copy my war beast skills. With a swish, his figure suddenly appeared behind the clone. A blazing flame burst out from his fist, and in an instant it condensed into a huge wolf head, with every detail of the wolf's hair visible. The wolf opened its mouth, ready to bite off the clone's head. Charge! Beast mouth, but at this moment, the clone suddenly turned around, and threw a heavy punch, and the exact flaming wolf head condensed in an instant. Beast mouth boom! The 2 wolf heads bit each other, and after a brief confrontation, they directly dispersed into flaming meteors, and then, the 2 fists collided again, and immediately a ripple of power several times more violent than before was generated. Bang! The powerful interaction force sent the 2 people flying several meters away, and after staggering to stand firm, Xiao Yao raised his fist, and the eerie white bones were clearly visible, and the fist surface was already a mess of blood and flesh. But soon, His wounds healed quickly, leaving only dark red bloodstains. He looked forward. His mouth twitched, and watched the wounds of his clone heal quickly. This made him feel like he had eaten a fly, and he couldn't help but feel sick. Damn. Why is my ability so annoying? For the first time, he felt that his self-healing ability was simply disgusting. It took a lot of effort to cause a little injury, but it healed in a short time. What the hell is this? The most important thing is that the opponent's strength is the same as his own. The intensity of the flame is no different, and the skills of the war beast can be perfectly reproduced, which is a complete self. I don't believe it. I can't beat a fake. With the stubbornness in his heart, Xiao Yao rushed forward. His whole body turned into weapons. Fists, legs, palms, elbows, knees. The violent attack was accompanied by blazing flames. He was like a madman, pouring all his offensive means on the enemy without reservation. However, the mirror clone also showed amazing fighting ability. Blocking, counterattacking, attacking. His close combat skills were not inferior to Xiao Yao. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in just a few minutes. His shirt and pants were completely torn, and his whole body was covered with burn marks. Xiao Yao chopped down at the opponent's head with a battle axe. His entire thigh was covered with blue flames, like a flaming guillotine. Fast and fierce, the clone half knelt on his knees, crossed his hands to block his head. And then, there was a bang. The clone's knees suddenly bent, and he almost knelt on the ground. But at this moment, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and poked several bloody holes in Xiao Yao's legs. Fuck! Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, raised his supporting foot, and kicked the clone's chest hard. The whole person flew backwards with the help of the reaction force, did a backflip in the air, and stood firmly on the ground. The holy flame swam around the blood hole, healing the wound quickly, and removing the toxins inside. The clone could not only imitate his fire power, but also use the poison power that he had not used before. It was outrageous. What should I do? Xiao Yao thought secretly. He and the mirror clone were like Sun Wukong and Lu Ermihu, with exactly the same abilities, and it was almost impossible to tell who would win in a short period of time. Forget it, let's try again. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were fixed on the mirror clone. In fact, the short few minutes of fighting just now had a great impact on his improvement. First, it helped him quickly adapt to the surge in power. In addition, this was the first time he observed himself from the perspective of his opponent. Through the battle, he could find out what weaknesses he still had, and what he could make up for. Therefore, this is a rare opportunity, and he must seize it. Come on! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in front of his clone. Invisibility? I can do it too! The clone smiled slightly, and his body suddenly disappeared. A few seconds later, there was a sudden explosion in the air. 2 people appeared, their bodies bathed in flames, and the huge wolf heads collided again, blooming in the space like fireworks. Ghosts are everywhere. Ghosts galore. The final chapter of the magic book. The final chapter of the magic book. Firm will. Firm will. Fuck. Are you a repeater? Xiao Yao roared, while launching a fierce attack on the clone. His punches were powerful, his kicks were like knives. Even if the opponent was a platinum-level monster, he would beat it into a meat paste. However, the mirror clone was not inferior to him in strength, and he attacked with his own attack, not caring about the injuries on his body. The sound of fists and feet fighting, and the roar of flames continued to sound in the space. The 2 men fought and stopped, resting and then continuing to fight. A few hours later, Xiao Yao finally collapsed on the ground, his legs spread apart, his chest rising and falling, but with a happy smile on his face. It's so cool. For a long time, he hadn't fought such a hardy battle. Usually, the opponents he met were dealt with by the war beast, and he rarely had to do it himself. Even if he occasionally merged with the war beast, he would basically kill the enemy in a short time. Today, he had a fight with the mirror clone who had 100% of his strength. This feeling was really wonderful, and it also benefited him a lot. He turned his head and glanced at it. The mirror clone was also lying on the ground, breathing heavily. After sensing his gaze, the clone turned his head and smiled faintly. What a smile that deserves a beating! Xiao Yao turned his head away from him, and concentrated on recovering his strength. Here, his connection with the beast control space has been cut off. Otherwise he could take out the physical strength orb to recover quickly. Fortunately, the mirror clone also has a feature. That is, it will not take the initiative to attack, which allows him to lie on the ground with peace of mind and think about how to defeat the enemy. But, I seem to have a way to deal with you. Xiao Yao looked up at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up a little. Chapter 637 Flame of Destruction. The mirror clone almost replicated all of his abilities: strong physical fitness, superb fighting skills, dominant flames, deadly poisons, and 5 war beast skills. If the fight continues as before, it may take 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner. However, he guessed that the purpose of the mirror clone was definitely not simply to trap him, but to force him to discover his own problems, so as to make up for the loopholes, and to make creative improvements in some aspects. It is almost impossible to achieve a breakthrough in physical fitness, war beast skills, and fighting techniques in a short period of time, but there is room for improvement in the power of fire and poison, and the solution he gave is fusion. Before, although the holy flame, hellfire and poison power have been fused in his body to form a new chaos magic, and the chaos magic can be freely differentiated into 3 forms. However, when fighting, the 3 abilities still fight separately, but they will make choices according to the needs of the battle. What he has to do now is to completely melt the holy flame, hellfire and poison power into a new flame, which not only has the healing power of the holy flame, the suppression of dark creatures, the burning soul of hellfire, and the super toxicity of poison power, but also has a further breakthrough in destructive power, striving to achieve an effect of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. I feel that I am getting closer and closer to that Emperor Yin. Xiao Yao smiled. Fusion of flames. Isn't that what Fenju does? But even without the burning decree, he still had the confidence to complete the flame fusion. After all, he already had the ready-made chaos magic in his body. This was the original form of the 3 abilities. What he had to do was to transform this original form into a new flame suitable for combat. He named this flame the Flame of Destruction. Let's get started. The first thing he had to do was to fuse the holy flame and the hellfire. Pop in the Dantian. The chaos magic differentiated a trace of golden energy, and then a trace of red energy carefully attached to it. At first, the 2 energies intersected and began to fuse little by little. Gradually, the 2 energies were almost half fused, which made Xiao Yao a little excited. He slightly relaxed his control over the flames. The result was that the 2 energies exploded, which immediately made Xiao Yao feel a piercing pain, and his face turned pale. Fortunately, these 2 energies were weak to begin with, and his meridians had just been strengthened by the war beast, so this failure did not cause him any internal injuries. No. You have to control your emotions. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, calmed down, and concentrated his mind. Let's do it again. The 2 energies met again. This time, the initial fusion process was very smooth, and half of the fusion was completed in just a few seconds, which was much more efficient than last time. But this time, Xiao Yao would not relax. He put all his mental power into it, carefully controlling the 2 energies. After a while, the 2 energies completely merged and formed a new orange energy. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of orange energy meant that his idea was correct and feasible. Next, he should merge the poison power into it. This step was undoubtedly the most difficult, because the holy flame and hellfire were both flames, and the fusion of flames was not uncommon. However, the poison power and flames were 2 completely different substances. Whether he could merge the poison power into the flame and form a new flame was really a test of his ability. Let's try it first. The chaotic magic separated a dark green energy, which slowly approached the orange energy. When the 2 energies touched each other, they shook violently at the same time, which frightened Xiao Yao, fearing that something might happen. However, he remembered the lesson this time, and even though he was nervous, his mental strength did not slacken at all. Fortunately, although the reaction was violent, the 2 energies still blended smoothly. The intersection of orange and dark green turned into an extreme black, just as he named it the Flame of Destruction, exuding the breath of death, violence, and destruction of everything. Next, the remaining parts also began to intersect slowly, but the speed was much slower than before. Xiao Yao did not dare to be careless, and he controlled the 2 energies very carefully. Before he knew it, a layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and his lips were bitten white. Gradually, the orange energy and the dark green energy intersected more and more, When the two energies were completely fused, the first ray of black energy symbolizing destruction officially appeared in Xiao Yao's body. Huh? Finally succeeded. Xiao Yao relaxed his body and smiled happily. The appearance of black energy meant that he had initially completed the fusion of the three energies. The next step was to familiarize himself with the fusion process and strive to stimulate the flame of destruction in an instant. This step was also not easy. Just like when you just learned a 3-step layup and succeeded for the first time. It did not mean that you could use this technique in actual combat. If he wanted to release the holy flame or hellfire as casually and smoothly, he would need to spend a lot of energy and time to practice. For the next few hours, Xiao Yao sat on the ground, practicing fusion over and over again. And the mirror clone ignored him. Just sat there blankly, with no light in his eyes. Finally, when Xiao Yao could generate the flame of destruction relatively quickly, he knew that the time to defeat the mirror clone had come. He stood up straight, staring at the opposite side with a burning gaze, his eyes full of confidence. After a few hours of rest, his physical strength had been fully restored. His magic power had returned to the best level. His spirit had reached its peak, and it was time to deal with his opponent. Snap! The mirror clone stood up quickly. His eyes regained their spirit, and he said with a smile, "Are you ready?" Xiao Yao smiled. "Just give it a try and you know." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed forward. His right fist gathered power, and a blue flame appeared on his fist, and he swung it forward heavily. "It's the same move." The clone smiled faintly, and a blue flame also appeared on his fist. In an almost identical posture, he punched Xiao Yao hard. "I'm waiting for you." Xiao Yao's eyes flashed, and the destructive energy that had been prepared for a long time quickly spread to his right fist along the meridians. In an instant, the flame on his fist suddenly changed, and turned into an extremely dark color. The breath of destruction, and death rushed towards him, causing his clone's pupils to shrink, and fear flashed in his eyes. Bang! The two fists collided, and this time, they were no longer evenly matched. The black fist smashed the blue fist like a rotten wood, and the clone screamed, and watched half of his arm turn into ashes in the black flames. The next second, a big hand with black flames tightly grasped his throat. Xiao Yao looked at the clone, showed a faint smile, "Goodbye, and thank you." How the black flames went up, burning the clone's head. Xiao Yao let go of his hand, watching the familiar body fall heavily to the ground, and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 638 Poseidon's Tears. Cracks appeared on the body of the mirror clone. And then, a drop of liquid with a dreamy color flew out of the body, and suddenly sank into Xiao Yao's brow. Xiao Yao felt a chill in his brow, and felt that something had changed inside his body. But it seemed that nothing had changed. What's going on? I don't feel anything? Xiao Yao frowned slightly. The drop of liquid should be the reward from the fifth palace. But after it merged into his body, he did not feel any obvious changes. At this time, he subconsciously glanced at the system panel, and the next second, his eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with strong surprise. Tears of Poseidon. You are affected by the tears of Poseidon, and you will permanently have the ability to breathe underwater, fight underwater, and communicate with the sea creatures, and your underwater combat ability will be increased by 20% at all levels. Oh my god! Xiao Yao was so excited that his body shook, and he shouted in his heart. Tears of Poseidon, isn't this the permanent version of Blessing of the Mermaid King? And it also has an additional underwater combat capability that increases all levels by 20%. What does all levels mean? This means that, whether he is at the Platinum level, Diamond level, or even the Master, King, as long as he fights underwater, his combat power will increase by 20%. At the Master, King level, even a slight improvement in strength may determine the outcome of a battle. And a 20% increase is enough to crush opponents of the same level. It's paid. It's paid. Xiao Yao waved his fists excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. It's worthy of being the reward of the fifth palace. It's so awesome. Crack, crack, crack. Crack suddenly appeared in the gray space. Xiao Yao raised his head and saw the space quickly cracking. When he came to his senses again, he found himself standing in a wide hall. Wow! You all came out. Xiao Yao glanced and saw Xiaoku, Lanyo, and the other 5 were waiting for him to come out in the palace. The system panel also showed that the 5 of them were blessed by the tears of the sea god. How did you defeat the mirror clone? Xiao Yao asked curiously. He himself created a new flame of destruction, by fusing fire and poison, and then defeated his opponent. How did Xiaoke and the others do it? Just blow them up, Lan Yo said in a low voice. It's very easy. Roo roo roo. Tucci grinned. Yumi said with some disdain, Master, you are so stupid. Xiaoke and Morton didn't say anything, but just looking at their slanted eyes, Xiao Yao felt a strong sense of contempt. Are you all so powerful? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. He then communicated with several war beasts in turn, and found that the war beasts all used the same method to deal with the mirror clones, that is, to achieve innovative breakthroughs in skills, and then successfully kill the opponent. For example, Tuki innovated a new archery skill, named it as the mother and child arrow, hiding the short arrow behind the long arrow. When the long arrows collided, the short arrow rushed forward. He used dozens of mother and child arrows to shoot through the clone alive, and won the final victory. Lan Yo and Xiaoke made adjustments in the way they exerted their strength, which increased their efficiency by 10%. However, this 10% difference was enough to determine the demise of the clone. Yumi accelerated the release of magic, and Emotung further concentrated his mental power, and finally used the more condensed Nightmare Soul Kill to give the clone a fatal blow. Okay, you are all more talented than me. Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. He worked hard to research the flame fusion, but the war beasts only made simple innovations in their skills, and easily defeated the mirror clone. Their talent in this area is indeed better than mine. Kakaka. At this time, a piece of floor in the center of the hall suddenly sank. And then, a cylindrical stone platform slowly rose. And there were 3 drops of suspended colorful liquid in the center of the stone platform. This is... Xiao Yao opened his eyes slightly, and rushed to the stone platform in one step. After carefully observing and feeling it, he said with great surprise, the tears of the sea god. He had just absorbed the tears of the sea god, and naturally, he would not make a mistake with its unique fluctuations. He quickly took out the empty bottle that had previously contained the original liquid of the Tree of Life from the beast taming space, and carefully put the tears of the sea god into it. Wow, you are so generous. Xiao Yao couldn't close his mouth with laughter. What is this called? Eating and taking at the same time. He was a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't know that, even if we look at the entire history of the sea race, there are no more than 2 hands who can break into the 5th palace. After all, to break into the 5th palace, the challenger needs to defeat opponents 3 levels higher than himself in succession, and to achieve a personal breakthrough in the 5th palace, defeating the mirror clone with 100% strength. And those who can accomplish this feat, without exception, are at the beginning of the level, such as Platinum 1, Platinum 2, no one is like him, to fight across the big level. Of course, his advantage is that he has 5 war beasts, which allows him to outnumber others. However, he is the only one in the world who can defeat a Diamond Level 3 Mermaid Warrior with 5 Platinum Level war beasts. Therefore, the Trial Palace will naturally give great rewards to such a super genius who has the ability to fight across multiple levels. At this time, several beams of light suddenly fell from the dome, accurately covering Xiao Yao and the war beasts. And then the beams of light disappeared suddenly, teleporting them outside the palace complex. Out! Looking at the 5 palaces under his feet, Xiao Yao was filled with emotion. Although the process was difficult, he gained so much. But his eyes suddenly turned, and then he came to the main gate of the palace complex again, and then he stepped forward, prepared to re-enter the first palace. But an invisible barrier made his plan fall through. Ahem, I can't spawn monsters repeatedly. Feeling the strange gazes cast by the war beasts, Xiao Yao smiled awkwardly, and then said nonchalantly, well, let's continue. Master, you are so greedy, Yumi said with a wrinkled nose. Hey, how can this be called greedy? Xiao Yao hugged Yumi in his arms, rubbed her chubby face, and explained, this is called making full use of opportunities. If you succeed, you will be completely rich. Yumi didn't say anything, but her slanted eyes showed what she was thinking. Hey, you little thing. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Let's continue. Xiao Yao touched Yumi's head, then put her on his shoulder, waved his hand, and took the war beasts back on the road. Rumble. At this moment, the blue sky curtain hanging over the mysterious sea god's land made a loud noise again, and the border slowly moved inward, causing violent waves. It's shrinking again. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Little bastards of the Demon Shark clan. Your Master Xiao is here. Chapter 639 Hammering Diamonds. In the next 2 days, Xiao Yao continued to move towards the direction of the evolution hall. Perhaps because the previous harvest was too rich, he consumed a lot of his luck. He encountered many fierce beasts along the way, which helped Yumi successfully upgrade to Platinum level 5. But there were not many guardian beasts. After 2 days, he only obtained 3 of the most valuable treasures. The first one was called Thunder Trident, which was once the standard weapon of the Sea God Guard. Although it was not as good as the Pampas halberd in Otis's hand, it was definitely a treasure. The second treasure is called the Mirage Orb. The user can use the Mirage Orb to create an illusion, which has a strong confusing effect on monsters below the diamond level. However, the Mirage Orb requires the user to construct the environment and characters in the illusion in advance, so it cannot be used on the battlefield. The third treasure is called the Horn Conch, which can summon all marine creatures within a radius of 20 nautical miles after being blown, and make them obey orders, but it is ineffective against monsters above the gold level. Among the 3 treasures, Xiao Yao plans to keep the Mirage Orb and the Horn Conch, and take out the Thunder Trident to exchange with the Mermaid Warrior. Although the Thunder Trident is good, he is not familiar with cold weapons, especially long weapons. It takes years of training to use them in actual combat. If he uses them rashly, it will reduce his combat effectiveness. Therefore, the best way is to exchange it for other useful treasures. Alas, why do I feel that the further I go, the fewer monsters I encounter? Xiao Yao sat on the broad shoulders of the old cow, holding a piece of seaweed in his mouth, and sighed helplessly. At this time, there was only Old Bull by his side, and he had sent out all the other war beasts. Yumi and Twitch were in one group. Warwick and Mordecai were in a separate group, and he and Old Bull were added. The 4 groups were arranged in a straight line, and each group was more than 10 miles apart. They moved forward in unison. He named this formation casting a wide net, and the purpose was of course to catch more fish. Anyway, now all the war beasts have been promoted to Platinum level 5, and they don't have to worry about facing Diamond level 1 monsters alone. In other words, Twitch and Yumi are both fragile, and he really doesn't trust them to fight alone. So he formed this cat and mouse combination. Yumi Space Flash adding to Tuki Ambush and Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow. Even if they encounter Diamond 2, 3 level monsters, they have a chance to fight and kill them. Boring. Boring, ferocious beasts, guardian beasts, where have you all gone? Xiao Yao looked up at the sky, and shouted weakly. Roar. At this moment, a violent beast roar sounded from the front. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped off Lao Nyo's shoulder, with expectations in his eyes. The sea water parted, and a huge shark swam quickly from the front, all black, like a dark submarine, with bloodshot eyes, and a cruel and violent aura. A Diamond level 2 beast, not bad. Xiao Yao raised his lips, patted Lao Nyo on the back, said, Lao Nyo, quick battle and quick decision. A Diamond level 2 bloodthirsty tiger shark, such a large body, would be worth at least 30 million yuan outside. Although he is now very rich, worth hundreds of billions, 30 million is not a small amount. This money is enough to purchase supplies for the Vulcan tribe for several months. In addition, the Diamond level 2 tiger shark skin, made into leather armor, is both light and tough, making hundreds of sets to give to family, friends, and a few important subordinates. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Leave it to me, said Lan Yo in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 strong air currents burst out from his feet, pushing him to rush towards the bloodthirsty tiger shark at a very fast speed. Roar! Seeing a big red-skinned guy rushing towards him, the bloodthirsty tiger shark's eyes flashed scarlet, and the blood-colored energy surged, causing his strength to double. His mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of ferocious teeth, biting forward fiercely. Moo just as he was charging, Lao Nyo suddenly roared, and suddenly entered the giant Vajra body state. His body size increased to more than 10 meters, and his strength increased 3 times. Blue flames attached to his giant fist, and he hammered the bloodthirsty tiger shark's sharp teeth with the force of splitting mountains. Bang! The fist collided with the sharp teeth, and there was a crisp cracking sound. The sharp teeth that were strong enough to bite through steel actually cracked like glass, and then exploded. Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger shark screamed, and more than a dozen of his teeth were shattered by Lao Nyo punch. From a distance, he looked like a shark with missing front teeth, which looked both funny and pitiful. Bang! Lao Nyo stepped on the water, and the airflow pushed him to stand on the head of the bloodthirsty tiger shark quickly. Then he clenched his fists, half bent his knees, and hammered heavily on the top of the bloodthirsty tiger shark like a giant beating a drum. The earth shatters, bang. The huge body fell rapidly into the seabed, and immediately a piece of mud and sand danced wildly. The bloodthirsty tiger shark shook his head, trying to wake up his dizzy will, but a large piece of his skull had sunk into it, which deeply compressed his nerves, and his head was in great pain, but he was about to faint at any time. Huh? The old bull swooped down, and his fist was full of power, and the hellfire was burning, like the fist of the god of fire, and once again hit the top of the bloodthirsty tiger shark's head. Bang! This time, the bloodthirsty tiger shark's skull exploded directly, shattered into hundreds of broken bones, the brain was shaken into a paste, and its health instantly returned to zero. Woohoo, awesome! Xiao Yao, next to him, applauded with a smile. After taking the Sea Emperor Dragon Power Pill, Laonyo basic strength was no weaker than that of a Diamond 2 bloodthirsty tiger shark, plus the bonus of the King Kong giant spirit body, and the 20% improvement of the sea god's tears. His punch directly exceeded the bloodthirsty tiger shark's defense limit, so he could easily and casually blow up the opponent, and also left him a very complete trophy. Of course, the bloodthirsty tiger shark was also careless. It certainly didn't expect that this big guy, whose aura was obviously weaker than its own, could burst out with such terrifying power. If it had known this, it would have been prepared in advance, so that it would not be killed in just a few moves. Laonyo carried the heavy body of the bloodthirsty tiger shark to Xiao Yao's side. Xiao Yao patted Laonyo to show his praise, and then put his hand on the tiger shark's body, and put it into the beast control space. Tens of millions in hand. Xiao Yao chuckled. Although he didn't get the treasure, it was not bad to earn tens of millions. He now understood the speed at which diamond level and higher level masters made money. Any trophy was worth tens of millions or more. It was really hard not to get rich. Fortunately, there are not many masters above diamond level, otherwise the dragon country would have been inflated. Xiao Yao laughed in his heart. Not bad, encountering a diamond level, today's mission is considered to have met the standard. He rarely encountered diamond level beasts at ordinary times. If the trial palace is not counted, this bloodthirsty tiger shark is the second diamond level beast he has encountered in the past 3 days. The first one was the deep sea squid, but at that time, it was his war beasts that came out together, and used 20,000 poisons to poison the deep sea squid to death. And this time, Laonyo alone smashed the bloodthirsty tiger shark, which shows how terrifying his growth has been in the past few days. At this moment, Warwick's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he swam quickly towards Warwick with Laonyo. Chapter 640 Yao Yao is in trouble. In the quiet deep sea, the violent roar of beasts broke the tranquility here. Roar 3 huge tiger sharks swam around the girl, their teeth were exposed, and their eyes were full of greed and cruelty. At this time, the girl was protected by a huge light shield. Besides her, there was also a crystal scorpion and a weird robot. Human, haha, it tastes so delicious, I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. Human, stop struggling. Just be the food. I come first later. I'm going to eat your brain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tiger sharks used their hard heads to attack the light shield fiercely, making dull sounds. Inside the light shield, Tao Yao Yao bit her pale lips, feeling the mental power that was about to be exhausted, and her face was filled with despair. She didn't expect that her luck was so bad. There were only 10 tiger sharks from the demon shark clan, but she encountered 3 at once. If she was only facing 1 tiger shark, she believed that, with her progress in the past 2 days, she would have a high chance of killing it. If she faced 2 sharks, she would at least have a chance of escaping. But if she faced 3 sharks, Master, Skarner's deep voice sounded in her mind. Let's both give it a try. We will protect you. Oriana turned her head. Her voice was ethereal, and her eyes were extremely firm. Skarner. Ori Tao Yao Yao looked at the 2 beasts' determined eyes. She was silent for a few seconds, pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Let's fight together. As soon as she finished speaking, she removed the light shield, exposing the 3 of them completely. At this moment, a tiger shark happened to hit the light shield with its head. As soon as the light shield disappeared, it hit Tao Yao Yao directly. Suddenly, her mind was startled. What happened? How did it get past? Skarna! Tao Yao Yao screamed, and Skarna immediately stood in front of Tao Yao Yao. The scorpion's tail swung forward, and a white chain more than 10 meters long shot out from the tip of the tail. The white chain hit the tiger shark's forehead. In an instant, The tiger shark's eyes went black, and it lost consciousness. Crystalline Stinger. Skarner suppresses the enemy for 2 seconds, causing magic damage. During this period, Skarner can move freely and drag the enemy. The target will receive additional damage after the skill effect ends. Now! Tao Yao eyes were stern. The red ring on her right index finger was aimed at the tiger shark's eyes, and then a red burning ray was shot out. Swish! The ray penetrated the eyes, and drilled into the tiger shark's brain. Explode! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the tiger shark's head was like a watermelon hit by a heavy hammer. Red and yellow splashed everywhere, and the thick smell of blood entered the noses of the other 2 tiger sharks, making their eyes quickly filled with bloodshot. Tao Yao took a deep breath, touched the burning fire ring given to her by Principal Ouyang. Her face turned pale due to the exhaustion of her mental power, and she felt like she was about to vomit. The burning fire ring could only be used once in a short period of time, and then, it was the most difficult moment. Roar! The tragic death of their companion immediately aroused the killing intent of the remaining 2 tiger sharks. They roared, and rushed towards Tao Yao at a high speed, opened their bloody mouths, and the scarlet blood energy attached to their sharp teeth, swearing to bite her into pieces. Buzz! A crystal pillar was inserted into the seabed. A layer of white shield appeared on Snaka's body. Then, he exerted force suddenly. A turbulent airflow burst out from his feet. He rushed towards the tiger shark on the left. At the same time, Oriana controlled the puppet, and threw command attack at the tiger shark on the right. Bang! The tiger shark on the left hit Snaka's body like a chariot. It was Platinum level 3, and its strength was much stronger than Snaka, who had just been promoted to Gold level 5. It directly hit Snaka, and hit a coral reef behind. Boom! A roar sounded, rock shattered, half of Snaka's body was embedded in the reef. Cracks appeared on his crystal-like body. Despite the intense pain, he still bravely stretched out his scorpion claws, and tore off a large mouthful of flesh from the tiger shark's face. Roar! The tiger shark roared in pain, opened its sharp teeth, bit hard at Snaka's head, but Snaka was not afraid, waving his scorpion claws, launching crystal sweep, fighting a life-and-death battle with his opponent. On the other side, Oriana's puppet hit the tiger shark's head, making it pause, but the tiger shark relied on its strong defense, and rushed towards Tao Yao in front of it with the puppet, opened its huge mouth, and let out a bloodthirsty roar. Roar! Just after the roar was halfway through, a white chain fell on its forehead, and the other end of the chain appeared in Tao Yao's palm. Scar inherited skill crystal Sting. Tao Yao level was much weaker than the Platinum level 2 tiger shark, and the suppression effect was less than half a second, but this half second was enough for Oriana to launch an attack. Buzz! The puppet turned suddenly, and an amazing suction force sucked the tiger shark's huge body over, and it hit the puppet heavily. Then, violent electromagnetic pulses surged, causing the tiger shark's body to twitch, and also made it completely awake. Roar! Feeling waves of pain on the surface of the body. The tiger shark was almost crazy with anger, and its body suddenly expanded. Its sharp teeth with blood-colored energy bit the spherical puppet beside it fiercely. I will bite you into pieces! The tiger shark roared. Swish! The puppet nimbly dodged the tiger shark's attack. Then a burst of white light appeared, and the puppet hit the tiger shark's eyes heavily like a flash. Command Flash Heavy Attack. Oriana commanded the puppet, locked a single enemy through Spatial Flash, causing 150% magic damage. Roar! The tiger shark screamed in pain, and its fragile eyeball was directly blown up by the puppet, and yellow and white pus flowed out. At this time, the tiger shark no longer cared about the sequelae of blood rage, and after a roar, the whole body was shining with a terrifying blood light, and the eyes were so red that no other color could be seen at all, and the shark's tail swung, and the puppet was hit hard at Oriana. Bang! The puppet hit Oriana's abdomen, and immediately fell to the bottom of the sea with the puppet, hitting the reef on the seabed, making a cracking sound that made people's eardrums swell. Ollie! Tao Yao screamed, and her pale face was full of worry. Who? Feeling that his companion was seriously injured, Snaka waved his scorpion claws and scorpion tail like crazy, trying to break free from the tiger shark in front of him and return to his master. However, his opponent naturally realized this, and his huge body blocked Snaka like a wall, and would never let him leave him. Roar! The frenzied tiger shark turned its head, staring at Tao Yao with its cruel, violent eyes, and then moved its body, opening its bloody mouth, emitting an extremely foul smell. Looking at the tiger shark rushing towards her, Tao Yaoyao knew that there was no hope of escaping, and a look of misery appeared on her little face. Mom and Dad, goodbye. Xiao Xiao, Liang, Liu, I hope you can all return home safely. Thinking deeply, Tao Yaoyao closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the arrival of the god of death. But at this moment, boom! A shocking explosion sounded from the side. Even if she closed her eyes, Tao Yaoyao could still feel the strong light. Bang! The explosion sounded. Tao Yaoyao suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was a burly, domineering and extremely familiar back, with a strong purple light on his right arm, and half of his arm had completely sunk into the tiger shark's head. Xiao Ku! Tao Yaoyao shouted with surprise. Chapter 641 Deep Sea Cold Iron, Puppet Evolution. Bang! Warwick pulled out his hand, the purple flame burned all the bloodstains clean. He turned around, nodded gently to Tao Yaoyao, then his figure flashed, and appeared behind the last tiger shark, and tore off its entire head with one claw. Xiaoku, thank you. Looking at Warwick's burly and domineering figure, Tao Yaoyao completely relaxed, and a feeling of relief for surviving a catastrophe rose in her heart. I'm so glad to be alive. Oh! Ollie! Tao Yaoyao quickly swam to the bottom of the sea, looking at Oriana lying on the reef, her body full of cracks and parts scattered all over the ground, and said with heartache, Ollie? Are you okay? Buzz the broken spring turned, and Oriana wanted to sit up, but there were constant clicks in her body, and the main parts were damaged, making her unable to control her body. Ollie Tao Yaoyao was about to cry out of heartache. Oriana became like this to protect her, but she was powerless to do anything about Ollie injuries. Her wood elf has the healing skill Rejuvenation, but Rejuvenation is only effective for flesh and blood, and Oriana is a machine, and ordinary healing skills have no effect on her. What should I do? How should I save Ori? Tao Yaoyao was anxious. At this moment, a green light suddenly flew from a distance and directly penetrated Oriana's body. In an instant, Oriana's parts began to recover automatically, and the missing parts quickly grew new parts. Almost in the blink of an eye, Oriana recovered to her best form. This, Tao Yaoyao's eyes widened. The next second, a cute little kitten flew out of Oriana's body and said with a smile, Sister Yaoyao. Hello. Yumi. Tao Yaoyao was very surprised. She didn't expect that Yumi healing skills could actually heal Oriana, who was a machine. It was incredible. Yumi. Thank you. Tao Yaoyao held Yumi in her arms, gently touched her little head, and said gratefully. Yumi squinted comfortably, rubbed Tao Yaoyao's tall and soft chest, and said crisply, You're welcome. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao and the other beasts came late, and he was relieved to see Yao Yao was safe and sound. Xiaoku just told him that it smelled Yao Yao's scent. He was happy at first, thinking that he could finally meet up with his teammates. But Xiaoku added that there was also the smell of 3 monsters around Yao Yao, which frightened him. He quickly ordered Xiaoku to rush over as soon as possible, and asked Yumi to use Void Walk to catch up with Xiaoku's pace. Fortunately, Xiaoku was already very fast, and he used Holy Flame Aurora Cut to speed up his journey, and finally saved Yao Yao before she was in danger. Xiao Yao seeing Xiao Yao appear, Tao Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, and a sense of security from the soul surged into her heart. She knew that with Xiao Yao, she would never be in danger again. Xiao Yao glanced at the 3 tiger shark corpses next to him, and joked, You are so unlucky. The demon shark clan sent out a total of 10 tiger sharks, and you encountered 3 of them alone. Tao Yaoyao smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky. Fortunately, Xiaoku came in time. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by them. When she thought that she might be bitten to pieces by those ferocious teeth, Tao Yaoyao felt a chill on her back, and couldn't help shivering. Xiao Yao smiled, and then saw Yumi squinting his eyes, and leaning comfortably on Tao Yaoyao's chest, and his mouth twitched slightly. You little thing. You are quite good at choosing places to enjoy. Fortunately, you are a little female cat. Otherwise I must give you a cat. At this time, Yumi opened his eyes, raised his little paw, and said to ask for credit, Master, I just saved Oriana. Well, you did a good job, and I reward you with a bag of dried fish. Xiao Yao said with a smile. It was within his expectation that Yumi's vigorous energy could heal Oriana. After all, if it can heal in the game, there's no reason why it can't work in the real world. With Yumi's current milk volume, even if he faces a platinum-level seriously injured patient, he can easily pull him back to the best condition. Little kitten, I'm not kidding. Come here. Xiao Yao waved at Yumi and communicated with her mind. I'm here, and you're still in Yao Yao arms. You're a little reluctant to leave. I don't want to. Yumi buried her head in Yao Yao's chest and said in a muffled voice, It's comfortable here. Hey, you little thing. Xiao Yao had a black line on his forehead. A blush appeared on Tao Yao Yao's face, but she didn't let go, but touched Yumi's silky fur, and said softly, I hold her first. Xiao Yao glanced at Yumi speechlessly. Okay. Then, he threw the bodies of 3 tiger sharks into the beast control space. However, when the last tiger shark was taken in, he suddenly exclaimed, and turned his wrist. 2 fist-sized pieces of blue metal appeared in his palm. This is deep-sea cold iron. Feeling the cold air emanating from his palm, Xiao Yao smiled and handed the deep-sea cold iron to Tao Yao Yao. This thing is stuck in the teeth of the tiger shark. Now, it's just right for Oriana. Then I won't be polite. Tao Yao Yao knew that the deep-sea cold iron was of little use to Xiao Yao. So she took it generously and handed it to Oriana next to her. But the spherical puppet suddenly opened 2 small holes, and Oriana stuffed the deep-sea cold iron into it. As soon as the hole was closed, the puppet began to rotate slowly. During the rotation, the puppet gradually emitted bursts of cold air, and on Oriana's body, a trace of blue lines also climbed up. Puppet evolution. Oriana can devour high-level metals to improve the body and puppet, and enhance its own defense and the various attributes of the puppet. Puppet evolution is Oriana's unique growth skill. It continuously strengthens the strength of the main body and the various attributes of the puppet by devouring high-grade metals. Of course, ordinary metals are ineffective against it. Only rare high-grade metals such as deep-sea cold iron can have a positive effect on it. After a few minutes, the puppet stopped rotating. Xiao Yao glanced at Oriana's experience value. It was not bad. It increased a lot. It will be promoted to platinum level in a short time. Before Yao Yao entered the secret realm, both of her war beasts were still gold level 4. Now that Skarner and Oriana have both been promoted, it can be seen that she has also gained a lot in the past few days. Yao Yao, Snaka and Oriana are about to level up. Xiao Yao said with a smile. I will try my best to let you solve the next battle, and strive to make you promoted to platinum as soon as possible. Hearing this, Tao Yao Yao's eyes lit up, and nodded heavily. Yes, leave it to me. Okay, then let's continue to set off, and meet up with Xiao Xiao Liang Yang and the others as soon as possible. The secret realm is still quite dangerous. Yes. Chapter 642 The Terrifying Flame of Destruction. Next, Xiao Yao and Tao Yao Yao continued to move towards the direction of the evolution hall. He was still accompanied by only Lao Yo, and the other war beasts followed the previous formation and moved separately. Along the way, the two exchanged their experiences and gains over the past few days. Diamond-level deep-sea squid, bloodthirsty tiger shark. After listening to Xiao Yao's experience, Tao Yao Yao suddenly felt a sense of fear, and was deeply glad that she did not encounter a diamond-level monster, and at the same time, she could not help but marvel at Xiao Yao's fighting ability. The Platinum 5 Lao Yo can kill the Diamond 2 bloodthirsty tiger shark alone. It is worthy of Xiao Yao. He is the only one in the world who can do this. It is a pity that the scope of the sea god's mystery has been reduced. Otherwise, I really want to take you to the 5 palaces to try, Xiao Yao said with some regret. With the fighting power of the friends, it is definitely no problem to pass the first 3 palaces. As for the 4th palace, it is a bit difficult. Among the 4 of them, Liang is probably the only one who has a chance. Thinking of Liang, Xiao Yao glanced at Tao Yao Yao beside him, and asked calmly, Yao Yao, what do you think of Liang? Hearing this question, Tao Yao Yao's eyes widened slightly, and nodded in confusion. Liang is a very good person. Yeah, I think so too, Xiao Yao said to himself. He has a good personality. I have never seen him lose his temper since he was a child. He is also very responsible. He is a reassuring teammate. In fact, he is not bad as a boyfriend. Hearing this, Tao Yao Yao knew what Xiao Yao wanted to say. Her face flushed, and she shyly said, then let him be your boyfriend. After saying that, she swam to Oriana's side, holding the robot arm, using the cold touch to reduce the heat on her cheeks. I can't be a boyfriend, but I'm still a good friend, Xiao Yao muttered. To be honest, if Liang could help, he wouldn't say such a thing. As a close friend for many years, Su Xingliang saw clearly what Tao Yao Yao was thinking. Yao Yao was cute, had a good figure, and a good personality, and they trained and played together every day. Any man would be tempted, And Su Xingliang was no exception. But this kid is too dull, hiding all his thoughts in his heart, not daring to show them at all. But this kind of thing can be hidden from others. But can it be hidden from him? Liang Yang, brother can only help you so far. Xiao Yao shrugged. As for the matter of feelings, it still depends on Liang Yang himself. He can at most test Yao's mind, but now it seems that there is still hope. The next section of the road, the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, but soon, this awkwardness was broken by Xiao Yao's discovery. There is a battle. Xiao Yao turned his head to the right, where there were obvious battle waves, two of which he was very familiar with. Old cow, I go first, you bring Yao Yao and follow as soon as possible. Xiao Yao left a word, and immediately set off, while ordering other war beasts to rush to the battle site. The waves were surging, his feet were like propellers, and the strong airflow was discharged from the soles of his feet, pushing him forward quickly. After being blessed by the tears of the sea god, he became more and more comfortable underwater, and his swimming speed increased dramatically. Yesterday, he even conducted an experiment with a beast. Even a platinum level 3 sea-swallowing whale was not as fast as him. A few minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield. He saw 5 tiger sharks surrounding 2 mermaid warriors, and attacking them wantonly. The 2 mermaid warriors stood back to back, waving their weapons, and repelling the tiger sharks again and again. The most burly fisherman was very brave. He wielded a long halberd with lightning, and left a series of burnt wounds on the tiger sharks. On the surface, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. But if you look closely, the 2 mermaids both had obvious anxiety on their faces. Oates, I can't stand it any longer. Sayas used a steel fork to repel the tiger shark, and said hoarsely. Oates gritted his teeth and said, Hold on. Let me kill one, and we will be relieved. Sayas said in a low voice. Oates, listen to me. You are stronger than me. You are more talented than me. You are the hope of our mermaid's future. You must not lose your life here. I will explode in a moment, giving you the opportunity to escape thousands of miles underwater. Remember, you must return alive. Assist the queen, and help us mermaids return to the top of the sea. Oates hit the tiger shark back with a strong blow, and said with gritted teeth, Sayas, believe me, I will kill them all. Sayas smiled faintly. Oates, go back and tell my family that Sayas did not bring shame to them. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the steel fork at the tiger shark and roared loudly, You bastards of the demon shark clan! Go to hell with your grandfather Sayas! Oates, run! After saying that, he activated the energy in his body, preparing to self-destruct. Sayas! Oates almost bit his teeth to pieces, but now that things have come to this, he must not let down Sayas' sacrifice. Demon Shark Tribe, one day, I will kill you all. Oates clenched the weapon in his hand, with a fierce look in his eyes, and was about to use the mermaid's secret technique to escape thousands of miles underwater. But at this moment, a strong black light suddenly flashed before the two of them. Bang! The black light hit the top of a tiger shark's head. The huge head exploded like a watermelon. Then the black light spread all over the tiger shark's body, and swallowed up the huge body in an instant. The sudden change made Otis and Saya's movement stagnate. Through the black light, they saw an extremely familiar back. Xiao Yao. Sayas and Otis exclaimed at the same time. Sayas, Otis, you two are a bit embarrassed. A faint laugh came from the black light. At this time, the two noticed that the black light was actually a black flame. The flame exuded the breath of death, destruction, and violence, which made the two feel cold on their backs, and they could not help but take 2 steps back. Human! Kill him! Human, you are looking for death. Seeing their companions die tragically, the other tiger sharks rushed toward Xiao Yao like crazy. Seeing this, Sayas and Oates felt nervous. They did not understand why Xiao Yao was alone, and the war beasts were not around. But the situation was urgent. The two did not have time to think. They immediately grasped their weapons, and prepared to go forward to support. But the next second, what happened in front of them made the two of them stiffen, and their eyes gradually dulled. Bang! Xiao Yao threw a punch, and the fist with the flame of destruction directly pierced the tiger shark's head. Then, he swung a claw to the side, and the black flames condensed into a huge black wolf head in an instant. The wolf opened its mouth, and bit off half of the head of another tiger shark. Then, Xiao Yao easily dodged the attack of the 2 tiger sharks. As he swept his body, the black flames exploded, wrapping the 2 tiger sharks. Without even a scream, the 2 tiger sharks turned into ashes, and disappeared in the vast ocean. Seeing this scene, Saya's and Oat's eyes almost popped out, and their mouths were so wide open that they could almost fit 2 fists. Can a summoner be so fierce? Chapter 643 Twin Gates opened. As the bodies of the 2 tiger sharks were put into the beast control space by Xiao Yao, Sias and Otis finally recovered from their shock, stammering, Are you really Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. I'm not Xiao Yao. I'm the Demon Shark King. You 2 are going to die. Fuck, you're really Xiao Yao. Sias hugged Xiao Yao's shoulders all of a sudden, excited. Xiao Yao, you came just in time. I almost blew myself up just now. Really? Xiao Yao looked at Sias from head to toe, and raised his eyebrows slightly. You still have such courage? Hearing this, Sias frowned, and said unconvincingly, Are you underestimating the courage of our mermaid warriors? Believe me or not. Bang, a ball of black flame rose in Xiao Yao's palm, reflecting his expressionless face. How are you? I am so grateful to you. Sias' face changed, and he said with a playful smile, My great benefactor. Kiss kiss. TSK. Xiao Yao curled his lips, and finally looked at Otis. Otis, are you okay? Otis shook his head gently. I'm fine. He said he was fine, but in fact, Otis' heart was surging with huge waves. He really couldn't believe that Xiao Yao, without entering the War Beast fusion, could easily kill 5 platinum-level tiger sharks with his fragile human body. If it was me just now, could I withstand the terrifying flames? He already had the answer in his mind. Xiao Yao. Oats silently recited the name in his heart, and sighed softly. After he was defeated by Xiao Yao Purgatory Demon Bull, he had made a solemn vow to defeat Xiao Yao in the future, and to avenge the disastrous defeat, but now, he could no longer muster the determination to challenge Xiao Yao, the first genius of Dragon Country, alas. Sias, Oats, have you 2 encountered other tiger sharks before? Xiao Yao suddenly thought of something, and frowned. I haven't encountered it. Sias shook his head, and then cursed, Damn! My luck is too bad. I encountered half of the 10 tiger sharks. I didn't encounter it either. Oats also shook his head, and then smiled, but once these 5 tiger sharks die, a quarter of the fighting power of the Demon Shark clan will be gone. If we are lucky, we may be able to wipe them out in the secret realm this time. Yes, Sias said excitedly, looking at this situation. The day when the Evolution Hall is opened is not far away. Next, we will work harder and strive to wipe out these bastards. Xiao Yao, why don't you say anything? Sias looked at Xiao Yao, but found that he looked solemn, and asked, What's wrong with you? Xiao Yao was silent for a few seconds, and said slowly, Actually, before that, I killed 3 tiger sharks. What? Hearing this, Sias and Oats both realized that something was wrong, and their faces suddenly changed. Beyond the mysterious sea, there was a quiet deep sea. The tiger sharks lined up neatly like an army, and one after another, they entered the huge black hole in front of the flying twin whales. However, it seems very difficult for them to enter the black hole. They have to rely on their own powerful strength to squeeze in little by little. This also leads to the transmission rate being blocked. On average, only 1 shark can enter per minute. However, just when a tiger shark squeezed into the twin gate, the black hole suddenly shrank and disappeared. What happened? What did you do? Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I will eat you now. Seeing this, tens of thousands of tiger sharks were anxious and roared wildly at the flying twin whales. Shut up. At this time, the Demon Shark King gave an order, and all the tiger sharks instantly fell silent. What's going on? The Demon Shark King looked at the sky-controlling twin whales fiercely. He could feel the sky-controlling twin whales' exhausted mental power, but this was not its normal behavior. Usually, the sky-controlling twin whales could maintain the twin gates all day long, but today, it was just open for a few hours, and it was closed like this. Is it playing tricks? The violent and bloodthirsty murderous intent rushed over, scared the sky-controlling twin whales to a chill, and shivered. The space barrier of the sea god's mystery realm suppressed the twin gates, so I need to consume several times more mental power than usual to maintain it. So, waste. The Demon Shark Emperor stared at the sky-flying twin whales with murderous intent, until the sky-flying twin whales were almost in cardiac arrest. Then he snorted coldly, summoned a black hole, and shot out a ball of blood from it, which sank into the sky-flying twin whales' bodies. This is the blood of a diamond-level traitor of your giant whale clan. Now I will use it on you. Don't let me down again. Otherwise, the demon shark emperor didn't finish his words. But the sky-flying twin whales knew in their hearts that if they failed again, their clan would definitely suffer the bloodbath of the demon shark emperor again. The flying twin whales silently absorbed the blood and energy, but deep in their eyes were hidden in an indelible sadness and anger. Demon Shark King. Xiao Yao. What do you think is the reason? Otis felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Xiao Yao shook his head. I don't know. But it is likely that something happened that we don't know about. If Tao Yao Yao encounter with 3 tiger sharks was a coincidence, then the 5 tiger sharks that just surrounded Sai Yas and Otis can't be described as a coincidence. In just a few hours, 8 tiger sharks died in his hands. But the Demon Shark King only sent out 10 tiger sharks in total. Could it be that his luck was really that good? Could it make the tiger shark so intent on dying in his hands? What happened? Xiao Yao frowned, and a strong sense of urgency rose in his heart. If the Demon Shark King really used some means to allow more tiger sharks to enter the mysterious realm of the sea god, then Xiao Xiao and the other mermaid warriors would be in great danger. We have to act quickly and meet up with other teammates as soon as possible, Xiao Yao said seriously. Yes. Sayas and Otis nodded heavily. At this time, Tao Yao Yao, Lan Yo and other beasts also arrived one after another. Xiao Yao told Tao Yao Yao about his discovery, which immediately made Tao Yao Yao worried. Xiao Yao, Xiao Xiao, Liang and Li, you will not be in trouble, right? She clenched her fists nervously. Xiao Yao said calmly, not yet. If something happens to them, the Alliance beasts will surely die before them. But on the system panel, the information of these beasts still exists, which means that at least they are safe now. But we have to act quickly and find them as soon as possible. Xiao Yao replanned the search direction for the beasts. The situation was urgent, and he had to separate Tuki and Yumi to pursue a larger search network. Fortunately, Tuki and Yumi are both Platinum level 5 and have strong life-saving methods. Even if they encounter Diamond-level beasts, they can at least ensure safety. If they can meet the Demon Shark subordinates, they will be sent to hell the moment they meet. Let's go! Chapter 644, Exchange of Treasures. The Beauty Clam Pearl. Next, Xiao Yao, Tao Yao Yao, Sai Yas, and Otis quickly headed to the Evolution Hall, while the other war beasts scattered to search, trying to find their teammates as soon as possible. However, on the way, Xiao Yao suddenly thought of something, and took out the Thunder Trident from the beast taming space, and handed it to Sai Yas. Here, take it! Sai Yas took the halberd, and saw the iconic lightning symbol, and immediately exclaimed, Thunder Trident. Wow, Xiao Yao, you are so generous, I like this gift. Xiao Yao said unhappily, Gift? You are dreaming. I'm just lending it to you temporarily. Ah! Sayas's face froze, and he muttered softly, I thought you were going to give it to me. Hee hee, you are ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts. Xiao Yao sneered. I am not ugly, I am also a handsome man of the mermaid tribe, right? Otis? Sayas looked at Otis unconvinced. Otis had a blank expression. You? Sayas clenched the Thunder Trident tightly, wanting to hit the 2 men on the head, but when he thought that these 2 men could easily abuse him, he couldn't help but sigh. Weak strength means no right to fish. Ahem, Xiao Yao, then I give you something in exchange. Sayas put his arm around Xiao Yao's shoulders, looking forward to it. Okay, what good stuff do you have? Xiao Yao glanced at the shattered sky ring on Sayas's finger. This time, Queen Tiffany equipped every mermaid warrior who entered the sea god's mystery with a sky-breaking ring, the purpose of which was to facilitate their preservation of treasures. These sky-breaking rings were naturally obtained through trade with Dragon Country. I just got a beauty-retaining clam pearl yesterday. Sayas took out a pure white pearl from the sky-breaking ring and said, You should have seen it in the sea god's treasure book. Regularly taking water soaked with the beauty-retaining clam pearl can delay aging and maintain youth. How about it? Do you want to exchange it? Sayas raised his eyebrows. But in his heart, he was still a little nervous. The Thunder Trident was the standard weapon of the Sea God Guard. In terms of preciousness, it was definitely more precious than the Beauty Pearl. After all, the Beauty Pearl could only delay aging, but could not permanently fix one's appearance. Moreover, the lifespan of the mermaids was extremely long as hundreds of years. Only in the last few decades would their appearance gradually age. And at that time, the Beauty Pearl would not be of much use to them. In fact, he had other gains in the past 2 days, but those were precious materials that enhanced his strength, and they had all entered his stomach. So at present, the only valuable thing on hand was the Luyan clam pearl. Change it. Xiao Yao took the Luyan clam pearl in his hand, and then patted Saya Si on the shoulder, saying, I will suffer a little this time, and you will get it at a bargain. Saya Si happily grasped the thunder trident, and couldn't help but sigh, Xiao Yao, you are such a good person. Go away. Xiao Yao raised his middle finger in a bad mood, which confused Saya Si. Has being a good person become a derogatory term in Longhua? The beauty pearl. Hee. Not bad. Xiao Yao turned his back, not letting Saya Si see his raised mouth. On the surface, it seems that it is a loss to exchange the beauty pearl for the thunder trident. But in fact, it is absolutely a win-win situation. And he even thinks he has made a lot of money. Soaking the beauty pearl in a cup of water can also beautify your face. Soaking it in a ton of water can also beautify your face. And even soaking it in 10 tons of water can also have an effect. It's just a matter of soaking it for a longer time. What does he do? In addition to being the first genius of Dragon Country, he is also the founder and chairman of the Dragon Country cosmetics giant, Chintzy Company. The Luyan clam pearl is in his hands, and it is definitely a good use of it. If he doesn't make tens of billions, he will be sorry for those sisters and aunts who go to the beauty salon every day. Saya Si, I saved you for what you did. By the way, I have other treasures in my hand. Let's see if I can exchange them with you too. Xiao Yao turned his wrist, and 3 gray crystals of different sizes appeared in his hand. This is mermaid essence. Sia's and Oat's eyes suddenly widened. Diamond-level mermaid essence? Oats stared at the 2 crystals in Xiao Yao's hand that exuded a strong sense of oppression, and couldn't help asking, Xiao Yao, did you rob our mermaid treasure house? That's right. How did you get these 3 mermaid essences? Sias asked hurriedly. Mermaid essence is the foundation of the mermaid clan. Especially mermaid essences above platinum level, when condensed, will be collected into the palace treasury to reward meritorious warriors. Xiao Yao actually had 3 mermaid essences in his hand, and 2 of them were diamond-grade priceless treasures. This made them wonder where Xiao Yao got these mermaid essences from. From a palace complex. This is the name of the palace complex, based on his impression from the previous 2 days. Xiao Yao wrote a few big words on the mud on the seabed. Palace of Trial. When they saw these words, Sias and Oats exclaimed in unison. Palace of Trial. Is this the name of the palace complex? Xiao Yao silently memorized the name. Wow, you actually came across the Trial Palace. You are so lucky, Sias said with envy. The Trial Palace is an extremely special treasure in the mysterious land of the sea god. It is composed of 5 palaces. You will get corresponding rewards for each palace you pass through. It is said that only those with great luck can have the opportunity to encounter it. So, you got these mermaid essences in the Trial Palace. While envying Xiao Yao good luck, Oats couldn't help asking, which palace did you finally break into? Xiao Yao said casually, I passed the 5th palace. The 5th palace? Oats' pupil shrank, and he was shocked. He had heard the legend of the Trial Palace. The first palace basically replicated the strength of the intruder. After each palace, the strength of the guards would be 1 level higher. And the 5th palace seemed to be a more difficult challenge. And Xiao Yao passed the 5th palace. That meant that he had crossed 3 levels in a row, past a large level, and had the strength to defeat Diamond 2 and 3. This is too exaggerated. Are human talents really that terrifying? After being shocked, Oats said seriously, Xiao Yao, our mermaid tribe has a rule that mermaid essences above the platinum level can only be in the hands of the royal family, so we can't trade with you privately. Keep these 3 mermaid essences safe. When you get out of the mysterious sea god realm, the queen will exchange them with you for other treasures. In fact, with his status, even if he trades with Xiao Yao privately, the queen won't say anything. But first of all, it takes a long time to absorb the mermaid essence. Even the platinum level essence takes at least a month. Now they are in the secret realm, and there is definitely no time. Secondly, he really doesn't have a treasure that matches the mermaid essence. He only has a pampas halberd, and it is impossible to take it out as an exchange. So he will go out and let the queen do the transaction in person. He will then use the power of the family to obtain the diamond-level mermaid essence. Okay. Xiao Yao took the mermaid essence back to the beast control space and said with a smile, let's talk about it after we go out. Let's continue on our way. Yes. Chapter 645 The Story of the Demon Shark King. By the way, what is the grudge between the Demon Shark King and the mermaids? While on the road, Xiao Yao and Saya Si were chatting casually, Feeling their deep hatred for the Demon Shark King, he couldn't help but ask curiously. When this was said, Tao Yao Yao beside him also opened his eyes wide and listened attentively. After a moment of silence, Otis glanced at Saya Si, then slowly said, "Let me tell you. There are 4 seas on the entire planet, divided into east, west, south and north, and we are now in the East Sea. For hundreds of years, our mermaid royal family has been the master of the East Sea, commanding hundreds of millions of sea creatures and maintaining peace and stability in the East Sea. But everything changed after a despicable tiger shark appeared." Otis gritted his teeth and said, "This despicable tiger shark is the Demon Shark King Kaido. The name Kaido was given to him by the previous Mermaid King. Kaido was born in the Tiger Shark clan. Due to his outstanding talent, he was recommended by the Tiger Shark King to our Mermaid Guard Sea Department. Members of the Mermaid Guard Sea Department are all non-mermaid races. Their main responsibility is to protect the royal palace and cooperate with the mermaids to guard the East Sea. At the same time, they also enjoy resources second only to the mermaid royal family, and have countless sea tribes under their command. Kaido's talent is terrifying. In more than 300 years, he has been promoted from platinum level to master level. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than the leader of the Mermaid Guard Sea Department at that time. Fudao Tiangui, the old mermaid emperor, thinks highly of Kaido. He not only gave him a name, but also rewarded him with many treasures, and also gave him great power. However, the greedy guy Kaido dared to covet the mermaid treasure house. When the old mermaid king was out, he used some unknown means to sneak into the treasure house and stole an extremely precious treasure of the Sea Clan. Humph! He thought he had done it perfectly. But in fact, he could not hide it from the eyes of the old mermaid king. After the old mermaid king came back, he immediately captured Kaido, took back the treasure, and wanted to execute Kaido according to the clan rules. However, this fellow Kaido begged for mercy, and even used the entire Tiger Shark tribe as a guarantee. If he committed the same offense again, the old mermaid king could execute all the tiger sharks. Considering that Kaido's practice was not easy, and that he had served for many years, the old mermaid king finally softened his heart and spared his life. But Kaido, this despicable tiger shark, not only did not appreciate the kindness of the old mermaid king, but also held a grudge. A few years later, he once again entered the mermaid treasury through unknown means and stole the treasure of the sea tribe. This time, he ran away directly and disappeared without a trace. After learning about this, the old mermaid king was furious and ordered the massacre of Kaido's race. He also issued a hunting order from the Sea King to hunt Kaido down in the entire sea. But at that time, Kaido was already a grandmaster. As long as he wanted to hide, no one could find him. 100 years later, Kaido returned in a high-profile manner as a king, and wanted to avenge our mermaids in the name of bloody massacre of the race. The old mermaid king and Kaido had a great battle, but after the battle, they both disappeared, and disappeared for a full 50 years. In the past 50 years, our mermaids were in a state of panic. No one knew whether the old mermaid king was alive or dead, or whether Kaido was still alive. But 50 years later, Kaido reappeared. At this point, Otis paused, with a flash of pain in his eyes. Fortunately, the East China Sea was full of our spies at that time. So before Kaido came to the door, the main forces of the mermaids had already evacuated. But a large number of mermaid compatriots still died tragically at the hands of Kaido. Then, what happened next? Xiao Yao asked. Later Otis looked at Xiao Yao. Then Lord Wu Yunjing showed up. King Wu. Xiao Yao and Tao Yao Yao looked at each other. What does this have to do with King Wu? Otis said, just when my mermaid clan was in danger, Lord Wu found us, and brought the mermaid essence of the old mermaid king. The essence of the old mermaid king was actually in the hands of King Wu? Xiao Yao was immediately uneasy. How could King Wu have the essence of the old mermaid king? What happened here? According to Lord Wu, he accidentally found the old mermaid king in a certain sea area, but the old mermaid king was seriously injured and dying. Before he died, the old mermaid king asked Lord Wu to give his mermaid essence to Princess Tiffany, to help the princess become the new generation of mermaid queen. Oates explained. So that's how it is. Xiao Yao suddenly realized, but he immediately realized that this matter might not be that simple. For example, why did Lord Wu return the mermaid essence 50 years later? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the life of King Wu. It is said that King Wu was not originally a person with outstanding talent. Although he grew up quickly, He was definitely not a top talent. But in the end, only King Wu broke through the King realm, while Xuanan, Sherpatian and others, who were much more talented than him, stopped at the Grandmaster realm. So, are these 50 years the secret of King Wu's breakthrough to the King realm? After that, Princess Tiffany broke through to the King realm with the essence of the Old Man Fish King, and reached an alliance with King Wu to join forces to fight against the Demon Shark King. That's what happened. Oat's story was over, but Xiao Yao couldn't calm down. No wonder the mermaids hated the Demon Shark King so much. It turned out that the root of the problem was the Demon Shark King. What a cold-blooded Demon Shark King. Also, King Wu, Old Mermaid King, what happened between them? Oats, didn't you kill all the members of the Demon Shark King's tribe? Then where did these tiger sharks come from? Xiao Yao asked. Oats shook his head. I don't know the situation of you humans. Anyway, in the ocean, it is almost impossible to exterminate a race. Although we killed a lot of tiger sharks at that time, maybe there are still remnants in other corners. Xiao Yao, Oats, look. At this time, Sias on the side suddenly exclaimed. He quickly dived more than 10 meters, fished out a broken weapon from the bottom of the sea. His face was extremely ugly. This is Claire's weapon. Clia. Xiao Yao remembered this mermaid warrior, whose personality was carefree and very generous. He sniffed lightly and he could smell the bloody smell left on the weapon. It seemed that Clia was most likely killed. Oats took the broken weapon from Sias, and after careful observation, a hint of deep sadness flashed in his eyes. Clia. It must have been done by those bastards of the Demon Shark clan. Sias' eyes turned red, and he said angrily, I will kill them all, and avenge Clia. It's not certain whether it was done by the Demon Shark clan. It could also be a fierce beast or a guardian beast. Xiao Yao shook his head and said, but we have to act quickly, and meet up with other teammates as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, more people will die. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's continue. Xiao Xiao. Liang. Xian Yu. You must protect yourselves. Wait for me. Chapter 646, Pig Teammates. Quiet deep sea. The huge twin gates reopened. This time, the tiger sharks entered nearly twice as fast as before, one after another, in an endless stream. Platinum level 5. It looks like the effect of the blood essence is pretty good. The Demon Shark King looked at the tiger sharks, who were roaring excitedly, and couldn't help but sneer. This time, he wanted to let tens of thousands of tiger sharks all enjoy the transformation of the light of evolution, so that not only could the tiger shark clan greatly improve its strength, but also all these tens of thousands of tiger sharks could have the potential to be promoted to diamonds. With tens of thousands of diamond-level subordinates, plus his extremely powerful strength, it is enough to support his ambition to conquer the 4 seas. The king of the East Sea. I, Kaido, want to be the king of the 4 seas. Roar. A diamond-level tiger shark flew out of the twin gates, looking at the desolate sea around him, screamed, Mysterious sea god realm, I'm coming. After that, he sprinted, prepared to find his own opportunity. However, at this moment, the sky of the secret realm suddenly rippled, and a shocking purple lightning fell from the sky, precisely hitting the tiger shark's head. Boom! This diamond-level tiger shark didn't even scream, and was turned into ashes by the lightning. Seeing this, the twin whales flying in the sky next to him retreated dozens of meters in fear, and quickly reported the situation to their brothers outside. Is he dead? After hearing the report from the twin whales flying in the sky, the Demon Shark King's eyes turned cold, as if he had thought of something, and said, those of you who are over 100 years old, come out first. Suddenly, thousands of demon sharks left the team, and came to the Demon Shark King. You go in now. The Demon Shark King randomly pointed at a tiger shark. The tiger shark got the order and went into the twin gates without hesitation. A moment later, the sky-flying twin whale sent a message that the tiger shark was also killed by lightning. It seems that this method still cannot escape the age limit. The Demon Shark King's eyes darkened, and I don't know what he was thinking. What's going on? At this time, everyone in the secret realm noticed the 2 lightning bolts that struck down, and they couldn't help but feel doubtful and a little uneasy in their hearts. It looks like something is wrong. Xiao Yao frowned, and the flames of destruction quickly covered his body. Why was he so sure? Because at this moment, he was facing the siege of 10 tiger sharks. Human mermaid, I can smell the scent of blood. Ha ha ha, leave that human to me, I want to bite off his head. I haven't tasted a mermaid for a long time, I can't forget that feeling now. 10 tiger sharks surrounded Xiao Yao, Lao Nyo, Sai Yas, Otai's, Tao Yao Yao. Their sharp teeth were exposed, their eyes were full of cruelty and greed. There's no time. Kill them, Xiao Yao said coldly, and then flashed to the top of a tiger shark like a ghost, and smashed down with his fist covered with black flames, directly blowing up the tiger shark's head. I can't wait any longer. Sai clenched the thunder trident in his hand, showing a ferocious smile. Tiger shark bastards. Die for me. As soon as the voice fell, a brilliant lightning burst out from the thunder trident. Sai stabbed forward, and a thick lightning shot out from the tip of the trident. Bang! The tiger shark was struck by lightning. A huge charred mass immediately appeared on its skin, and its flesh and blood rolled up. It screamed in pain. At this time, Sai rushed to the tiger shark, swung the trident in a circle, like Guan Gong's broadsword, and directly cut off the tiger shark's head. Puff! The blood dyed Sai's body red, and his blood-stained face looked extremely hideous, but Sai didn't care at all, wiped his face, and roared happily, and pounced on the tiger shark beside him again. But before he arrived, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the tiger shark's head. And then, the tiger shark's head disappeared into the vast sea like quicksand. Xiao Yao, why are you still trying to steal my monster? Sai glanced around helplessly, but found that all 10 tiger sharks were dead. Not a single one was left. Oh my god! You guys are too fast. Sai looked at Xiao Yao, Otis and Tao Yao Yao, who were all dressed cleanly, and then saw himself covered in blood, and suddenly felt ashamed. No, I must fight gracefully next time, he thought secretly. 10 platinum-level tiger sharks, it's just a matter of seconds. Xiao Yao curled his lips. He killed 2, Oats and Sai killed 1 each, Snaka and Oriana killed 1 together, and the others were smashed by Lao Nyo. In front of Lao Nyo, platinum-level tiger sharks are no different from gold-level ones, and it only takes 1 punch. Xiao Yao threw all the tiger shark corpses into the beast control space, and then said seriously, it seems that the Demon Shark King must have used some means to teleport an unknown number of tiger sharks into the mysterious realm of the sea god. Now we must find other teammates as soon as possible. If we delay for 1 more second, they will be in more danger. Yeah. The others nodded heavily. Boom boom. At this moment, the sky shrank sharply again. Xiao Yao swam to a high place and looked around. At this time, the scope of the secret realm was not very large, which also meant that the other teammates would face a more serious crisis. Quick, come and hide. Liu waved at Su Xingliang, signaling him to hide beside him. Here I come. Su Xingliang swam over quickly, hiding in the dense coral forest. The colorful corals were dazzling, but at the same time, this was also an excellent protective color. Why are there so many tiger sharks in the secret realm? Su Xingliang lowered his voice. How should I know? Liu shook his head with an unpleasant expression, and then said, the current task is to hide well and wait for Xiao Yao to rescue us. By the way, where is Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao is comforting the other mermaid warriors, telling them that as long as Xiao Yao arrives, we will be safe. But they don't seem to trust Xiao Yao very much. Damn. If you don't trust Xiao Yao, you can still count on Otis. Liu rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. I'm afraid they can't bear it anymore and go out to fight the tiger sharks to death. Then our position will be exposed. No way. They can't be that stupid. As soon as the voice fell, a blue shadow suddenly rushed out of the coral forest and roared, You bastards of the tiger shark clan! I will fight you! After that, he sprinted and swam away quickly. It seemed that he wanted to use himself to lure away the tiger sharks. Seeing this scene, Liu and Su Xingliang faces changed at the same time. Roar! 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 More than a dozen tiger sharks rushed quickly in the direction of the mermaid warriors. But dozens of tiger sharks turned their attention to the coral forest and quickly approached. Fuck you! Liu gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Stupid pig! You are really going to kill us! Chapter 647 Deep Sea Titan Blood Harbor Ghost. Dozens of tiger sharks swam in the coral forest, looking around with bloodshot eyes, moving their noses, trying to find traces of mermaids. What should we do? Looking at the tiger sharks swimming slowly not far away, Su Xingliang and Liu looked at each other, with anxious faces. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the coral forest behind, accompanied by the wanton roars of several tiger sharks. Haha, look who I found! Mermaids, what a sweet smell! I'm going to eat him, eat him! Boom, 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 the sounds of battles rang out one after another, and all the mermaid warriors hiding in the coral forest appeared, and fought fiercely with the tiger sharks. Fuck, fuck. Liu cursed fiercely, and then quickly summoned Zack and Rengar, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fight them! Fight!" Su Xingliang also summoned Makai, Kaziz and Kog'Maw, took a deep breath, and his eyes were extremely determined. At this point, it is impossible to hide. Dozens of tiger sharks will turn the coral forest upside down sooner or later. In this case, let's kill them to our heart's content. Go! As soon as the words fell, Kha'Zix and Rengar, the good brothers, rushed out. Kha'Zix made a leap attack, unexpectedly flew to the top of a tiger shark, and slashed with his strange arm blades. Using his strongest move, the enhanced Q skill Taste Terror. Puff! Although Tiger Shark had teammates around him, and the isolation effect was not triggered. Kha'Zix, who was now at the peak of gold level 5, had a damage far beyond his current level. With 2 slashes, half of Tiger Shark's head was cut off by him. A stream of heat rose from his body. Kha'Zix knew that his void devouring was effective, and his attack power increased. Then he jumped lightly, avoiding the bite of Tiger Shark next to him. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared in front of Tiger Shark. Void attack invisible. A Rengar stepped on the coral, and with a kick, he pounced in front of the Tiger Shark. The sharp weapon pierced the Tiger Shark's eyes, and then stirred it fiercely. The fragile brain was instantly turned into a paste. Rengar stepped on the Tiger Shark's body with his legs, and then kicked it hard, narrowly avoiding the Tiger Shark's attack, and stepped on the coral again with his feet. Next, this coral forest seemed to turn into grass, allowing his passive to be fully displayed, spinning, jumping, waving claws. Rengar was like a dancer licking blood on the tip of a knife, jumping and dancing back and forth between the Tiger Shark and the coral forest. Sometimes his attack could not kill the opponent, but like a hyena, he would take advantage of you when you were not prepared. Although he could not kill you, but he harassed you and left you covered in wounds, extremely painful. Blood Sean. Sean stood on a huge coral reef, holding a huge axe, slashing tiger sharks again and again. As a peak gold level 5, his strength was no less than those platinum tiger sharks. Every swing of the axe could stir up the seawater, leaving deep wounds on the tiger sharks. Everyone come over here. At this time, Bai Lingxiao stood in the center of the coral forest and shouted loudly. Hearing Bai Lingxiao's voice, Liu and Su Xingliang rushed over without thinking, and those mermaid warriors who were fighting with tiger sharks also hesitated for a moment, and broke through the encirclement despite being injured, and came to Bai Lingxiao's side. Wow! There are humans! Their meat is more delicious than mermaids. I can't wait! Human flesh. Hee hee. Dozens of tiger sharks formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Bai Lingxiao and his group and 7 or 8 wounded mermaid warriors in the center, their eyes full of teasing and greed. They were not in a hurry to eat their prey in one bite, but to appreciate the fear and despair of these prey before they died. That feeling fascinated them deeply. Listen to me, Bai Lingxiao said calmly. The scope of the sea god's mystery realm is not large now. As long as we hold on, we will definitely get support from our teammates. There are dozens of platinum level tiger sharks in front of us, and there may be more in other places. Even if all of our mermaid warriors and you dragon people are added together, can we be the opponents of this group of bastards? A burly mermaid with a long wound from the forehead to the chin said in a low voice. His voice was full of unwillingness and despair, and the whole person exuded a crazy breath. I definitely won't be able to return alive this time, but even if I die, I will take a few more demon sharks come with me. Believe me, as long as Xiao Yao arrives, we can all survive. Bai Lingxiao's tone was full of absolute confidence in Xiao Yao. Everyone hold on a little longer. According to the formation we trained before, we will definitely be able to wait until Xiao Yao arrives. Xiao Yao, the mermaid warriors naturally knew Xiao Yao's strengths and weaknesses. He was a super genius who could easily defeat Otis. But no matter how talented he is, can he kill dozens or even hundreds of platinum level tiger sharks by himself? If not, they will die in the mouths of these tiger sharks sooner or later. The mermaid warriors were already desperate, but now, they were willing to follow Bai Lingxiao's plan, so that they could at least hold on longer and try to take away more tiger sharks. The formation changed. 7 mermaid warriors and Makai, Xiao, Zack, Kha'Zix, Rengar formed the outer circle. A mermaid mage and Ari, Kog'Maw stood in the second circle, providing support at any time, while Su Xingliang, Bai Lingxiao, and Liu stood in the center, as the commander-in-chief of the battle. Wow, they haven't given up resisting yet. That's what makes it more interesting. I can't help it. I'm going to eat them. Roar! A tiger shark rushed out of the shark group. Seeing this, the other tiger sharks also moved quickly and pounced on everyone. But at this time, the advantage of everyone gathering together was revealed. The tiger sharks are huge in size, even if they attack from the front, back, left, right and front. The number is limited. They are all melee fighters and have no long-range attack capabilities. Therefore, everyone only needs to face the siege of 8 or 9 tiger sharks at the same time. The pressure is much less than before when they fight alone. Of course, fighting this way also sacrificed the flexibility of some war beasts, such as Rengar and Kha'Zix. Bang! The tiger shark rushed forward, knocking Rengar to the bottom of the sea. The rising mud and sand buried the bodies of the two, and only the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. At this moment, more than a dozen continuous balls of green liquid shot through the mud and sand like cannons, hitting the tiger shark. The support of Kog'Maw the Big Mouth arrived. In an instant, the tiger shark let out a painful cry. Taking this opportunity, Rengar stabbed the tiger shark in the eye with one claw, and after a fierce stirring, he kicked off the ground with his legs and returned to the battlefield. Bang! 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 The battle was extremely fierce. The mermaid warriors, with their superb skills and good weapons, were able to defeat the tiger sharks of the same level in a one-on-one situation. Although the war beasts were behind in level, their combat power was not weaker than that of the mermaid warriors. However, there were too many tiger sharks. As soon as one was killed, the one behind it pushed down the body of the tiger shark in front and opened its mouth to bite. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen tiger sharks died. But a mermaid warrior was also bitten to pieces by the tiger shark due to exhaustion. Roar! Blood-colored energy burst out from the tiger shark, and its speed increased suddenly. It rushed to Kha'Zix. Although Kha'Zix dodged its big mouth, its tail swing landed heavily on Kha'Zix, causing him to fly backwards. There were cracks on his shell, and purple blood spit out of his mouth. Just as Kha'Zix flew backwards, another tiger shark rushed and bit him, and took advantage of Kha'Zix's injury to swallow him into its stomach. Seeing this scene, Su Xingliang's face changed drastically. Kha'Zix, be careful! A foul smell came, and Kha'Zix frantically flapped his wings to resist the continuous backward momentum. However, the tiger shark next to him did not give him time to react. With a flash of blood, its speed increased sharply, and its sharp teeth were almost on top of his head, and it would bite him to pieces in the next second. But at this critical moment, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of the tiger shark's mouth, and took Kha'Zix away at the same time. Pa Rengar held Kha'Zix and stepped on the coral, blinking his single eye. Although speechless, Kha'Zix understood Rengar's pride. You didn't expect that I was the one who saved you. Kha'Zix, you don't seem to be doing well either? At this moment, Kha'Zix suddenly hugged Rengar's waist, flapped his wings, and jumped to avoid the sudden attack from behind Rengar. Kha'Zix loosened his arms. His eyes slanted. Return it. After saying that, he returned to the front line. Heh! Rengar's mouth curled up slowly, and he kicked his feet hard, unexpectedly jumping onto a tiger shark, and thrusting his claws downwards. He felt that the opportunity to break through the platinum level was now. Puff! The sharp weapon penetrated the tiger shark's brain, killing it instantly. At this moment, Rengar's body suddenly shook. A mighty force rose from the soles of his feet, and washed over his body crazily, bloodthirsty and violent, like the breath of the king of the forest suddenly burst out, making him let out a thunderous roar. Ah! Raynar, breakthrough! Seeing this, Bai Lingxiao and Su Xingliang's eyes suddenly lit up, and immediately turned to look at Liu, and at this moment, Liu also happened to open his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised a slight arc. Boom! 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 In the center of the coral forest, a huge monster suddenly appeared, walking slowly forward with his feet, making the ground tremble slightly, sand flying, making an extremely dull sound. The monster was 20 meters tall, with a thick layer of brass armor on the outside. Looking closely, it looked like a diving suit, but the size was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was an orange-red light in his eyes, and he held a huge anchor in his hand, with an iron chain tied to the end of the anchor, and the other end of the chain was held in his other hand. From a distance, it looked like a soul-collecting messenger in the deep sea, which was daunting. He is the deep-sea titan Nautilus. The sea is infinite. A deep and heavy voice came from the titan's chest. He kicked his legs, and his body weighing dozens of tons soared into the sky like a cannonball, and flew directly into the group of tiger sharks. Then, he stepped on the air with his right foot. Bang 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 bang. The seabed suddenly exploded, and the water column soared into the air, like a deep-sea bomb exploding. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. From near to far, the range became larger and larger. Dozens of tiger sharks were affected by the explosion. The lighter ones were torn to pieces, and the heavier ones died directly. Undercurrent Nautilus slammed the ground, causing the land near him to explode 3 times. Each explosion would cause high magic damage to the enemy, and reduce their movement speed. The Titan swung the heavy anchor, slammed it down hard, directly blasting the seriously injured tiger shark beside him. Then he swung his arm, and the iron chain pulled the anchor, swinging out a huge semicircle like a windmill. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen tiger sharks were hit by the heavy anchor, and their bodies were directly smashed into meat paste. Seeing this, the other tiger sharks could not help but show fear in their eyes. So strong. Mermaid warriors and Su Xingliang, Bai Lingxiao stared at the Titan, who looked like a god of war in the sea, and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Xianyu, what's his name? Su Xingliang asked. Liu smiled slightly. Deep-sea Titan Nautilus. Deep-sea Titan. Everyone remembered this name, and at this time, Su Xingliang and Bai Lingxiao also felt a sense of urgency and expectation in their hearts. When will my platinum-level war beast arrive? After the Titan appeared, it killed more than 20 tiger sharks in a short period of time, which reduced everyone's pressure and gave them a chance to breathe. However, the battle fluctuations here also caused a huge commotion, causing tiger sharks from afar to come here one after another. With the number approaching hundreds, the tiger sharks didn't waste any words, and directly dispatched some to deal with Titan. And the other part surrounded everyone again. Ding 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 7. 8 powerful tiger sharks surrounded Titan, like bloodthirsty hyenas, waiting for an opportunity to move, and their hard bodies hit the metal shell and made a continuous crisp sound. They couldn't break Titan's defense for the time being, but it was difficult for a platinum level 1 Titan to break through their encirclement. At this moment, Kha'Zix suddenly appeared on top of a tiger shark, and thrust his arm blade downward, piercing the shark's head instantly. Boom! The next moment, a cold and cruel aura burst out from Kha'Zix's body, and the space behind him was faintly torn apart. The breath from the void made everyone present shudder. I remember the day I died. And I remember who betrayed me. In a dark corner, a hoarse and low voice, like a ghost, resounded through the battlefield. Gulp! A man with an extremely strange appearance walked out of the shadows. He was about the same height as an adult man, with 2 obvious scars on his bald head. He held a weapon that looked like a harpoon or a long knife in his hand, and his eyes emitted a green light. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly his shark-like mouth, with sharp teeth standing upright. Combined with his ugly appearance, it made people's scalps numb. Pike, the ghost of Blood Harbor, appeared. Pike. Su Xingliang opened his eyes. Looking at Pike's thin, ugly, cold appearance, he felt a strong sense of intimacy and security in his heart. Ah! Rengar, who had been promoted to platinum level, roared. Kha'Zix, Titan and Pike responded, and suddenly burst out with amazing momentum. Roar. There was a commotion among the tiger sharks. Hundreds of tiger sharks gathered together. Looking at the 4 monsters of different shapes in the center, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Chapter 648 Void Sea Spirit Fits. Roar! Rengar was the first to blow the battle horn. With his roar, a shadow several dozen meters high appeared behind him, like a tiger or a lion, with flawless white hair, and a mixture of brutality and fighting spirit in his scarlet eyes, with a magnificent and domineering aura. When he appeared, invisible waves penetrated many war beasts and mermaid warriors, and instantly filled them with power. Beast Ancestor Domain. Rengar summons the Beast Ancestor Shadow. For a certain period of time, provides a blessing effect to teammates within the range, increasing agility by 30%, strength by 20%. Rengar enjoys a triple bonus, and his own skill damage is doubled. Huh? Rengar kicked his feet. After being promoted to platinum level, his speed increased several times, coupled with a nearly 100% agility bonus of Beast Ancestor Domain. He was like a white lightning. He suddenly appeared above the tiger shark's head, and swung the sharp blade in his hand, easily cutting the tiger shark's head in half. Huh? Let's have a good fight, Rengar roared. and a strong bloody light appeared on his right claw. As he swung his claw, the huge blood-colored claw slammed heavily on the tiger shark, tearing the huge body into hundreds of pieces. Blood Hunt claw crack, crack, crack. Kazakh squatted, and faint cracks appeared behind him. Purple light seeped out from the cracks, and in an instant, a ferocious and cold armor condensed on his body. Void armor. Kazakh absorbs the power of the void, and condenses into void armor. For a certain period of time, attack power, defense power increases by 100%, speed increases by 50%, and the number of times of invisibility increases. But Kazakh's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared on the tiger shark's head, and the strange arm blade gently scratched, just like a gentle caress, but the shark's skin made a sound of cloth tearing. Bang! Blood suddenly burst out, and the tiger shark's head fell off. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Fear the void. Kazakh's mouth curled up slowly, and he made a hoarse and evil voice. Swish! His figure disappeared again. And then he suddenly appeared in various places on the battlefield without any rules. Every time he appeared, blood bloomed. Some tiger sharks had their heads cut off, and some tiger sharks were seriously injured, with deep wounds on their waists and abdomens that could see the bones. Void Slash. Kazakh uses continuous void flashes to raid no more than 10 enemies, and his attack power increases by 50%. If there are less than 10 targets, enemies that encounter multiple attacks will suffer an additional 20% damage. Platinum Level 1 Kazakh's attack power is no less than that of Platinum Level 3 War Beasts, with the blessing of Void Armor and Beast Ancestors descent. In a short period of time, his attack power can even be comparable to that of Platinum Level 5 War Beasts. A simple swing of the sword is not something that ordinary tiger sharks can withstand. Next, Kazakh completely turned into a battlefield ghost. His strong flexibility and occasional invisibility made it impossible for tiger sharks to touch his body, and he could reap the lives of tiger sharks at will. In addition to Rengar and Kazakh, the newly appeared Titan and Pike also showed amazing fighting power. Boom! Titan stomped his feet suddenly, and in an instant, a huge water curtain with a length, width and height of dozens of meters appeared around him, like a cage, trapping him and a dozen tiger sharks in it. Deep Sea Cage. Nautilus summons a deep-sea water curtain to trap the enemy in it. The strength of the water curtain depends on the level of Nautilus. Feel the raging sea. Titan's eyes suddenly burst into dazzling orange light. The next moment, a strong pressure suddenly fell on the tiger sharks, causing them to sink heavily to the bottom of the sea. Gravity Prison. Nautilus changes the gravity within the range centered on itself. Current maximum gravity multiple, 3 times. Got it. Titan stomped his feet again. Bang 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 bang. The water droplets flew into the air, accompanied by amazing explosive force, like a deep-sea bomb, blowing these tiger sharks into a bloody mess. Even though some tiger sharks were strong, they were also blown to blood and their bodies were covered with scars. Huh? The water curtain dissipated, and a thin figure appeared above the tiger sharks, with his arms stretched out, and the sharp knife in his hand emitted violent fluctuations. Swish! Pike suddenly landed on the head of a seriously injured tiger shark like a god. A huge X-shaped mark of dim light appeared under the tiger shark's feet. In an instant, the dim light rose with a strong light, and with Pike's sharp blade slashing down, an unparalleled force burst out, splitting the tiger shark into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Gush of Hatred. Pike launches a strike against all enemies within the X-shaped range, flashes to the target location and executes enemies below 10% 40% health, depending on Pike's strength. Enemy that does not reach the execution condition will receive physical damage equal to 50% of the execution threshold. When an enemy hero dies within the X range, regardless of the source of damage, Pike can cast Gush of Hatred again within 20 seconds. Killing the enemy with one move, Pike's pale eyes glanced to the side, and then he jumped high again and let out a creepy laugh. Ha ha ha. Die! Swish. 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 X-shaped ghost light marks burst out one after another, and Pike was like an executioner, executing all the tiger sharks that were seriously injured by the titans, leaving no one alive. In just 1 minute, dozens of tiger sharks died at the hands of the 4 platinum level war beasts, which made the mermaid warriors, who were taking a breath and resting on the side, look happy. However, as hundreds of cruel and violent auras approached rapidly, the joy on their faces disappeared instantly. Roar! Roar! The tiger sharks seemed endless, attacking from all directions, blocking out the sky and the sun, and darkening the bright environment. We can't hold on any longer. A mermaid warrior smiled bitterly, looking at Bai Lingxiao beside him, with despair and a hint of apology in his eyes. If they were stronger, then with these powerful war beasts, maybe they could really fight their way out. It's not time to give up yet. Su Xingliang on the side spoke, his eyes full of determination and calmness. Pike! He suddenly shouted. Pike clenched his weapon, making a hoarse and evil sound. Ho ho ho, leave it to me. Swish. A huge black hole suddenly appeared behind Pike, and the next moment, Dense Ghost flew out of the black hole with wild laughter. Ga. The ghosts rushed towards the tiger sharks desperately, like troublesome little ghosts, tearing and biting the tiger sharks vigorously. Hundreds of ghosts were like a ghost sky curtain, blocking all the tiger sharks outside. Phantom Dance. Pike summons underwater phantoms, causing harassment attacks on the enemy. Each attack will cause a small amount of mental damage. The phantoms are far less powerful than the tiger sharks, and cannot leave any wounds on the tiger sharks at all. However, their harassment attacks have caused considerable mental damage to the tiger sharks, making them irritable and headache, which greatly affects their subsequent performance. At this time, many war beasts attack the tiger sharks together, and the blood almost dyes the sea red, and the strong smell of blood makes the tiger sharks even more violent. It's not over yet. Pike shark-like mouth opened wide, and he pointed the weapon in his hand forward. Gulp. Gulp. The sea water surged and boiled, and a huge monster appeared beside Pike. It looked like a shark, and was completely black, and was over hundreds of meters long. There was a circle of sharp teeth on its open mouth, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and the deep and dark throat seemed to lead directly to hell. Once you enter, there is no chance of survival. Zhuor's Bite. Pike summons a Zhuor fish to assist in the battle, and attacks the target area, which lasts for 10 seconds. Kill them, Pike said coldly. Awing! The dwarf fish roared like a giant elephant, and pounced forward, and swallowed the 3 tiger sharks directly into its belly with its huge mouth. Then, it went directly into the group of tiger sharks, and bit them like crazy. In addition to the 4 platinum-level war beasts, the rest of the gold-level war beasts were still trying to kill the enemy and protect the summoner's safety. Roar! A tiger shark went through the protective net formed by the war beasts, and pounced on Bai Lingxiao and his companions with its mouth wide open. At this moment, Zack suddenly punched the tiger shark, his arm stretched more than 10 meters in an instant, and hit the tiger shark's back with one blow. Then, he punched the tiger shark in front of him again, and his fist stuck on the tiger shark's head. Huh? Zack roared. His 2 arms suddenly closed in front of him. The tiger shark that pounced on Bai Lingxiao and others retreated violently, as if it was tied by an iron chain, and finally collided heavily with another tiger shark. Extended attack roar. The tiger shark roared, opened its mouth and bit Zack's arm, directly tore off half of his arm, and swallowed it into its stomach. However, Zack's face was calm, and there was even a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. Ow-ho! The tiger shark that swallowed half of Zack's arm suddenly screamed, closed its eyes, and had a face full of pain. You dare to swallow the biochemical solution? Liu smiled coldly. Bang! Zack punched the tiger shark in the eye, directly blasting the eyeball. And then, his arm turned into a rotating drill, inserted into the tiger shark's eyes, and messed up the brain. Elastic body. Zack can change his body shape at will, and is immune to 40% of physical damage. In non-combat mode, his healing ability is increased by 100%. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from Sean's side. The huge axe cut the tiger shark in half, and the blood was sucked into the bloody hole in his abdomen, which made his wounds heal quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a strong blood light burst out from Sean's body, and the aura of killing, death, and bloodthirsty spread outward, accompanied by Sean's beast-like roar. Bai Lingxiao suddenly felt blessed. Her eyes suddenly closed. 2 seconds later, she opened them, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hee hee. What an interesting place. A naughty laugh resounded through the battlefield. Beside Bai Lingxiao, a short purple figure suddenly appeared. 3 eyes radiated a rose-red color. In his hand, he held a strange trident, his mouth wide open, and his whole body revealed a weird and slightly evil feeling. Void Sea Spirit Fitz is here. Fitz, quickly kill them, Bai Lingxiao said. He. Fitz raised his trident, showing 2 rows of white teeth. No problem, my master. Who? The trident pointed forward. Boom! The surging sea water suddenly stagnated. A powerful void force condensed the sea water into violent waves tens of meters high, rushing towards the tiger shark army with a roar. Tide of wild waves. Fitz summoned a tsunami, destroying the target area. Fitz's tsunami immediately swept most of the tiger sharks hundreds of meters away, not only reducing the pressure on everyone, but also leaving more than 20 strong tough guys. Hee, you want me to eat them? Fitz made an excited sound. He suddenly jumped up. His movements were like diving from the ground. At the highest point, he pointed the trident at the ground. His body disappeared into the void. Hee, I'm here again. The next second, Fitz suddenly appeared on the head of the tiger shark more than 10 meters away, and thrust the trident downwards, poking a huge blood hole in the tiger shark's head. The violent void tide spread around, shoving away several nearby tiger sharks, and the blood in his body was churning. Quirky, Fitz travels through the void, releasing the void tide on the target area, making him unselectable when in the void. It's not over yet. Fitz looked at the tiger shark beside him, and his body flashed, passed through like a shadow, and appeared on the tiger shark's back. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen wounds suddenly exploded on the tiger shark's body, blood gushed out, and a shrill scream came out of its mouth. Mischievous strike. Fitz passes through his target, causing physical damage plus additional magic damage. This skill applies attack effects. Paw paw paw. Fizz's trident glows with a faint light, continuously poking more than a dozen blood holes in the tiger shark's back. The powerful void force penetrates into the tiger shark's body, wantonly destroying its meridians and flesh. Seastone Trident. Passive. Fizz's basic attack will cause the enemy to bleed, while continuously causing magic damage for 3 seconds. Active. Fizz's next basic attack causes additional magic damage. If the target has been bleeding for at least 2 seconds, then this additional damage will increase. If a unit is killed, the cooldown time and part of the mana will be returned. Bang! The tiger shark's head exploded, and its vitality quickly disappeared. But at this moment, the tiger sharks that were pushed away by the waves also made a comeback and rushed towards everyone. Hey, it's time to feed the fish. The little fishman smiled mischievously, moved one hand forward, and shot a young fish from his palm. Huh? The little fish rushed into the tiger shark army at a high speed, and suddenly stopped at the most densely packed place. Just when the tiger shark was still wondering about the origin of this little fish, a large aperture with a diameter of 200 meters quietly emerged. Roar! The next moment, a huge shark jumped out of the aperture, opened its mouth as wide as possible, and swallowed 4 tiger sharks directly into its stomach, then withdrew the aperture and disappeared. At the same time, the majestic void power spread outward, making the tiger shark army sway from side to side. Hee, one fish. 4 ways to eat. Fitz laughed proudly. However, his laughter deeply stimulated hundreds of tiger sharks. They could no longer bear the killing intent in their hearts. As the largest tiger shark roared, the next moment, all the tiger sharks entered a frenzied state, and their bodies were filled with dazzling blood light, which turned the sea area into a bloody ocean. Oh no! That's bad. The smug look on Fitz's face suddenly froze, and he scratched his head, and turned to look at the other beasts. Puff! Puff! The other beasts killed all the tiger sharks in front of him, and then stood in a circle, looking at the tiger shark army with a serious face. No matter how well they performed, they were all platinum level 1 beasts after all, and it was impossible for them to keep slaughtering like a perpetual motion machine. And once the number of tiger sharks increased to hundreds, the defense line they formed could not stop the overall impact of the tiger sharks at all. Just like a fragile dam, which might be completely defeated by a single impact. What should I do? Why haven't the reinforcements come yet? The mermaid warrior held his weapon tightly, swallowing his saliva nervously. The powerful performance of the many war beasts just now gave him hope of survival. Perhaps what they said was true. As long as Xiao Yao could arrive, they could survive. Roar! Hundreds of tiger sharks rushed over like an army. This time, they would not give these humans and mermaids a chance. They must tear them to pieces. Xiao Yao, where are you? Looking at the tiger shark army approaching, Bai Ling Xiao, Su Xingliang, and Liu hearts almost stopped, and they shouted loudly in their hearts. Awu! Just when everyone was anxious, a lonely and domineering wolf howl suddenly sounded from a distance. Hearing the sound, Bai Ling Xiao and the other 2 immediately showed ecstasy. Chapter 649 Gathering. Shua. A domineering and burly figure appeared in front of everyone like a flash. He faced the fierce tiger shark army, raised his head, and let out a roar that shook the earth. A wave of golden flames burst out from his body, like a tsunami that destroyed the world, and rushed towards the tiger shark army. In an instant, the golden flame submerged all the tiger sharks. The terrifying mental deterrence shocked the Platinum 1 and 2 level tiger sharks to death. And those tiger sharks with stronger strength also froze their bodies immediately, with a strong fear in their eyes. Wrath of the South Sky, you're finally here. Looking at Warwick's tall and broad back, Bai Ling Xiao and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their anxious moods were completely relaxed. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded. A black poisonous arrow flew from a distance, split into hundreds of short black arrows in the air, and then shot towards the tiger shark army at lightning speed. Puff, 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 the short arrows entered the body, and the pain made the tiger sharks wake up, and they roared angrily. However, soon, a piercing pain suddenly broke out in their bodies. Before they could react, the poison completely corroded their brains, bringing their lives to an end. Bang! Warwick stepped heavily, rushed into the army of tiger sharks, and set off a bloody storm. No tiger shark could resist his simple claws. In less than 2 minutes, Warwick tore the remaining dozens of tiger sharks into pieces. Wow! So powerful! The little fishman Fitz looked at Warwick with his eyes wide open, and clapped his 2 little hands gently, making a clacking sound. This is Xiao Yao War Beast, Warwick. Several mermaid warriors opened their mouths wide, rubbed their eyes, couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Hundreds of platinum-level tiger sharks were killed just like that? Could it be that we are safe? Warwick looked into the distance. He could feel hundreds of violent auras approaching here rapidly. Although he was fearless, he did not forget what his master had told him. Warwick glanced at a few new faces, then waved to everyone, and said hoarsely, "Follow me." After saying that, he swam quickly in one direction. "Follow me." Bai Ling Xiao patted the mermaid warrior, who was stiff and shocked, and then followed Xiao Capace closely with the war beast. Oh! Oh, the mermaid warrior nodded as if waking up from a dream. And several people looked at each other, and hurriedly followed. Halfway through the swim, everyone saw Tuki standing on the coral reef, holding a crossbow. Tuki glanced at the large group, grinned, and laughed in a shrill voice. Hee hee hee. There are a few more new faces. Tuki, where is Xiao Yao? Su Xingliang asked hurriedly. Just in front of us. Tuki pointed in the direction ahead. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. You go first. I will have some fun with these big sharks. After that, he moved his body and disappeared in front of everyone. Let's go! Everyone was not worried about Tuki's safety, and followed Warwick to quickly rush to the front to meet Xiao Yao. A few minutes later, dozens of tiger sharks swam here, sniffed their noses, and roared excitedly. There are so many human and mermaid smells. I smell it too. What a sweet smell. Catch up, I want to eat them. The tiger sharks howled excitedly, bloodshot eyes, and a faint red glow on their bodies. But at this moment, a green illusory barrel fell from the sky, and landed right in the center of dozens of tiger sharks. The next second, the barrel exploded, and the strong green poisonous gas spread out, covering a radius of 200 meters. Ugh! It hurts, it hurts! What is this? I want to get out! The tiger sharks in the poison gas range wailed in pain. They tried to rush out of the poison gas prison, but found that their bodies became extremely heavy, and the pain that penetrated deep into their bones broke out in their bodies, making them unable to move at all. In less than a few seconds, these tiger sharks were silent. Hee hee, my poison, do you enjoy it? The sinister laughter came from an unknown direction, and the other tiger sharks immediately became alert, looking around one by one, trying to find the enemy's traces. However, the enemy did not notice that what was waiting for them was a rain of black arrows. Poison arrows came from all directions, and each arrow could easily penetrate the tough shark skin of the tiger shark and sink into the body. Then the poison arrows turned into flowing water, willfully destroying the tiger shark's internal organs. In just a few seconds, all the tiger sharks died from the horrible poison. Tucci walked out of the shadows, his mouth grinning, revealing his bright red tongue, looking cruel and ferocious. Xiao Yao, Brother Yao, Yao Yao, Bai Ling Xiao, Su Xingliang, Li Yu excitedly surrounded Xiao Yao and Tao Yao Yao. Besides them, there were also Yi Huan and his 5 companions and 4 merman warriors. Are you all okay? Xiao Yao looked at them with concern. Tao Yao Yao held Bai Ling Xiao hand tightly, but when her eyes swept over Su Xingliang, A faint blush appeared on her face. "We are fine," Bai Lingxiao said with lingering fear. "Fortunately, Xiaoke and Tuki came to support us in time, otherwise, if it was a few seconds later, I am afraid we would be in real danger." After that, she looked at Yi Huan and the other four, and asked, "How did you avoid the tiger shark search?" Yi Huan shrugged and said, "I realized something was wrong. So I asked my burrowing beast to dig a hole in the seabed and hide inside. And then Xiao Yao found me. As for the rest of the people, they all showed their magical powers. As masters, children of the king's family, their fighting power may be limited by their age, and they are not too strong. But they have too many ways to save their lives. Oaths, sayas, aliglai." The mermaid warriors gathered together excitedly when they saw their companions, and told them about the life and death crisis just now. After the conversation, the mermaids were surprised to find that all of them were saved by Xiao Yao, without exception, which made them full of gratitude to Xiao Yao. At this time, Xiao Yao was looking at the newly appeared Titan, Pike, Fishman, and at the same time opened their system panels to see what new skills they had. Phantom Dance, Joel's Bite, interesting, very consistent with Pike background story. Fitz turned into a Void, not bad, Void has unlimited potential. Titan skills are also very strong, another super tank. Xiao Yao, do you think we are the only ones left in the secret realm? Bai Lingxiao words drew Xiao Yao attention back. He shook his head and said, "It's not clear yet, we need to look for it carefully next." "But?" Xiao Yao paused, and said seriously, "The most important thing is, we need to find the flying twin whale as soon as possible." Flying twin whale? Hearing this name, everyone was stunned, and looked puzzled. Chapter 650 Before the War. The sky-flying twin whale is the last one to appear in the Demon Shark clan. Xiao Yao said in a deep voice, "I can now assert that the appearance of so many tiger sharks must be related to it." Sky-flying twin whale. Twin Gate. Xiao Yao recalled the sense of crisis that arose in his heart when he first saw the sky-flying twin whale. He felt strange at the time. How could a mere platinum level 3 sky-flying twin whale threaten him? So he paid special attention to its various skills. And Twin Gate was the most unique of all the skills. Now it seems that the sky-flying twin whales must have relied on the Twin Gate to connect the sea god's secret realm with the outside world, and to transmit a steady stream of tiger sharks into the secret realm. The Demon Shark King. What a good trick. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, and his fear of the Demon Shark King deepened. He could fully guess the Demon Shark King's intention, which was to use the Twin Gate to transmit many platinum-level tiger sharks into the sea god's secret realm, so that they could all enjoy the baptism of the light of evolution. In this way, a large number of diamond-level tiger sharks could be created in a short period of time. And even if other tiger sharks failed to break through the diamond level, the road to the diamond level would be smooth. Once his plan succeeds, the mermaids and the dragon sea will be in danger. Demon Shark King. If it were anyone else, your plan would be foolproof, Xiao Yao murmured. Perhaps in the eyes of the Demon Shark King, these 10 dragons and 20 mermaid warriors are like lambs to be slaughtered, and can be easily torn to pieces by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of tiger sharks. But unfortunately, you met me this time. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with a cold light. All of your people and subordinates stay in the sea god's mystery. When Xiao Yao mentioned this, everyone suddenly remembered that there was indeed a huge whale in the Demon Shark team. It turned out that its name was the Sky-Rising Twin Whale. Xiao Yao, what do you think we should do now? Otis looked at Xiao Yao in a deep voice. After seeing Xiao Yao's various performances, he had completely lowered his proud head, and was willing to listen to all of Xiao Yao's arrangements. He knew in his heart that in the face of such a large number of tiger sharks, if everyone still had a glimmer of hope, then this glimmer of hope must be on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao said first, "I will try my best to find other mermaid warriors, and not give up on any of them." As soon as these words came out, the mermaid warriors immediately showed gratitude. They knew that although the Dragon Kingdom and the mermaids were allies, Xiao Yao was not obliged to save all the mermaid warriors. However, Xiao Yao still did it, and all of them were saved by Xiao Yao. This kindness was remembered by everyone, and if there was a chance in the future, they would definitely repay it 100-fold. Secondly, we must find the sky-flying twin whales as soon as possible. Only by killing them can we prevent more tiger sharks from entering the secret realm. Xiao Yao said seriously. No matter how strong he is, he can't deal with thousands or even tens of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks, let alone guarantee everyone's safety. So the most important thing now is undoubtedly to kill the sky-flying twin whales as soon as possible, to prevent the Demon Shark King's conspiracy from succeeding. And after cutting off the source, he can completely rely on his super high mobility to fight guerrilla warfare with the tiger sharks, to protect everyone's safe entry into the evolution hall. In addition, Xiao Yao glanced at the experience points of the beasts. At present, all of his 5 war beasts have been promoted to Platinum level 5, among which Tuki has the highest experience point, close to 90%, and is only 1 step away from Diamond level. If he can be promoted to Diamond level before the evolution hall opens, then he will have full confidence. Not only can he ensure everyone's safety, but also will never let any tiger shark enter the evolution hall. Boom boom, the sky of the secret realm shrinks again. Xiao Yao looks at the distance with a serious face. Next, it's time to race against time. In the corner of the secret realm, the skydriving twin whales maintain the twin gates, and watched the tiger sharks emerge from the twin gates one after another, and rushed out with excitement and howling. Around the skydriving twin whales, there were several monsters of other species, such as the phantom mirage shell monster, the mysterious turtle, the fearful electric eel, and the drowning siren. This time, a total of 10 non-tiger shark monsters entered the secret realm, and they were all elites of various species carefully selected by the Demon Shark King, and their strength reached the peak of the Platinum level. Their mission is to protect the sky-controlling twin whales. At present, these 4 monsters have found the sky-controlling twin whales, and transformed into bodyguards to protect its safety. Huh? The phantom mirage shell monster held the orb, and moved slowly with the sky-controlling twin whales. The orb emitted invisible waves, and condensed several layers of illusions around them. The illusions and the surrounding seas were perfectly integrated. Even if tiger sharks rushed out of the illusions one after another, from the outside, it was only the first layer of illusions. And the phantom mirage shell monster condensed 5 layers of illusions, which ensured that they would never be discovered by anyone below the diamond level. Roar! Roar! Hundreds of tiger sharks surrounded a Diamond 2 sea-swallowing whale, and charged continuously. Woo! The sea-swallowing whale let out an angry whale cry, and its mountain-like body rushed forward, and violent water jets spurted out of its huge mouth, smashing the tiger sharks to spurt blood, and breaking their bones. However, the endless army of tiger sharks was like hyenas, trying their best to tear off a piece of flesh from the sea-swallowing whale. Gradually, there was no intact skin on the sea-swallowing whale, and the blood dyed the surrounding sea water red. Finally, when the sea-swallowing whale was conscious, the tiger sharks excitedly pounced on it, torn and swallowed its flesh and blood in big mouthfuls, and in less than a few minutes, the Diamond 2 sea-swallowing whale was gnawed into a pile of bones by the greedy tiger sharks. Haha. Delicious. Delicious. Quick! Find out if there are any more prey in the secret realm. I want to eat to my heart's content. There are also humans and mermaids. Their flesh and blood are even more delicious. The tiger sharks discussed excitedly. But at this moment, a violent, bloodthirsty breath suddenly exploded nearby. Boom! A huge tiger shark was seen next to a giant tree on the seabed. It opened its mouth wide, and quickly ate the full fruits on the tree. As the fruits entered its stomach, its aura became stronger and stronger. When the last fruit was swallowed, an extremely bright red light suddenly burst out from the tiger shark's body. Despicable, it actually ate all the spiritual fruits. I recognize it. It didn't participate in the battle just now. Ah, I'm going to kill it, kill it. The tiger sharks roared indignantly. They had worked so hard to kill the sea-swallowing whale, but the fruits of victory were snatched away by a despicable fellow. I'm so angry, I'm going to kill it, and eat all its flesh and blood. The tiger sharks had red eyes, and shouted wildly. However, when the red light faded, a tiger shark 5 times larger than them appeared. All the tiger sharks fell silent. I just heard, you want to eat me? The tiger shark that was promoted to diamond level said in a low voice, and his scarlet eyes swept around, which immediately frightened all the tiger sharks. No! That's right, how is it possible? The tiger sharks moved slowly to the side in fear. They didn't expect that. This thief could break through the diamond level with the help of spiritual fruit, which would be a completely different situation. As a member of the same clan, the diamond level tiger sharks have a natural blood suppression power over the platinum level tiger sharks, so that they can't even think of resisting. Humph. The diamond level tiger shark snorted coldly, and said fiercely, Go find those mermaids and humans quickly, the emperor has ordered that. Never let any of them return alive. Yes. The tiger shark scattered, and hurried to look for the traces of humans and mermaids. Is this the evolution hall? Xiao Yao hid in the sky of the secret realm, looking down at the magnificent palace under his feet. The evolution hall is nearly 1,000 meters high, covering a very large area, and a layer of milky white light covers the hall, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Outside the hall, thousands of tiger sharks were patrolling around the hall like a patrol team. Looking around. In addition to them, there were dense tiger sharks running around in the secret realm, digging deep into the ground, exploring all resources, and looking for traces of humans and mermaids. It's impossible to break in by force, Xiao Yao thought to himself. With his current strength, he couldn't protect more than 20 people and break through the blockade of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks safely. So the only way now was to break through the diamond level. But where is that flying twin whale? Xiao Yao frowned. His face was very solemn. He had just circled the entire secret realm, but still could not find the flying twin whale. And he simply counted, the number of tiger sharks in the secret realm has exceeded 3,000, and is still increasing. This situation made him feel extremely heavy. If he did not deal with the flying twin whale, even if he could successfully advance to diamond, he would not be able to withstand the attack of tens of thousands, or even more platinum tiger sharks. No choice. We have to fight. Looking at the dense tiger sharks under his feet, Xiao Yao took a deep breath. His eyes became sharp. Xiao Yao, how is it? Have you found the rest of our tribe? Back to the gathering place. The mermaid warriors surrounded him, and asked anxiously. Xiao Yao shook his head silently, and said nothing. Seeing this, the mermaid warriors felt a pain in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel sad. Claire, Habib, Josie. Otis clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and read out the names of his dead compatriots. There were 20 mermaid warriors who entered the secret realm, but now there are only 11 left. Nearly half of them have died. And these dead warriors are the best young men of the mermaid tribe. And they are also brothers they regard as brothers. Demon Shark King. The mermaid warriors' eyes were red, and their teeth were almost bleeding. Everyone, we need to calm down now. Xiao Yao looked at them seriously. I just walked around the secret realm, and I have a clearer understanding of our current situation. It is no exaggeration to say that all of us are standing on the edge of the cliff. If we are not careful, we will be wiped out. Xiao Yao's words chilled everyone's heart. Everyone calmed down and looked at him. There are already thousands of tiger sharks patrolling outside the evolution hall. With our current strength, we can't break through their defenses. And I just counted. The number of tiger sharks in the entire secret realm is about 3,000. Xiao Yao said solemnly. The worst thing is that I didn't find any traces of the sky-flying twin whales. In other words, 3,000 tiger sharks are not the limit. If it drags on, we may face 5,000 or even tens of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks. These words were like a basin of ice water, making everyone shiver, and several merman warriors had despair written all over their faces. Xiao Yao, then, what should we do now? Wu Yibing asked in a trembling voice. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiao Yao, with help, expectation, confusion, and deep trust in their eyes. The trust certainly came from Xiao Yao's teammates. The four of them firmly believed that, no matter what danger they encountered, as long as Xiao Yao was there, he would definitely lead everyone to overcome all difficulties and return alive. Xiao Yao said solemnly, there is only one way now. That is to take the initiative to attack. Take the initiative to attack? Everyone opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something very absurd. Xiao Yao, we only have so few people. Taking the initiative to attack is not. Yi Huan hesitated, but everyone else understood what he meant. Taking the initiative to attack. What is the difference between seeking death? Xiao Yao glanced at the sky not far away, and said, the scope of the secret realm is still shrinking, and the number of tiger sharks is increasing. Before the evolution hall is opened, we will definitely be discovered by the tiger sharks. So you can't hide? The best way is to take the initiative to attack. But, Yi Huan wanted to say something, but Xiao Yao waved his hand, interrupting him. Everyone, listen to me. Xiao Yao said solemnly, taking the initiative to attack is not to seek death, but to find our last ray of hope, which is in my war beast. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled, but Su Xingliang and others immediately understood the meaning of Xiao Yao's words, and their eyes lit up. Xiao Yao said, I can feel that my war beasts are about to break through the diamond level, and what they lack now is the pressure of fighting and life and death. Once they succeed in breaking through, All the crises in front of them will be solved. Diamond level. As soon as this was said, except for Xiao Yao teammates, everyone else was shocked. Diamond level under 20 years old. God. Is he still a human? However, after the shock, everyone was still very uneasy. After all, it is not so easy to break through from platinum to diamond. Many people have been stuck at the peak of platinum for many years, and are only one step away from diamond level. But this one step has trapped many talents for a lifetime. Although Xiao Yao is extremely talented, and he is considered the best in the entire Dragon Country, and even the world, can he really break through at this moment? If he fails, then everyone will be buried with him for his adventure. Xiao Yao, how confident do you think you are in this matter? Mo Shuhan couldn't help asking. Xiao Yao said in a deep voice, 100%. The strong confidence in his tone shocked everyone. And then everyone's eyes became firm. 100%? Then what do we have to worry about? Then do it. Otis took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said hatefully, I will kill all these demon shark bastards. As a reward for my dead compatriots. Kill! Everyone raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Chapter 651 Tie Collar Mermaid Tucci Diamond. Puff. Puff. Flesh torn, bone exploded. Warwick, Old Cow, Mo Tongue became the vanguard, raising a bloody storm among the tiger sharks. Tucci stood not far away, shooting poisonous arrows crazily, and the other war beasts were responsible for dealing with some escaped fish that tried to approach. After dealing with all the tiger sharks in this area, Xiao Yao waved to everyone, leading everyone to quickly move to other areas. Although he set the tactic of taking the initiative, there are also ways and methods involved. Approaching the evolution hall without any concealment is undoubtedly a suicide. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible to withstand the impact of thousands of tiger sharks. Therefore, he adopted guerrilla tactics, running and fighting, not letting the tiger sharks form a siege, and let Tuki, Warwick, Laonyo, and Mo Tongue take action as much as possible to accumulate experience points. In order to speed up the breakthrough of the war beast, he even took out the blood spirit be given to him by Master Shui. And after killing the tiger shark, let the blood spirit bead absorb their soul fragments to help the war beast break through the diamond level. Although Yi Huan and others coveted the blood spirit bead, the most important thing at the moment was undoubtedly to let Xiao Yao war beast break through the diamond level as soon as possible. So they wanted to fill the blood spirit bead with energy immediately, so that those war beasts could complete the breakthrough now. Rumble. The scope of the secret realm is shrinking again. Everyone looked at the sky that was slowly approaching, and their hearts became heavier and more anxious. They are here. At this time, the roar of a tiger shark suddenly sounded from nearby, and soon, a chaotic and excited roar came from afar. Where are they? I want to eat them. Finally found them. Let me come, I want to drink all their blood. Many tiger sharks came at the sound, blood light filled their bodies, and burst out at an astonishing speed. No way to hide. Except for the sky behind him, there were tiger shark waves coming from all directions. Xiao Yao knew that the most dangerous moment was coming, but at this moment, he was not nervous at all, but felt an inexplicable calm. He smiled at everyone. Believe me, I will definitely take you home safely. Looking at Xiao Yao's calm and confident smile, the fear of everyone was relieved immediately, and then they tightened their weapons one by one, and said with a firm look, Fight them. Let's fight. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded heavily, then said in a deep voice, First formation. As soon as the voice fell, everyone immediately moved. Warwick, Old Bull, Mo Tang, the newly promoted platinum-level war beasts and mermaid warriors formed a tight defense network to resist the first wave of tiger sharks, while Makai, Zack, Snaka, Oleana and other gold-level war beasts formed the second line of defense and provided support for the first line of defense at any time. The third line of defense was the gold-level war beasts of Shi Lai and others. Although their individual combat power was the weakest, but at least they were a living force. At this moment, all forces must be fully mobilized. In addition to them, Twitch, Yumi, Kog'Maw and 2 mermaid mages take on the core support mission. Once a team member is in danger, they need to provide support and treatment immediately. And the summoners are naturally located in the center of the protection circle, with their backs against the sky, using all means to protect themselves. 3 lines of defense plus the core support group. This is the best formation to deal with large-scale enemies, and this time is no exception. Everyone get ready. Hearing the huge noise coming from all directions, Xiao Yao eyes shone, and he gave an order in a deep voice. Roar! 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 The roar of the tiger sharks became clearer and clearer, and the whole sea was stirred up. Finally, when the tiger shark army appeared together, Xiao Yao shouted, "Kill! Awa!" As soon as the voice fell, Warwick looked up to the sky and roared. The golden flame rushed towards the surroundings like a landslide and tsunami. At a glance, it submerged hundreds of tiger sharks. The powerful mental deterrence made the tiger sharks pause, and many tiger sharks died directly under Wrath of the South Sky. Taking this opportunity, Tuki used Poison Split Arrow, and hundreds of black arrows penetrated into the bodies of many tiger sharks, and instantly poisoned them to death. 93%, almost. Looking at Tuki's slightly increased experience value, Xiao Yao couldn't help but clench his fists, and secretly shouted in his heart. The cooperation of Tuki and Warwick resulted in the death of nearly 200 tiger sharks, but these dead compatriots did not make the tiger sharks afraid, but made them more violent. Roar! A particularly huge tiger shark roared first. Its length was almost several times that of other tiger sharks. Its fierce and brutal aura made many mermaid warriors change their faces slightly. This is a diamond-level tiger shark. However, their worries did not last for 2 seconds. The diamond-level tiger shark was stopped by a red figure. It was hit by a giant fist, and its huge head exploded like a watermelon. So strong. Those who had not seen Lao Niu full-strength attack suddenly widened their eyes, with a look of disbelief. A diamond-level tiger shark was killed by a punch? You still call this not breaking through diamond? Long-range attack start. Xiao Yao's stern shout woke everyone up from shock. Then, several war beasts and mermaid mages with long-range attack capabilities began to attack. Watch me. Fizz, the little fishman, pointed his trident forward. The powerful void force condensed the surrounding seawater into waves several tens of meters high, rushing forward violently. For a moment, many tiger sharks were swept up by the waves and fell, causing a commotion. And me! Yumi stepped on the magic book, floating above everyone's head, with purple lightning flashing in her round eyes. She raised her little paw, and shouted crisply, "Thundercloud storm!" Boom 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 under the sky of the secret realm, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. Densely packed lightning snakes scurried in the shadow, emitting a terrifying and violent aura. As Yumi mind moved, hundreds of lightning bolts struck down. In an instant, the whole world turned blazing white, accompanied by the amazing roar of thunder and lightning. Bang! 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 Hundreds of tiger sharks were struck into charcoal by lightning, and the rest of the tiger sharks were also charred black, shaking uncontrollably. After swallowing the sea flower, Yumi magic power has reached an extremely astonishing level. In addition, the skill she just released, Thunderstorm, is an ultimate move copied from a diamond-level monster. The combination of the two allows Yumi to severely damage hundreds of platinum-level tiger sharks at once, which is even more terrifying than Twitch's poison split arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Twitch pulled the trigger frantically, killing the tiger sharks that were seriously injured by lightning. In just a few seconds, dozens of tiger sharks died under his arrows. However, at this time, the tiger sharks were completely enraged by these waves of attacks, and they rushed forward like death squads, forming a huge army that covered the sky and the sun, making people's scalps numb. Long-range attack, continue, Xiao Yao said coldly. The little fishmen Fizz and Pike took the lead. One released the big shark, and the other summoned the dwarf fish, causing a lot of commotion in the tiger shark army. The two mermaid mages were not far behind, and more than a dozen thick water columns were like laser cannons, repelling many tiger sharks hundreds of meters away. Boom 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 Yumi thunderbolts fell one after another. Touch, Kog'Maw kept launching attacks. Their offensive not only killed a large number of tiger sharks, but most importantly, disrupted the tiger sharks' attack formation, making it impossible for them to form a neat and effective attack. Just like the ancient battlefield, the infantry side must not let the enemy's cavalry charge, but must fight close combat with the cavalry. Fortunately, the situation was just as Xiao Yao expected. Although there were still a steady stream of tiger sharks filling the positions of the seriously injured and dead, the overall momentum was gone. Seeing that the first batch of tiger sharks had entered the range of 100 meters, Xiao Yao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Close combat, begin." Moo! The old bull roared, and instantly released the Hellfire fighting spirit. A 30-meter-high flame shadow stood in front of him like a mountain, as the old bull swung out a Hellfire fist. Two fire fists, one large and one small, dragged long pillars of flame, and shot into the tiger sharks like missiles. smashing the tiger sharks in 2 straight lines into pieces. Kill! Looking at the tiger sharks rushing over, the mermaid warriors roared, brandishing their weapons, and rushed forward. Puff! Puff! Flesh and blood were torn apart, and the battlefield suddenly entered the most primitive and bloodiest close combat state. Roar! More than a dozen tiger sharks went berserk, with blood all over their bodies, and roared at the old bull and the hellfire soul on him. However, the old bull was like the Bujo mountain that towered into the clouds, allowing the tiger sharks to hit him, but he remained motionless. And a simple punch from him and the hellfire soul could easily blow up the tiger sharks. Ah! The holy flames burned fiercely. Warwick stood still, like a god of war in the world, tearing all the tiger sharks that rushed towards him into pieces. Puff! The wolf head formed by the flames bit off the tiger shark's head. Warwick licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes quickly turned blood red, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "The blood is flowing, don't leave any alive." Swish! 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 Mortung kept shuttling through the army of tiger sharks. Wherever he went, huge heads fell off. Due to the existence of virtual realistic transformation, when facing these purely physical tiger sharks, he was like a battlefield ghost, making the enemy unable to touch him, but his arm blade could easily cut off the tiger shark's body. Swish! 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 Twitch kept pulling the trigger. After each black arrow left the trigger, it would quickly split into 4 other short arrows in the air, and then accurately land on the tiger shark. Poison split arrow passive. Twitch's normal attack will fire split poison arrows at no more than 5 enemies around the target. The physical damage of the split poison arrows is 50% of the main arrow. Although the damage of the split arrows is only 50% of the main arrow, but with Twitch's current attack power, even the split arrows can easily penetrate the shark's skin of Platinum 1, 2. Boom boom boom, the dazzling lightning struck down. Yumi stepped on the magic book. The majestic magic power surged in his body, splitting the tiger sharks into charcoal. Lan Yo Shao Ku Mo Teng Twitch Yumi. Xiao Yao 5 war beasts bore the greatest frontal pressure, but they lived up to expectations. Of the first wave of tiger sharks that attacked, almost 70% were killed by the 5 of them. Of course, being able to do so is also related to the decisive battle location chosen by Xiao Yao. At present, they are on the seabed, with the sky behind them, which means only need to deal with tiger sharks that attack from the front and from above, and because of the limited attack area and the huge size of tiger sharks, the number of tiger sharks they can deal with at the same time will not exceed 50, and the rest of the tiger sharks, no matter how anxious they are, can only wait in the back. And as the number of tiger shark deaths increases, these huge bodies will become a natural barrier for everyone, impeding the tiger shark's attack. In this way, their frontal pressure will gradually decrease. As long as a few lines of defense do not collapse, then they will definitely be able to delay until Tucci is promoted. Demon shark bastards, die! Oates roared, and the pampas spear shining with lightning stabbed hard, and pierced the tiger shark's head directly. The strong lightning spread along the weapon to Oates' body, making him a thunder god of war, domineering, strong, unrivaled. The mermaid warriors fought the tiger sharks in the most bloody and brutal close combat. The long-standing historical grievances, the tragic deaths of 9 companions, the new and old grudges, turned them into gladiators in desperate situations. They didn't care about their own injuries, and would rather exchange injuries for injuries, to kill the tiger sharks on the opposite side. Of course, even if they were injured, Yumi treatment would be delivered as soon as possible, allowing them to recover to their best condition instantly. Before the battle, Xiao Yao asked Yumi to change the fixed casting position. This time it was a desperate battle, those space skills were unnecessary, so he changed the previous 3 fixed skills, and finally chose the large-scale killing thunderstorm, the single unit continuous skill thunderfall, and the healing skill rejuvenation. In addition to Xiao Yao war beast and the mermaid warrior, the other newly promoted platinum level war beasts also performed very well. Aho! Rengar roared, and a huge phantom of the beast ancestor appeared behind him. Invisible waves passed through each war beast and the body of the mermaid warrior, which increased their combat effectiveness. Puff! Puff! Rengar and Kha'Zix, one on the left and one on the right, cooperated with each other and covered each other, and killed more than a dozen tiger sharks in a row. The 2 of them fought a lot on weekdays, but once they became teammates, their tacit understanding was extremely amazing, just like left and right hands, and it was natural. Kill! Blood! Sean raised the blood-glowing battle axe in his hand, and with one blow, he split the tiger shark in half. The blood furnace in his abdomen greedily absorbed the blood around it, and continued to speed up the healing of the wounds on his body. Roar! Roar! Several tiger sharks surrounded Sean in the center, and then rushed together, biting Sean's shoulders, arms, and thighs fiercely. However, they were surprised to find that no matter how hard they sucked, they could not feel the presence of any blood. What the hell is this? You pissed me off. Sean's eyes glowed red, and with a thought, his body suddenly grew larger. His muscles and bones expanded. Sean grew from a 3-meter-tall giant to nearly 20 meters, and his size was no less than that of the titan next to him. The giant axe in his hand also grew several times larger, and as his body shook, all the tiger sharks flew backwards. Wrath of the god of war. Sean's size increased, his health returned to its best state, and his strength and maximum health doubled at the same time. Strength, blood volume doubled, plus the bonus of the beast ancestor domain, making Sean like a real god of war, killing gods and Buddhas. More and more tiger sharks died in his hands. Hey, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. This dodged flexibly in the seawater. The sea stone trident poked blood holes in the tiger shark's vitals. Once facing the blockade of several tiger sharks, he would swing the trident, create a small void door beside him, jump in with a fish jump, and then appear dozens of meters away. Gate of the void. Fitz can open the gate of space and freely shuttle within a certain distance. Swish, swish, swish. The dark X-shaped mark keeps flashing on the battlefield. Pike jumps up and down again and again, chopping the tiger sharks that were severely injured by other war beasts into pieces. In this chaotic battlefield, gush of hatred has almost never stopped, madly harvesting the lives of tiger sharks. The titan on the side turned into a giant beast under the sea, swung the anchor, and smashed the tiger shark into a meat paste. In the ocean, Fizz, Pike, and Titan, 3 of the 4 horror legends of Bilgewater, showed amazing underwater combat capabilities. In terms of killing efficiency, they were much stronger than Rengar, Kha'Zix, and Shaun, the land creatures. But at this moment, an amazing wave came from the center of the battlefield. Everyone turned their heads and saw Snarka raising his crystal scorpion claws, almost cutting off half of the tiger shark's head, and blood and brain bursting out. At the moment when the tiger shark's vitality was gone, a strong and cold aura burst out from Snarka's body. Breakthrough. Bai Li Xiao and the others immediately looked at Tao Yaoyao in surprise, with expectation in their eyes. What will Yaoyao Platinum level war beast look like? A few seconds later, Tao Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes, and at the same time, a slender and tall figure suddenly appeared beside the many war beasts. When the mermaid warriors saw their new comrades, they were shocked and puzzled. Isn't this our fellow mermaids? It's no wonder they were surprised, because the appearance of the new war beast and the mermaids was too similar. The same slender and powerful fishtail, pretty and beautiful appearance, the only difference is that the mermaid's scales are sky blue, while the new war beast's scales are light green, and she wears a metal crown, holds an ocean staff, and the surging magic power surges through her body, and her momentum even overwhelms the 2 mermaid female wizards. She is the tie caller Nami. Nami, go all out, Tao Yaoyao shouted. Yes, my master. Nami's voice is like that of a girl, soft and a little charming. She moves the staff forward a little, and her rosy lips utter a few words. Water mermaid killer. Roar! The violent water element condensed into 5 huge sharks in an instant. Each shark was more than 5 times the size of a tiger shark. They were ferocious and fierce. They were controlled by Nami, and rushed forward with a roar. Bang! 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 Dozens of tiger sharks were knocked hundreds of meters away by the sharks. Their muscles and bones burst, and their blood surged. The blood spurted out uncontrollably. Then, Nami clenched her hand, and said lightly, Vortex Water Blade. Boom! A water tornado with a diameter of dozens of meters formed rapidly, whistling and spinning towards the tiger sharks. Many tiger sharks were sucked into the water tornado. The water blade hidden in the tornado cut their bodies wantonly. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bones burst. Not long after, this azure water tornado completely turned into a bloody vortex. So strong. The 2 mermaid mages looked at Nami in shock. This war beast that looked very similar to them actually possessed such terrifying magic. Who is the mermaid mage? With Nami's joining, the pressure on everyone was reduced. The battle continued, and the seawater in the secret realm was completely dyed red with blood. At a glance, there were broken limbs and corpses, filled with a disgusting smell. But gradually, the mermaid warriors began to feel exhausted, their arms became heavy, and their attacks were no longer as powerful as at the beginning. After all, they were all flesh and blood. In such a fierce and cruel fight, it was very difficult to hold on until now. Several mermaid warriors were even knocked over by tiger sharks in the battle. If it weren't for the support of Tucci and Yumi, I'm afraid they would have been swallowed by tiger sharks long ago. The decline in the mermaid's combat power caused a sudden increase in the pressure on the second and third lines of defense. Even tiger sharks would rush to the summoner from time to time. Fortunately, Xiao Yao was in charge of the summoner. With his current physical fitness, coupled with the terrifying flame of destruction, his 5 war beasts were second only to him in terms of strength. Tiger sharks below platinum level 4 could not withstand his full strength attack. In addition to his own combat power, he also had a magic weapon to protect everyone, which was the Mingli Shield Ring. That's right. It was the Dark Shield Ring that was exchanged for military points after the undead attacked the city. The Dark Shield Ring can hold up a large shield that can withstand diamond-level attacks. With it, even if the tiger shark smashes its head, it will not be able to hurt the summoner. 99%. It's almost there. Xiao Yao stared at Tuki experience bar, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Tuki! Faster! Faster! Receiving Xiao Yao thoughts, Tuki licked the corner of his mouth, and the little hand that pulled the trigger became more and more powerful. Swish! 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 Poisonous arrows accurately shot at the tiger shark's eyes, and the power of thousands of poisons penetrated into their bodies, and they could take their lives in a few seconds. Finally, when a tiger shark died painfully, Tuki's body shook, and a huge black gas burst out from his body. Boom! The thick black gas enveloped the area of hundreds of meters in radius. When the black gas touched the tiger shark's bodies, it was like concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding layers of white mist on the shark's skin, and the tiger shark screamed in pain. Then, the black air penetrated into the tiger shark's body through its skin, nose, and mouth, almost killing them in one breath. Ah ha ha ha. In the black fog, Tuki grinned and let out a sharp, crazy, and wanton laugh. Swish at this moment, Xiao Yao consciousness was brought into the bright starry sky. With his order, a card was slowly turned over. It turned out to be him. Opening his eyes, Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a strong surprise, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise to the maximum arc. Boom! Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared above the battlefield, like the sun, emitting a hot, domineering, and burning temperature. As the fireball slowly dissipated, an unruly voice resounded throughout the secret realm. I, old son, am here. Chapter 652 The Great Sage Equaling Heaven Sun Wukong. Boom! The powerful and domineering aura suppressed the sea area. For a moment, everyone looked up and looked at the arrogant and domineering figure in the sky above the secret realm. It was a monkey king with golden hair, wearing armor, holding a long stick, with blazing fire burning in his eyes, like a god of war in heaven, exuding an arrogant, fierce, unrivaled aura. War Beast named the Great Sage Equaling Heaven Sun Wukong. War Beast level Diamond 1 level. War Beast skills Indestructible, Smashing Blow, True or False Monkey King, Cloud Attack, Making Trouble in Heaven, Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, 72 Transformations, Somersault Cloud, Divine Needle to stabilize the sea. Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, 72 Transformations, Somersault Cloud. Looking at Sun Wukong's several skills, Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel emotional and excited. The Sun Wukong in League of Legends, and the Sun Wukong in Journey to the West are naturally very different. One is of Vestaya, and is taught by Wuji Sword Master, while the other is the famous fighting Buddha, who was also the idol of countless children in his previous life. However, he didn't expect that the Sun Wukong created by the system could retain the iconic abilities of Fire Eyes, 72 Transformations, and Somersault Cloud. It really fulfilled my childhood dream. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Thinking back to the past, he was obsessed with Sun Wukong. He picked up a branch from the road and called it a golden hoop, ran to the firewood and tried to practice his Fire Eyes, and shouted to his teacher, "Where are you going, monster?" And of course, he got beaten afterwards. And now, Sun Wukong has become his war beast. Although it is not the original Sun Dasheng, this pirated one in front of him has already satisfied him. "Wukong, kill them!" Xiao Yao gave the order. Sun Wukong put the iron rod on his shoulder, grinning. Hee, I'm waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong threw the iron rod straight into the seabed, and shouted, "Grow!" Boom! The iron rod grew at the sound, and suddenly grew to more than 10 meters thick, hundreds of meters high, like a pillar supporting the sky. emitting strange waves. The waves spread outward, penetrating the bodies of many tiger sharks, and in an instant, all the tiger sharks seemed to be hit by the immobilization technique. Their bodies were stiff, and even their eyeballs could not move. Divine needle to calm the sea. Sun Wukong manipulates the golden cudgel to confine enemies in a large area for 1s to 3s, depending on the strength of both sides. Hee. Monsters. Take my cudgel. Sun Wukong pulled out the iron cudgel, held one end with both hands, twisted his waist and abdomen, and swung the 100-meter-long iron cudgel in a full circle with a huge force. The seawater was stirred by the iron cudgel, and a violent water tornado was formed in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounded like firecrackers. The iron cudgel swept across. Any tiger shark that touched the iron cudgel would be completely destroyed by the terrifying force. Its huge body turned into blood mist, blooming like fireworks, and not even a broken bone would be left. When the iron rod was inserted into the seabed, it shrank rapidly and was held in the palm of a furry hand. Wukong looked around and saw the masterpiece that had destroyed all life within a few hundred meters. He raised his head and laughed. It's great! It's great! Gulp! Everyone looked ahead in a daze, their mouths wide open, and their throats rolling up and down. With one stick, he killed hundreds of platinum-level tiger sharks? Diamond level 1? This is diamond level 1? Xiao Yao. Yuan asked stutteringly. What's the name of your new war beast? Name? Xiao Yao smiled faintly. His name is the Great Sage equaling Heaven Sun Wukong. Before, he had given Warwick Old Bull, Tukian the names of Angry Blood Wolf, Purgatory Bull, and Plague Rat, but now, he has no scruples. The Great Sage equaling Heaven is the Great Sage equaling Heaven. The Great Sage equaling Heaven. Everyone felt that this name was a bit too arrogant, being equal to the sky, claiming to be the Great Sage. Can a mere diamond-level war beast bear such a name? However, when they felt the strong rebelliousness, domineering, and aura of not caring about the heavens in Wukong, they felt that this name seemed particularly appropriate. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Many tiger sharks were frightened by the devastating scene just now, and they dared not move forward. However, the strong bloody smell in the sea water still aroused their bloodthirstiness and ferocity. After hesitating for a moment, thousands of tiger sharks fell into a frenzy again, roaring and attacking Sun Wukong and the others. Come on! Sun Wukong raised his staff high, his eyes suddenly filled with fighting spirit. But at this moment, Xiao Yao suddenly said, Wukong, find the flying twin whales first. Xiao Yao sent the appearance of the flying twin whales into Sun Wukong's mind. He dared to conclude that the flying twin whales must still be in the secret realm, but they use some ability to block his perception. But this ability can deceive himself. But it certainly can't deceive Wukong's fire eyes. Fire eyes 1. Breaking illusion. Sun Wukong can see through all illusions too. Clairvoyance. Sun Wukong can see scenes at a very long distance. After receiving the order, Wukong's eyes glowed with golden red light, and scanned forward like a radar. Soon, his eyes froze, and a sneer appeared on his face. It's just a trick, I break you. Somersault cloud. A white cloud suddenly appeared under Wukong's feet. Wukong shouted, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared in front of everyone, so fast that he even left an afterimage. Shua, several thousand meters away in an instant, Wukong looked down at the deserted wasteland below, raised the iron rod, and shouted, Hey, take my rod. He dived, slamming the iron rod down to the empty ground. As it fell, the iron rod stretched more than 10 meters, and its powerful force split the seawater, swelling white waves on both sides. Smash strike. Smash strike. Wukong swings the golden hoop at the target at an astonishing speed, causing high physical damage, and reducing the target's physical defense by 10% to 30%. In the illusion, monsters such as the sky-flying twin whales and the illusionary shell monster thought that the monkey in front of them, who exuded a breath of destruction, was just passing by. However, when they watched the iron rod fall, their eyes quickly showed fear and despair. No! Bang! The iron rod fell, creating a crack several tens of meters long on the seabed, and blood suddenly burst out in the area. Under Wukong's shocking blow, the flying twin whales and other monsters did not even retain their complete bodies, turned into bones and flesh, and disappeared in the vast sea. TSK, boring. Boring. Wukong shook his head unsatisfiedly, stepped on the somersault cloud, and returned to Xiao Yao again. There were still many monsters waiting for him there. This time, he wanted to kill them to his heart's content. Just as Wukong was slaughtering with great pleasure, outside the secret realm, a certain shark was not in such a good mood. The demon shark king's eyes turned red. Looking at the dead twin whales in front of him, he could not help but roared angrily. Who ruined my plan? I will kill you! I will kill you! Boom! For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and the huge tsunami was like a world-destroying natural disaster, raging in the surrounding seas. Many tiger sharks huddled together, and their bodies trembled like seas. At the same time, Queen Tiffany and King Wu felt the movement 100 miles away, and their brows could not help but frown. Kato, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 653 Reincarnation Poisonous Tomb. Time goes back to 20 seconds ago. After Sun Wukong left, facing thousands of aggressive tiger sharks, everyone was a little nervous. Xiao Yao noticed everyone's expressions, smiled slightly and said, Tuki, let everyone see how powerful you are. Okay. Tuki grinned, raised the crossbow. The majestic black air suddenly condensed into a black arrow more than 3 meters long, which, when paired with a small crossbow, seemed a little uncoordinated. Try my special move. Bang, the trigger was pulled. The black arrow shot out like thunder, piercing through the bodies of more than a dozen tiger sharks, and finally stopped strangely in the center of the tiger shark army. Explode. Bang, the black arrow broke apart, and then it was like a volcanic eruption, releasing poisonous fog that went straight to the sky, and the poisonous fog quickly spread around, covering a radius of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Faintly, a black tombstone hung in the center of the poisonous fog, as if foreshadowing the end of death. This is Tuki new skill Reincarnation Poisonous Tomb. The thick poisonous fog blocked everyone's sight, making them unable to see the situation inside. However, to everyone's surprise, there was not a single scream in the poisonous fog, only a slight sizzling sound, like the sound of concentrated sulfuric acid touching an object. On the other side, the tiger sharks outside the poisonous fog also stopped, looking at the huge poisonous area in front of them with horror. The beast-like perception told them not to get close, otherwise there would be only one result, that is death. After a while, the poisonous fog slowly dissipated, and when everyone saw the scene inside, everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Rotting bodies, smelly blood, mutilated skin. This was the scene everyone expected. But what they saw was nothing. That's right. Nothing. No corpses. No blood. No bones. As if all the tiger sharks had evaporated into thin air. But it was this empty scene that made everyone feel fear and trembling from the soul. At this moment, even Xiao Yao couldn't help but be shocked by the power of this move. If Sun Wukong sweeping across thousands of troops showed his invincible power, then Tuki Reincarnation Poison Tomb showed everyone what true destruction and death were. Swish. At this moment, Sun Wukong returned to the battlefield, watching the tiger shark and humans fall into silence at the same time, tilting his head and wondering, what did I miss? Wukong, have you killed the flying twin whales? Seeing that Wukong returned in less than half a minute, Xiao Yao slightly widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Sun Wukong said proudly, of course. Those monsters couldn't even block my stick. How boring. Great. Xiao Yao clenched his fist excitedly. Once the sky-flying twin whales died, the source of the tiger shark army was completely cut off. Then, they only had to deal with a limited number of tiger sharks. Whether it was 3,000 or 5,000, he was confident that he could kill them all, leaving no one alive. He's back again. How about we run away? Run away. Wukong's shocking sweep and Tuki Reincarnation Poisonous Tomb have made the tiger shark psychological defenses on the verge of collapse. Even if they are fierce and violent in their bones, it does not mean that they are not afraid of death at all. The evolution hall is about to open. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the light of evolution safely? There is no need to fight to the death with these terrifying monsters. At this time, the news of the death of the sky-controlling twin whales reached the ears of the tiger sharks, making them completely give up resistance and scatter like birds and beasts. Tiger sharks actually ran away? Seeing thousands of tiger sharks fleeing in panic, everyone's eyes widened, and then a strong sense of joy surged in their hearts. The tiger sharks ran away, which means we are safe. Wow! The mermaid warriors and the dragon country geniuses hugged each other excitedly, some of them even cried with joy. Facing the encirclement of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks, we actually survived. It's simply a miracle. Everyone. Xiao Yao looked at everyone with a smile. The evolution hall has not been opened yet. This period of time is a good opportunity for us to beat the fallen dog. Do you want to see the tiger shark enjoy the blessing of the light of evolution? How is it possible? Oates tightly grasped the pampas halberd, strong electric light lingered around his body, and a strong killing intent burst out in his eyes. I will kill them all. No one will be left alive. Kill! 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 The mermaid warriors raised their weapons, and their bodies that were on the verge of exhaustion regained infinite power, and they roared angrily with red faces. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. It's our turn to fight back. Kill! As soon as the words fell, many war beasts and mermaid warriors rushed out immediately, launching a bloody and cruel revenge. Hee, watch me. Wukong turned his body, and 10 clones that looked exactly like him appeared on both sides. True or false, Monkey King? Sun Wukong can transform into a Monkey King clone, with 90% of his strength, but unable to use skills, or transform into more clones, with the strength evenly distributed. 10 clones, each of which has 9% of Wukong's strength. Although they cannot use skills, they have inherited some of Wukong's Vajra indestructible abilities, which are more than enough to deal with a platinum-level tiger shark. Vajra indestructible, Sun Wukong holds the Samadhi True Fire, forging a Vajra indestructible body. When facing multiple enemies, the defense will increase accordingly, and the maximum increase can be 2 times. Children, move out. Wukong grinned. The clones carried iron rods and chased the tiger shark with a roar. Hunting prey is the specialty of many war beasts, such as Rengar, Kha'Zix, Pike, etc. But the strongest one is undoubtedly Warwick, who is only 1 step away from diamond level. The strong sense of smell allows Warwick to easily find the location where the tiger sharks gather, and then launch a bloody massacre. I don't know if they were scared by Wukong and Twitch. The tiger sharks no longer put up any resistance. Seeing their compatriots being slaughtered, they will only slip away faster, hoping that they can hold on until the moment when the evolution hall opens. This mentality also accelerated their death. Puff Warwick tore the tiger shark's body apart with 1 claw. Instantly, his body shook, and a powerful force burst out from his body, making him howl to the sky. A woolly, arrogant, and domineering wolf howl almost resounded throughout the secret realm. Whether it was the tiger shark, the mermaid, or the summoner, when they heard this sound, a strong fear rose in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by a world-destroying beast. Shao Kahn has also reached diamond. Xiao Yao stopped hunting, his body paused, silently feeling the changes brought to him by the war beasts feeding back, at the same time, quickly opened Shao Kahn's system panel, checking his new skills. Extreme pupils flickering. When Xiao Yao finished browsing the introduction of the new skills, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. Chapter 654, Extreme Pupils Flashing. Meteor Fire Fists. Power, it's so wonderful. Warwick clenched his fists, his voice was hoarse, and a golden light flashed in his pupils. He looked around, and found that the tiger sharks had already fled, but after being promoted to diamond level, his sense of smell increased greatly, and it can cover the entire secret realm. It can be said that the location of each tiger shark is under his control. The hunt has begun. Warwick hooked a cold smile, and his figure moved, as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of phantoms. A few seconds later, he stepped on a tall reef. This place was very close to the evolution hall. Hundreds of tiger sharks were swimming nearby, ready to rush into the hall at any time. When the tiger sharks saw Warwick appear, they were terrified and immediately prepared to run away. But at this time, a huge tiger shark shouted loudly, "Don't run. He is not those 2 diamond-level monsters. Let's go together. We will definitely tear him apart." These words made many tiger sharks stop, and after thinking for a while, they felt that it was quite reasonable. Yes, this wolf is not the 2 scary monsters just now. We don't need to be afraid. How the violent genes began to work. The tiger shark's eyes flashed with ferocity again. They slowly adjusted their formation, preparing for Warwick to launch a charge, avenge the tribesmen who died before. Looking at the blood-colored energy permeating the hundreds of tiger sharks, Warwick smiled coldly, with dazzling golden light in his eyes. "If you don't run, then all of you stay here." This is easy in an instant. Warwick's left and right eyes burst out 2 dazzling golden rays at the same time. The rays were condensed, hot, dominant, easily penetrated the tiger sharks. Then he slowly turned his head. The golden rays moved with it, just like cutting grass in half, cutting all the tiger sharks in front of him in half. Huh. The golden light converged. Warwick blinked his eyes, relieving the burning sensation in his eyes. Extreme pupil flashing. Warwick's eyes released extreme pupil rays, destroying the target, and Warwick could flash to the point where the rays landed at any time. Woohoo, how cool is Xiao Ke? At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly appeared beside Warwick, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, I have to say, Xiao Ke's skill is really cool. It's just a copy of Superman's ray, but the one just now had a bit of the style of the crescent moon sky rush of the Homelander. In addition, this move also has the ability to flash, whether it is killing, pursuing, or escaping. It is very practical, it is simply perfect. It is a pity that the tiger shark is too weak, and it can't force the maximum power of extreme eye flash at all, so we could only find an opponent to test it in the future. Xiao Ke nodded silently, turned around and was about to chase other prey, but Xiao Yao held him down in time. Xiao Ke, give other brothers a chance. There are not many tiger sharks in the secret realm at present. These tiger sharks have no fighting spirit, and can only run away. They can be called walking experience bags. In this case, it is better to leave them to other war beasts. Try to let the war beasts complete the breakthrough before the opening of the evolution hall. This may maximize the benefits of the light of evolution. So Wukong and Tuki had stopped at his command. And after Xiao Ke had tested his new skills, he could also stop hunting. Okay. Xiao Ke nodded slightly, but at the same time used his strong sense of smell to control the whole scene, and would not let any tiger shark survive. Okay. Then I leave first. Xiao Yao shook the blood spirit bead in his hand, which was glowing red, smiled, and turned away. Bang bang bang, Lan Yo swung a heavy punch, smashing the fleeing tiger sharks into meat paste. The breakthrough of Tuki and Warwick made him feel a sense of urgency, so he attacked harder and harder. After killing all the tiger sharks nearby, Lan Yo looked around, and for a moment, he didn't know which direction to continue chasing. He didn't have Xiao Ke's sense of smell, nor did he have Wukong's agility. He could only rely on luck to kill more tiger sharks. But at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded in Lan Yo's ears. Follow me. Lan Yo turned around and saw Warwick suddenly appear beside him, saying coolly, I take you to find them. Thank you. Lan Yo scratched the back of his head and smiled naively. Needless to say, the relationship between him and Xiao Ke was natural. The two brothers had grown up from week to now, and had experienced many life and death battles together. The relationship between them had long surpassed companions and comrades in arms, but was a family like brothers. Xiao Ke raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, nodded, and started the shark hunting journey with Lan Yo. Bang bang bang, Lan Yo went deep into the tiger shark army, urging the giant King Kong spirit body, like a god of war, smashing the tiger sharks into meat paste. And the seawater was filled with sticky blood and various smelly organ fragments. It's not that the tiger sharks haven't thought about escaping, but every time they try to flee, there will always be a strong mental pressure on their heads, which makes them feel terrified. Their bodies tremble uncontrollably, and they are finally smashed to death by the giant beast. In view of this, the tiger sharks completely gave up the idea of escaping, and went berserk, fighting the giant beast to the death. The old cow roared, urging the hellfire fighting spirit, and the 30-meter-high flame phantom moved with the old cow. The hot and domineering hellfire burned the tiger sharks into ashes. As the battle continued, his momentum became more and more profound and violent, like a volcano about to erupt, constantly accumulating energy. Finally, when a tiger shark was smashed in the head by an iron fist, the old bull's body shook, and the hellfire fighting spirit was shattered. Then, a red pillar of fire several dozen meters thick rose from his body, reaching the sky. The bones kept making crackling sounds, and the muscles expanded. The old bull's body grew taller and taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally stopped at about 30 meters, nearly twice as tall as before. The muscles bulged, and the arms were thicker than the century-old trees. At first glance, it really looked like a red rock meat mountain, giving people a suffocating pressure. After mastering the latest skill, the old cow's eyes flashed red, his feet spread out, and his left and right fists burst into flames. Then he kept punching upwards like a machine gun, sending balls of flames into the sky. The flames suddenly stopped in the sky, as if held up by an invisible force. When the old cow stopped punching, all the flames condensed into a huge cloud of flames in an instant, burning violently. Meteor fire fist. A deep and rich voice sounded. Under the guidance of some kind of power, the cloud of flames rapidly changed its form, and finally condensed into hundreds of fists of flames, which fell down in an extremely shocking way. Boom 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 boom, meteor-like fire fists fell to the ground, Each fire fist was like a missile, smashing a huge deep pit on the ground. After touching the ground, the flames did not go out, but burned immediately, spread, and finally formed a sea of fire, which continued to burn violently. Hundreds of tiger sharks were directly turned into blood foam under the bombardment of fire fists, and those tiger sharks that were not hit were also trapped in the sea of fire, and after screaming, they were burned to ashes by the flames. At this time, a mermaid warrior happened to be attracted by the battle. The continuous sea of fire was reflected in his pupils, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock. Chapter 655 The Evolution Hall opens. Krukik. Bones crack, muscles swell, the power of the ocean waves washes over the body, tempering the internal organs. The one who experienced this was none other than Xiao Yao himself. Oh my god, this is too fierce. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, and his whole body radiated amazing heat, and his whole face turned red. In half an hour, he had experienced 4 consecutive war beast feedings. The first one came from Sun Wukong, which brought him an all-round physical improvement, strength, speed, defense, and earth-shaking changes, and Wukong's Samadhi True Fire was also inherited by him. Samadhi True Fire and Holy Flame, like Hellfire, are fiery and overbearing, with extremely amazing destructive power. At the same time, it also has a unique characteristic, which is to solidify the soul. The protection of Samadhi Divine Fire can ensure the stability of his soul, and prevent it from being disturbed by illusions and other mental attacks. The addition of Samadhi True Fire also adds a new fire to his destruction flame, making it more lethal. The second time was brought to him by Tuki. His physical fitness did not improve much, but his poison power increased several times. Now he can casually swing a poison palm, without using any force, and the toxins attached can kill any platinum-level monster. The third return belongs to Warwick. Warwick's return is mainly focused on speed, endurance, self-healing ability, and sense of smell, especially speed. He has a feeling that his current speed is no less than that of a top sports car. As for whether this is confidence or illusion, he needs to verify it after he goes out. And the fourth return of Lao Nyo just now undoubtedly brought him unparalleled strength and defense. Now in terms of strength and defense alone, he is even above Warwick. Of course, the speed and self-healing ability are still far behind. In a 1v1 situation, he is definitely not Warwick's opponent. Overall, his current body has surpassed many Diamond 1 monsters. If this were to be told, it would definitely cause a major earthquake in the summoner world. Boom boom, the sky of the secret realm shrank again. But this time, the sky no longer shrank every once in a while like before, but slowly approached the center of the secret realm at a constant speed. According to the current situation, in about 10 minutes, the sky will merge with a light shield outside the Evolution Hall. And that will naturally be the time when the Evolution Hall opens. Yumi. M.O. Tongue. You need to work harder. Xiao Yao lowered his head, looking at the blood spirit bead with bright red light in his palm. His eyes slightly fluctuated. Don't run. Yumi stood majestically on the magic book, pointed his snow-white little claws forward, and immediately attracted several thunderbolts to fall. Boom boom, the thunderbolts hit the tiger sharks accurately, splitting them so that black smoke came out of their bodies, and their vitality disappeared quickly. Wow, ha ha ha. I'm so awesome. Yumi proudly put his hands on his waist. His big round eyes curved into crescents, looking quite impressive. Yumi, you are only one step away from the next level, speed up. The master's voice sounded in her mind. Yumi put down her little paws, and responded crisply, okay. After that, she looked at the tiger shark running wildly in front of her, stepped on the magic book under her feet, and said, catch up. Huh? The magic book suddenly accelerated. Yumi tightly grasped the edge of the magic book, and her big eyes flashed with excitement and excitement. I am about to advance, hee hee, big sharks, hurry up and sacrifice your lives. Tiger missile. Roar! A roaring golden tiger flew out of Yumi's body, with its tail dragging a long golden stream of light, drawing brilliant traces in the air, and then slamming into the tiger shark. Bang! The tiger shark was smashed to pieces by the tiger missile, blood gushed out, along with some disgusting organ fragments. But at this time Yumi, who was a little bit of a clean freak, didn't care too much. She closed her eyes tightly, her chubby face shrank into a ball, and the tide of magic power burst out from her small body. Boom! The amazing magic power moved the seawater, gradually forming a water tornado, whistling and emitting terrifying waves. In the center of the tornado, Yumi slowly opened her eyes, and a golden light flashed in her sky blue pupils. With a press of her little hand, The violent water tornado suddenly stopped as if the pause button was pressed. And then it suddenly dispersed and merged into the surrounding sea. Yumi. You did a good job. Xiao Yao suddenly appeared behind Yumi, touched her little head, felt the chaotic magic power surging in her body, and opened Yumi's system panel to check. After being promoted to diamond level, Yumi did not gain any new skills. But the fixed casting position increased by 1, from 3 to 4, which means that from today on, she can use 4 replicated skills at the same time, which is also very good. Now only Emotung is left. Xiao Yao glanced at the slowly moving sky behind him. Now the time until the evolution hall opens is no more than 5 minutes. And according to Xiaoku's reaction, there are only a few tiger sharks in the secret realm, and they can all be annihilated in less than a minute. But Emotung's experience value was still about 10% short, and it was definitely too late to advance to diamond by killing tiger sharks. Fortunately, he still had the blood spirit pearl in his hand. After absorbing the soul power of thousands of tiger sharks in the secret realm, the energy in the blood spirit pearl had accumulated to a considerable extent, enough to support Emotung's smooth advancement. Not far away, Emotung came through the waves at a very fast speed and finally stopped beside Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao didn't waste any words and directly handed the blood spirit pearl in his hand to Emotung. Emotung held the blood spirit orb in his palm, and with the help of his spiritual power, he absorbed the soul power in the blood spirit orb like a pump. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When the secret realm sky curtain was only 100 meters away from the evolution hall, and all the tiger sharks were slaughtered, Emotung finally absorbed enough energy and successfully broke through the diamond level. Boom! The majestic black gas exploded, covering the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The black gas contained strange spiritual energy, and even if it was only touched by a trace, it would immediately evoke all kinds of fearful memories in the mind. Xiao Yao stood beside Emotung. His eyes turned pure black. No trace of white could be seen, and wisps of black air filled his eyeballs, which looked extremely strange and terrifying. At the same time, his mental power was growing rapidly, gradually transforming from a small lake to an ocean. In less than half a minute, Emotung and Xiao Yao had digested the results of their promotion. At this time, the sky curtain was only a few dozen meters away from the evolution hall. Everyone had gathered in front of the hall, looking up at him. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. Before he could check Emotung's new skills, Xiao Yao moved, and appeared beside them like a flash, with a faint smile on his face. It's okay. It's okay. They responded quickly, and a layer of sweat instantly appeared on their foreheads. For some reason, when Xiao Yao appeared beside them, they felt a fear from the soul, as if the person standing beside them was not a human, but a peerless beast. The sky was getting closer and closer, and when it was only 10 meters away from the evolution hall, it stopped abruptly. The light shield covering the evolution hall suddenly surged violently, and a strong, magnificent, and holy breath gushed out. The evolution hall was opened. Chapter 656: The Light of Evolution. Da-da-da. The sound of chaotic and crisp footsteps rang out in the hall. The crowd was scattered far apart, walking slowly in the empty hall, looking around, with shock in their eyes. The platinum jade pillars supported the 1,000-meter-high dome. There was no trace of impurities on the milky white floor. Tall and burly mermaid stone puppets guarded both sides of the hall, emitting a heavy, majestic aura. Wow, this is too high! Xiao Yao raised his head, looking at the 1,000-meter-high obelisk dome, and suddenly felt so insignificant. Still can't be too proud. Xiao Yao shook his head. The grandeur and solemnity of the evolution hall gave him a spiritual baptism, making him calm down from his original complacency. According to the mermaid warrior's reminder, after entering the evolution hall, the crowd quickly dispersed. Each one was 100 meters away, and the summoners also summoned all the war beasts, surrounded them, and slowly moved towards the center of the hall. By the way, I haven't had time to see Mordekaiser's new skills yet. Xiao Yao opened the panel, flipped to the information column of Mordekaiser, and took a closer look. Nightmare Cage. Mordekaiser pulls enemies within a certain range into the spiritual realm to engage in a soul battle. In the spiritual realm, the target's spiritual power decreases by 20, and Mordekaiser's spiritual power increases by 30, which lasts for a certain period of time. Wow! That's awesome! Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Nightmare Cage. This move can be said to have brought Mordekaiser's advantages to the extreme. Mordekaiser was originally a nightmare collection created by shadow magic. and was extremely good at fighting in the spiritual realm. After coming to this world, Mordekaiser's spiritual power far exceeded that of monsters or war beasts of the same level. And Nightmare Cage can not only reduce the enemy's spiritual power, but also increase Mordekaiser's spiritual power by 30%. In this way, Mordekaiser can easily fight across several levels. The most important thing is that Nightmare Cage is a ranged skill, which is exactly what Mordekaiser has been lacking. With this skill, Mordekaiser's killing efficiency can be greatly improved. Perfect. Xiao Yao closed the panel happily. With his mouth slightly curled up, he gained so much from this trip to the mysterious land of the sea god. All members were promoted to Diamond. He got a new war beast, Sun Wukong. He developed the Flame of Destruction. And he got many treasures. Not to mention that the most important light of evolution was waiting for him. Mermaids. Good brothers. Demon sharks. Real brothers. Oats. Where are we going now? After walking for a while, seeing that Oats, who was leading the way, had not stopped, Liu could not help but ask. In the empty hall, his voice seemed very abrupt, causing echoes. Oats turned around and explained, there is a huge golden magic circle in the center of the evolution hall. As long as we walk into the golden magic circle and input energy into it, we can enjoy the light of evolution. Don't worry. We be there soon. Okay, just as Otis said. A few minutes later, everyone finally saw the golden formation covered with mysterious patterns. Come on, everyone stood on the formation, far away from each other. The area of the formation was roughly the same as several football fields. They looked inconspicuous after standing on it. Everyone listen to me. Next, all of us will inject energy into the patterns under our feet. It doesn't need to be too much. Only a part of it can activate the entire formation. Otis shouted loudly. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Then let's start. I count to 3, everyone together. Otis shouted, 1, 2, 3. In an instant, everyone, including the war beast, mobilized the energy in their bodies and injected it into the golden lines under their feet. But the golden lines lit up, starting from a few points, slowly spreading to the surroundings. Gradually, when all the lines were lit up, a milky white light column shot up from under the formation and submerged everyone in it. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a comfortable moan came out of his nose. Compared with the savage and tyrannical feeding of war beasts, the light of evolution is like a hot spring in winter. Soaking in it gives people a warm, comfortable, lazy and cozy feeling. The holy energy flows in the body, nourishing the skin, blood, muscles, organs, bones, brain, and making a slight tremor in the body. The muscles are numb, as if enjoying a full body massage. Xiao Yao could feel that his body was undergoing a magical evolution, which was not only reflected in the improvement of strength, speed, endurance, etc., but also more like a genetic optimization. In addition, since he had just experienced 6 times of war beast feeding, his control over his body, after being strengthened several times, was very low. Just like a warrior who had just obtained a peerless weapon and could only exert 50% of the weapon's power at most. But with the transformation of the light of evolution, he could clearly feel that his control over his body was increasing rapidly. From a newbie who had just touched the car, to an experienced driver with more than 10 years of driving experience. The most obvious manifestation was the speed at which he could activate the Flame of Destruction. Before, it took him a certain amount of time to fuse the Flame of Destruction. So whenever he was about to fight, he would accumulate a certain amount of Flame of Destruction in his body in advance, so that he could use it directly in battle. After the addition of Samadhi True Fire, his speed of fusing the Flame of Destruction became even slower. But now, fusing the Flame of Destruction is as easy as breathing. And in an instant, the Flame of Destruction can spread all over his body, releasing the maximum power. At this time, Xiao Yao turned his head to look at Xiao Ke, Lao Niu, and the others. On the system panel, the experience points of the 6 of them were steadily increasing, and both their physical fitness and internal energy were comprehensively improved. At the same time, Zack, Oriana, Makai, and other Alliance beasts that were only 1 step away from Platinum level also successfully advanced to Platinum level after bathing in the light of evolution, and their strength greatly improved. However, it was not them who gained the greatest benefit, but those non-Alliance beasts. The beasts of Yihuan, Shilai, Shui Tianming, Mo Shatong, Wu Yubing grew rapidly under the nourishment of the light of evolution. Not only did the gold level 5 beast successfully advance to platinum level, but the gold level 4 beast also jumped 2 levels and broke through platinum. They also summoned the newly joined platinum level beast, so that it could enjoy the bonus of the light of evolution as soon as it appeared. And beasts like Pidden, Feiyu-Qingwan, Gargoyle, etc. were all promoted to gold level, charging towards a higher level. The light of evolution not only made them stronger, but most importantly, it improved their genes and raised their race limit. Take the Shadow Cat Pidden for example. Its predecessor was the Gray Shadow Cat, and its race limit was silver. After taking the Shadow Fruit, the Gray Shadow Cat evolved into the Shadow Cat, and its race limit was raised to platinum. After being baptized by the light of evolution, Pidden's limit was at least diamond level, and there was even hope for master level. Similarly, it also applies to other beasts. The powerful momentum was stirring in the formation. Xiaoyao stretched his body, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a rewarding journey. Chapter 657 King's Confrontation. The milky white light column slowly fell, and finally disappeared into the golden formation. Everyone stretched their bodies, and their bones made crackling sounds, and a strong, relaxed, reborn feeling surged into their hearts. Awesome! Li Yu twisted his neck and shouted happily. Finally, I'm at the platinum level. Yi Huan, Shi Lai and others looked at the new war beasts that appeared around them, and they were filled with emotion. This trip to the mysterious sea god's realm was really a journey through the gates of hell. If it weren't for Xiaoyao, I'm afraid I would have been torn to pieces by the tiger shark, not to mention being able to successfully advance to the platinum level. The 5 people turned their heads together, looking at Xiaoyao's calm and smiling young face. Their eyes were filled with gratitude, admiration and deep shock. A diamond-level player under 20 years old led everyone to survive the encirclement of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks, and killed them all. If they had not experienced it themselves, they could not imagine that someone could do such a stunning feat. Before, when they heard that Xiaoyao, the first genius of Dragon Country, would definitely become the 5th master in the future, and even have the hope of impacting the 2nd king, they actually sneered in their hearts. As a master, the children of the king family, they knew better than anyone the difficulty of breaking through the master and king. In the history of Dragon Country, there have been talents with higher talents than the 4 great masters and the martial king. But in the end, these people were stuck at the diamond or master level and never made any progress. It can be seen that to become a master or a king, one not only relies on talent, but also needs luck far superior to others. But now, they firmly believe that, judging from Xiaoyao's current talent, the 5th master of Dragon Country is a foregone conclusion. And there is also a great hope for the 2nd king. But at this moment, there was a sudden wave in the air, and a fist-sized black hole suddenly appeared in front of the golden formation. Then, the black hole gradually expanded and eventually grew into a space gate with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Friends, it's time for us to go home. Oates raised the Pampas halberd in his hand and shouted excitedly. Go home. Everyone smiled at each other, took back the war beasts, and quickly stepped into the space gate. Outside the secret realm, King Wu and Queen Tiffany stood side by side, looking at the demon shark king 100 meters away. Kaido's face is a bit ugly. Queen Tiffany smiled faintly, although she didn't know the reason for Kaido's gloomy face. As long as Kaido was not doing well, her mood would become very wonderful. King Wu frowned, and used his mental power to communicate with Queen Tiffany. I think something may have happened in the mysterious sea god realm. What do you mean? Queen Tiffany remained calm, but secretly became nervous. This is just my guess. The specific situation can only be known after everyone comes out. King Wu comforted, but you don't have to be too nervous. Looking at Kaido's expression, I think the situation is still favorable to us. I hope so. After King Wu said this, Queen Tiffany's heart couldn't help but rise. But at this moment, a huge space gate suddenly appeared, and in an instant, King Wu, Queen Tiffany, and the Demon Shark King's eyes became sharp. Snap! The first person to walk out of the space gate was Xiaoyao. Perhaps because of guilty conscience, Xiaoyao saw the gloomy face of the Demon Shark King at first sight. His heart beat twice, and then pretended to be nothing and quickly stood behind King Wu. Next came Bai Lin Xiao, Su Xingliang, and Yi Huan. When he saw that the 10 geniuses of Dragon Country had returned safely, King Wu's expression eased, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Then came the mermaid warriors. 1, 2, 3:11 When no other mermaids appeared after the 11th warrior, Queen Tiffany's heart sank, and she turned to look at Otis. Seeing Otis lower his head in silence, Queen Tiffany knew that the other warriors would never appear again. Alas! Queen Tiffany bit her teeth lightly, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. But soon, the heartache in her eyes turned into deep surprise, because she found that, until the last moment when the space gate was closed, no Demon Shark's men appeared, which meant that all 20 men sent by Demon Shark King died in the mysterious sea god realm. What happened? The Queen looked at Otis in confusion. Since the mermaids, Demon Shark King and Dragon Country reached an agreement, the mysterious sea god realm has been opened many times, but there has never been a situation where one side was completely wiped out. Considering all the abnormal behaviors of Kato before, Queen Tiffany wanted to know what happened in the mysterious land of the sea god. But before Otis could answer, a surge of evil spirit attacked everyone. Accompanied by a roar full of murderous intent, "My men are all dead. Why are you still alive?" The boundless evil spirit rolled, and everyone stepped back a few steps, their eyes terrified, as if they saw tens of thousands of evil spirits screaming and rushing towards them. Buzz King Wu stepped forward, and a heavy momentum like a mountain suddenly burst out, blocking all the evil spirits outside. "Kaichuo, can't you afford to lose?" King Wu said calmly. Wu Yunjing. The Demon Shark King's eyes were bloodshot, revealing his ferocious shark teeth. "Do you think you can stop me? Just try and you know." Boom boom, two amazing auras burst out. One was like the netherworld, dark and gloomy, full of violence, blood and killing. The other was like a towering mountain, steady and heavy, connecting the heaven and earth, giving people an unparalleled sense of security. The auras collided with each other, and suddenly a 100-meter-high tsunami arose, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space like broken glass. Under the protection of Queen Tiffany, everyone retreated to a safe distance. Looking at the disaster scene in the distance that looked like the end of the world, everyone's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Is this the strength of a king? There is such a mighty momentum before the fight. If a fight really breaks out, wouldn't it be easy to destroy a country? Crack, crack, crack. The two energies, one black and one yellow, are like soldiers on both sides of the battlefield, fighting with all their might. On the surface, the black side has a slight advantage, but the yellow side holds its position like a rock, not letting the enemy move forward. "Wu Yunjing, you have advanced?" the Demon Shark King said hoarsely, with obvious doubt and solemnity in his voice. The King of Wu smiled faintly. "Kato, this is all thanks to you." "Humph!" The Demon Shark King immediately restrained his momentum, and looked at Queen Tiffany with scarlet eyes, and sneered. "Tiffany, the things that the old Mermaid King left for Wu Yunjing are much more than you, his biological daughter. Kato, put away your little tricks." Queen Tiffany came over on the waves, with disdain written all over her noble and beautiful face. "Not everyone is like you, whose heart is always full of jealousy and desire. Kato, if you want to fight, we will definitely accompany you." "Tiffany." Wu Yunjing. Demon Shark King's eyes were uncertain. If before, he was still confident that he could suppress the two people's joint efforts and had a slight advantage. But after Wu Yunjing's advancement, the advantage had completely turned to the other side. Demon Shark King snorted coldly. "Tiffany. Wu Yunjing. We are not done with this matter." After saying that, he moved and suddenly disappeared in front of the two. "You are still tough." Tiffany smiled coldly, and then said, "Go back. I want to find out what happened in the mysterious realm of the sea god." "Okay." King Wu nodded. He was also quite curious about this matter. Chapter 658 Mermaid Guardian of the Sea Metal. Ding. Cups clinked, clinking glasses. The banquet was in full swing. Beautiful mermaid maids brought exquisite delicacies to the table. Mermaid warriors and Dragon Country youths mixed together. Everyone was arm in arm, drinking heartily. "Xiao Yao, I toast you a glass." Oates raised his glass, with sincerity and gratitude in his eyes. "If it weren't for you, none of us would have come back alive." Xiao Yao raised his glass and clinked it with Oates, smiled and said, "Oates, we are friends." "Right. There is no need to be so formal between friends." "Of course we are friends." Oates nodded heavily, then held the bottom of the glass with both hands. "Cheers to you, my friend." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. "And me, and me." Seeing Xiao Yao finish the wine, Sias could not wait to squeeze next to Xiao Yao, raising the wine glass and smiling. "Xiao Yao, there is no need to talk about our relationship, I drink it. You can do whatever you want." "Alas, we have no relationship at all." Xiao Yao pretended to be disgusted. Uh-huh. That's right. Sayas, don't be so shameless to come up to me. Sayas, you're embarrassed. Everyone laughed, looking at Sayas with a joking look. Sayas was not angry either. He laughed. He knew that it was precisely because of the close relationship between the two that Xiao Yao would make such a joke. Of course. The others also knew this. After Sayas finished toasting, they came up one after another. Woo! I finally believe what you said before. Queen Tiffany looked at Xiao Yao with complicated eyes. Recalling Wu Yunjing's prediction about Xiao Yao will definitely surpass me in the future and become the strongest pillar of Dragon Country. She was originally skeptical of this prediction. After all, she knew very well under what conditions Wu Yunjing broke through to the king level. But after learning about the various deeds that happened in the mysterious realm of the sea god, she had to admit that she had underestimated the Dragon Country's first genius before. He remained calm under the siege of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks, protected all teammates in desperate situations, broke through the diamond level, killed thousands of tiger sharks, and stopped the Demon Shark King's shocking conspiracy. It is hard to imagine that a young boy who is less than 20 years old could accomplish such a great feat, with such a terrifying talent and mentality. Xiao Yao might really be as Wu Yunjing said, and become the strongest king of Dragon Country in the future. King Wu smiled and said, Tiffany, we should really thank Xiao Yao. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, Kaido's conspiracy would succeed. By then, both the mermaids and our Dragon Country sea territory would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Yes! Queen Tiffany's eyes flashed with fear. Once Kaido's plot succeeds, he will have tens of thousands of tiger sharks with diamond-level potential under his command. When all these tiger sharks grow up, the first to suffer will be their mermaids. Thinking of this, Queen Tiffany made a decision in her heart. Everyone stopped for a moment. The ethereal and gentle voice sounded in the hall, and everyone paused, turning to look at Queen Tiffany. Queen Tiffany stood up, and said with a smile, I saw everyone toasted with Xiao Yao just now, expressing their gratitude. To be honest, after I heard what happened in the secret realm, I broke out in a cold sweat. If the Demon Shark King's conspiracy succeeds, not only will the soldiers we sent out this time be wiped out, but the entire mermaid clan will also face a huge disaster. So here, on behalf of the entire mermaid clan, I want to toast Xiao Yao. Queen Tiffany raised her glass and smiled at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao hurriedly said, Queen, I am the one who should be thanked the most. I have gained too many things in this secret realm of the sea god, and I have also made many good friends. This glass should be toasted to you. To my mermaid friends. After saying that, Xiao Yao raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Good. The mermaid warriors applauded excitedly when they heard Xiao Yao's words. And Queen Tiffany's eyes also showed satisfaction. After drinking the wine in the glass, Queen Tiffany said solemnly, We mermaids have always been clear about our gratitude and resentment. Xiao Yao's help to our mermaids is not just a glass of wine that can be repaid. Now, I officially declare that from today on, Xiao Yao is one of the most important allies of our mermaids. I will give him the Mermaid Guardian Sea Medal. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet, and then there was an uproar. Mermaid Guardian of the Sea Medal. The mermaid warriors were shocked. The Mermaid Guardian of the Sea Medal, that is the highest honor of the mermaids, and it is only given to those who have made great contributions to the mermaids. In the long history of the mermaids, only a few people can receive this medal, such as the leader of the Mermaid Guardian of the Sea, Fudao Tiangue, and the Dragon King Wu Yunjing. Those who can get this medal are all masters, king-level strongmen, and what about Xiao Yao? He was just a boy under 20 years old. Although he had extremely terrifying talent and reached the diamond level at a young age, he was still far behind the Grandmaster and the King. The most important thing was that the Mermaid Guardian Medal not only represented honor, but also granted great power. Those who possessed this medal could almost command any mermaid or sea beast in the mermaid territory to do things for them. In terms of power, he was the second person under the Queen. The Queen thinks too highly of Xiao Yao. At this time, King Wu also showed a look of surprise on his face, but he soon understood the deep meaning of Tiffany's move, and his mouth slightly raised. Tiffany, your investment is correct. Xiao Yao will definitely not let you down. Seeing the mermaid warrior showing such expressions, Xiao Yao immediately realized that this Mermaid Sea Guard medal must be extremely precious. Xiao Yao, catch it. Queen Tiffany waved her jade hand, and a medal with a blue glow slowly floated toward Xiao Yao. Thank you, Queen. Xiao Yao bowed slightly, raised his hands, and held the metal steadily in his hands. The metal was cold all over, like a piece of deep-sea cold jade, with a lifelike sea beast sculpture engraved on the front. Xiao Yao remembered that this should be the mount of the sea god, but the back was extremely smooth. Okay, you continue. Queen Tiffany smiled, and sat down slowly. Xiao Yao put the Mermaid Guardian Sea Metal into the beast's control space, turned his head, but found that the mermaid warriors were looking at him in shock, and couldn't help asking, why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Yao, do you know what the Mermaid Guardian Metal represents? Oates' voice was dry. Represents what? Xiao Yao's eyebrows slightly raised. Before Oates explained, Sias could not wait to tell him the meaning of the Mermaid Guardian Metal. After listening, Xiao Yao opened his mouth wide, and was deeply shocked. Oh my god, this metal is too awesome. Chapter 659 Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree. After the trip to the secret realm, Xiao Yao and the people of Dragon Country stayed for a few more days, at the enthusiastic invitation of their mermaid friends, enjoying mermaid delicacies, appreciating the wonders of the seabed, and also received many gifts from mermaid friends. Before leaving, Xiao Yao handed the 3 mermaid essences in his hand to Queen Tiffany, and got a chance to choose treasures from the mermaid treasure house. To be honest, at the diamond level, ordinary treasures are no longer of much use to him, and he is embarrassed to take treasures that are too precious. After repeated consideration, he finally chose a Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree seedling, and a small pot of Holy Sea Spirit Spring. The Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree is a precious tree carefully cultivated by a mermaid king. It is grown by dragon blood, and its fruit can greatly increase the strength of the person who consumes it. It is because of the existence of the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree that the mermaid warriors can have the power that is not inferior to the tiger sharks of the same level. Why did he choose the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree? This is because after being promoted to the diamond level, the beast control space also evolves, and can accommodate plants to grow in it. For example, Uncle Bai Chumfeng planted several red fire fruit trees in his beast control space. Of course, the growth conditions of the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree are much more demanding than those of the red blossom fruit tree. It is obviously impossible to plant it directly in the beast taming space. So Queen Tiffany kindly sent a pot of Holy Sea Spirit Spring. Holy Sea Spirit Spring is a special product of the mermaids. With it, the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree can be successfully transplanted into any land. But it will need a continuous supply of dragon blood to grow and bear fruit. The dragon blood here naturally does not refer to the blood of a real dragon. Even Queen Tiffany cannot get that. In fact, as long as there is a trace of dragon blood in the blood of a real dragon, the conditions can be met, such as the blood of various flying dragons, earth dragons, and sea dragons. The Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree is one of the treasures of the mermaid tribe. In the history of the mermaid tribe, it has never been given to outsiders. But considering the prophecy of King Wu and the extraordinary talent shown by Xiao Yao, Queen Tiffany finally decided to give the young plant of the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree to Xiao Yao, and tie Xiao Yao firmly to the chariot of the mermaid tribe. After getting the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree, Xiao Yao was also very excited. Although the Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree is not much of a bonus for him now, he can use it to train his subordinates and strengthen the foundation of his own power. After being in contact with Yi Huan and Shi Lai for a long time, Xiao Yao became more and more aware of the importance of power. The strength of the Grandmaster and the King is not only reflected in their ability to destroy the world, but also in their ability to mobilize massive resources at any time. There is also competition among the Grandmasters, in order to gain more support. In addition to their own strength, power is also a factor that cannot be ignored. To be honest, with the power and resources he controls now, it is already unmatched by many master-level masters, including the Chinzi Group with a market value of hundreds of billions, the Elite Intelligence Agency, the Vulcan Tribe with tens of thousands of warriors, and the Huomingxi firearms arsenal that will be displayed to the public. The leaders of these forces, Qin Jiaying, Lao Du, Hades, and several generals of the Fire God tribe, are all top talents. However, if he wants to extend his tentacles to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom, like the Grandmaster King, he still needs these people to become stronger and train more excellent subordinates. Goodbye. Xiao Yao and his friends stood on the back of the sky turtle on the negative island, waving vigorously to the mermaid warriors below, with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Friends, you are welcome to visit the mermaid tribe in the future. Oates shouted loudly. Xiao Yao, goodbye. Sias waved vigorously. His eyes were red. Sias, my good brother, see you in the future. Xiao Yao shouted loudly. At this moment, He was no longer joking with Sayas as usual, but expressed his recognition of Sayas in a very sincere tone. "Haha, did you hear that?" Xiao Yao said, "I am his good brother." Hearing Xiao Yao words, Sayas grinned happily and showed off to the people around him crazily. "I heard it." The people around him looked helpless, but secretly they were very envious. The long and huge low roar of the Fudao sky turtle interrupted everyone's farewell. A huge light shield suddenly rose, making it impossible for everyone to hear each other's voices. They could only see their friends waving their arms vigorously and gradually walking away. Finally back, lying on the soft big bed, with his legs spread apart, Xiao Yao felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Although he can chat, eat, and sleep freely like the mermaids under the sea, he is not a real mermaid after all, and cannot adapt to long-term life under the sea. Now he is finally back on land, and this down-to-earth feeling makes him feel at ease. What a dream journey! Thinking back to the things that happened in the past few days, Xiao Yao put his hands behind his head, and his eyes showed deep emotion. He gained too much from this trip to the secret realm. He got a new war beast, Goku. All 6 war beasts are diamonds. The combat power has increased more than tenfold. Many treasures have been added to the beast control space: Stamina Orb, 2 tiers of the Sea God, Mirage Orb, Horn Conch, Face Retaining Clam Orb, Dragon Blood 9 Power Tree, and Mermaid Guardian Sea Metal. Develop the Flame of Destruction. His combat power has reached the diamond level. Even if he does not use the War Beast fusion, he has the confidence to defeat any Diamond 1 monster. And the 4 teammates around him have been promoted to Platinum level, following his steps closely. He felt that bountiful was not enough to describe the harvest of this trip. However, the mysterious realm of the Sea God had come to an end, and he would start a new journey next. The Firestone firearm should also be available. Xiao Yao, then we will leave first. Yi Huan and Xiao Yao hugged each other gently and said with a smile, "My family is urging us to go back, so I don't have time to treat you to a meal this time. But I am usually in Kyoto, and I will definitely hold a banquet in a while, to thank you for saving my life. I'm in Shuecheng. You must look for me when you come to the northeast." Shirlai said solemnly. "I'm in Chuncheong. You can come to Nanjiang when you are free." Mo Shutong said with a smile. "I'm in Gudu, very close to your hometown Yanqing. I will visit you in Yanqing in the future." Shui Tianming said seriously. "Hee, I'm in Haicheng, but I may not be able to come out tonight. But as long as you are there tomorrow, I will definitely take you to have fun in Haicheng." Wu Yibing said with a smile. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "I'm going home today, too. But I come to play with you one by one in the future. Fighting side by side is the best way to warm up people's feelings, especially after experiencing a life and death battle." He and Yi Huan have formed a very deep friendship. In addition, as a master, the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the king's family, several people are regarded as core members to be trained. Not only can they learn a lot of inside information that ordinary people can't access, but also have a lot of resources. So he values these friends very much. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. You guys too. Come find us when the time comes. Yi Huan and others looked at Bai Lingxiao, Su Xingliang and others. Although Bai Lingxiao, Su Xingliang, Li Yu, Tao Yaoyao talents are not as good as Xiao Yao, but they have reached the platinum level equivalent to themselves at the age of 20. Although there is a certain element of coincidence, it still shows how terrifying their talents are. So they are also very happy to have more contact with such geniuses. Okay. Bai Lingxiao and others smiled and agreed. That's it, goodbye friends. Goodbye. Chapter 660 Teacher. Please teach me. Okay, I understand. King Wu. Beep. After the other end of the phone hung up, Principal Ouyang slowly put down the phone. His eyes were full of shock. Xiao Yao, you did a great thing this time. You can even resolve this deadlock. I really can't see through you anymore. Buzz. At this moment, a strange space fluctuation suddenly appeared in the Kyoto campus. Principal Ouyang swept it with his mental power, and then showed a faint smile. Good boy, I arrived right after I finished speaking. Wow, I'm finally back. Looking at the familiar campus environment around him, Li Yu opened his arms and excitedly shouted, "This is too magical." Su Xingliang watched the magic book fly back to Yumi's feet, with surprise in his eyes. In just a few seconds, we returned from Haicheng to Kyoto. I thought it would take at least a few minutes. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "A few minutes is enough for me to go back and forth to the Vulcan tribe." After saying goodbye to Yi Huan and the others, They first took a tour of Haicheng, and then used the power of the magic book to quickly return to Kyoto. During this trip, the magic book recorded 2 more locations. One was the center of Haicheng, and the other was the Mermaid Palace. In fact, he had tried to record the mysterious realm of the sea god in the magic book before. But unfortunately, due to the existence of the space barrier, his idea was obviously impossible to realize. Was it this time? A familiar voice came into his mind, and Xiao Yao turned his head and said, "Principal Ouyang asked me to go to his office. You go back and rest first." "Okay." Liu smiled and said, "My dad has called me a long time ago. I go home directly." "Yeah. Me too." By Li Xiao and Tao Yaoyao, natives of Kyoto, also nodded. "Alas, then I'd be alone again." Su Xingliang was a little helpless. "Why don't you come to my house?" Liu said with a smile, hugging Su Xingliang's shoulders. Su Xingliang shook his head. "Forget it. I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back to the dormitory and sleep. I leave first." Xiao Yao waved to everyone and quickly disappeared into the void. Dang dang dang, a crisp knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Xiao Yao pushed the door open and saw Principal Ouyang standing by the window, overlooking the entire campus. When he came in, Principal Ouyang turned around and said in a faint voice, "Xiao Yao, you have done a big thing that affects the entire dragon country this time." Xiao Yao opened his eyes slightly. "Principal, you also know it." Principal Ouyang smiled. "Of course, it was King Wu who called me personally. In addition to this matter, King Wu also told him an important thing, but he didn't need to tell Xiao Yao for the time being." Xiao Yao scratched his head. "I am also trying to save my life." This kid, still so humble. Principal Ouyang sat on a chair, pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit down first." After making a cup of tea, Principal Ouyang said with a smile, "Xiao Yao, you are now at diamond level, right? Do you want to consider becoming a formal professor at Beijing University?" "What?" Xiao Yao mouth twitched. "Principal, I am a sophomore and haven't graduated yet." Principal Ouyang took a sip of tea and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't graduate. With your current strength, no one will gossip even if you become a professor directly." Although Xiao Yao's bond with Kyoto University is already deep, in addition to his status as a Kyoto University student, Xiao Yao Chenxi Group and Kyoto University also have an inseparable relationship. But if he can use the position of Kyoto University professor to establish a stronger connection with him, that would be great. Especially after hearing King Wu's prophecy, his desire became even stronger. "Principal, I'd better be my student honestly." Xiao Yao waved his hand quickly. Although the Kyoto University professor sounds tempting, with his current status, he no longer needs this position to improve himself, and he has too many things to do. How can he have time to be a teacher and teach students? "Okay, we talk about this after you graduate." Principal Ouyang did not force it, and then said, "Next, you just continue to do your work. If you need any help, come to me at any time." Xiao Yao laughed and said, "Principal, I won't be polite then." "Okay, then go back and rest. By the way, Mr. Zhang has been concerned about the safety of you all. Now that you are back, let's go to your teacher first." "Okay." Xiao Yao nodded, slowly left the principal's office, and then turned on his phone to contact Mr. Zhang. "Teacher, I'm back." Okay. Are you all okay?" An old and concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "Teacher, I'm here. Are you still worried?" "Haha. That's true. Let's meet at the old place." "Okay." A few minutes later, Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao came to the training ground. The moment he saw Xiao Yao, Zhang Lao's face changed slightly, and he said hesitantly, You have reached the diamond level?" Xiao Yao gave a thumbs up, as expected of a teacher. "You can tell at a glance." "My God." Mr. Zhang's body was stiff, his eyes were full of disbelief. "Really diamond level? Diamond level at less than 20 years old? What did you experience in the mysterious realm of the sea god?" Mr. Zhang couldn't help asking. He remembered that Xiao Yao had just broken through Platinum 5 in the undead battlefield. How come he broke through to Diamond in less than a month? Is the mysterious realm of the sea god really that magical? Then I have to tell you about it. Xiao Yao sat down cross-legged, and told the whole process of his trip to the mysterious realm of the sea god in detail. The hospitality of the mermaids, noticing the abnormality of the twin whales flying in the sky, the huge gains of the trial palace, the conspiracy of the demon shark king, and how he broke through in the battle, and slaughtered all the tiger sharks. He basically did not hide anything in the whole process, in a very stable, storytelling tone, but Zhang Lao was thrilled to hear it, clenched his fists from time to time, and his face showed worry and shock. After listening to the story, Zhang Lao was silent for a long time, until he completely digested his inner emotions. Then he said faintly, "Xiao Yao, your current strength has surpassed mine." "Right? How can that be possible?" Xiao Yao smiled and said, "I still have a lot to learn from you." Zhang Lao waved his hand and said, "Don't be modest. I don't think I can face the encirclement of thousands of platinum-level tiger sharks and guarantee no casualties. Your 6 war beasts are all diamond-level, and I have lived for more than 200 years. But I only have 4 diamond-level war beasts." Zhang Lao's face showed a deep sigh. "Looking back a year ago, you were just a silver-level summoner. In the blink of an eye, the teacher is no match for you." Old John stood up slowly, patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder. His eyes were complicated and filled with a hint of relief that could not be hidden. "From today on, you no longer need my protection. But before you leave, the teacher still wants to see your true combat power." As soon as the voice fell, Old John activated his skills and brought Xiao Yao into the desolate and empty alien space. Old John flew in the air and summoned the Sky King, the Void Mayfly, the Ghostly Monster, and the Shadow Guard. For diamond-level war beasts. "Xiao Yao, go all out. Let the teacher finish this last class." Xiao Yao looked up at Zhang Lao in the sky, took a deep breath, and summoned 6 war beasts. Boom boom boom, 6 powerful and domineering auras rose to the sky. Xiao Yao was covered with the flames of destruction, both hands bowed, and said loudly, "Teacher, please teach me."